for Arthur L. Singer, Jr. The author acknowledges with gratitude the support of the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation and the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation in the research and writing of this book. This book is published as part of an Alfred P. Sloan Foundation program. Preface to the Sloan Technology Series. Technology is the application of science, engineering, and industrial organization to create a human-built world. It has led in developed nations to a standard of living inconceivable 100 years ago. The process, however, is not free of stress. By its very nature, technology brings change in society and undermines convention. It affects virtually every aspect of human endeavor, private and public institutions, economic systems, communications networks, political structures, international affiliations, the organization of societies, and the condition of human lives. The effects are not one way. Just as technology changes society, so too do societal structures, attitudes, and mores affect technology. But perhaps because technology is so rapidly and completely assimilated, the profound interplay of technology and other social endeavors in modern history has not been sufficiently recognized. The Sloan Foundation has had a long-standing interest in deepening public understanding about modern technology, its origins, and its impact on our lives. The Sloan Technology Series, of which the present recording is a part, seeks to present the general listener the stories of the development of critical 20th century technologies. The aim of the series is to convey both the technical and human dimensions of the subject, the invention and effort entailed in devising the technologies, and the comforts and stresses they have introduced into contemporary life. As the century draws to an end, it is hoped that the series will disclose a past that might provide perspective on the present and inform the future. The Foundation has been guided in its development of the Sloan Technology Series by a distinguished advisory committee. We express deep gratitude to John Armstrong, S. Michael Bessie, Samuel Y. Gibbon, Thomas P. Hughes, Victor McElhaney, Robert K. Merton, Elton E. Morrison, and Richard Rhodes. The Foundation has been represented on the committee by Ralph E. Gomery, Arthur L. Singer, Jr., Hirsch G. Cohen, Raphael G. Casper, and A. Frank Maidis. Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. Fundamentally, and in the long run, the problem which is posed by the release of atomic energy is a problem of the ability of the human race to govern itself without war. A report of a panel of consultants on disarmament of the Secretary of State, January 1953. Prologue. Deliveries. The war was over. The troops were coming home. Sick of mud and olive drab, of saltwater showers and sweltering holds, 12 million American soldiers and sailors counted their service points to see how soon they could ship out for Brooklyn and Ukiah and St. Joe. Tens of thousands of warplanes, ships, tanks, artillery pieces sat abandoned. The full industrial output of a prosperous nation, the work the women and the older men had done, soon to be junked. The Second World War had been the most destructive war in history, obliterating 55 million human lives. The German invasion of the Soviet Union and the obdurate Soviet response had accounted for more than half those deaths. With them, in Germany and the Soviet Union both, had followed general ruination. In the end, out in the Pacific, 2 planes carrying 2 bombs had compelled the war's termination. The 2 atomic bombs, ferocious as minor suns, had given an emperor descended from a god reason to surrender. The war was over. It was hard to imagine that there might ever be another. Luis Alvarez, an American experimental physicist, a tall, ruddy Californian with ice-blonde hair, had understood the message of the bomb on his way back from Hiroshima. Alvarez collected adventures. He liked to be on hand when history was made. After he invented ground-controlled approach radar, he had flown a prototype unit to wartime England and personally tested it, talking down British bombers returning through fog. At the secret laboratory at Los Alamos in New Mexico, where the atomic bombs were designed and built by hand, he had arranged to observe intensely radioactive test explosions up close in a lead-lined tank. He had invented a new electric detonation system for the Fat Man plutonium implosion bomb that fired its multiple detonators with microsecond simultaneity. As the time to deploy the revolutionary new weapons approached, Alvarez had found a way to justify flying the historic first mission. The Hiroshima bomb, Little Boy, was a uranium gun. It used 64 kilograms of rare uranium-235, all of that dense purple-black metal the United States had been able to accumulate up to the end of July 1945. The uranium gun was an extremely conservative design. We were confident it would work, Alvarez writes, but it had not been tested. To determine its efficiency, Los Alamos had needed to know its explosive yield. So Alvarez had invented a device for measuring that yield, a set of parachute-deployable pressure gauges to be dropped ahead of the bomb that would radio their readings to a backup plane. Riding in that backup plane, a B-29 named the Great Artiste, Alvarez had seen the bright flash of the Hiroshima explosion, had watched its pressure pulses register on the oscilloscopes mounted in the rear compartment he occupied, had felt the two sharp slaps of direct and ground-reflected shock waves slamming the plane like flak explosions, had moved to the window then and searched below while the plane circled the rising mushroom cloud. I looked in vain for the city that had been our target. The cloud seemed to be rising out of a wooded area devoid of population. On the intercom, the pilot confirmed that the aiming had been excellent. Alvarez could not see the city because the city had been destroyed. On the way back to Tinian, the island in the Marianas from which the atomic bombing had been staged, Alvarez had passed the time writing a letter to keep for his son, Walter, then 4 years old. "This is the first grown-up letter I have ever written to you," the physicist began. He reminded his son that they had inspected a B-29 together in Albuquerque. "Probably you will remember climbing through the tunnel over the bomb bay," he teased him, "as that really impressed you at the time." Then Alvarez described what has happened to aerial warfare as a result of the Enola Gay's mission that morning. Last week, the 20th Air Force put over the biggest bombing raid in history, with 6,000 tons of bombs, about 3,000 tons of high explosives. Today, the lead plane in our formation dropped a single bomb, which probably exploded with the force of 15,000 tons of high explosive. That means that the days of large bombing raids with several hundred planes are finished. A single plane disguised as a friendly transport can now wipe out a city. What regrets I have about being a party to killing and maiming thousands of Japanese civilians this morning are tempered with the hope that this terrible weapon we have created may bring the countries of the world together and prevent further wars. Alfred Nobel thought that his invention of high explosives would have that effect by making wars too terrible, but unfortunately it had just the opposite reaction. Our new destructive force is so many thousands of times worse that it may realize Nobel's dreams. A second atomic bomb exploded 3 days later over Nagasaki reinforced the point, and on August 14, 1945, the Japanese had surrendered. After the surrender, Robert Serber, the theoretical physicist who had directed the design of the Little Boy bomb, a lean, gentle Philadelphian with a steel-trap mind, had walked the streets of the city his bomb had destroyed. With other scientists and physicians, Serber had been assigned to visit the two atomic-bombed cities to study the damage. From Tokyo, his group had caught a ride down Honshu in the personal plane of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the Antarctic explorer who wanted to see the destruction at first hand. In Nagasaki and then Hiroshima, Serber and British hydrodynamicist William Penny had collected dented gas cans, concrete rubble, a charred crate, a beaverboard panel burned with the shadow of a window frame. They had talked to returning Australian and Dutch prisoners of war temporarily housed in Nagasaki, living skeletons whom the Japanese had brutally abused and starved. They had visited a Japanese civilian hospital and seen women and children ill with flash burns and radiation sickness, an experience Serber still characterized almost 50 years later as really harrowing. It had been easy to leave the United States during wartime. Returning, now that the war was over, was more complicated. We had a little trouble in San Francisco, Serber remembers. Peacetime practices were now in effect. We had to go through customs, squashed gas cans, hunks of concrete, charred crate, and immigration, and it turned out that Bill didn't have a passport. However, our other identifications so impressed the immigration official that he decided he could call Bill a British RAF, Royal Air Force, officer, and let him in. To a nation weary of war, the scientists who built the atomic bombs were heroes. Major General Curtis LeMay riddled a different oracle from the ashes of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A swarthy, burly, taciturn 38-year-old Ohio-born engineer, LeMay commanded the B-29s that had firebombed Japan to destruction, lifting from the vast coral runways of Guam, Saipan, and Tinian like the 1,000 silver throwing stars of a warrior god. LeMay still remembered vividly, would remember all his life, how unprepared the United States had been at the beginning of the war. "We came into the war with practically nothing," he told an interviewer in 1943. To an audience of fellow Ohio State alumni later in 1945, he would insist starkly, "We tottered on the brink of defeat for 2 years before we could strike back. I know the feeling of our men besieged on Bataan and Corregidor, because I commanded a bomb group in England in the early days of the war where we found the same situation, 50 bombers against the entire German air forces. There came a time when we could see that at the existing loss rate with no reinforcements, the last B-17 would take off to bomb Germany within 30 days. Fortunately, that unhappy day never arrived because the first trickle of help came just in time. It is quite an experience to see the reaction on people who have reconciled themselves to dying, who suddenly finish their combat tour and look forward to living again. I hope no American ever has to go through that experience in the future." In England, LeMay had led his bombardment group's first combat mission. He had invented defensive formations that saved crew lives and bombing techniques that put twice and 3 times as many bombs on target as less imaginative commanding officers arranged. His byword was preparation. "Hit it right the first time," he taught his men, "and we won't have to go back." They called him Iron Ass because he trained them relentlessly, but they also called him absolutely the best CO in the Army. From England in 1944, he had moved to India to attempt the thankless task of bombing the Japanese from bases in China, supplied by air from India over the Himalayas, the infamous hump. The B-29, the first intercontinental bomber, was just then coming into production, and the leaders of the air forces, still a branch of the Army, needed to prove the value of the investment. Footnote: the U.S. military air arm was called the Army Air Corps until June 1941, when its name was changed to the Army Air Forces, USAAF. In July 1947, the air arm separated from the Army. As an independent service, it was and is designated the United States Air Force, USAF. End footnote. LeMay's B-29s had to haul their own gasoline over the hump. It took a half-dozen hump flights with bomb bays tanked with fuel to support one combat mission over Japan. Japan's weather moved in through North China, which Mao Zedong's army controlled. LeMay traded the communist guerrilla leader medical supplies for crew rescues and weather reports. The 4-engine B-29, half the size of a football field with electric control systems and 2 capacious bomb bays, was supposed to be a high-altitude precision bombing machine, aiming bombs down chimneys with the famous Norden bomb sight from 30,000 feet. But the force assembling in the Marianas, while LeMay's crews labored from China, had the bad luck to discover the jet stream. From one mission to the next, it blew the planes off their targets. The Norden bomb sight had not been designed to compensate for such furious drift. Once, when the B-29s were supposed to be bombing an aircraft factory 10 miles north of Tokyo, they discovered their bombs had exploded in Tokyo Bay. The Japanese joked that the Americans were trying to drown them. LeMay was called in to fix the problem early in 1945. While he worked on improving precision, he and his staff studied strike photos and flak reports. They realized the Japanese had no night fighters and noticed that Japanese anti-aircraft fire clustered high. We couldn't find any low-altitude defense, LeMay concludes. Daylight precision bombing from low altitude would put LeMay's crews at risk. Advanced radar bomb sites were not yet available for precision bombing at night. The USAAF wanted to end the war with air power before an army and navy invasion of Japan. LeMay worked out a radical change in strategy, ordered his B-29s stripped of armament to increase their carrying capacity, had 325 planes loaded with 10,000 pounds each of jellied gasoline firebomb clusters, and sent them over Tokyo on the night of March 10, 1945, staggered at from 5,000 to 9,000 feet, with Pathfinder B-29s going ahead of them to mark out huge X's in flame at their designated aiming points. LeMay's subsequent mission report emphasized that the object of the attack was not to bomb indiscriminately civilian populations. The object was to destroy the industrial and strategic targets concentrated in the Tokyo urban area. The firebombing successfully destroyed or damaged 22 industrial targets and many other unidentified industries. But the destruction that first windy night was in fact indiscriminate to the point of atrocity, as LeMay himself understood. 16.7 square miles of the Japanese capital burned to the ground, 100,000 people killed and hundreds of thousands injured in one night. The physical destruction and loss of life at Tokyo, LeMay quotes from the official Air Force history of the Second World War, exceeded that of Rome or that of any of the great conflagrations of the Western world. London 1666, Moscow 1812, Chicago 1871, San Francisco 1906. Only Japan itself, with the earthquake and fire of 1923 at Tokyo and Yokohama, had suffered so terrible a disaster. No other air attack of the war, either in Japan or Europe, was so destructive of life and property. With such compelling evidence that the new bombing strategy worked, LeMay laid on fire bombings night after night against city after Japanese city until his supply depots ran out of bombs. Resupplied, he pursued the firebombing campaign relentlessly through the spring and summer of 1945 until the end of the war, by which time 63 Japanese cities had been totally or partially burned out and hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians killed, at a total cost to the Air Forces, as LeMay would lecture later, of 485 B-29s and approximately 3,000 combat crew personnel. Hiroshima and Nagasaki survived to be atomic bombed only because Washington had removed them from Curtis LeMay's target list. Long after the war, a dauntless cadet asked LeMay how much moral considerations affected his decisions regarding the bombing of Japan. LeMay, as hard a man as Ulysses S. Grant, answered with his usual bluntness. Killing Japanese didn't bother me very much at that time. It was getting the war over that bothered me. So I wasn't worried particularly about how many people we killed in getting the job done. I suppose if I had lost the war, I would have been tried as a war criminal. Fortunately, we were on the winning side. Incidentally, everybody bemoans the fact that we dropped the atomic bomb and killed a lot of people at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That, I guess, is immoral, but nobody says anything about the incendiary attacks on every industrial city in Japan, and the first attack on Tokyo killed more people than the atomic bomb did. Apparently that was all right. I guess the direct answer to your question is yes, every soldier thinks something of the moral aspects of what he is doing. But all war is immoral, and if you let that bother you, you're not a good soldier. At the Japanese surrender ceremonies on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay on September 2nd, LeMay's B-29s, nearly 500 of them, had roared overhead in salute while LeMay stood on the deck watching Douglas MacArthur, stern at the table where the Japanese foreign minister grimly signed the surrender. LeMay was thinking of the boys who had died to get them there, he wrote later, thinking that if I had done a better job, we might have saved a few more crews. That was the overriding message Curtis Emerson LeMay took with him from the long, bloody war. Preparation. I think the main experience that I wouldn't want to repeat is the war experience that I had, he told the same cadets who heard his opinion of killing Japanese. There is nothing worse that I've found in life than going into battle ill-prepared or not prepared at all. To the lesson of that elemental experience, he would attribute the massive work he would accomplish post-war of building up a strategic air force. Like many other folks, at the end of the war, he writes, he was pretty tired. He took time to fly up and down the Japanese coast to view the results of his firebombing, then returned to his headquarters on Guam. His aide-de-camp notes on September 3rd that General LeMay spent the night at General Spotz's house, a last-stand all-night poker game. The game broke up at 0600 hours the morning of the 4th. Spotz was LeMay's boss, Carl Toohey Spotz, commanding general of the Strategic Air Forces in the Pacific. Who won the poker game, the aide doesn't record. At the end of August, LeMay had heard through Spotz that Washington had asked General James Doolittle, the air pioneer and 8th Air Force commander, to lead a flight of 3 B-29s non-stop from Tokyo to Washington, and that Doolittle had recommended including LeMay. Offhand, says LeMay, I would guess that this flight was dreamed up to demonstrate and dramatize the long-range capability of the B-29 to the American people and to the world at large. To make the long flight, nearly 7,000 miles, the bomb bays of the aircraft would need to be fitted with extra fuel tanks. Doolittle on Okinawa had studied the matter and concluded that 6 tanks would give the B-29s a gross takeoff weight of 142,800 pounds. The trip can be made, Doolittle had messaged Spotz by courier, provided they could find an airfield in Japan long enough and with enough bearing capacity to handle the load. Spotz replied on September 5th that there are no fields in Japan suitable for takeoff at gross weight necessary. Flight is not feasible. Never one to take no for an answer, Doolittle flew to Guam 3 days later to confer with LeMay. We got together, writes LeMay, and talked the thing over. We examined photographs and charts. The only field which might accommodate the B-29s was Mizutani, up on the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido. Trouble was, we didn't have any troops in there as yet. There was nobody of whom we could make inquiry concerning the runways. LeMay sent one of his commanders to scout Hokkaido in a B-17. The Japanese naval officers at Mizutani had heard their emperor's surrender broadcast and didn't shoot him. The runways, the man reported, would do. LeMay ordered 3 B-29s stripped of spare equipment and outfitted with Bombay tanks. In the meantime, Doolittle was called ahead to Washington. Lieutenant General Barney Giles, commander of the Central Pacific Air Forces, took over Doolittle's place in the lead plane. LeMay and Brigadier General Emmett Rosie O'Donnell, Jr. would fly the other 2. The 3 B-29s left Guam on Sunday, September 16th, fueled at Iwo Jima, and flew to Hokkaido, where they topped off their tanks with drum gasoline flown in on C-54s. That night we slept in a barracks with 3,000 polite Japanese sailors surrounding us, LeMay recalls. No sweat. The trio of generals with their 11-man crews took off for North America at 0600 hours on Wednesday, September 19th, flew a great circle route northeast, crossed the international date line into the Western Hemisphere's Wednesday, made radio contact with Nome, reached their halfway point over Whitehorse in the Yukon at 9 a.m. Eastern Wartime, and approached the northern Middle West late that afternoon. They had bucked headwinds most of the way that slowed their average speed to less than 250 knots and ate up their fuel. LeMay wanted to take a chance on making it to Washington, where the weather was reported marginal, but Giles and O'Donnell opted to refuel in Chicago. I went on a while, writes LeMay nonchalantly, then received another Washington report. This time the weather was really marginal, and that didn't seem to make very good sense with the small reserve of gas I'd have. I turned around and went back. From Chicago, they flew on to Washington the same night and landed at National Airport just before 9 to the clangor of a brass band the Air Forces had deployed for the occasion. Curtis LeMay, too, had come home. The Chicago Tribune thought, "The only significance of the intercontinental nonstop flight of 3 U.S. heavy bombers was that it is going to be possible very soon to fly from here to Tokyo in 24 hours by commercial airliner. The Army Air Forces saw further significance in intercontinental flight." A document titled "A Strategic Chart of Certain Russian and Manchurian Urban Areas" had gone to Brigadier General Leslie R. Groves, the head of the atomic bomb project, already on August 30th, 1945. The document identified the important cities of the Soviet Union and Manchuria and charted their area, population, industrial capacities, and target priority. Thus, Moscow was estimated to have a population of 4 million, an area of 110 square miles, priorities of 1 for industry and 3 for oil, and was estimated to supply 13% of Soviet plane output, 43% of truck output, 2% of steel, and 15% of copper, machine building, oil refinery, and ball bearing output. Baku produced 61% of the Soviet Union's oil, Gorky 45% of its guns, Chelyabinsk 44% of its zinc. The list descended to cities of only 26,000 population, but was then refined to selections of 15 key Soviet cities: Moscow, Baku, Novosibirsk, Gorky, Sverdlovsk, Chelyabinsk, Omsk, Kubyshev, Kazan, Saratov, Molotov, Magnitogorsk, Grozny, Stalinsk, Nizhny Tagil, and 25 leading Soviet cities. An appendix estimated how many atomic bombs would be needed to destroy each city, 6 each for Moscow and Leningrad. A map centered on the North Pole accompanied the chart. Around the world, from bases in Nome, Adak in the Aleutians, Stavanger, Norway, Bremen, Germany, Foggia, Italy, Crete, Lahore, India, and Okinawa, B-29 flight paths had been overlaid darkly like segments of radar sweeps to cover the USSR. The plan was something of a wish list. LeMay, Giles, and O'Donnell had flown one way intercontinentally, and then only by loading their bomb bays with fuel tanks. The realistic range of a B-29 with a bomb load was 3,000 miles. Nor were all of those convenient bases available. Before the U.S. would have a force capable realistically of striking the Soviet Union, it would need forward bases, aerial refueling, or a longer-range bomber. In the autumn of 1945, none of those capabilities yet existed. If the Soviet Union had been the United States' Second World War ally, it was also the only possible enemy to survive the general destruction with sufficient military power to challenge American hegemony. Its army occupied the eastern half of Europe. The United States believed it had a trump card in the atomic bomb, but even that advantage was a wasting asset. On September 19th, while Curtis LeMay and his colleagues were en route from Hokkaido to Washington, proving that atomic bombs could be delivered great distances by plane, physicist Klaus Fuchs, a member of the British mission at Los Alamos, was finishing up delivering information about the atomic bomb by hand to Harry Gold, an American industrial chemist who was a courier for Soviet intelligence. Fuchs had been passing information on the atomic bomb project to Soviet agents since 1941. In June, he had delivered to Gold a complete description of the Fat Man plutonium implosion bomb, including detailed cross-sectional drawings which had been sent along immediately to Moscow. Now, driving Gold up into the Santa Fe Hills overlooking the New Mexican capital in the early evening, Fuchs reported on the rate of U.S. production of U-235 and plutonium and on advanced concepts for improved bomb designs. In October 1945, with Fuchs's information and information from other U.S. and British spies, the head of Soviet foreign intelligence in Moscow was able to send to the Commissar for State Security, newly appointed to direct the Soviet atomic bomb program, Lavrenti Beria, a detailed plan of the plutonium implosion bomb for Soviet scientists to duplicate. The war was over. The atomic arms race had begun. Part 1. A Choice Between Worlds. His decision to become a communist seems to the man who makes it as a choice between a world that is dying and a world that is coming to birth. Whittaker Chambers. 1. A smell of nuclear powder. Early in January 1939, 9 months before the outbreak of the Second World War, a letter from Paris alerted physicists in the Soviet Union to the startling news that German radiochemists had discovered a fundamental new nuclear reaction. Bombarding uranium with neutrons, French physicist Frédéric Joliot-Curie wrote his Leningrad colleague Abram Fedorovich Ioffe, caused that heaviest of natural elements to disintegrate into two or more fragments that repelled each other with prodigious energy. It was fitting that the first report of a discovery that would challenge the dominant political system of the world should reach the Soviet Union from France, a nation to which Tsarist Russia had looked for culture and technology. Joliot-Curie's letter to the grand old man of Russian physics got a frenzied going over in a seminar at Ioffe's Institute in Leningrad. A protege of one of the participants reports, "The first communications about the discovery of fission astounded us," Soviet physicist Georgy Flyrov remembered in old age. "There was a smell of nuclear powder in the air." Reports in the British scientific journal Nature soon confirmed the German discovery, and research on nuclear fission started up everywhere. The news fell on fertile ground in the Soviet Union. Russian interest in radioactivity extended back to the time of its discovery at the turn of the century. Vladimir I. Vernadsky, a Russian mineralogist, told the Russian Academy of Sciences in 1910 that radioactivity opened up new sources of atomic energy exceeding by millions of times all the sources of energy that the human imagination has envisaged. Academy geologists located a rich vein of uranium ore in the Fergana Valley in Uzbekistan in 1910. A private company mined pitchblende there at Tuya Muin, Camel's Neck, until 1914. After the First World War, the Red Army seized the residues of the company's extraction of uranium and vanadium. The residues contained valuable radium, which transmutes naturally from uranium by radioactive decay. The Soviet radiochemist Vitaly Grigorievich Klopin extracted several grams of radium for medical use in 1921. There were only about 1,000 physicists in the world in 1895. Work in the new scientific discipline was centered in Western Europe in the early years of the 20th century. A number of Russian scientists studied there. Abram Ioffe's career preparation included research in Germany with Nobel laureate Wilhelm Röntgen, the discoverer of X-rays. Vernadsky worked at the Curie Institute in Paris. The outstanding Viennese theoretical physicist Paul Ehrenfest taught in St. Petersburg for 5 years before the First World War. In 1918, in the midst of the Russian Revolution, Ioffe founded a new Institute of Physics and Technology in Petrograd. Footnote: St. Petersburg, renamed Petrograd by Tsar Nicholas in 1914, and Leningrad by the new Soviet government in 1924. End footnote. Despite difficult conditions, the chemist N.N. Semenov describes hunger and ruin everywhere, no instruments or equipment as late as 1921, PhysTech quickly became a national center for physics research. The institute was the most attractive place of employment for all the young scientists looking to contribute to the new physics. Soviet physicist Sergei E. Frisch recalls, Ioffe was known for his up-to-date ideas and tolerant views. He willingly took on, as staff members, beginning physicists whom he judged talented. Dedication to science was all that mattered to him. The crew Ioffe assembled was so young and eager that older hands nicknamed PhysTech the kindergarten. During its first decade, PhysTech specialized in the study of high-voltage electrical effects. practical research to support the new communist state's drive for national electrification. The success of socialism, Lenin had proclaimed more than once, would come through electrical power. After 1928, having ousted his rivals and consolidated his rule, Joseph Stalin promulgated the first of a brutal series of 5-year plans that set ragged peasants on short rations, building monumental hydroelectric dams to harness Russia's wild rivers. Stalin's realism was harsh and unillusioned, comments C.P. Snow. He said after the first 2 years of industrialization, when people were pleading with him to go slower because the country couldn't stand it, to slacken the pace would mean to lag behind, and those who lag behind are beaten. We do not want to be beaten. No, we don't want to be. Old Russia was ceaselessly beaten for her backwardness. She was beaten by the Mongol Khans. She was beaten by Turkish beys. She was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords. She was beaten by Polish-Lithuanian pans. She was beaten by Anglo-French capitalists. She was beaten by Japanese barons. She was beaten by all for her backwardness. For military backwardness, for cultural backwardness, for agricultural backwardness. She was beaten because to beat her was profitable and went unpunished. You remember the words of the pre-revolutionary poet, "Thou art poor and thou art plentiful, thou art mighty and thou art helpless, Mother Russia." We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good the lag in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us. Soviet scientists felt a special burden of responsibility in the midst of such desperate struggle. The heat and light that radioactive materials such as radium generate for centuries without stint mocked their positions of privilege. Vernadsky, who founded the State Radium Institute in Petrograd in 1922, wrote hopefully that year that it will not be long before man will receive atomic energy for his disposal, a source of energy which will make it possible for him to build his life as he pleases. World leaders such as England's Ernest Rutherford, who discovered the atomic nucleus, and Albert Einstein, who quantified the energy latent in matter in his formula E=mc², disputed such optimistic assessments. The nuclei of atoms held latent far more energy than all the falling water in the world, but the benchtop processes then known for releasing it consumed much more energy than they produced. Phystech had spun off provincial institutes in 1931, most notably at Kharkov and Sverdlovsk. In 1932, when the discovery of the neutron and of artificial radioactivity increased the pace of research into the secrets of the atomic nucleus, Ioffe decided to divert part of Phystech's effort specifically to nuclear physics. The government shared his enthusiasm. "I went to Sergei Ordzhonikidze," Ioffe wrote many years later, who was chairman of the Supreme Council of National Economy, put the matter before him, and in literally 10 minutes left his office with an order signed by him to assign the sum I had requested to the Institute. To direct the new program, Ioffe chose Igor Vasilievich Kurchatov, an exceptional 29-year-old physicist, the son of a surveyor and a teacher, born in the pine-forested Chelyabinsk region of the southern Urals in 1903. Kurchatov was young for the job, but he was a natural leader, vigorous and self-confident. One of his contemporaries, Anatoly P. Alexandrov, remembers his characteristic tenacity. "I was always struck by his great sense of responsibility for whatever problem he was working on, whatever its dimensions may have been. A lot of us, after all, take a careless, haphazard attitude toward many aspects of life that seem secondary to us. There wasn't a bit of that attitude in Igor Vasilievich. He would sink his teeth into us and drink our blood until we'd fulfilled our obligations. At the same time, there was nothing pedantic about him. He would throw himself into things with such evident joy and conviction that finally we too would get caught up in his energetic style. We'd already nicknamed him General." Within a year, justifying Ioffe's confidence in him, Kurchatov had organized and headed the first all-union, that is, nationwide, conference on nuclear physics with international attendance. With Abram I. Alikhanov, he built a small cyclotron that became, in 1934, the first cyclotron operating outside the Berkeley, California laboratory of the instrument's inventor, Ernest O. Lawrence. He directed research at PhysTech in 1934 and 1935 that resulted in 24 published scientific papers. Kurchatov was the liveliest of men, Alexandrov comments, witty, cheerful, always ready for a joke. He had been a lanky stripling, his student and biographer Igor N. Golovin writes, but by the 1930s, after recovering from tuberculosis, he had developed a powerful physique, broad shoulders, and ever rosy cheeks. Such a nice soul, an Englishwoman who knew him wrote home. Like a teddy bear, no one could ever be cross with him. He was handsome, Sergei Frisch says, a young, clean-shaven man with a strong, resolute chin and dark hair standing straight up over his forehead. Golovin mentions lively black eyes as well, and notes that Kurchatov worked harder than anyone else. He never gave himself airs, never let his accomplishments go to his head. When Igor was 6, his father, a senior surveyor in government service, took a cut in pay to move west over the Urals from the rural Chelyabinsk area to Ulyanovsk on the Volga, where the 3 Kurchatov children could attend a proper academic gymnasium. 3 years later, in 1912, Igor's older sister Antonina sickened with tuberculosis. For her health, the family moved again to the balmier climate of Simferopol on the Crimean Peninsula. The relocation proved to be a forlorn hope. Antonina died within 6 months. The 2 surviving Kurchatov children, Igor and his brother Boris, 2 years younger, thrived in the Crimea. Both boys did well in gymnasium, played soccer, traveled into the country with their father during the summer on surveying expeditions. Igor ran a steam threshing machine harvesting wheat the summer he was 14. Another summer he worked as a laborer on the railroad. A chance encounter with Orzo Corbino's Accomplishments of Modern Engineering encouraged the young gymnasium student to dream of becoming an engineer. The Italian physicist would influence Kurchatov's career again indirectly in the 1930s when Corbino sponsored Enrico Fermi's Rome group that explored the newly discovered phenomenon of artificial radioactivity. The discoveries of the Rome group would inspire and challenge Kurchatov's PhysTech research. The Great War impoverished the Kurchatov family. Igor added night vocational school to his heavy schedule, qualified as a machinist, and worked part-time in a machine shop while taking nothing but 5s, straight A's, during his final 2 years of gymnasium. After the revolution in 1920, when he was 17 years old, Kurchatov matriculated in physics and mathematics at Crimean State, one of about 70 students at the struggling, recently nationalized university. None of the foreign physics literature in the university library dated past 1913, and there were no textbooks. But the rector of the school was a distinguished chemist and managed to bring in scientists of national reputation for courses of lectures. Among them Abram Ioffe, theoretical physicist Yakov I. Frenkel, and future physics Nobel laureate Igor E. Tamm. In the wake of the war and revolution, there was barely enough to eat. After midday lectures, students at Crimean State got a free meal of fish soup thickened with barley so flinty they nicknamed it shrapnel. The distinction of an assistantship in the physics laboratory in the summer of 1921 gratified Kurchatov in part because it won him an additional ration of 150 grams, about 5 ounces, of daily bread. Kurchatov finished the 4-year university course in 3 years. He chose to prepare a thesis in theoretical physics because the university laboratory was not adequately equipped for original experimental work. He defended his dissertation in the summer of 1923. His physics professor, who was leaving for work at an institute in Baku, invited the new graduate to join him. Drawn from childhood to ships and the sea, Kurchatov chose instead to enroll in a program in nautical engineering in Petrograd. He suffered through a winter short on resources in the bitter northern cold, eking out a living as a supervisor in the physics department of a weather station, sleeping on a table in the unheated instrument building in a huge black fur coat. "This is no life I'm living," he wrote a friend that winter, uncharacteristically depressed, "but a rusted-out tin can with a hole in it." But the station director gave him real problems to solve, including measuring the alpha radioactivity of freshly fallen snow, and the work finally won him for physics. He returned to the Crimea in 1924 to help his family. His father had been sentenced to 3 years of internal exile and later joined his former teacher in Baku. In the meantime, one of Kurchatov's physics classmates, his future brother-in-law, Kirill Sinelnikov, had caught Ioffi's eye and accepted his invitation to work at PhysTech. Sinelnikov told the institute director about his talented friend. Off went another invitation. Kurchatov returned to Leningrad, this time to take up his life's work. He married Sinelnikov's sister Marina in 1927. Kurchatov quickly impressed Ioffi. It was almost routine to chase him out of the laboratory at midnight, the senior physicist recalls. In the interwar years, Ioffi sent 20 of his protégés abroad, to the best foreign laboratories where they could meet new people and familiarize themselves with new scientific techniques. Like a young entrepreneur too busy to bother going to college, Kurchatov never found time for foreign study. He kept putting off taking advantage of this opportunity, Ioffi adds. Every time it was time to leave, he was on an interesting experiment that he preferred to the trip. Others left and won international reputations. Peter Kapitsa explored cryogenics and strong magnetic fields at Cambridge University and became a favorite of Ernest Rutherford, the New Zealand-born Nobel laureate who directed the Cavendish Laboratory there. Kapitsa would earn a Nobel in his turn. So would theoretician Lev Landau, who worked in Germany during this period with his young Hungarian counterpart Edward Teller. The German émigré physicist Rudolf Peierls remembers a walking tour of the Caucasus with Landau after Landau had returned home when the Soviet theoretician pointed out that a nuclear reaction that produced secondary neutrons, if it could be found, would make possible the release of atomic energy. Remarkably clear vision in 1934, comments Peierls. Just 2 years after the discovery of the neutron. Less conspicuously, but with more enduring influence on Soviet history, Yuli Borisovich Hariton, the youngest son of a St. Petersburg journalist and an actress in the Moscow Art Theater. Compact, aesthetically slight, and very sprightly, a friend describes him, worked at PhysTech on chemical chain reactions with Semyonov, their discoverer, before earning a doctorate in theoretical physics at the Cavendish in 1927. Alarmed by the growing mood of fascism he found in Germany on his return passage, Hariton, at 24, organized an explosives laboratory in the new Institute of Physical Chemistry, a PhysTech spin-off. These were only a few of Ioffi's talented protégés. Their talents barely protected them from the Great Terror that began in the Soviet Union after the assassination of Central Committee member Sergei Mironovich Kirov in December 1934, as Stalin moved to eliminate all those in power whose authority preceded his imposition of one-man rule. Stalin killed off the founders of the Soviet state, writes the high-level Soviet defector Viktor Kravchenko. This crime was only a small part of the larger bloodletting in which hundreds of thousands of innocent men and women perished. According to a Soviet official, the slaughter claimed not hundreds of thousands, but millions. From January 1st, 1935 to June 22nd, 1941, 19,840,000 enemies of the people were arrested. Of these, 7 million were shot in prison, and a majority of the others died in camp. Exiled Soviet geneticist Zores Medvedev notes that the full list of arrested scientists and technical experts certainly runs into many thousands. Kharkov, where Kirill Sinelnikov had moved to direct the high-voltage laboratory after studying at Cambridge, lost most of its leaders, though Kurchatov's brother-in-law himself was spared. The British Royal Society had funded an expensive laboratory in its own dedicated building in the courtyard outside the Cavendish for Peter Kapitsa. Perhaps suspecting that he intended to defect, The Soviet government detained him during a visit home in the summer of 1934 and barred him from returning abroad. His detention shocked the British, and for a time he was too depressed to work, but the Soviet government bought his Cambridge laboratory equipment and built a new institute for him in Moscow. A frustrated Kapitsa had to order such unavailable consumer goods as wall clocks, extension telephones, and door locks from England. Eventually, he went back to work as he wrote People's Commissar Vyacheslav Molotov, for the glory of the USSR and for the use of all the people. Niels Bohr, the Danish physicist, after visiting him in Moscow in 1937, observed that, by his enthusiastic and powerful personality, Kapitsa soon obtained the respect and confidence of Russian official circles. And from the first, Stalin showed a warm personal interest for Kapitsa's endeavors. Kapitsa's golden captivity was not yet terror, but he needed all his connections when Lev Landau was arrested in April 1938, convicted of being a German spy, and sent to prison, where he languished for a year and became ill. Landau had been working at Kapitsa's Institute for Physical Problems. Kapitsa determined to save him, writes Medvedev. After a short meeting with Landau in prison, Kapitsa took a desperate step. He presented Molotov and Stalin with an ultimatum. If Landau was not released immediately, he, Kapitsa, would resign from all his positions and leave the institute. It was clear that Kapitsa meant business. After a short time, Landau was cleared of all charges and released. In old age, Edward Teller would cite his friend's arrest and imprisonment as one of 3 important early influences on his militant anti-communism. The other 2, Teller said, were the Great Terror itself and Arthur Koestler's novel Darkness at Noon. Lev Landau, with whom I published a paper, was an ardent communist. Shortly after he returned to Russia, he went to prison. After that, he was no longer a communist. Communist or not, Landau continued to work at Kapitsa's Institute in Moscow. Not even Ioffe escaped the general harrowing. Although the majority of Soviet scientists realized the importance of work in the field of nuclear physics, writes Alexandrov, the leadership of the Soviet Academy of Sciences and of the Council of People's Commissars believed that this work had no practical value. Phystech and Ioffe himself were heavily criticized at the 1936 General Assembly of the Academy of Sciences for loss of touch with practice. With the Great Terror destroying lives all around them, Soviet physicists understandably learned caution from such charges. In those years, writes Stalin's daughter Svetlana Alliluyeva, never a month went by in peace. Everything was in constant turmoil. People vanished like shadows in the night. Her father brooded over it all, reports the historian Robert Conquest. Stalin personally ordered, inspired, and organized the operation. He received weekly reports of not only steel production and crop figures, but also of the numbers annihilated. Shot in the back of the head at Lubyanka prison, truckloads of bodies to the crematorium at the Donskoy monastery, smoking ashes bulked into pits, and the pits paved over. That was the era when Osip Mandelstam suffered 3 years exile and then 5 years in a gulag camp, 5 years that killed him, for writing a poem, the Stalin Epigram, the most ferocious portrait of the dictator anyone ever devised. Our lives no longer feel ground under them. At 10 paces, you can't hear our words. But whenever there's a snatch of talk, it turns to the Kremlin mountaineer, the 10 thick worms, his fingers, his words like measures of weight, the huge, laughing cockroaches on his top lip, the glitter of his boot rims. Ringed with a scum of chicken-necked bosses, he toys with the tributes of half-men. One whistles, another meows, a third snivels. He pokes out his finger, and he alone goes boom. He forges decrees in a line like horseshoes, one for the groin, one for the forehead, temple, eye. He rolls the executions on his tongue like berries. He wishes he could hug them like big friends from home. Igor Kurchatov organized the initial Soviet study of nuclear fission at PhysTech in the early months of 1939, following Joliot-Curie's letter to Ioffe and confirmation of the discovery in scientific journals. Landau's remark to Peierls in 1934 about secondary neutrons points to one universal line of inquiry, examining whether the fission reaction, which a single neutron could initiate, would release not only hot fission fragments, but additional neutrons as well. If so, then some of those secondary neutrons might go on to fission other uranium atoms, which might fission yet others in their turn. If there were enough secondary neutrons, the chain reaction might grow to be self-sustaining. Joliot-Curie's team in Paris set up an experiment to look for secondary neutrons in late February. In April, the French reported 3.5 secondary neutrons per fission and predicted that uranium would probably chain react. Enrico Fermi, now at Columbia University in flight from anti-Semitic persecution, his wife Laura was Jewish, and émigré Hungarian physicist Leo Szilard, also temporarily working at Columbia, soon independently confirmed fission's production of secondary neutrons. At a PhysTech seminar in April, two young members of Kurchatov's PhysTech team, Georgy Flyrov and Lev Rusinov, reported similar results, between 2 and 4 secondary neutrons per fission. In 1940, Flyrov and Konstantin A. Peterzak would make a world-class discovery, the spontaneous fission of uranium, a consequence of uranium's natural instability and a phenomenon that would prove crucial to regulating controlled chain reactions in nuclear reactors. Before the young Russians succeeded, the American radiochemist Willard F. Libby, later a Nobel laureate, had tried 2 different ways unsuccessfully to demonstrate spontaneous fission. Down the street at the Institute of Physical Chemistry, Yuli Hariton and an outstanding younger colleague, theoretician Yakov B. Zeldovich, began exploring fission theory. Yuli Borisovich notes a curious detail, Zeldovich recalled. We considered the work on the theory of uranium fission to be apart from the official plan of the Institute, and we worked on it in the evenings, sometimes until very late. Zeldovich was a brilliant original. Not a university graduate, comments Andrei Sakharov, in a sense self-educated, who had earned a master's degree and a doctorate without his ever bothering about a bachelor's degree. We immediately made calculations of nuclear chain reactions, Hariton remembers, and we soon understood that, on paper at least, a chain reaction was possible, a reaction which could release unlimited amounts of energy without burning coal or oil. Then we took it very seriously. We also understood that a bomb was possible. Hariton and Zeldovich reported their first calculations in a seminar at PhysTech in the summer of 1939, describing the conditions necessary for a nuclear explosion and estimating its tremendous destructive capacity. One atomic bomb, they told their colleagues, could destroy Moscow. Theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer at Berkeley, Fermi, Szilard, Peierls in England, all quickly came to similar conclusions. These possibilities were immediately obvious to any good physicist, comments Robert Serber. But it was also soon obvious from work by Niels Bohr that a formidable obstacle stood in the way of making bombs. Only one isotope of uranium, U-235, would sustain a chain reaction, and U-235 constituted only 0.7% of natural uranium. The other 99.3%, chemically identical, was U-238, which captured secondary neutrons and effectively poisoned the reaction. Footnote: an atomic bomb and a nuclear reactor exploit different circumstances using significantly different arrangements. A bomb creates a chain reaction using fast neutrons, a nuclear reactor using slow neutrons. End footnote. There were then 2 difficult technical questions that needed to be resolved by any nation that proposed to explore building an atomic bomb. Whether it might be possible to achieve a controlled chain reaction, to build a nuclear reactor using natural uranium in combination with some suitable moderator, or whether the U-235 content of the uranium would have to be laboriously enriched. and how to separate U-235 from U-238 on an industrial scale for bomb fuel when the only exploitable distinction between the two isotopes was a slight difference in mass. Enrichment and separation were essentially identical processes. Separated bomb-grade uranium is natural uranium enriched to above 80% U-235 and would use the same massive, expensive machinery that no one yet knew how to build, while a reactor fueled with natural uranium, if such would work, might be a straightforward enterprise. Hariton and Zeldovich approached these questions from first principles, as it were, carefully calculating what was not possible as well as what might be. In the first of 3 pioneering papers they published in the Russian Journal of Experimental and Theoretical Physics in 1939 and 1940, papers that went unnoticed outside the Soviet Union, they demonstrated that a fast neutron chain reaction was not possible in natural uranium. Isotope separation would therefore be necessary to build a uranium bomb. A second, longer paper delivered a few weeks later on October 22, 1939, developed important basic principles of reactor physics. Hariton and Zeldovich correctly identified the crucial bottleneck that experimenters would have to bypass to build a natural uranium reactor that worked. Visualize a stray neutron in a mass of natural uranium finding a U-235 nucleus, entering it and causing it to fission. The 2 resulting fission fragments fly apart. A fraction of a second later, they eject 2 or 3 secondary neutrons. If these fast secondary neutrons encounter other U-235 nuclei, they will continue and enlarge the chain of fissions. But there is much more U-238 than U-235 in the mass of natural uranium, making an encounter with a U-238 nucleus more likely, and U-238 tends to capture fast neutrons. It is particularly sensitive to neutrons moving at a critical energy, 25 electron volts, a sensitivity which physicists call a resonance. On the other hand, U-238 is opaque to slow neutrons. To make a reactor, then, Hariton and Zeldovich realized it would be necessary to slow the fast secondary neutrons from U-235 fission quickly below U-238's 25 electron volt resonance. The way to do that, they proposed, was to make the neutrons give up some of their energy by bouncing them off the nuclei of light atoms such as hydrogen. In order to accomplish a chain reaction in natural uranium, they wrote, strong slowing of the neutrons is necessary, which may be practically accomplished by the addition of a significant amount of hydrogen. The simplest way to mix uranium with hydrogen would be to make a slurry, a homogeneous mixture of natural uranium and ordinary water. But Hariton and Zeldovich demonstrated in this second paper that such a mixture would not sustain a chain reaction, because hydrogen and oxygen also capture slow neutrons, and in a reactor fueled with natural uranium, such capture would subtract too many neutrons from the mix. Important consequences followed from this conclusion. One was that instead of hydrogen in ordinary water, it would apparently be necessary to use heavy hydrogen, deuterium, H2 or D, an isotope of hydrogen with a smaller appetite for neutrons than ordinary hydrogen, perhaps in the form of rare and expensive heavy water. In a review article published in 1940, Hariton and Zeldovich proposed carbon and helium as other possible moderators, both materials that later proved to work. Alternatively, wrote the 2 Soviet physicists, another possibility lies in the enrichment of uranium with the isotope 235. They calculated that natural uranium enriched from 0.7% U-235 to 1.3% U-235 would work in a homogeneous solution with ordinary water. In a third paper submitted in March 1940, Hariton and Zeldovich identified 2 natural processes that would make it easy and completely safe to initiate and control a chain reaction in a nuclear reactor. The fissioning process would heat the mass of uranium and cause it to expand, which in turn would increase the distance the neutrons would have to travel to cause additional fissioning and would therefore slow down the chain reaction, allowing the mass of uranium to cool and the chain reaction to accelerate. This natural oscillation could be controlled by increasing or decreasing the volume of uranium. Another natural process, delayed neutrons released in fission, which would significantly increase the oscillation period, subsequently proved more significant for reactor control. Apparently, critics within the Soviet scientific community had made safety a point of attack. In this third paper, Hariton and Zeldovich vigorously disputed what they called hasty conclusions on the extreme danger of experiments with large masses of uranium and the catastrophic consequences of such experiments. Because of the natural processes they had identified, they scoffed, such conclusions do not correspond to reality. Hariton and Zeldovich summarized these early and remarkable insights in the introduction to their third paper. It would appear the lack of experimental data precludes any categorical assertions that by applying some technique, creating a large mass of metallic uranium, either by mixing uranium with substances possessing a small capture cross-section, for example with heavy water, or by enriching the uranium with the U-235 isotope, it will be possible to establish conditions for the chain decay of uranium by branching chains in which an arbitrarily weak radiation by neutrons will lead to powerful development of a nuclear reaction and macroscopic effects. Such a process would be of much interest since the molar heat of the nuclear fission reaction of uranium exceeds by 5 times 10 to the 7th, that is, 5 million times the heating capacity of coal. The abundance and cost of uranium would certainly allow the realization of some applications of uranium. Therefore, despite the difficulties and unreliability of the directions indicated, we may expect in the near future attempts to realize the process. At the annual All-Union Conference on Nuclear Physics, held in 1939 in November at Kharkov in the Ukraine, Hariton and Zeldovich reported their conclusion that carbon, graphite, and heavy water were possible neutron moderators. They also reported that a controlled chain reaction, even with heavy water, would be possible in a homogeneous reactor only with uranium enriched in U-235. Since uranium enrichment was notoriously difficult and would require the development of an entirely new industry, their conclusion made the possibility of building a working nuclear reactor within a reasonable period of time and for a reasonable amount of money appear remote. But there are other possible arrangements of natural uranium and graphite or heavy water that they overlooked, even though their second 1939 paper had offered an important clue. Why two such outstanding theoreticians should have overlooked more promising alternative arrangements is a question worth exploring. The effectiveness of a moderator such as graphite or heavy water is limited crucially by its probability of capturing rather than reflecting neutrons. That probability, called a cross-section, can only be determined by experiment. Physicists quantify capture cross-sections and other such probabilities in extremely small fractions of a square centimeter, as if a cross-section were the surface area of a target the incoming neutron might hit. The two theoreticians had calculated that to achieve a chain reaction in a mixture of ordinary uranium and heavy water, the cross-section of deuterium for neutron capture must not be larger than 3 times 10 to the minus 27th square centimeters. They lacked the laboratory equipment they needed, a powerful cyclotron and a large quantity of heavy water, to measure the actual capture cross-section of deuterium. The entire Soviet supply of heavy water at that time amounted to no more than 2 or 3 kilograms. For the 1939 All-Union Conference, they must have offered an approximation drawn from the international physics literature. Apparently, they continued to search the literature to see if someone had determined a more accurate value for the deuterium capture cross-section. They found an estimate in a letter to the editor of the American journal Physical Review, published in April 1940. In that letter, University of Chicago physicists L.B. Borst and William D. Harkins noted a quantitative estimate of 3 times 10 to the minus 26th square centimeters, a full order of magnitude too large, minus 26th rather than minus 27th. Thus, Igor Kurchatov would explain in 1943 in a top-secret report, "We came to the conclusion that it is impossible to achieve a chain reaction in a mixture of ordinary uranium and heavy water. And if not in heavy water without investing expensively in isotope enrichment, then also not in carbon, where tolerances were even closer." Contrary to the opinion of a small group of enthusiasts, Hariton would comment late in life, "The dominant opinion in our country was that a technical solution to the uranium problem was a matter for the remote future, and that success would require 15 to 20 years. Hariton and Zeldovich's disappointing conclusion must certainly have contributed to that conservative assessment. But the small group of enthusiasts, which included Hariton, Zeldovich, Kurchatov, and Flyrov, was not deterred. In the case of a homogeneous reactor, the enterprise looked doomed, Hariton would note, but there was still some hope that a loophole was possible. The cross-sections were not very reliable, and we felt that we had to dig through the material. Believing that a nuclear reactor, as well as a bomb, would require increasing the U-235 content of natural uranium, Kurchatov's group examined various methods of uranium enrichment. Gaseous diffusion, pumping a gaseous form of uranium against a porous barrier through which the lighter U-235 isotope would diffuse faster than the heavier U-238, selectively enriching the product, the physicists discounted as impractical. Instead, they recommended separating U-235 from U-238 in gaseous form in a high-speed centrifuge, a method Hariton had studied in detail in 1937, but one for which the technology had not yet been developed. These early discussions caught the attention of Leonid Kvasnikov, the head of the Science and Technology Department of the State Security Organization, the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, known by its Russian initials NKVD. The NKVD, which had orchestrated the Great Terror, which then swallowed up some 28,000 of its own, had been headed since 1938 by Stalin's brutally efficient fellow Georgian Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria. It maintained a network of spies throughout the world run by NKVD residents stationed in Soviet consulates and embassies. One important field of residency work was industrial espionage, stealing industrial processes and formulas to save the Soviet Union the expense of licensing these technologies legitimately from their developers. The American industrial chemist Harry Gold, who began a long career of espionage for the Soviet Union in 1935, mentions among such information the various industrial solvents used in the manufacture of lacquers and varnishes, such specialized products as ethyl chloride, used as a local anesthetic, and in particular, absolute 100% alcohol, used to blend, that is, extend, motor fuels. These commonplace products, Gould understood, would be a tremendous boon to a country that was back in the 18th century, industrially speaking, in spite of some localized advances. They could go toward making the harsh life of those who lived in the Soviet Union a little more bearable. Early in 1940, Kvasnikov alerted the residency network to collect information on uranium research. According to Georgy Flyrov, the early focus of Soviet concern was on German more than on Anglo-American work, just as it was in England and America. It seemed to us that if someone could make a nuclear bomb, it would be neither Americans, English, or French, but Germans. The Germans had brilliant chemistry. They had technology for the production of metallic uranium. They were involved in experiments on the centrifugal separation of uranium isotopes. And finally, the Germans possessed heavy water and reserves of uranium. Our first impression was that Germans were capable of making the thing. It was obvious what the consequences would be if they succeeded. Espionage, then, accompanied the Soviet development of nuclear energy from its earliest days. In the spring of 1940, George Vernadsky, who taught history at Yale University, sent his father, V.I. Vernadsky, an article about atomic energy published in the New York Times. Vernadsky wrote a letter to the Soviet Academy of Sciences about the article, following which the Academy created a special committee for the problem of uranium. Klopin, who had succeeded Vernadsky as director of the State Radium Institute, was appointed to head the Uranium Committee, which also included Vernadsky, Ioffe, the distinguished geologist A.Y. Fersman, Kapitsa, Kurchatov, and Hariton, as well as a number of senior Soviet scientists. The committee was directed to prepare a scientific research program and assign it to the necessary institutes to oversee the development of methods of isotope separation and to organize efforts toward achieving a controlled chain reaction. That is, building a nuclear reactor. The decree that established the committee also ordered the construction, completion, or improvement of no fewer than 3 Soviet cyclotrons, 2 already at hand in Leningrad and 1 to be built in Moscow, set up a fund for the acquisition of uranium metal, which Soviet industry at that time did not have the technology to produce, and appointed Fersman to lead an expedition into Central Asia to prospect for uranium. Uranium has acquired significance as a source of atomic energy, Vernadsky wrote a colleague in July. With us, uranium is a scarce metal. We extract radium from deep brine pumped from oil wells, and any quantity can be obtained. There is no uranium in these waters. Kurchatov was disappointed with the committee's plan, which the Academy of Sciences approved in October 1940. He believed it to be unduly conservative. Despite the expectation that uranium would have to be enriched, he wanted to move directly to building a nuclear reactor. At the 5th All-Union Conference on Nuclear Physics in Moscow in late November, he analyzed fission studies published throughout the world to demonstrate that a controlled chain reaction was possible and listed the equipment and materials he would need. Asked if a uranium bomb could be built, he said confidently that it could, and estimated that a bomb program would cost about as much as the largest hydroelectric plant that had been built in the Soviet Union up to that time. An estimate low by several orders of magnitude, but comparable to one Rudolf Peierls and Austrian émigré physicist Otto Robert Frisch had prepared in England 8 months earlier for the British government. In any case, as Frisch commented later, the cost of a plant for separating U-235 would be insignificant compared with the cost of the war. Golovin was an excited eyewitness to the November debate. The situation during Kurchatov's talk was rather dramatic. The workshop took place at the Communist Academy on Volkanka Street in a large hall with an amphitheater overcrowded by numerous participants. In the course of the presentation, the excitement of the audience kept growing, and by the end of it, the general feeling was that we were on the eve of a great event. When Kurchatov finished his talk and, together with the chairman of the meeting, Klopin, went to the adjacent room from the rostrum, Ioffe, Semyonov, A.I. Lipunsky, Hariton, and others started to move there one after the other. Meanwhile, the discussion over Kurchatov's talk was continued in the hall. The break was delayed. Instead of the ordinary 5 or 10 minutes between talks, the chairman, Klopin, didn't return even in 20 minutes. A noisy discussion was taking place in the adjacent room. The Great Terror had taught its survivors wary circumspection. In the 15 months since the beginning of the Second World War on September 1st, 1939, Germany had overrun Europe. To buy time, Stalin had concluded a non-aggression pact with Hitler, but the Soviet Union was gearing up for the war with Germany that Stalin understood was coming. In 1941, he would tell his inner circle, "The conflict is inevitable, perhaps in May next year." The Soviet leadership had made clear its suspicion of impractical science, and Stalin had ordered the scientists in no uncertain terms to roll up their sleeves and get down to practical work, nor had Hariton and Zeldovich's calculations encouraged optimism in an older generation still suspicious of the new physics. Surprisingly, even Ioffe was skeptical. He was not a nuclear physicist, and after the discovery of fission, he had taken a long view of its potential, predicting that, if the mastering of rocket technology is a matter of the next 50 years, then the utilization of nuclear energy is a matter of the next century. All these factors would have influenced the noisy discussion going on in the adjacent room at the Communist Academy. Golovin. A quarter of an hour later, Klopin returned to the rostrum and declared that he had come to the conclusion that it was too early to ask the government for large grants since the war was going on in Europe and the money was needed for other purposes. He said that it was necessary to work a year or more and then make the decision whether there would be some grounds to involve the government. The audience was disappointed. The development of a capacity to build atomic bombs required a massive commitment of government funds that would have to be diverted from the conventional prosecution of the war. If atomic bombs could be built in time, they would be decisive, in which case no belligerent could afford not to pursue them. But making that judgment depended critically on how much scientists trusted their governments and how much governments trusted their scientists. Trust would not be a defining issue later, after the secret, the one and only secret, that the weapon worked became known. This first time around, however, it was crucial, as the Russian physicist Viktor Adamski emphasizes in a discussion of why Nazi Germany never developed an atomic bomb. The tension between scientists and their governments stemmed from the fact that there existed no a priori certainty of the possibility of creating an atomic bomb, and merely for clarification of the matter it was necessary to get through an interim stage, to create a device, the nuclear reactor, in order to perform a controlled chain reaction instead of the explosive kind. But the implementation of this stage requires tremendous expenses, incomparable to any of those previously spared for the benefit of scientific research. And it was necessary to tell this straight to your government, making it clear that the expenses may turn out to be in vain. An atomic bomb may not result. Scientists and their governments developed confidence and mutual understanding in England and the United States, Adamski concludes, but not in Germany. At the end of 1940, such confidence and mutual understanding had not yet developed in the USSR. The overwhelming German surprise attack along the entire western border of the Soviet Union at dawn on June 22, 1941, 1 month after Stalin's prediction that a shooting war would not begin for another year, mooted the issue of how large an effort should be devoted to what Soviet physicists called the uranium problem. Stalin met with military and other leaders for 11 hours that first day, and almost continuously for several days thereafter, Beria at his side. The Wehrmacht decimated the Soviet Air Force, rolled over Belorussia and the Ukraine, and thrust up through the Baltic states toward Leningrad. Once the magnitude of the disaster sank in, says Stalin biographer and general of the Soviet Army Dmitry Volkogonov, the dictator simply lost control of himself and went into deep psychological shock. Between the 28th and 30th of June, according to eyewitnesses, Stalin was so depressed and shaken that he ceased to be a leader. On the 29th of June, as he was leaving the Defense Commissariat with Molotov, Kliment Voroshilov, Andrei Zhdanyov, and Beria, he burst out loudly, "Lenin left us a great inheritance, and we, his heirs, have fucked it all up." Stalin retreated to his dacha at Kuntsevo. It took a visit from the Politburo, led by Molotov, to mobilize him. "We got to Stalin's dacha," Anastas Mikoyan recalled in his memoirs. "We found him in an armchair in the small dining room. He looked up and said, 'What have you come for?' He had the strangest look on his face." By the time the Soviet dictator rallied, the Germans were bombing Moscow. Volkogonov chronicles the debacle. Soviet losses were colossal. Something like 30 divisions had been virtually wiped out, while 70 had lost more than half of their numbers. Nearly 3,500 planes had been destroyed, together with more than half the fuel and ammunition dumps. Of course, the Germans, too, had paid a price, namely about 150,000 officers and men, more than 950 aircraft, and several hundred tanks. The Red Army was fighting. It was retreating, but it was fighting. Stalin finally rallied the Soviet people on July 3rd. Molotov and Mikoyan had written the speech, and they almost had to drag Stalin to the microphone. The Soviet writer Konstantin Semyonov, a frontline correspondent throughout the war, recalled the momentous occasion in his post-war novel, The Living and the Dead. Stalin spoke in a toneless, slow voice, with a strong Georgian accent. Once or twice during his speech, you could hear a glass clink as he drank water. His voice was low and soft and might have seemed perfectly calm, but for his heavy, tired breathing and that water he kept drinking during the speech. Stalin did not describe the situation as tragic. Such a word would have been hard to imagine as coming from him. But the things of which he spoke, Opolchenia, that is, civilian reserves, partisans, occupied territories, meant the end of illusions. The truth he told was a bitter truth, but at last it was uttered, and people now at least knew where they stood. It was an extraordinary performance, reports the Russian-born journalist and historian Alexander Worth, who covered the war in the USSR for the London Times. And not the least impressive thing about it were these opening words. "Comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters, fighters of our army and navy, I am speaking to you, my friends." This was something new. Stalin had never spoken like this before. But Stalin's secret police had surprises in store for any of his newfound friends whose loyalty might be suspect, particularly if their background was German. In every village, town, and city, notes Viktor Kravchenko, long blacklists were ready. Hundreds of thousands would be taken into custody. The liquidation of internal enemies was, in sober fact, the only part of the war effort that worked quickly and efficiently in the first terrible phase of the struggle. It was a purge in the rear in accordance with an elaborate advance plan, as ordered by Stalin himself. 500,000 people, the entire population of the Volga German Republic, were transported to internal exile in Siberia. In Moscow alone, thousands of citizens were shot under martial law in the first 6 months, Kravchenko concludes. The magnitude of the terror inside Russia cannot be overstated. It amounted to a war within the war. In the course of his July 3rd speech, Stalin announced the formation of a State Defense Committee, GKO, in which he vested all the power and authority of the state. He appointed himself chairman of the 5-man committee, Molotov deputy chairman, and as members Red Army Marshal Kliment Voroshilov, an utterly mindless executive with no opinion of his own, scoffs Volkogonov, the assiduous bureaucrat Georgy Melyankov, and Beria. Thus, Lavrenti Beria came into his own. Born in the Sukhumi district of Georgia in 1899, he had worked his way to power first as police chief and then party chief of Georgia and the Transcaucasus, where he had personally organized the terrible purges, and now at the center in Moscow. Stalin had summoned him from Georgia in 1938 to purge the NKVD itself. By early 1939, according to a biographer, Beria had succeeded in arresting most of the top and middle-level hierarchy of his predecessor's apparatus. He inherited a gulag slave labor force of several million souls. Camp dust, he liked to call them. A magnificent modern specimen of the artful courtier, Svetlana Alliluyeva mocks. She blamed Beria for her father's excesses. The Yugoslavian diplomat Miovan Djilas met Beria in the course of the war. A short man, Djilas says, somewhat plump, greenish pale, and with soft, damp hands, with a square-cut mouth and bulging eyes behind his pince-nez, and an expression of a certain self-satisfaction and irony mingled with a clerk's obsequiousness and solicitude. Beria's brutality extended to casual rape of teenage girls plucked off the street and delivered to his Lubyanka office, and official torture and murder. He was, nevertheless, an exceptional administrator. Stalin gave him huge responsibilities for evacuating wartime industry eastward over the Urals, for mobilizing gulag labor, for overseeing industrial conversion, and for moving troops and materiel to the front. Beria was a most clever man, Molotov testified, inhumanly energetic and industrious. He could work for a week without sleep. In the early months of the war, he almost certainly did. Beria was no engineer, observes Viktor Kravchenko, a factory manager in those days. He was placed in control for the precise purpose of inspiring deadly fear. I often asked myself, as others assuredly did in their secret hearts, why Stalin had decided to take this step. I could find only one plausible answer. It was that he lacked faith in the patriotism and national honor of the Russian people and was therefore compelled to rely primarily on the whip. Beria was his whip. According to Marshal K.S. Moskalenko, who told a group of senior military officers in 1957 that he heard it from Beria himself, Stalin concluded with Beria and Molotov in late July to offer a surrender, agreeing to hand over to Hitler the Soviet Baltic republics, Moldavia, a large part of the Ukraine, and Belarusia. They tried to make contact with Hitler through the Bulgarian ambassador. No Russian Tsar had ever done such a thing. It is interesting that the Bulgarian ambassador was of a higher caliber than these leaders and told them that Hitler would never beat the Russians and that Stalin shouldn't worry about it. The war emptied out the Leningrad institutes. The scientists crated up their movable equipment and shipped it on tracks crowded with troop trains to the other side of the Urals, out of range of German bombers. Phystech went to Kazan, 400 kilometers east of Moscow on the Volga. Whole factories moved east. Footnote: altogether, between July and November 1941, no fewer than 1,523 industrial enterprises, including 1,360 large war plants, had been moved to the east, 226 to the Volga area, 667 to the Urals, 244 to Western Siberia, 78 to Eastern Siberia, 308 to Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The evacuation cargoes amounted to a total of 1.5 million railway wagon loads. Worth, 1964, page 216. End footnote. Reports Sergei Kaftanov, Minister of Higher Education and Deputy for Science and Technology to the State Defense Committee. How long would it take today to move a big industrial enterprise to a new site? 2 years? 3 years? During the war, it took only months for plants that had been moved 1,000 kilometers to start up again. The regular order of construction is walls, roof, machines. We were doing it this way: machines, roof, walls. War pressed us for quick solutions. Quick solutions meant solutions, including scientific solutions, that contributed immediately to the defense of the beleaguered country. In the late summer of 1941, Kurchatov and Alexandrov set up a laboratory together in the Crimean port of Sevastopol on the Black Sea, organized a test site for demagnetizing ships to protect them against magnetic mines, and trained Navy crews in the life-saving technology until September, when the Germans began bombing Strelitskaya Bay. Alexandrov went north then to work with the Northern Fleet. Kurchatov stayed on in Sevastopol, demagnetizing submarines. Boris Pasternak compacted the mood that terrible autumn into a shudder of dread. Do you remember that dryness in your throat when, rattling their naked power of evil, they were barging ahead and bellowing, and autumn was advancing in steps of calamity? In October, there was panic in Moscow. The Germans had advanced to within 100 kilometers of the city, and it seemed they might succeed in seizing it. A young Red Army cipher clerk stationed in training nearby, Igor Guzenko, had been given a pass into Moscow on October 16th and witnessed the debacle. The street was crowded with people carrying bundles, sacks, and suitcases. Guzenko recalled after the war, they were scurrying in all directions. No one seemed to know where they were fleeing. Everyone was just fleeing. Most astounding of all was the strange silence hanging over the scene. Only the stamp of hurrying feet created an undertone of frantic rhythm. Andrei Sakharov, who was then a young university student, remembered that, as office after office set fire to their files, clouds of soot swirled through streets clogged with trucks, carts, and people on foot, carrying household possessions, baggage, and young children. I went with a few others to the university party committee office, where we found the party secretary at his desk. When we asked whether there was anything useful we could do, he stared wildly at us and blurted out, "It's every man for himself." At the Scientific Research Institute, where Igor Guzenko's sister had been working, a notice had been posted on the door on the authority of the chairman of the Moscow Soviet. The situation at the front is critical. All citizens of the city of Moscow whose presence is not needed are hereby ordered to leave the city. The enemy is at the gates. Guzenko thought the notice qualified as the most panicky document of World War II. Warranted or not, Moscow emptied out. By the end of October, more than 2 million people had been evacuated officially, and many more had simply fled. Stalin stayed. The counterattack outside Moscow, the first major Soviet offensive, began early in December and saved the city. West of Moscow, observes Alexander Worth, miles and miles of road were littered with abandoned guns, lorries, and tanks, deeply embedded in the snow. The comic Winter Fritz, wrapped up in women's shawls and feather boas stolen from the local population, and with icicles hanging from his red nose, made his first appearance in Russian folklore. But the siege of Leningrad had begun, and that winter nearly half the population of the city, 1 million people, died of starvation. Georgy Flyrov had been drafted into the Soviet Air Force at the beginning of the war and assigned to the Air Force Academy in Yashkar-Ola to train as an engineer. He was a stubborn man. He suspected that other nations, including the fascist enemy, were working on a uranium bomb. He believed passionately that his country should develop such a weapon first. He said as much in a letter to the State Defense Committee in November, but the letter went unanswered. That month, German bombs and artillery barrages finally drove the Soviet Navy from the Sevastopol harbor. Kurchatov left ruined Sevastopol then, evacuating first by boat to Poti, south of Sukhumi, on the eastern shore of the Black Sea, then beginning the long journey by train to Kazan, 700 kilometers east of Moscow, to resume work at the temporary Phystech installation there. On his way, the Soviet physicist spent a night on a below-zero station platform and caught cold. Suzanne Rosenberg, a daughter of Canadian communists who had returned to the Soviet Union to support the revolution, describes a similar railroad ordeal evacuating Moscow during the October Panic. So crammed with evacuees was the train that we spent the first 24 hours standing on the windswept platform between the carriages. Later, we took brief turns sitting down on the benches inside. Our journey lasted 19 days. Normally, it took 46 or 50 hours. We learned to sleep standing up like horses, to do without water and with little food for whole days. The German Messerschmitts were on our trail. Hearing their approach, we would jump off the train, tumbling over one another, and scurry off in all directions. If there were woods, we made a dash for their cover. If not, we fled into the open fields and stretched out in the frozen grass, faces buried in the icy ground. In December, Flyrov won leave to present a seminar on the uranium problem to the Academy of Sciences, which, like Phystech, had been evacuated to nearby Kazan. He missed Kurchatov, who was still in transit, but wrote him a long letter in a school notebook that repeated the gist of his report. One of the participants remembers, Flyrov's report was well argued. As usual, he was vivid and enthusiastic. We listened to him attentively. Ioffe and Kapitsa were present. The seminar left the impression that everything was very serious and fundamental, that work on the uranium project should be renewed. But the war was going on, and I don't know what the outcome would have been if we'd had to decide whether to start work immediately or to delay beginning for another year or two. Flyrov was proposing work on a fast neutron chain reaction, a bomb. He argued that an atomic bomb was possible and that 2.5 kilograms of pure U-235 would yield 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent. He suggested developing a cannon design, reports Hariton, that is quickly driving together two hemispheres made of U-235. He also expressed the important idea of the use of compression of the active material. The record is silent on how Flyrov proposed to achieve such compression in a uranium gun, which assembles but does not compress. Flyrov's 2.5 kilograms was at best a rough approximation, far below the minimum quantity of U-235 necessary to sustain a chain reaction, but it compares with the 1 kilogram that Rudolf Peierls and Otto Frisch in England had first roughly estimated, and was probably derived similarly from the known cross-section of uranium for neutron capture, the geometric cross-section 10 to the minus 23rd square centimeters. Footnote: critical mass for a bare U-235 sphere, 56 kilograms. For a U-235 sphere surrounded by a thick uranium tamper, 15 kilograms. End footnote. By the time Kurchatov arrived behind the Urals at the end of December 1941, his cold had turned to pneumonia. He took to his bed. His wife, Marina Dmitrievna, joined him in Kazan and nursed him. Abram Ioffe nursed him. During his illness, he chose not to shave. When he recovered early in 1942, he emerged into Russian winter with a full-blown beard, which, says Golovin, he declared no scissors would touch till after victory. It was unusual in those days for a young Russian to wear a beard. Kurchatov would make his famous. Hariton says Kurchatov cherished Flyrov's report, saving it in his desk to the end of his life. Admiring Flyrov's enthusiasm was not the same as trusting his judgment, however. Kurchatov knew, comments Golovin, that Flyrov did not, and indeed could not, have proofs. He only had a passion for experimentation and would not back down from his ideas. Cares of the day distracted Kurchatov. He was recalled to fleet duty and left for Murmansk. Scientific work which is not completed and produces no results during the war, Peter Kapitsa explained in a lecture in 1943, may even be harmful if it diverts our forces from work which is more urgently required. With ships to demagnetize, tank armor to harden, and radar to invent, the Soviet scientific establishment concluded once again that hard winter of 1941 that it would be imprudent to undertake expensive, problematic, and long-term nuclear fission research in the midst of war. Two. Diffusion. I think that the world in which we shall live these next 30 years will be a pretty restless and tormented place, Robert Oppenheimer wrote his younger brother Frank from Berkeley in 1931. I do not think that there will be much of a compromise possible between being of it and being not of it. Many thoughtful men and women felt that way in the decades between the two world wars, and for some of them, communism seemed to promise what the Time essayist and communist agent Whittaker Chambers called a solution. In the West, Chambers observed of that period, all intellectuals who become communists do so because they are seeking the answer to one of two problems: the problem of war or the problem of economic crises. Chambers explained, the same horror and havoc of the First World War which made the Russian Revolution possible recruited the ranks of the first communist parties of the West. Secondary manifestations of crisis augmented them. The rise of fascism in Italy, Nazism in Germany, and the Spanish Civil War. The economic crisis which reached the United States in 1929 swept thousands into the Communist Party or under its influence. But commitment to communism was also always personal, Chambers emphasized, the resolution of a crisis of faith. His decision to become a communist seems to the man who makes it as a choice between a world that is dying and a world that is coming to birth. Partisan observers then and since have ridiculed such commitment, judging it naive or even delusional, but it was no more so than any other religious conversion seen from outside the circle of faith. For committed communists, it followed that the Soviet Union was the new world's vanguard. Some acknowledged its unparalleled violence, its rule by terror. Some did not. The Communist Party presents itself, Chambers noted, as the one organization of the will to survive the crisis. It is in the name of that will that the communist first justifies the use of terror and tyranny, which the whole tradition of the West specifically repudiates. We were defending the first socialist country, insisted Ruth Kuczynski, a German communist who lived in exile in England. I didn't know about Stalin's crimes, she told an interviewer late in life. We knew how the capitalist West wanted to destroy the Soviet Union, It really seemed possible that they had managed to insert all these agents, who were purged during the Great Terror, into high places. I believed Stalin. Blinded or open-eyed, some among the faithful invested the raw, brutal, revolutionary new nation with their hopes of connection. Through its instrumentalities, they hoped that they could fight fascism, anti-Semitism, ignorance, inequality. Harry Gold believed he was attacking a universal and all-encompassing anti-Semitism. In only the Soviet Union was anti-Semitism a crime against the state. Here, too, was the one bulwark against the further encroachment of that monstrosity fascism. To me, Nazism and fascism and anti-Semitism were identical. This was the ages-old enemy of the Roman arena, the ghetto, of the Inquisition, of pogroms, and now of the concentration camps in Germany. Anything that was against anti-Semitism I was for, and so the chance to help strengthen the Soviet Union seemed like a wonderful opportunity. Soviet intelligence networks made productive use of Communist Party members, even though such volunteers were not trained agents, and even though their party affiliation made them suspect to their own governments. They were such people as money could not buy. Recruiting usually followed a standard pattern. Committed party members looked out for potential converts with useful skills or affiliations, made them welcome, proselytized them, obligated them with favors and gifts. Out of work in the depths of the Great Depression, Harry Gold got a job with the help of a party recruiter, Tom Black. That wonderful $30 every Saturday kept our family off relief. I was grateful to Black, very much so. A 1946 Royal Commission investigating Soviet intelligence operations in Canada found that there were numerous groups where communist philosophy and techniques were studied. To outsiders, these groups adopted various disguises, such as social gatherings, music listening groups, and groups for discussing international politics and economics. These study groups were in fact cells and were the recruiting centers for agents and the medium of development of the necessary frame of mind, which was a preliminary condition to eventual service of the Soviet Union in a more practical way. Besides commitment to the cause, the necessary frame of mind was secrecy. This object is to accustom the young Canadian adherent gradually to an atmosphere and an ethic of conspiracy. The general effect on the young man or woman over a period of time of secret meetings, secret acquaintances, and secret objectives, plans, and policies can easily be imagined. The technique seems calculated to develop the psychology of a double life and double standards. A candidate dropped out of party activity when he agreed to become an agent, dividing and isolating him still further. This theme of recruiting had significant variations. Morris Cohen, a native New Yorker born in 1910 to immigrant Russian parents and a high school football star, had joined the Communist Youth League in 1933 at the University of Illinois and subsequently volunteered to fight with the Abraham Lincoln International Brigade in the Spanish Civil War. While recovering from wounds in a hospital in Barcelona, Cohen was invited to attend the Republican Army's nearby Barcelona Intelligence School, which operated under the codename Construction. There he was recruited for U.S. espionage by a Soviet intelligence officer. In April 1938, Cohen wrote in his NKVD autobiography, "I was one of a group of various nationalities sent to a conspiratorial school in Barcelona. Our chief commissar and leaders were Soviets." Cohen completed his course of espionage training in February 1939 and returned to the United States to begin a productive career. Ruth Kuczynski's older brother Jürgen was the political leader of the German Communist Party in England. Jürgen had escaped Nazi Germany in 1933 through Czechoslovakia and taken up teaching at the London School of Economics. Ruth, born in Berlin in 1907, came west by a different route. Trained in Moscow as a clandestine radio operator, she had already worked out of Czechoslovakia, Trieste, Cairo, Bombay, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Peking, and Poland. By the time she settled in England in 1938, she was a major in Red Army intelligence. GRU as opposed to secret police intelligence, NKVD. The two entities maintained parallel and independent networks. The most productive cell in the history of Soviet espionage developed at Cambridge University in the 1930s. While physicists at the Cavendish Laboratory probed the real world of the atomic nucleus with the new tool of neutron bombardment, a brilliant and fanatic group of young Cambridge intellectuals at Trinity College lauded the certainties of Marxian metaphysics. The majority of the group were homosexual or bisexual in a society that branded homosexual acts as felony crimes. Sexual orientation contributed to affiliation, even as it taught the young conspirators double standards and a double life. But communism, in any case, was intensely fashionable at English universities between the world wars. Michael Straight, an American student at Cambridge at the time, estimates that the Socialist Society had 200 members when I went to Cambridge and 600 when I left. About 1 in 4 of them belonged to communist cells. The nucleus of the Cambridge group was Guy Burgess, recruited in 1933 by a Russian agent who worked in London as a journalist under the alias Ernst Henri. Burgess, the handsome son of a well-married naval commander, took prizes at Eton and first-class honors in history at Cambridge. His brilliance and charm won him election to the Cambridge Conversazione Society, an elite secret society whose members were known as the Apostles. He enlisted at least 2 of the members of his cell by seduction. At one time or another, wrote a Don who adored him, he went to bed with most of his friends, as he did with anyone who was willing and was not positively repulsive, and in doing so he released them from many of their frustrations and inhibitions. Of the 4 other men who came to be known as the Cambridge Five, Anthony Blunt and Donald MacLean certainly count among Burgess's sexual conquests. Kim Philby and John Cairncross were already dedicated communists, but Cairncross at least acknowledged finding Burgess fascinating, charming, and utterly ruthless. John Cairncross was a tall, rangy Scotsman from Glasgow, born in 1913. He studied at Glasgow University for 2 years beginning in 1930 when he was 17, took a year at the Sorbonne in Paris, then won a scholarship to Cambridge. Anthony Blunt was one of his Trinity supervisors there and directed him to Burgess, who recruited him for espionage in 1935. In the autumn of 1936, after he graduated from Cambridge with first-class honors in modern languages, Cairncross joined the British Foreign Office. MacLean, the tall, athletic namesake of the Liberal politician Sir Donald MacLean, was already on staff. "It's like being a lavatory attendant," MacLean would say later of espionage. "It stinks, but someone has to do it." Though he worked at making friends, Cairncross was not a success in the Foreign Office. Cairncross was always asking people out to lunch. One of his colleagues, John Colville, remembers, "He ate very slowly, slower than anyone I've ever known." Colville judged him a very intelligent, though sometimes incoherent, bore. In 1938, Cairncross transferred from the Foreign Office to the Treasury, probably at the request of the NKVD. Cairncross's real espionage breakthrough came in September 1940, a year into the European War, when Lord Hankey, minister without portfolio in Winston Churchill's War Cabinet, appointed him as private secretary. Hankey had full access to top-secret War Cabinet papers and oversight of British intelligence. He also chaired the Scientific Advisory Committee. It was probably John Cairncross who first passed information on Anglo-American atomic bomb research to Henry, the Cambridge Five's London NKVD control, Anatoly Borisovich Gorsky, at the end of September 1941 when the Wehrmacht was besieging Leningrad and Igor Kurchatov was demagnetizing ships in Sevastopol. Gorsky, a short, fattish man in his mid-30s with blonde hair brushed straight back and glasses that failed to mask a pair of shrewd, cold eyes, according to one of his wartime agents, was Vadim to Moscow Center, the NKVD Home Office. Cairncross was probably List. Vadim's report, number 6881/1065, of 25.9.41 from London summarized a meeting of the British Uranium Committee held on September 16th. The information corresponds to information contained in the secret Report by Maud Committee on the Use of Uranium for a Bomb, prepared that summer for the British Cabinet and transmitted to the United States. At some time, Moscow Center acquired a complete copy of the Maud report. The uranium bomb may very well be developed within 2 years, Vadim's report began dramatically. Measurements of U-235 cross-sections would be accomplished by December. The British firm Metropolitan Vickers had been commissioned to develop a 20-stage gaseous diffusion pilot plant, a task which had high priority, construction to begin immediately. The government had contracted with Imperial Chemical Industries, ICI, for uranium hexafluoride, the gaseous form of uranium which the Vickers plant would process. Some of the information in this first transmission was garbled. A second transmission sent October 3rd cleared up the confusion. It is thought that the critical mass of U-235 falls within the range from 10 to 43 kilograms, the document reported. ICI had already produced 3 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride. Production of U-235 is realized by diffusion of uranium hexafluoride in a vaporized state through a number of membranes consisting of a grid of very fine wire. This configuration was German émigré chemist Franz Simon's first approximation of a diffusion membrane or barrier. He had pounded out a kitchen strainer to demonstrate the idea to his Oxford staff. In 1939, Uli Hariton and Yakov Zeldovich had dismissed gaseous diffusion as an impractical method of separating U-235. Here was information that the British considered it superior. The document reported problems, however. Development of the separation plant design is meeting with serious difficulties. Vadim enumerated the perverse physical characteristics that made hex hellish stuff. The heavy corrosive gas destroyed lubricant, dissociated in the presence of water vapor, and attacked equipment. A gaseous diffusion plant would be huge. The British had calculated 1,900 10-stage units occupying a plant area of some 20 acres. From gaseous diffusion, the report then veered back to the bomb, echoing Peierls and Frisch's early realization that a weapon that derived its explosive force from nuclear fission would have unique characteristics. It should be noted that besides the uranium bomb's tremendous destructive effect, the air at the site of the explosion will be saturated with radioactive particles capable of killing everything alive. September 1941 was a banner month for Soviet nuclear espionage. While Vadim was reporting from London, Morris Cohn weighed in from New York. Cohen had married a fellow communist, Leontine Potka, known as Lana, the day Germany invaded the USSR. The invasion had depressed him, but after he had mulled it over for a few days, he had revealed his affiliation to his wife and convinced her to join him in espionage work. Together they had already collected and passed along information from an engineer in Hartford on a new aircraft machine gun, even delivering a prototype of the machine gun to Morris's Soviet contact, the long barrel concealed in a base vial case. Now Cohen reported a remarkable development. An American physicist whom he knew from Spanish Civil War days had contacted him for an introduction to Amtorg, the Soviet trading corporation in New York that clandestinely organized North American espionage. The physicist told Cohen he had been invited to work on a secret project to develop an American atomic bomb. Cohen wanted to know if he could recruit the man. Moscow Center approved. Lavrenti Beria received these independent reports of Allied nuclear research activity with his habitual cynicism. Anatoly Yatskov, the NKVD's New York resident during the Second World War, notes that, from the very beginning, Beria suspected that these materials contained disinformation and thought that our adversaries were trying to drag us into tremendous expenditures and efforts on dead-end work. He gave them to a group of physicists for review. The scientists concluded that even if nuclear weapons were possible, they could only be built in the remote future. Early in 1942, a new GRU volunteer began contributing to the volume of information reaching the Soviet Union. He was a refugee in England from Nazi Germany, a devoted communist already gone underground, and an exceptional young physicist, and he worked for Rudolf Peierls. I found many problems piling up on the theoretical side, and I could not deal with all of them fast enough. I needed some regular help, someone with whom I would be able to discuss the theoretical technicalities. I looked around for a suitable person and thought of Klaus Fuchs. Born in 1911 in Rüsselsheim, in the Rhine Valley south of Frankfurt, Fuchs at 31 had already seen enough conflict and tragedy for a lifetime. He claimed later that he had a very happy childhood, but it culminated with his mother's violent suicide. She drank hydrochloric acid when he was 19. His elder sister Elizabeth would also be a suicide, though her act may have been protective. A communist who was active politically against the Nazis, she jumped in front of a train when she was about to be arrested. Fuchs's father, Emil, was a politically contentious parson who left the Lutheran Church when Fuchs was 14 and became a Quaker. My father always told us that we had to go our own way, Fuchs remembered, even if he disagreed. He himself had many fights because he did what his conscience decreed, even if these were at variance with accepted convention. Klaus Fuchs would become his father's son, but he broke away from his father's philosophy, he said, over pacifism. Fuchs joined the Socialist Party at the University of Leipzig, where he began studying physics and mathematics in 1930. After 2 politically active years, he went on to the University of Kiel. There, he quit the Socialists over the party's decision to support the presidency of Paul von Hindenburg, the conservative field marshal who would pass the chancellorship of Germany to Adolf Hitler. At this point, Fuchs recalled, I decided to oppose the official policies openly, and I offered myself as a speaker in support of the communist candidate. He joined the Communist Party soon afterward and worked actively on its behalf in student politics, his work culminating in a strike which the Nazi leaders called in SA Brownshirts to break. In spite of that, I went there every day to show that I was not afraid of them. On one of these occasions, they tried to kill me, and I escaped. After the Reichstag fire early in 1933 that gave Hitler an excuse to invoke a state of emergency and round up the opposition, Fuchs went underground. I was lucky because on the morning after the burning of the Reichstag, I left my home very early to catch a train to Berlin for a conference of our student organization, and that is the only reason why I escaped arrest. I remember clearly when I opened the newspaper in the train, I immediately realized the significance, and I knew that the underground struggle had started. I took the badge of the hammer and sickle from my lapel. I was ready to accept the philosophy that the party is right, Fuchs continues, and that in the coming struggle you could not permit yourself any doubts after the party had made a decision. Long afterward, Rudolf Peierls would ask Fuchs how a scientist could accept Marxist orthodoxy and would be shaken by the arrogance and naivete of his answer. You must remember what I went through under the Nazis, Peierls reports Fuchs answering. Besides, it was always my intention when I had helped the Russians to take over everything to get up and tell them what is wrong with their system. Fuchs remained underground until he left Germany for Paris in July 1933. He was then 21 years old. I was sent out by the party because they said that I must finish my studies because after the revolution in Germany, people would be required with technical knowledge to take part in the building up of the communist Germany. To Harry Gold, who would meet him later in America, Fuchs's dedication would always be noble. Here, while Klaus was a mere boy of 18, he was head of the student chapter of the Communist Party at the University of Kiel. And Klaus, a frail, thin boy, led these boys in deadly street combat against the Nazi stormtroopers. And later, when the Nazis had put a price on his head, he barely managed to escape with his life to England. For a man of such convictions who fought this horror of fascism at the risk of his life, I cannot help but express my admiration. Student friends helped Fuchs find his way to England, where a Bristol family with communist connections took him in. Theoretical physicist Neville Mott, a professor at Bristol University, gave him an assistantship. Mott thought Fuchs shy and reserved, but saw another side at meetings of the Bristol branch of the Society for Cultural Relations with the Soviet Union, which sometimes staged dramatic readings of the texts of the purge trials then underway in Moscow. Fuchs chose to read the part of the prosecutor, shrill Andrei Vyshinsky, accusing the defendants with a cold venom that I would never have suspected from so quiet and retiring a young man. After 4 years at Bristol, Fuchs moved in 1937 to Edinburgh to work with Max Born, one of the pioneers of quantum mechanics, and himself an émigré. In Edinburgh, says Peierls, Fuchs did some excellent work in the electron theory of metals and other aspects of the theory of solids. Like Mott, Born also found the young German a very nice, quiet fellow with sad eyes. After Bristol, Fuchs seems to have dissembled his political radicalism and swallowed his rage, although he did organize sending propaganda leaflets from Scotland to Germany. He must have had trouble containing himself when he was interned as an enemy alien in May 1940 and sent to a camp on the Isle of Man. From there, jammed in with hundreds of other undesirables, he was deported by ship to internment in Canadian Army camps that were short on latrines and running water. England was in a jingoist mood. By July, it had interned more than 27,000 Germans and Italians, many of them refugees from fascism, and would ship more than 7,000 abroad. Shattered by this second deportation, some of them committed suicide. A German U-boat torpedoed the Arendora Star, one of the passenger liners carrying the unlucky internees to exile. Of 1,500 aboard, only 71 survived. Everyone's papers went down with the Arendora Star, and for a time in Canada, as a result, Fuchs was billeted among Nazis. I felt no bitterness by the internment, he claimed later, because I could understand that it was necessary and that at the time England could not spare good people to look after the internees, but it did deprive me of the chance of learning more about the real character of the British people. How he assessed the British people in ignorance of their real character, he chose not to say, but he did say of his state of mind during the next several years that he had complete confidence in Russian policy and believed that the Western Allies deliberately allowed Russia and Germany to fight each other to the death. No less a figure than Missouri Senator Harry S. Truman argued publicly for such a policy when Germany invaded the USSR in June 1941. If we see that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and that way let them kill as many as possible, Truman told the Senate. Although I don't want to see Hitler victorious under any circumstances, neither of them think anything of their pledged word. This early expression of Truman's hostility to the Soviet Union suggests that his move to a hard line after the war was a move from the Roosevelt policy of cooperation and accommodation back to long-standing conviction, more than simply a response to Soviet intransigence. After inquiries and the intercession of friends, Fuchs was returned to England and released from internment on December 17, 1940, 12 days before his 29th birthday. He went back to Edinburgh and Max Born and his chosen work of physics, a thin, pale, stoop-shouldered young man of average height with prominent forehead and Adam's apple, myopic brown eyes, watchful behind thick glasses, a habit of swallowing hard, frequently and audibly, a chain smoker with stained fingers. Someone eventually wrote a Clarihue about him. Fuchs looks like an ascetic theoretic. Rudolf Peierls requisitioned Fuchs from Born sometime after the first of the year and took him in as a lodger. Peierls' wife, Genia, was exuberantly Russian and a great mother of young men, having previously taught Otto Frisch to shave daily and dry dishes faster than she could wash them. Fuchs was a pleasant person to have around, Peierls recalls. He was courteous and even-tempered. He was rather silent unless one asked him a question, when he would give a full and articulate answer. For this, Genia called him Penny in the Slot. Since Fuchs was still an enemy alien and was known to have been an active communist in his homeland, clearance was delayed. The quiet young German started work on the atomic bomb at Birmingham in May 1941. When I learned of the purpose of the work, Fuchs testified later, I decided to inform Russia, and I established contact through another member of the Communist Party. Fuchs went up to London in late 1941 and talked to Jürgen Kuczynski. On his first contact with Kuczynski, an FBI report paraphrases his testimony. He informed him of his desire to furnish information to the Soviet Union. Kuczynski put Fuchs in touch with a man he would come to know as Alexander, Simon Davidovich Kramer, secretary to the military attaché at the Soviet embassy, who became his GRU control. In the next 6 months, Fuchs met with Alexander 2 or 3 times, once at the embassy, and gave him copies of the reports he was writing for Peierls. These included studies of isotope separation and calculations of critical mass, as well as reviews of published German work in the field. By early 1942, Lavrenti Beria's agents had bombarded him with so much information about British, French, German, and American research toward an atomic bomb that he could no longer discount it. He ordered the British documents that the NKVD had received gathered together and a report prepared for Stalin. Copy number 1 of that report, KZ-4, went to Stalin over Beria's signature in March 1942. Study of the question of military use of nuclear energy has begun in a number of capitalist countries. Beria began cautiously. Work on the development of new explosives using uranium was being carried out in an atmosphere of strict secrecy in France, England, Germany, and the U.S. Top-secret documents obtained by the NKVD from its agents in England revealed that the British War Office was intensely interested in the problem of military use because of concern that Germany might solve the problem first. Drawing directly on the Maud report, Beria noted that well-known English physicist G.P. Thomson was coordinating the work in England and that U-235 was the explosive isotope involved, extracted from ores of which there were large reserves in Canada, the Belgian Congo, Sudetenland, and Portugal. In a significant garble, Beria reported that the French scientists Hans Halban and Lew Kowarski had developed a method for extracting U-235 using uranium oxide and heavy water. In fact, Halban and Kowarski, using most of the world's supply of heavy water, 50 gallons spirited out of France just ahead of the Germans in tin cans by car and boat, had determined that a controlled chain reaction was possible using such materials without enrichment, information Yuli Hariton and Yakov Zeldovich would benefit from in the course of time and learning. Beria went on to discuss gaseous diffusion, noting that the British hoped to cooperate in development with the United States. He then took up the bomb itself. Peierls, Beria reported, had determined that 10 kilograms of U-235 would form a critical mass. Less than this amount is stable and absolutely safe, but a mass of U-235 greater than 10 kilograms develops in itself a fission chain reaction, leading to an explosion of tremendous force. The British therefore proposed to design a bomb in which the active part consists of 2 equal halves, and to drive them together at around 6,000 feet per second. Professor Taylor, presumably Geoffrey Taylor, the English hydrodynamicist, has calculated that the destructive action of 10 kilograms of U-235 would correspond to 1,600 tons of TNT. Imperial Chemicals had estimated that a plant to separate U-235 using Dr. Simon's system would cost 4.5 to 5 million pounds, Beria went on. Then he offered a justification for bomb building that demonstrates how little anyone yet understood the revolutionary nature of the potential new explosive. Given production of 36 bombs per year by such a plant, the cost of one bomb would be 236,000 pounds, compared to the cost of 1,500 tons of TNT at 326,000 pounds. Beria concluded that the British leadership considered the military application of uranium solved in principle, and that the War Office was laying plans to produce uranium bombs. He recommended 1. Forming a special scientific committee attached to the State Defense Committee to coordinate Soviet work on atomic energy, and 2. Passing the espionage documents along to prominent specialists and scientists for assessment and use. Coincidentally, the timing of Beria's report to Stalin matched within a few days a report U.S. science czar Vannevar Bush sent to Franklin Roosevelt, describing an American program that was then in the process of expanding from laboratory research to industrial development. If every effort is made to expedite research and production, Bush concluded, an American bomb could be delivered in 1944. On March 11, 1942, Roosevelt responded enthusiastically, "I think the whole thing should be pushed. Time is of the essence." In contrast, Stalin moved cautiously. He acted on Beria's second recommendation, but not yet his first. The Soviet leader sent the file of espionage documents to Molotov, with instructions to pass it for evaluation in turn to Mikhail Georgievich Pervyukin, the newly appointed People's Commissar of the chemical industry. Molotov called him in, Pervyukin later told an interviewer, and expressed concern that other countries might have achieved a major advance in the field, so that if we didn't restart our work, we might seriously lag behind. Then he said, "You should talk to the scientists who know the field and then report on it." That's what I did. April 1942 brought further confirmation that the giant of nuclear fission was stirring. A Red Army colonel who commanded partisan detachments behind the German lines sent a captured document to Sergei Kaftanov, the State Defense Committee Deputy for Science. Ukrainian partisans had brought him the notebook of a dead German officer, Kaftanov recalls. The notebook contained certain chemical formulae which appeared to concern the nuclear transformations of uranium. The notes in general showed that the officer had a professional interest in nuclear energy. It seemed he'd come to the occupied territories specifically to look for uranium. Kaftanov gave a Russian translation of the German officer's notes to A.I. Lipunsky, a senior Ukrainian physicist on the staff of the ill-fated institute at Kharkov. Lipunsky responded with the safe and standard litany, says Kaftanov. In 3 days' time, the answer came. Lipunsky believed that in the coming 15 to 20 years, the problem of developing nuclear energy would hardly be solved, and that it wasn't worth spending money on it in the midst of war. Pervyukin heard much the same message. Georgy Flyrov had lost patience with timid academicians and stodgy bureaucrats. He was a lieutenant in the Air Force now, assigned to a reconnaissance squadron in Voronezh, near the confluence of the Voronezh River and the Don, some 500 kilometers south of Moscow, but he was still strafing the government with letters and telegrams, no fewer than 5 telegrams to Kaftanov in recent months, with no response. Nor was official indifference to the cause of uranium research his only resentment. Although he and Konstantin Peterzak had been nominated for a Stalin Prize for their 1940 discovery of spontaneous fission, an honor that customarily included tangible gifts, the nomination had not been confirmed because scientists in other countries had not welcomed the discovery in print or cited it in their publications. The university at Voronezh had been evacuated eastward, leaving behind its library. Flyrov decided to check the scientific journals there to see if any new citations had turned up. He found more missing from the foreign journals he consulted than merely references to his own work. Nuclear physics itself was missing. All the leading American nuclear physicists had stopped publishing. Flyrov immediately understood that their work must have been classified. To Flyrov, that meant that the United States must be developing an atomic bomb. 29 years old and a mere lieutenant, but a physicist who understood the energy that matter might release if it were properly arranged, he notched his sights up then from assaulting the bureaucracy and in April 1942 appealed directly to Stalin. Dear Yosef Vissarionovich, 10 months have already elapsed since the beginning of the war, and all the time I have felt like a man trying to break through a stone wall with his head. Where did I go wrong? Am I overestimating the significance of the uranium problem? No, I am not. What makes the uranium projects fantastic are the enormous prospects that will open up if a successful solution to the problem is found. A veritable revolution will occur in military hardware. It may take place without our participation, due simply to the fact that now, as before, the scientific world is governed by sluggishness. Do you know, Yosef Vissarionovich, what main argument has been advanced against uranium? It would be too good if the problem could be solved. Nature seldom proves favorable to man. Perhaps being at the front, I have lost all perspective. I think we are making a big mistake. Flyrov went on to propose a conference where he might state his case. With Stalin and a jury of ranking physicists present, he asked for Ioffe, V.G. Klopin, Kapitsa, Lapunsky, Landau, Kurchatov, Hariton, Zeldovich, and others. I see this as the only means to prove that I am right, he argued, because other means are simply being passed over in silence. That is the wall of silence which I hope you will help me break through. Stalin enjoyed springing traps. To choose one's victim, he mused once, to prepare one's plans minutely, to slake an implacable vengeance, and then go to bed, there is nothing sweeter in the world. After he received Flyrov's letter and consulted with Kaftanov, he called in 4 of his academicians, Ioffe, Kapitsa, Klopin, and Vladimir Ivernadsky, and berated them, indignant that a young tyro like Flyrov had recognized a danger to the country that they had ignored. Golovin says he asked them bluntly how serious the information he had was concerning the possibility of developing the atom bomb in the next few years. His guests unanimously confirmed the importance of this work. The expense of building a new industry in the midst of a war mobilization worried the Soviet dictator. 2 of his advisors predicted that a bomb would cost as much again as the entire war effort. Kaftanov defended the expense. I said that, of course, a degree of risk was involved. We would risk tens, perhaps hundreds of millions of rubles. In the first place, we would have to spend money on science anyway, and investment in a new field of science is always fruitful. But if we did not take the risk, a much greater risk would then emerge, that we might one day face an enemy possessing nuclear weapons while we ourselves were unarmed. After some hesitation, adds Kaftanov, Stalin said we should do it. It was then May 1942, and the Wehrmacht was still smashing its way across the western USSR. The possibility that Germany might develop an atomic bomb had strongly influenced the Anglo-American decision to go forward. The possibility that Germany was working on an atomic bomb and the certainty, confirmed by espionage, that England and the United States were, had now catalyzed the Soviet decision as well. Deciding was one thing. Embodying the decision in difficult research and fantastic, extravagant technology would be quite another. The Stalingrad victory was far ahead, write Golovin and Russian physicist Yuri Smirnov of the desperate spring and summer of 1942. Moscow was the front line and nearly depopulated. Anti-aircraft batteries stood on alert, the Kremlin stars had been covered with canvas, barrage balloons guarded the approaches. German and Soviet planes were dogfighting over the city. A curfew began at dusk and the streetlights had been shut off. Automobiles found their way with headlights dimmed and narrowed to blue beams. Food and goods were rationed. Many ministries and departments were still in evacuation. On a train ride from Murmansk to Moscow during the first week in June, Alexander Wirth observed the results of wartime shortages and German successes. Civilians were badly underfed and many suffered from scurvy. Old women especially were tearful and pessimistic and thought the Germans were terribly strong. Morale among soldiers and officers was rather better. All the same, they were far from underrating the power of the Germans, and in their game of dominoes they called the double six Hitler, because it's the most frightening of them all. As of June 22nd, official Soviet combat casualties, probably underestimated, totaled 4.5 million. German totals approached 1.6 million. On July 28th, Stalin issued his notorious Order Number 227, acknowledging the loss of the Ukraine, Belorussia, and the Baltics to the German advance. "We now have fewer people and industrial plants, less bread and metal," Stalin declared. "Any further retreat will be fatal for us and for the motherland. Not a step backward. At any cost, we must stop the enemy, push him back, and defeat him." One tried, effective way to save time and expense was industrial espionage. A coded radio message went out from Moscow Center on June 14, 1942, to NKVD residents in Berlin, London, and New York. Top secret. Reportedly, the White House has decided to allocate a large sum to a secret atomic bomb development project. Relevant research and development is already in progress in Great Britain and Germany. In view of the above, please take whatever measures you think fit to obtain information on the theoretical and practical aspects of the atomic bomb projects, on the design of the atomic bomb, nuclear fuel components, and the trigger mechanism, various methods of uranium isotope separation, with emphasis on the preferable ones, trans-uranium elements, neutron physics, and nuclear physics, the likely changes in the future policies of the USA, Britain, and Germany in connection with the development of the atomic bomb, which government departments have been made responsible for coordinating the atomic bomb development efforts, where this work is being done, and under whose leadership. Morris Cohn was drafted into the U.S. Army in July and left New York for basic training and service in Europe. It took Anatoly Yatskov 2 months clandestinely to re-establish contact with Morris's wife, Lana, but she agreed to replace her husband as a courier. Fuchs's arrangements also changed that summer. Traveling to London was awkward in wartime. To deceive Genia Pyrals, Fuchs had to fake illnesses and pretend to be visiting a physician. At his third meeting with Alexander, the Russian proposed a more convenient link. Fuchs would not quite remember if Alexander also told him he was leaving England. In any case, the new arrangement would give Fuchs a contact closer to Birmingham. Fuchs's courier would be a woman this time. Her codename was Sonia. He knew her as Ruth Kuczynski, the sister of the man whom he had first approached to propose espionage. She was living in Oxford under the name Ruth Brewer with her children and her English husband, Len, a fellow spy, clandestinely broadcasting coded espionage information to Moscow using a shortwave radio she had built herself. She was tall, slender, and attractive, and at their meetings in Banbury and in the countryside near Birmingham, Fuchs rode out on a bicycle. She offered Fuchs a welcome change from what he would later call the controlled schizophrenia of his double life. It was a great relief for him to have someone he could talk to openly, she told an interviewer many years afterward. He never met any comrades in Britain with whom he could talk about such things. He was, she thought, a good, decent man. For his part, Fuchs confessed he had no hesitation in giving all the information I had. In Moscow, the search went forward for someone to direct the new project. According to Golovin, Stalin consulted with Beria. Beria suggested Ioffe or Kapitsa. Stalin disagreed. They were world-famous scientists, he argued. They were already burdened, and their disappearance into secret work would be noticed. He said that it was necessary to promote a young, not well-known scientist, writes Golovin, for whom such a post would be his life work. Kaftanov describes a different, or perhaps a complementary, sequence. I got the job of finding people, finding a place, and organizing the necessary institutions. I began with Ioffe. The most important issue was who would head this extraordinary project. I suggested that he himself should head it. He said that he was already too old. He was then 63, and that we needed a young, energetic scientist. He proposed a choice of 2 physicists, 39-year-old Abram Alikhanov and 40-year-old Kurchatov. Yulia Hariton's wife, Maria Nikolaevna, encountered Kurchatov in Kazan that summer. After the epic events in Sevastopol, I saw Kurchatov with a beard. I asked him, "Igor Vasilievich, what are you doing with that pre-Petrine ornamentation on your face?" He answered with 2 lines of a popular song. "First, we're going to beat back Fritz. Then, when there's time, we'll all shave." The beard suited that tall and imposing man very well. Footnote: in the 18th century, Peter the Great had made shaving compulsory as part of his program to Europeanize his subjects. Richard Rhodes. End footnote. Bearded Kurchatov traveled to Moscow for consultations. So presumably did Alikhanov. Alikhanov, Kaftanov explains, was by that time quite famous. He was already a corresponding member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences and a winner of the Stalin Prize. He was known for his discovery of positron-electron pairs and his work in the field of cosmic rays. Kurchatov was less well known. But Kurchatov, Kaftanov continues, had worked with uranium and with nuclear fission. He had not only participated in this work, but directed it. It was also in his favor that he had joined the Navy, which showed that he was willing to work where he was most needed. The government chose its man sometime in September 1942. A Kaftanov senior aide, S.A. Balazin, recalls Kurchatov's final interview. "We invited Kurchatov to Moscow simply to meet him before rejecting his candidacy. But he entered the room and immediately impressed everyone with his modesty and charm. He had a very good smile. He also appeared to be a thorough man. I had shown him translations of the German officer's notebook, and he had read them through. I didn't tell him that the decision to restart uranium work had already been made. I only asked him if such work should start, would he accept the leadership? He became thoughtful for a while, smiled, patted his beard, it was a short one then, and said, 'Yes.' Apparently, the interview made the difference. The outcome of any enterprise, says Kaftanov, is finally determined by competence, energy, organizing skills, and devotion to the cause. He offered Kurchatov the job. Kurchatov asked for a day to think it over. On the next day, he came and said, 'If it is necessary, I'm ready.' This is a tremendously difficult task, but I hope that the government will help, and of course that you will help too." One other version of how Kurchatov was chosen has surfaced. Molotov, who notes that he was in charge of atomic bomb research, says he picked Kurchatov. "I had to find a scientist who would be able to create an A-bomb. The NKVD gave me a list of names of trustworthy physicists. I summoned Kapitsa, an academician. He said we were not ready, that it was a matter for the future. We asked Ioffe. He too showed no clear interest. To make a long story short, I was left with the youngest and least known scientist of the lot, Kurchatov. They had been holding him back. I summoned him, we chatted, and he impressed me." Kurchatov returned to Kazan and told Alexandrov, "The work on nuclear physics will continue. There's information that the Americans and the Germans are making nuclear weapons. How is it possible for us to develop a thing like that in wartime?" Alexandrov asked. They said, "Don't be shy," Kurchatov told him. "Order what you need and begin work immediately." Three. Material of immense value. Vyacheslav Molotov, Stalin's shadow, says Dmitry Volkogonov, a harsh man, assumed overall direction of the Soviet atomic bomb program at its inception in autumn 1942. Molotov had earned Lenin's contempt in the early years of the new state for generating the most shameful bureaucratism and the most stupid. His leadership style, Yulia Hariton reports, and correspondingly its results were not terribly effective. Born in northwestern Russia in 1890 and one of the few old Bolsheviks to survive the purges, Molotov was square and dark with close-cropped curly hair and a strip of black mustache pasted across his upper lip. Like Beria, he affected pince-nez. When he grimaced at Stalin in devotion, baring his teeth, he looked like Teddy Roosevelt, but a Russian poet who had occasion to work with him found him not exuberant but modest, precise, and thrifty, the kind of man who could not pass an empty room without turning off the lights. If Molotov told Kurchatov not to be shy and to order all he needed, the vice premier did not yet give the new project carte blanche. The atomic bomb program in the United States, which the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was now administering and had codenamed the Manhattan Engineering District, was awarded first priority for materials and personnel over any other program of the war. In the Soviet Union, to the contrary, atomic bomb research began ad hoc, Kurchatov and his colleagues pulling together whatever resources they could find. The vicissitudes of war partly determined the Soviet program's modest initial priority. Molotov had assigned chemical industry commissar Mikhail Pervyukin to work with Kurchatov and with Sergei Kaftanov of the State Defense Committee. It was difficult to organize the works to the desired scale, Pervyukin recalls, because the country was in the heaviest period of the war. The nation's full potential was already mobilized to defeat the enemy. Research institutes had been evacuated to the east, Pervyukin adds. The cyclotron under construction in Leningrad had to be moved with its big magnet to Moscow. Kurchatov needed time to prepare a feasibility study. But bureaucratic politics interfered as well. Kurchatov's lack of scientific rank, which Stalin had counted in his favor, worked against him in council. Our suggestion to the State Defense Committee was to form an institute, says Pervyukin, but we were told that we should start in a more modest way, with a laboratory, since Kurchatov had been only a laboratory director up to that time. Start with a laboratory, they said, and develop a program of works to be done. Nor was it easy to corral the necessary organizations and personnel. There were many difficulties in those years, Pervyukin continues. For instance, we had problems drawing institutes into our work. We asked academician Ilya Ilyich Chernyayev of the Institute of Inorganic Chemistry to develop some chemical methods for us, but he refused. Why should we do it? It's not our work. We have our own job to do. We couldn't agree to that, and we got a decision obliging the Institute to do the work. Then along came the deputy director of the Institute and the secretary of its party organization, complaining that we were interfering with their scientific programs and ruining the Institute's specialization. We had to explain to these comrades that they were wrong. Bureaucrats similarly resisted aiding the new enterprise. It was very difficult to negotiate with ministers, complains Pervyukin. They said, "You're taking our people from us when we have our own state plans to fulfill. We won't give our people away." Pervyukin had to invoke the State Defense Committee to enforce his requisitions. Until 1945, Hariton confirms, this program was carried out by only a few researchers who had scarce resources. Everyone was preoccupied with the Battle of Stalingrad, which raged through the autumn and early winter. Stalingrad was the key to the rest of the country still in Russian hands, comments Alexander Wirth. The whole of European Russia east of Moscow, the Urals, and Siberia. Blocked in the north at Leningrad, stopped and pushed back before Moscow, the Germans had launched a major summer offensive up through the Crimea and eastward through central Russia southeast of Moscow, intended to capture or destroy Stalingrad, and then turn south to claim the vital oil areas of the Caucasus at Maikop, Grozny, and Baku. Soviet industry had not yet revived sufficiently to supply the Red Army with the equipment it needed to match the German onslaught. With 1,200 planes in this area of the front, writes a Soviet historian, the enemy had great superiority in aircraft, as well as in guns and tanks. On August 23, 1942, a raid of 600 German bombers on Stalingrad killed 40,000 civilians. The Wehrmacht began a major ground assault on September 13th. Whole columns of tanks and motorized infantry were breaking into the center of the city, writes the commander of one of the defending Soviet armies. The Nazis were now apparently convinced that the fate of Stalingrad was sealed, and they hurried towards the Volga. Our soldiers, snipers, anti-tank gunners, artillerymen, lying in wait in houses, cellars, and firing points, could watch the drunken Nazis jumping off the trucks, playing mouth organs, bellowing, and dancing on the pavements. Stalingrad, with its suburbs and factories, war correspondent Konstantin Semyonov wrote back from the front, was one whole, huge, 37-mile-long strip along the Volga. This city is no longer as we saw it from the Volga steamer before the war. It has no white buildings climbing the mountain in a merry throng, no little landing piers on the Volga, no quays with rows of baths, kiosks, and small buildings running along the river. At present, this city is smoke-filled and gray, and the fire dances about it, and the soot whirls day and night. This is a soldier city, scorched in battle, with strongholds of self-made bastions built from the stones of its heroic ruins. The Wehrmacht pushed the Soviets back east across the river. The Soviets were able to maintain only about 20,000 troops on bridgeheads on the west bank, but the other side of the Volga, says a Red Army lieutenant who fought there, was a real ant-heap. It was there that all the supply services, the artillery, air force, etc. were concentrated, and it was they who made it hell for the Germans. Artillery shells and Katyusha rockets roared over the bridgeheads and smashed into the city. Fighting went on day to day and hand to hand. The Germans began another all-out offensive on October 14th that the Soviet Army commander characterizes as a battle unequaled in its cruelty and ferocity throughout the whole of the Stalingrad fighting. The Germans wanted to make a hell out of the city, Semyonov wrote. The sky burns overhead and the earth shudders underfoot. Wehrmacht forces drove their way to within 400 yards of the Volga, close enough to rake the bridgeheads with machine gun fire. The Soviets had to build stone walls under fire to protect their positions. In November, the Red Army was able at last to mount a great counteroffensive. Forces from the Don and Northwest fronts pushed down from the north, while Stalingrad front armies pushed up from the south. In 4 days, they sealed off the Germans in what they named a cauldron. It was cold by then, but it got bitterly colder in December, as much as 40 degrees below zero. Until too late, the German High Command had withheld winter clothing from its armies in Stalingrad, afraid the realization that they would have to fight through the winter would damage the soldiers' morale. A Luftwaffe attempt to airlift supplies foundered on bad weather and poor organization. But the starving Germans refused to surrender, and in January 1943, Soviet forces liquidated the cauldron, barraging the ruined city from 7,000 mortars and guns, bombing, crashing in with tanks and infantry. They had encircled 330,000 men. They took fewer than 100,000 prisoners. They stacked up the frozen German bodies like cordwood. Funny blokes, a boy told Worth, coming to conquer Stalingrad wearing patent leather shoes. Worth heard that children in a nearby village were using one dead German for a sled. One night after the liquidation of the cauldron, when it was minus 44 degrees, Worth drove shivering toward Stalingrad in a van full of journalists through the victorious armies. All the forces of Stalingrad were now being moved. About midnight, we got stuck in a traffic jam. And what a spectacle that road presented. There were lorries and horse sleighs and guns and covered wagons and even camels pulling sleighs. Thousands of soldiers were walking in large irregular crowds to the west through this cold, deadly night. But they were cheerful and strangely happy, and they kept shouting about Stalingrad and the job they had done, in their Valenki, wool-felt boots, and padded jackets and fur caps with the ear flaps hanging down, carrying Tommy guns with watering eyes and hoarfrost on their lips. They were going west. How much better it felt than going east. Stalingrad was the turn of the tide. Moving and other preliminaries kept Kurchatov busy until early 1943. In January, the Navy even ordered him to Murmansk to work on German mines. The State Defense Committee, GKO, officially awarded him authority over the uranium project on February 11, 1943. At that time, it required special permission from the GKO to enter Moscow, Kaftanov recalls. We obtained permission for approximately 100 people and a respective number of apartments, and began inviting the chosen specialists. Working out of a room at the Moscow Hotel on Marx Prospect, within sight of the Kremlin, Kurchatov assembled a core team of talents to prepare a feasibility study. Theoretical physicists Georgy Flyrov, Yuli Hariton, and Yakov Zeldovich, experimentalists Isaac Konstantinovich Kikoin, and Abram Alikonov. Kikoin was a specialist in diffusion processes. Alikonov, the young academician and cosmic ray expert, had competed with Kurchatov to head the project. Golovin. In no hurry to expand his staff, Kurchatov tried to determine the main lines of attack and clearly formulate the scientific and engineering task ahead. He made numerous estimates and gave more detailed consideration to the possible ways of achieving a uranium fission chain reaction, carefully discussing them all. The group soon decided to build a nuclear reactor powered by slow neutron fission and simultaneously to work out means for separating large quantities of uranium isotopes. Kurchatov did not settle for half measures, but at once boldly got started on estimates for a uranium bomb whose explosive power would come from fast neutron fission, though he did not yet have so much as a microgram of pure U-235, and though neither he nor the other members of the group had an inkling as to the possibility of producing plutonium. At the beginning of 1943, that is, Igor Kurchatov and his colleagues in the Soviet Union were planning to build a nuclear reactor to prove that a chain reaction was possible in uranium, and then to build a uranium bomb using U-235 separated laboriously from natural uranium by physical means. That would be a long, slow, expensive route to a bomb, one that Kurchatov certainly would not have chosen if he had known any shorter, faster, and cheaper approach. The Soviet Union had only limited known reserves of uranium ore. It had only a few kilograms of heavy water and no facilities for making more. But a reactor moderated with heavy water would require several tons. It lacked the technology to make large quantities of pure graphite, an alternative to heavy water. It lacked the technology to make uranium metal or uranium hexafluoride. U-235 had not yet been separated from U-238 in the Soviet Union, even at laboratory scale, and separating enough U-235 for a bomb, tens of kilograms, would require developing a vast new industrial plant based on one or more new and difficult technologies. The gun bomb that Flyrov had proposed and that Kurchatov had in mind would be prodigal of material, requiring several critical masses of U-235 in its design. The Soviet scientists had not yet appreciated that a reactor would transmute a portion of its larger inventory of U-238 into a new man-made element, heavier and less stable than uranium. Early in 1941, a team of American scientists at Berkeley, led by radiochemist Glenn T. Seaborg, had transmuted the first millionth of a gram of the new element in the big 60-inch Berkeley cyclotron. The team had isolated the first sample on March 28th, but the discovery was classified and would not be announced until after the war. In 1942, Seaborg had named the new element plutonium. By then, the Americans had determined what the Soviets did not yet know, that plutonium was even more fissionable than U-235, with a fission cross-section for fast neutrons 3.4 times as large as natural uranium. Since it could be separated chemically from the matrix of natural uranium in which it was bred, and since chemical separation was a far less difficult and therefore less costly process than physical separation, plutonium would probably be a shortcut to a bomb. So the leaders of the American program had come to believe. As a result, the Manhattan Project was now gearing up to breed plutonium in graphite and heavy water reactors, as well as to separate U-235 using gaseous diffusion, thermal diffusion, and electromagnetic means. A new secret laboratory that would open its doors on a mesa in the northern New Mexico wilderness in April 1943 would begin developing gun designs for both uranium and plutonium. With its high priority and unlimited resources, the American program could afford to hedge its bets. At that early point, in any case, it would be prudent to explore alternatives, as Kurchatov also understood. When Ukrainian physicist Anatoly Petrovich Alexandrov asked him why he wanted thermal diffusion explored when there were better methods and it wouldn't be used, Kurchatov shot back, "The devil knows what will be used. We have to try this way just in case." But given a choice, a country with fewer resources might do better to give priority to plutonium. As of early 1943, Igor Kurchatov was evidently not aware of the existence of such a choice. Then he saw the accumulated NKVD espionage. He said he still had a lot to clear up, Molotov remembers. "I decided then to provide him with our intelligence data. Our intelligence agents had done very important work. Kurchatov spent several days in my Kremlin office looking through this data. I asked him, 'So, what do you think of this?' I myself understood none of it, but I knew the material had come from good, reliable sources. He said, 'The materials are magnificent. They add exactly what we've been missing.'" On March 7, 1943, Kurchatov finished drafting a 14-page review for Mikhail Provyukin of the documents and transmissions that Moscow Center had collected. He only refers to British material, most of it probably passed by Klaus Fuchs, which almost certainly means that no American technical information had yet come in. But the British knew enough, and Kurchatov learned enough to transform the Soviet program. Having reviewed the material, Kurchatov began directly, "I came to the conclusion that it is of immense value for our science and our country. Its value cannot be overestimated. The material shows what serious and intensive research and development work on the uranium problem has been undertaken in England," Kurchatov explained. "It also," he wrote, "provides some quite important reference points for our research, informing us of new scientific and technical approaches and enabling us to skip labor-intensive phases of development." Kurchatov judged at that point that the most valuable information in the espionage material dealt with isotope separation. The Anglo-American preference for gaseous diffusion as a means of separating U-235 from U-238 was unexpected, he explained. The Soviet scientists had believed the centrifuge approach to be much more promising. The espionage material made us include diffusion experiments in our plans along with centrifuge. Next, Kurchatov went through the theoretical work on diffusion, a very detailed study. Fuchs and Peierls had done that study, and Fuchs later admitted passing a number of reports on diffusion theory to Alexander and to Sonia. The study provided a complete description of Franz Simon's proposed gaseous diffusion unit. "Our theoreticians haven't yet checked this extensive work," Kurchatov reported to Provyukin, "but as far as I can judge, it is the work of a group of prominent scientists who based their well-founded and laborious calculations on clear physical principles." The study was so complete, Kurchatov exulted, that it would enable his team to skip the initial stage and to move immediately to developing gaseous diffusion in the Soviet Union. Kurchatov wanted further information on the machinery the British were developing for gaseous diffusion. He included 5 questions on the subject in this section of the report, clearly intending for Provyukin to pass them to the NKVD and GRU to guide further espionage. The scientific director of the Soviet program to build an atomic bomb, that is, was not a passive recipient of espionage materials, but an active participant in an extensive program of espionage directed against his country's wartime allies, Britain and the United States. On the other hand, they were allies that had decided to exclude his suffering country from a secret joint program to develop a decisive new weapon of war. He surely felt justified. The material Kurchatov reviewed contained brief analyses of the usefulness of thermal diffusion, centrifuge, and mass spectrographic approaches to isotope separation. Thermal diffusion he discounted as inefficient because of high energy consumption. It was, but it would save the American project in 1944 when problems in barrier development delayed startup of the big gaseous diffusion plant under construction at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The British analysis dismissed the centrifuge approach because of the difficulty of making a centrifuge that would hold together at the high rate of rotation necessary for isotope separation. This conclusion may be challenged, Kurchatov writes, defending the primary approach of the Soviet program so far. It would not be successfully challenged in the Soviet Union until long after the end of the war. Kurchatov headed the second section of his March 7, 1943 report, The Problems of Nuclear Explosion and Chain Reaction. Here were more revelations from espionage. First of all, the statement that it is possible to realize a nuclear chain reaction in a mixture of regular uranium oxide, or metallic uranium, and heavy water. For Soviet scientists, this conclusion is unexpected and contradicts the established point of view. We considered it to be proven that without isotope separation, it is not possible to achieve a chain reaction with heavy water. In 1940, misled by the cross-section estimate that Borst and Harkins had reported in their letter to the Physical Review, Yuli Hariton and Yakov Zeldovich had reached that pessimistic conclusion. Now, Fuchs reported Hans Halban and Lou Kowarski's actual measurements of deuterium cross-sections using, as Kurchatov said, the entire world reserve of heavy water. The report convinced Kurchatov that his theoreticians should review their conclusions once more. He also wanted more information via espionage about the French scientists' work. It is mentioned in the espionage material that Halban and Kowarski intend to continue their experiments with larger amounts of heavy water in America, where it is said production of this substance is organized on a very large scale. Therefore, it is extremely important to find out if Halban and or Kowarski went from Britain to America in 1941 to 1942, and if they carried out their experiments. Kurchatov vigorously defended Hariton and Zeldovich's heavy water calculations, stressing that the theoreticians could not have produced a more accurate cross-section estimate because they lacked the necessary experimental equipment. He understood that he and his colleagues were being watched. The only mistakes the Soviet leadership tolerated were its own. Wrecking, real and metaphorical, was a crime that crowded the camps of the Gulag. Then Kurchatov played a brilliant hunch. His hunch reveals that as of March 1943, word had not yet reached the Soviet Union of the construction and successful operation of the world's first man-made nuclear reactor in the United States on December 2, 1942. Enrico Fermi's uranium graphite reactor, CP1, stacked by hand in a double squash court under the west stands of the University of Chicago's Stagg Field. Kurchatov wrote, "All experiments with systems of uranium and moderator that have so far been conducted and published used homogeneous mixtures of these components. But a heterogeneous system might be better, he guessed, one where the uranium is concentrated within the mass of moderator in spaced blocks of appropriate dimensions." That conclusion had come independently to Fermi and to Leo Szilard at Columbia in 1940. CP1 was just such a three-dimensional lattice. Kurchatov was an exceptional leader, Hariton and Smirnov comment, who organized a strategically correct program from the very beginning. He had an unerring ability to find correct ways of attaining goals, despite the scarce and incomplete initial scientific data. As soon as Kurchatov realized that a heterogeneous arrangement might be superior to the homogeneous systems he had been sponsoring, might make possible a reactor assembled from natural uranium without enrichment, he asked his team to study the two different arrangements theoretically and experimentally, and asked Prevukin to set Soviet intelligence to find out which kind of system the British and the Americans were studying. In the end, Hariton and Smirnov conclude, referring to members of the Kurchatov team, it was I.I. Gurevich and Isak Pomeranchuk who successfully solved Kurchatov's problem, showing the decisive advantage of a heterogeneous reactor. Part 3 of Kurchatov's report, The Physics of the Fission Process, primarily discussed espionage information that confirmed what Soviet scientists had already worked out on their own, but it included more questions which Kurchatov hoped further espionage might resolve. Kurchatov made a point of emphasizing that Otto Frisch in England had confirmed the phenomenon of the spontaneous fission of uranium discovered by Soviet physicists G. N. Flyrov and K.A. Pederzak that the fact of spontaneous fission made it necessary to keep a critical mass disassembled until the moment of explosion, so that a stray secondary neutron would not cause it to chain react prematurely, and that Flyrov's calculation of the necessary speed of assembly closely matched British estimates. Finally, Kurchatov assessed the issue that had bothered Beria, and probably Stalin as well, since Vadim's first report had come in. Was this harvest of espionage information or disinformation? Naturally, the question is raised whether the materials received reflect the real status of research and development in Britain, rather than a legend aimed at misdirecting our science. This question is of special importance for us because in many important areas, we are not in a position to test the data because we lack the technical base necessary to do so. Based on a close examination of the material, I formed the conclusion that it reflects the real state of things. Certain conclusions, even some that refer to quite important parts of the work, seem dubious to me, some of them not well-founded, but for this the British scientists are responsible rather than the reliability of the information. The most crucially important information about atomic bomb development that the Soviet Union would acquire through espionage, information that would accelerate the Soviet program by a full 2 years, took up only a brief paragraph in Kurchatov's March 7th report. There he noted that he would discuss it in more detail in a separate letter. He sent Prevukin that separate 7-page letter 2 weeks later on March 22, 1943. Fragmentary remarks in the espionage materials he reviewed, Kurchatov wrote in his March 22nd letter, referred to the possibility of using plentiful U-238 as well as rare U-235 to make a bomb. The documents contained very important remarks on the use for bomb material of an element with mass 239, which should be produced in the uranium pile as the result of the absorption of neutrons by uranium-238. Footnote: pile was Fermi's coinage. That much at least had leaked through. Previously, the Soviets had called the nuclear reactor a boiler. Richard Rhodes. End footnote. The suggestion had sent Kurchatov to the library to look through the last papers that American scientists had published on transuranium elements in the Physical Review before wartime security clamped down. What Kurchatov found elated him. Announcing his discovery in his handwritten report, he capitalized the key words and underlined them twice. I was able to see a new direction to solving the entire uranium problem. The prospects of this direction are extremely promising. Kurchatov proceeded to review the workings of a uranium pile, pointing out that it was always assumed that only the light isotope of uranium, U-235, which constitutes only 1/140th part of regular uranium, would be useful in a pile. The rest of the uranium, U-238, constituting 139/140ths, would be useless, since it does not emit large amounts of energy or produce secondary neutrons when hit by a slow neutron. This conclusion may be totally wrong. Kurchatov was alluding to the transmutation of U-238 under neutron bombardment that Edwin Macmillan and Philip Abelson at Berkeley had successfully explored in 1940. Macmillan and Abelson had found, in Kurchatov's words, that the nucleus of U-238, hit by a neutron, passes through certain changes and transforms itself into uranium-239. This element is unstable and in 20 minutes, on average, transforms spontaneously into element 93, which doesn't exist on Earth, the element called ecuranium. Macmillan and Abelson had a better name for the first artificial new element beyond uranium, and hence transuranic, but they had not published it in their Physical Review paper. They called element 93 neptunium. Uranium was the heaviest element to occur naturally on Earth because its nucleus, densely packed with positively charged protons that repelled each other electrically, was only marginally stable. It should follow that man-made transuranic elements like element 93, with even more protons packed into their nuclei, would be even less stable. The German physicist Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker had independently worked out these consequences of U-238 bombardment in the summer of 1940, had assumed that 93 might fission and chain react, and had reported the idea to his government, which failed to take up the suggestion. In fact, 93 was more like U-238 than U-235, and in any case its 2.3-day half-life made it unsuitable for use in a weapon. But since 93 was radioactive, spontaneously emitting beta electrons and gamma rays, it followed that it would quickly transmute itself further. And on theoretical grounds, element 94 ought to fission and chain react even more vigorously than U-235. Macmillan and Anderson had mentioned this daughter product 94-239 in their paper on 93 and had measured the outside limits of several of its physical characteristics. Glenn Seaborg and his colleagues had then taken over the research and discovered 94, plutonium, but by then the work was classified. Now, in March 1943, Kurchatov realized the same possibilities. It appears, he wrote, that although echirenium, 93, is somewhat more stable than uranium-239, it also possesses a short half-life, and by itself transforms into element 94. This element is called eka-osmium. According to all current theoretical ideas, the collision of a neutron with a nucleus of eka-osmium, 94, will be accompanied by the release of a large amount of energy and the emittance of secondary neutrons, so in this respect, it should be analogous to U-235. Footnote: radiochemists had coined these preliminary names for 93 and 94 in the 1930s because the anticipated new transuranic elements were assumed, incorrectly as it turned out, to resemble the metals, rhenium, osmium, and so on, that fell directly above their anticipated positions on the periodic table of the elements. Eka means beyond. Richard Rhodes. End footnote. In Part 2 of this March 22, 1943 letter, Kurchatov quickly explained the enormous import of his extrapolation. If eka-osmium, 94, really possesses properties similar to those of U-235, it could be extracted chemically from the uranium pile and used as material for an eka-osmium bomb. The bomb hence would be made of unearthly material which has disappeared from our planet. As one can see, given this solution to the entire problem, there is no more necessity to separate uranium isotopes. But having stated his conclusion at its most optimistic, Kurchatov then qualified it. These unusual properties are of course not yet proved in many respects. Their realization is only possible if it is true that eka-osmium-239 is analogous to U-235, and also only if a uranium pile may be built one way or another. The scheme demands quantitative analysis of every detail. He had already assigned that work to Zeldovich, he wrote, but it would not be possible to study the properties of element 94 fully earlier than mid-1944, when our cyclotrons will be restored and operating. He therefore asked Prevukhin to request that the organs of intelligence find out what has been done in this direction in America, and appended a list of 7 laboratories to be infiltrated, including the University of California's Berkeley Radiation Laboratory, where he thought Macmillan was working. In fact, Macmillan had gone off to MIT to work on radar, Yale University, the University of Michigan, and Columbia. Kurchatov wanted to know if 94 fissioned under the action of fast or slow neutrons, what the relevant cross-sections were, and whether 94 fissioned spontaneously. All information of great relevance to determining if 94, plutonium, could be used in a bomb. Kurchatov had mentioned the new information about element 94 in the summary to his March 7th report and gave a glowing assessment there of the value to the Soviet Union of the espionage material. Conclusion: the intelligence material requires us to review many of our established opinions and introduces 3 directions of work new for Soviet physics. 1. Separation of U-235 through gaseous diffusion. 2. Realization of nuclear burning in the mixture uranium-heavy water. 3. Exploration of the element eka-osmium-94-239. In conclusion, it is necessary to mention that the material as a whole shows that it is technically possible to solve the entire uranium problem in a much shorter period than our scientists believed before they were informed about developments in this field abroad. Prevukin, impressed, had underlined this last sentence. Don't tell anyone about this letter to you. Kurchatov closed his March 22nd follow-up report cautiously. Long afterward, defending the contribution of Soviet scientists, Yuli Hariton would assert that one should not overestimate the importance of the Soviet intelligence community in setting up the atomic program. Based on Kurchatov's own documented responses to the espionage material he reviewed, one should not underestimate the importance of espionage either. American scientists had been right to withhold their work on plutonium from publication. The possibility of transmuting U-238 to a new fissionable element that could be separated chemically from uranium was the most important secret of the early days of the nuclear arms race. The world learned about plutonium at Nagasaki, Glenn Seaborg remarks. Thanks to Klaus Fuchs, Soviet scientists learned about plutonium early in 1943. In May, to facilitate and reward his work on the Anglo-American atomic bomb, Klaus Fuchs received the gift of British citizenship. Between Igor Kurchatov's first two espionage reviews, on March 10, 1943, the Presidium of the Soviet Academy of Sciences confirmed his appointment as director of the Soviet atomic bomb program. He was 40 years old and not yet even a full member of the Academy. That election came 6 months later, on September 29, 1943. Wisely, Kurchatov did not abandon work on uranium isotope separation because espionage had revealed element 94 to be a possible alternative any more than the United States had done. Pursuing multiple approaches to a bomb, however redundant and expensive, was the only way to hedge against failure in the days before it was certain which approach would work. Kurchatov needed a home for his new secret laboratory. He was allowed to commandeer space temporarily in the old Seismological Institute about a kilometer southwest of the Kremlin, within a meandering loop of the Moscow River on Pezhevsky Lane in the Zemsvorksha district, where Gogol, Tolstoy, and Chekhov had lived in pre-revolutionary days. Kurchatov and his small staff, no more than 20 people, moved into the Institute workshop, a neat, small, 3-story building surrounded by linden trees. Golovin and Smirnov describe it. Kurchatov named the operation the Laboratory for Thermal Engineering. His staff grew slowly, paced by the lack of facilities and equipment, but people joined the adventure willingly from their far-flung assignments in the military or in industry. Golovin recalls, most of the personnel came to Kurchatov with only the clothes on their backs and what had been thrown together in small suitcases. Their other belongings, including the books and manuscripts so important to scientists, would have been lost in evacuations or during air raids. Kurchatov's first concern was to feed and house the new arrivals. This was a great morale builder for people who had suffered wartime privations. We used to lunch for coupons in the House of Scientists on Kropotkinskaya Street, Golovin writes. We went to lunch with Kurchatov in a covered truck, the entire team. By the standards of that time, these lunches were real feasts. We were very happy with the fresh salad which was grown near the House of Scientists during the summer instead of flowers. Almost immediately, they ran out of laboratory space and took over another evacuated building on Bolshaya Kalushskaya Street that belonged to the Institute for Inorganic Chemistry. On Kalushskaya, says Golovin, for the first time, armed guards appeared at the entrances. Shortages caused delays that made everyone impatient. We had to find our way through, Georgy Flyrov recalled their embattled mood. Just like the soldiers fighting in the front lines. We were poor at first. Fortunately, we were authorized to scavenge voltmeters and other equipment from the Army and the institutes of the Academy of Sciences. Sometimes when we discussed what was most important, it would seem that what was most important was whatever hadn't yet been done, and everything which had already been done might be spoiled if some minor thing went wrong. While occupying these first temporary facilities, Kurchatov began looking for permanent quarters. Kaftanov says his aide S.A. Balazin and Kurchatov examined many buildings which had belonged to various institutes that had been evacuated from Moscow. We were interested in an appropriate building in a suitable location which could be extended in the future. It was clear from the beginning that extension would be necessary. Pravyukin also sometimes accompanied Kurchatov on his real estate rounds. Igor Vasilievich and I examined the unfinished buildings of the All-Union Institute for Experimental Medicine in Pokrovskoye Stresnevo, the exclusive suburb of Silver Woods in northwestern Moscow. We decided to organize the main laboratory for nuclear physics in one of the buildings which already had a roof. Kurchatov's laboratory took over the entire territory of the Institute's compound. 5 hectares of pine woods had been enclosed. A creek had been culverted underground. Golovin, who would serve as assistant director of the new laboratory, describes the setting. Kurchatov decided on an unfinished 3-story brick building beyond the Beltline Railroad on the edge of a sprawling potato field a kilometer from the Moscow River. A few hundred meters from the building were 2 unfinished 1-story stone cottages and a couple of warehouses, also roofless, and a half a kilometer farther off stood the 2-story building of a small factory that made clinical X-ray machines. A pine grove, a few log cabins, and 2 railroad spurs across the field completed the picture. Here, on the edge of an area once called Hodinsko Field, for many decades an artillery and machine gun range, construction began on Laboratory No. 2 of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. In July 1943, when the Red Army pushed the Wehrmacht back across the Ukraine west to the Dnieper River, liberating Kharkov, Kirill Sinelnikov had immediately returned to his laboratories there and gone to work restoring the electrostatic generators so that he could begin measuring cross-sections. That operation took the name Laboratory No. 1. Sinelnikov's English wife, Eddie, described the destruction her husband found in Kharkov in a December letter home. Kira has been on an official visit to Kharkov and the Institute. He says in places you might think the streets had not been destroyed. The outline is the same, but when you walk down a street, you find it is only the shell of the buildings that remain. He found an absolutely empty and dirty flat. Our beautiful Steinway piano lying on the road near the garage, having been used by the Germans as a platform for washing lorries. We shall have to begin again from the beginning. That summer of 1943, the 75-ton magnet of the Leningrad cyclotron arrived in Moscow, brought remarkably through the German blockade, and construction began in the basement of the laboratory at the Silverwood site on what would be the most powerful particle accelerator in Europe, and a way of making a few micrograms of plutonium, work which Kurchatov assigned to his chemist brother, Boris. Sometime in spring 1943, Moscow sent her past Igor Kurchatov the first flood of espionage material from the United States. An unidentified person with access to the files of the Reference Committee of the Washington-based National Research Council that controlled publication of any research that had military significance, Morris Cohn's physicist friend, whose code name according to Yatskov was Perseus, or some other unidentified American spy, had either copied or summarized the contents of 286 classified scientific papers filed with the committee in lieu of publication. Kurchatov completed his review of this extensive secret literature by early summer 1943. On July 3rd, he sent Pravyukin his analysis of 237 works he deemed relevant. Their content covered a full range, as a Russian historian notes. Of 237 analyzed works, 29 were devoted to the separation of isotopes by gaseous diffusion, which Kurchatov believes to be the main method under development in the USA, 18 to centrifuge separation, 4 to electromagnetic separation, 6 to thermal diffusion, 5 to general problems of isotope separation, 10 to the design of a U-235 bomb. His analysis of these works takes relatively much space. 32 works concern uranium heavy water piles, 29 concern uranium graphite piles, 14 concern transuranics, plutonium and neptunium, 3 concern the rare uranium isotopes U-232 and U-233. 30 concern general issues in the neutron physics of nuclear fission. 55 relate to the chemistry of uranium, production of metallic U, oxide, hexafluoride used for diffusion separation, and other substances, including metallarganic substances with uranium, and 3 works concern the physiological action of uranium. Kurchatov wrote in his July 3rd report that the 29 works that concerned the development of a uranium-fueled, graphite-moderated nuclear reactor constituted the main results of American work on a uranium graphite pile. By then, he had decided that the Soviet Union should also take that route to achieving a controlled chain reaction in uranium. Clearly, his decision had been significantly influenced by the espionage information he had seen. The 29 summaries or abstracts gave only a brief presentation of the general results of research, however, and did not include important technical details, which implies that the American espionage agent who assembled the collection was a secretary or a clerk operating within the National Research Council rather than a physicist who would have realized that abstracts were inadequate. The fact that the summaries concerned technical problems such as temperature of the walls of cooling tubes, diffusion of fission products in uranium under high temperatures, etc., that were characteristic of a technical project rather than an abstract physical scheme, gave further evidence of the seriousness of the attempts the American scientists are making to realize a uranium graphite pile in the nearest future. Kurchatov asked for more information. It is extremely important to receive detailed technical material on this problem from America. The reports on nuclear reactor development in the United States that Kurchatov was reviewing were a full year out of date. In fact, CP1 had operated successfully at the University of Chicago beginning in December 1942. Footnote: that Kurchatov was still ignorant in July 1943 of CP1's successful operation is clear proof that NKVD officer Pavel Sudoplatov is lying when he claims he showed Kurchatov a full report on the first nuclear chain reaction in Chicago in February. Kurchatov's ignorance also confirms that neither Fermi nor Bruno Pontecorvo had passed word of the pile's completion to the Soviets the previous January, as Sudoplatov further alleges. Pontecorvo, in any case, was working at that time for an oil drilling company in Oklahoma and had no access to U.S. secret research. Compare Sudoplatov and Sudoplatov, 1994, page 182. End footnote. Its successor, CP2, had been assembled and was operating with shielding at a site in the Argonne Forest outside Chicago. A vast tract of land had been purchased near Hanford, Washington, where industrial-scale reactors for plutonium production then being designed would be built. A 1,000-kilowatt air-cooled reactor that would produce gram quantities of plutonium was under construction at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and distilleries were going up in the United States and Canada that were planned to produce 3 tons of heavy water per month by October 1943 for a heavy water moderated reactor to be assembled at Argonne. Either the espionage documents in Kurchatov's hands had been passed at least a year before he saw them, which is unlikely. Why would the NKVD have allowed him to review equally sensitive British files but withheld this cornucopia of American information from him during the previous several months when he and his team were formulating their first plans? Or they reflected the abrupt cutoff of information. A cutoff is probable. Morris Cohn had been drafted into the U.S. Army in the summer of 1942, breaking the espionage connection with his contact or contacts until Yatskov re-established it with Lana Cohen several months later. Morris Cohn's contact may not have been able to pass the information he or she had collected until after reconnecting with Lana. Alternatively, or additionally, whoever was supplying the Soviets with information may have lost access to the files. Kurchatov next reviewed 14 works that contained detailed information on the physical properties of elements 93, neptunium, and 94, plutonium. The cross-section for fission of 94-239 by slow neutrons, for example, had been reported in a classified May 29, 1941 paper by Berkeley physicists and chemists J.W. Kennedy, Glenn Seaborg, Emilio Segre, and A.C. Wall to be even larger than that of U-235. Kurchatov wanted to see a further classified work by Seaborg and Segre, for which he seems to have had at least a reference, devoted to fission of 94, element eka-osmium, by fast neutrons. Kurchatov explained, "In its response to the action of neutrons, this element is similar to U-235, for which the action of fast neutrons hasn't yet been explored. Thus, Seaborg's data on eka-osmium 94-239 is of interest for the problem of realizing a U-235 bomb. That's why we consider it especially important to receive the results of this work of Seaborg and Segre." The Soviet project director noted that all this work showed that the United States was involved in a major effort to build an atomic bomb. It also showed, he wrote, that Soviet research was being conducted, although of course not in sufficient volume, along the same lines as American research, with two exceptions: a uranium heavy water pile and electromagnetic separation of uranium isotopes, for which work in the Soviet Union had not yet been started. "I think that we ought to begin working in both of these directions," Kurchatov concluded, "and the first of them demands the most serious attention. A heavy water pile would be more difficult to build than a graphite pile," he pointed out, because they would have to organize heavy water production on a scale of tons. But it would resolve a serious problem: the Soviet project's lack of uranium. The realization of a heavy water pile, Kurchatov revealed, would demand not 50, but 1 to 2 tons of uranium, the amount we have at hand in 1943, while it remains unclear when our country will accumulate a stock of uranium of as much as 50 tons. "It was the results of earlier research by the Soviet scientists themselves," writes Yuli Hariton of himself and his colleagues, "that put them in a strong starting position when they embarked on a solution to the atomic problem. By the summer of 1943, an open flood of espionage from England and the United States had added significantly to that base. But even if the Soviets could have caught up with the Anglo-Americans technically, they could not yet have built a bomb. They lacked the necessary raw materials and had not yet begun to develop the vast industrial enterprise they would need to process them." 4. A Russian connection. Like many Americans who spied for the Soviet Union, Harry Gold had a Russian connection. In 1881, following the murder of Tsar Alexander II by revolutionaries and the subsequent repeal of reforms and outbreak of violent pogroms, a vast Jewish exodus began from Russia. Some 3.5 million Jews fled to the United States between 1882 and 1920. Harry Gold's parents, Sam and Celia Golodnitsky, left Russia around 1904. They stopped for a decade in Switzerland, where Sam found work as a cabinet maker. Henrik, Harry, was born in Bern on December 12, 1910. The Golodnitskys continued on to America in 1914, were assigned the name Gold by an immigration officer on Ellis Island, landed temporarily with a relative in Little Rock, Arkansas, moved to Chicago and worked in the stockyards and coal yards, and finally settled in South Philadelphia in 1915. Harry's younger brother Yosef was born 2 years later. South Philadelphia was a tough neighborhood. Harry Gold thought the fertile soil of his earnest desire to work with the Soviet Union lay there, in his early experience of anti-Semitism. "When I was about 12, I made regular trips to the public library at Broad and Porter Streets, a distance of about 2 miles from my home. On returning from one such trip, I was seized by a group of about 15 Gentile boys at 12th and Shunk Streets and was badly beaten. Gangs of neckers, kids who lived in the marshy neck section of South Philadelphia near the city dump, under extremely primitive conditions and amid the mosquitoes and dirt, staged brick-throwing, window-smashing, lightning forays into Gold's neighborhood, their special hatred directed at the Jews. Gold's father, a hard and honest worker, was similarly harassed at the Victor Talking Machine Company, where he was employed sanding radio cabinets. Immigrant workers who were crudely anti-Semitic made Pop, one of the few Jewish workers, the object of their humor. An Irish foreman in particular, who hated the Jews far more bitterly than anyone Pop had ever encountered, assigned Sam to stand alone on a fast production line. So Sam Gold would come home at night with his fingertips raw and with the skin partially rubbed off. This was no exaggeration. Mom would bathe the fingers and put ointment on them, and Pop would go back to work the next morning. But he never quit, not Pop, and he never uttered one word of complaint to us boys. Many other such incidents could be described, Harry Gold summarizes. This was a scheme to which I built up a tremendous resentment throughout the years, and a desire to do something active to fight and to combat it. Something on a much wider scale than by combat of an individual anti-Semitic. If Gold's resentment of anti-Semitism descended in part through his father, whom he idolized, his interest in socialism developed through his mother. Celia Gold was fascinated with Socialist Party founder and presidential candidate Eugene V. Debs, her son would testify. The Golds subscribed to the Jewish Daily Forward, which also espoused the theory of socialism. Beginning in high school, Harry became a great admirer of Norman Thomas and thought him a very great man indeed. By contrast, for Harry at that time, Bolshevism or communism was just a name for a wild and vaguely defined phenomenon going on in a primitive country thousands of miles away. A communist. I was horrified. A good student in high school, a member of the Latin and science clubs, Harry went to work for the Pennsylvania Sugar Company after graduation and saved money for college. He started at the University of Pennsylvania in 1930 and managed to get through 2 years before his money ran out. Pennsylvania Sugar rehired him. A decade later, he would tell his draft board that he began contributing to his mother's support, to family expenses, that is, in March 1932, the nadir of the Great Depression. 1 week before Christmas 1932, he was laid off. Here was raised the disgraceful spectacle and deep ignominy of charity. The first thing that followed my discharge was the necessity of returning a parlor suite, the first in 14 years, to Lit Brothers. That $50 refund was so necessary and loomed so large. His mother was opposed to charity, violently so. Celia Gold, according to one of Gold's later employers, was somewhat of a tyrant in that she ruled the Gold household with an iron hand. Gold looked for work frantically for 5 weeks. That was when he met Tom Black, the party recruiter who was a fellow chemist. A friend called Gold and told him about a job that Black had just vacated with a soap manufacturer in Jersey City. Gold needed to see Black that night for a briefing and a recommendation. Mom hurriedly and anxiously packed a brown cardboard suitcase, and I borrowed $6 as well as a jacket which closely matched my pants, and I was bundled on a Greyhound bus to Jersey City. Gold slogged through the snow to the address he was given. Black was waiting for me downstairs. I can still see that huge, friendly, freckled face, the grin and the feel of the bear-like grip of his hand. They stayed up all night. Black briefed Gold on soap chemistry and told Gold frankly that he hoped to recruit him for the Communist Party. Most of the 5 hours the two men talked, Black spent attacking capitalism and selling communism. Gold got the job. The $30 a week it paid kept his family off relief. Black took Gold to party meetings in Jersey City, gatherings of misfits where Gold felt nothing was ever accomplished. At more sophisticated meetings in Greenwich Village, they drank wine and ate spaghetti and oysters while their host read incredibly funny Thurber stories from the New Yorker. One night, someone attacked the decadence of bourgeois family life, and Gold erupted. To me, this was the worst sort of heresy, and I hotly defended the concept of the happy and closely knit group of parents and children. Like his own. He was returning to Philadelphia the next day to begin working at the sugar company again, happy to be released from his obligation to Tom Black, happy to be home. By then, it was September 1933. That winter, Gold started night school at the Drexel Institute of Technology, studying chemical engineering. but Black continued to come around. My family was naturally very glad to greet the man who, in effect, had been our economic savior, and Tom, with his bluff and hearty ways, quickly endeared himself to them. The big chemist, with his build and features a 200-year throwback to those of a British peasant, began to propagandize Gould's parents, but then suddenly stopped. He also stopped urging Gould to join the party. Gould understood later that the change in Black's behavior was significant. In fact, Black had gone boldly to Amtorg, the Soviet trading company in New York, and volunteered to work as a scientist in the USSR. The Soviets had proposed instead that he undertake industrial espionage. For good measure, they had assigned him undercover duty keeping track of Trotskyites. Eventually, at the turn of the year between 1934 and 1935, Black told Harry about his new work and asked Gould to sign on. Gould was ready. I said that I would think it over, but actually I had already made the decision. I was even to a certain extent eager to. Long afterward, reviewing his life, Gould would carefully, layer by layer, examine his reasons for becoming a Soviet agent, that he owed Black, that he genuinely wanted to help the people of the Soviet Union to enjoy some of the better things of life, that acquiescing got Black off his neck. But these were really surface circumstances. There were also underlying motives, far more powerful, that he did not realize at the time. Fighting anti-Semitism in all its disguises, including Nazism and fascism, was one of them. It might be asked, why didn't I try to fight anti-Semitism here in the United States? Frankly, this seemed to me like a pretty hopeless business. His almost suicidal impulse to take drastic and, if need be, illegal action when he believed a situation required it was another motive he discerned. He also suspected that there must have been in my makeup a certain basic lack of faith in democratic processes. Unswervingly, through all these years of work with the Russian agents, I thought of myself as an American citizen working outside the law and underhandedly, it is true, for the Soviet Union. If I had thought that my actions might in any way harm the United States, I would never have gone ahead. Gould understood later how absurd that rationalization must sound. Here I was unwittingly fooling myself. He understood as well that he was letting down the strong barriers against deceit, trickery, and thieving, barriers which had been built up by my mother over so many years. Indeed, he was explicitly deceiving his mother with the lies I had to tell at home and to my friends to explain my supposed whereabouts. Mom was certain that I was carrying on a series of clandestine love affairs. Espionage, Gould's secret life, was a love affair of sorts for a shy, lonely, workaholic bachelor who lived at home with his parents and his bachelor brother under his mother's thumb. The planning for a meeting with the Soviet agent, the careful preparations for obtaining data, the writing of reports, the filching of blueprints for copying and then returning them, the meeting with agents in New York or Cincinnati or Buffalo, the difficulty in raising money for the various trips, the weary hours of waiting on street corners in strange towns where I had no business to be, and the killing of time in cheap movies. All this became quite ingrained in me. It was drudgery, and I hated it. Anyone who had an idea this work was glamorous and exciting was very wrong indeed. Nothing could have been more dreary. But here is one curious fact. After the war, when my activity ceased, after a while I actually began to miss it. Once I discussed this with Black, and he said that it was really a mistake that I had gotten into espionage work. But you know, Tom, I said, in some funny manner I still long for that life which now seems dead. And Black replied, "It is peculiar, I do too, even though it has caused me so much grief and disaster in the last 14 years. For most of 1935, Black served as Gould's contact. Harry was supposed to steal chemical processes from his boss at Pennsylvania Sugar, but neither he nor Black could afford the cost of photographing the documents. In those early years, Gould struggled to find funds to pay for his espionage. Considering what they got in return, the Soviets were surprisingly stingy. Eventually, Black convinced Amtorg to handle photocopying, All Harry had to do was to deliver the material to New York and return it. Best of all, the man who was providing all of this service, a Russian engineer from Amtorg, was very anxious to meet me. In November 1935, young Harry Gold met Paul. Harry was 25 years old and evidently dazzled by his entrance into the underworld of international espionage, but he was nothing if not independent, and from the beginning he had doubts. The doubt that bothered him most of all was professional. It had to do with the Soviets' seeming lack of initiative in chemical engineering research and their utter horror of any pioneering efforts in that field. From the very first, in 1935, Paul instructed me that what was wanted were processes already in successful operation in the United States, and Paul and the others who followed him continually said that they not only preferred, but absolutely insisted upon, only having the details of a plant already in successful and proven operation in America, as compared to another which, though it might promise to be very superior, still was only in the experimental stage. On several occasions, when I made efforts to submit material which represented work not yet in full-scale production, I would have my knuckles smartly rapped. So I desisted, but I wondered. When there is added to this their absolute veneration of American technological skill, I wondered again. But I was told that the Soviet Union was so desperately in need of chemical processes that they could afford to take no chances on one which might not work. Soviet agents wanted only conservative, reliable, tested technology from America. Their bosses were managers, not engineers or scientists, and had no way to evaluate untried ideas. The agents knew the penalty for taking risks when mistakes counted as heinous crimes. Gold worked with Paul, who had silver blonde hair and might have been Danish, with a huge man with a heavyweight boxer's build, with a small, dark man with a mustache who was a fanatical martinet, and whom Harry hated. Amtorg found Harry reliable and soon shifted him to more responsible duty as a courier, a cutout, a go-between whose knowledge of the chain of espionage agents was limited to his information sources on the one side and his immediate Soviet supervisor on the other, reducing the network's exposure. To increase his competence, the Soviets paid his way to Xavier College in Cincinnati, where he graduated summa cum laude with a degree in chemistry in 1940. They kept Gold on a short leash, however. He had to earn his Amtorg scholarship by trying to bribe and then to blackmail a right-field aeronautical engineer named Ben Smilg, but Smilg successfully resisted both attempts. In 1940, Gold registered for the draft. The draft examiner found him at 29 years of age to have brown hair, hazel eyes, and a brown complexion. He was short and broad, 5 feet 6 inches tall and 180 pounds. He had developed what he called a fabulous appetite as a child at camp. It had stayed with me yet, he would write proudly, quoting a friend of his who once said, "Harry will eat anything which will stand still long enough and which won't eat him first." He had a broad, Slavic face, heavily jowled. He looked older than his years, and he turned out to be hypertensive. His draft board classified him 4F and exempted him from military service. People who worked with him found him pleasant, a hard worker, a fellow chemist said, conscientious and a sincere individual. One woman at work remembered him as nervous, around women at least. When he talked, she would testify, especially to a woman, his face would become flushed. He was a quiet individual who would sometimes converse a bit with a man, but would only talk to a woman when he had a job for them to do. Gold got a new control in the fall of 1940. His favorite, Semyon N. Semyonov, an MIT graduate engineer, a man he would know only as Sam. Sam, Gold says, had a swarthy complexion, almost Mexican-like in texture, black, dancing eyes, and a really warm and friendly smile. Sam was the only Soviet whom Gold ever met who might have passed for an American because of the way he spoke, dressed, and acted, and especially in the way in which he wore his hat. For some reason, foreigners never wear their hats as Americans do. The MIT engineer was contemptuous of paid agents. Harry never gave offense in that regard, asking for no reward, But beginning with Sam, the Soviets fully reimbursed Gold's travel expenses, so that across his years of devoted espionage, he at least broke even. Sam sent Gold off abruptly to Buffalo to rendezvous with a man named Al Slack, who worked for Eastman Kodak and was passing Amtorg information on Kodachrome film manufacture. The work was routine and not especially productive. In the spring of 1941, Sam told Harry, "I was not needed anymore." But when Germany invaded the Soviet Union that June, Amtorg's priorities changed. In autumn 1941, Sam called me up, I met him, and he told me that we had to begin an intensive campaign for obtaining information for the Soviet Union. Gold made a series of runs up to Syracuse, Rochester, and Buffalo, collecting more material from Al Slack and 3 other men. With Gold's next assignment, routine espionage descended to soap opera. An exasperated Soviet operative named Jacob Golos had turned over to Sam a difficult, mercurial chemist named Abraham Brothman, a Columbia University graduate with a penchant for missing meetings and making promises he failed to keep. Brothman's previous contact had been Elizabeth Terrell Bentley, Golos's mistress, a Vassar graduate whose contacts expanded during the war years under Golos's direction to include communists in Canada, in the U.S. government in Washington, and in the ranks of industrial espionage. Bentley was a specialist in Italian literature, not chemistry, and the Soviets had decided Brothman needed a contact with a technical background. Sam told Harry that Brothman was an important government official, an engineer. After several postponements, the 2 chemists connected. Gold slipped into Brothman's car in the Manhattan Garment District on a Monday night in September 1941. While Gold was identifying himself, the Joe Louis-Lou Nova fight came on Brothman's car radio, and they listened to it together in silence for the 2 or 3 rounds Louis needed to knock Nova out. In the car and later that night in a Bickford restaurant, they talked for 3 hours. Then began Gold's Sisyphean labor of trying to coax useful information out of Brothman, who was not a government official but worked for private industry under government contracts. The Columbia chemist seems to have been manipulating the Soviets in the hope that they would eventually set him up in business, Gold thought. Starting in early 1942, Brothman, on many occasions, I would say at least 6, openly and directly asked me if I could obtain legitimate backing from the Soviet Union so that he could set up an enterprise and do work on chemical processes for the Soviets. When I first mentioned this to Sam, he laughed hilariously and said that he had never heard of such damned fool nonsense in his life. By legitimate backing, Brothman meant sums ranging from $25,000 to $50,000. In the meantime, Brothman gave the Soviets only enough information to string them along, and Gold bore the brunt of Sam's frustration. When Harry finally confronted Brothman, the man counterattacked and called the Soviets a bunch of fools. He told Harry he had already given them, in Gold's words, a drawing of a turbine type of engine for aircraft, and also information on one of the earliest Jeep models which had been designed by him. He promised to deliver the complete design of an explosives plant. Brothman soon reneged on the explosives plant design, but promised something far more desirable. He told me he was in possession of complete information on the manufacture of Buna S, a synthetic rubber. He also told me that not only was he in possession of complete information, but that he had the complete design material for a synthetic rubber plant. When I told Sam about this, he was highly elated. Buna S was one of the items on Semyonov's wish list. Gold arranged to meet with Brothman on New Year's Day 1942 to pick up the Buna S plans. Brothman came downstairs from his office 2 hours late, empty-handed. I remember this occasion very clearly and distinctly, Gold testified bitterly, because it was a cold morning and I waited outside the exchange bar, which unfortunately was closed, on New Year's morning. Once during this ongoing negotiation, Sam exploded at Brothman's callous disregard of Gold's misery. He said, "Look here, you fool. This scoundrel will not have the information on Sunday. He won't have it next Sunday or the Sunday after that. I bet you that it will be a month or 2 months before you will get it. Then I doubt that it will be complete. He doesn't have it complete now. He doesn't have half of it complete. Maybe it isn't even started on yet. Then Sam became so enraged, actually not at me but at Brothman, that he was almost beside himself and actually stopped talking from the force of his anger. After he cooled down, he said, "Look, we are going to have a couple of double scotches, and you are going to have something to eat. We will sit there and we'll talk of music, and we will talk of opera, and we will not talk of that son of a bitch Brothman." But eventually, Brothman came through. On a rainy evening in March 1942, he passed to Harry Gold a complete report on the manufacture of Buna S synthetic rubber, including blueprints for a plant, several hundred single-spaced typewritten pages, and a dozen blueprints. In April, Sam told Gold to congratulate and praise Brothman because the information he had turned over had been received in the Soviet Union and had been hailed as a remarkable, extremely valuable piece of work. The Soviets were immediately beginning to set up a plant for the manufacture of Buna S. Al Slack came through as well, though not before an accumulation of disappointments nearly led Gold to quit. Once, in the fall of 1942, I did waver. Things were going very badly. I had lost contact with Al Slack, and things were going very poorly with Brothman, and the whole business seemed futile. Also, at this time, my increased absences from home had depressed my mother very much, and I was greatly concerned. To top it off, on that very evening in New York, the usually ebullient Sam had been very subdued regarding some failures of his own, and so, after I left him and went to Penn Station, I came to the determination to be through with this work once and for all. I felt that I had done enough. I had some 15 minutes for my train to Philadelphia, and sat down in the smoking room of the station. Thereupon I was approached by a swaying drunk who proceeded to vilify me as a kike, a sheeny bastard, and a yellow draft dodger and money grabber, plus a series of far more horrible epithets. Gold walked away. But as I did so went my resolution to quit espionage work. It seemed all the more necessary to work with the utmost vigor, to fight any discouragement, and to do everything possible to strengthen the Soviet Union so that such incidents could not occur. To fight anti-Semitism here seemed so hopeless. Gold reconnected with Slack by going to Kingsport, Tennessee, where Slack had moved, and looking him up in the phone book. Slack delivered information that autumn, 1942, on the superior new high-explosive RDX, including 2 one-pound rubber containers of the material itself in what Slack assured Gold was a non-explosive form. Gold hoped so. Just before I turned the RDX over to Sam, I had been narrowly missed by a speeding cab while crossing 6th Avenue in New York near the Gimbal liquor store. Subsequently, Slack was transferred to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where the Kodak subsidiary Tennessee Eastman had contracted to operate the electromagnetic isotope separation plant that the Army was building there to process uranium for the atomic bomb. At that point, the Soviets severed him from Gold, telling Harry to forget about him. At the end of 1942, Sam directed Gold to set up an elaborate charade for Abe Brothman's benefit. The purpose of this meeting had been carefully discussed with Sam before I suggested it to Brothman. It was essentially to be in the nature of a pep talk. I was to represent Sam as a visiting Soviet dignitary. The whole idea of the meeting was to butter up Brothman so that he would work on processes in which we were interested. Brothman readily agreed to this meeting. The conspirators assembled around 9 o'clock one midwinter evening in a room Gold had rented at the Lincoln Hotel in Manhattan. Sam was extremely genial and expansive during this meeting. He called up and had some wine and some sandwiches sent up. We then proceeded to talk until 1, possibly 2 o'clock in the morning. Sam praised Brothman at length. He also brought up a subject that Gold had not heard him mention before. A good deal of conversation concerned mathematics and the application of mathematics to practical problems of engineering. Sam very gently and extremely diplomatically hinted to Brothman that Brothman should try to get work in fields relating to military endeavor or military equipment. I believe that here may have come the first hint of the interest of the Soviets in atomic energy, and also there may have been some conversation relating to Brothman's acquaintance with Dr. Harold Urey at Columbia University. I believe that here Brothman stated to Sam that he was a former pupil of Dr. Urey's. I am emphasizing this because at this time, I had no idea that anything was going on in regard to atomic energy in the United States. Footnote: in 1965, Gold would remember an even earlier incident. One evening in New York City, about October or November 1942, Semyonov asked me if I had heard anything of a military weapon involving a pressure wave of hitherto unknown power. I was puzzled. Pressure wave? I had a mental picture of some kind of advancing front, such as a storm formation. So Semyonov told me to watch the technical literature very closely, and also to see if any even small bit of information was let drop at scientific meetings or by one of my professional acquaintances. End footnote. Harold Urey was a specialist in isotope separation who won the 1934 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for first isolating deuterium. At the end of 1942, he was a member of the government S1 committee that oversaw the Manhattan Project and was directing research at Columbia on gaseous diffusion. The Columbia team had just developed a workable barrier material made of compressed nickel powder. Then it was Harry Gold's turn to be buttered up. Harry met with Sam on schedule in Manhattan in November 1943, and Sam told him they would conduct no business that evening. Instead, they were going to celebrate. The two men went to the bar in the Park Central Hotel. They took a table, as they always did in bars. From time to time in the years of their relationship, Sam had fretted that Harry's demanding courier work made it impossible for him to lead an ordinary life. His greatest concern seemed to be over the fact that I had no wife and family of my own, Gold would write. I realize that it is because of this work, he said, but it is not natural or good. You are not ascetic and you have normal instincts and desires. We must find some solution to this problem. Obviously, you cannot take on the responsibilities of marriage and still do this work, and do not think that our people fail to realize the sacrifice you are making. But the only solution Sam could propose was a fantasy. And Sam would continue, the obtaining of information in this underhanded way will not always be necessary. You'll see, after the war is over, there will come a great period of cooperation between all nations, and people will be able to travel freely. You will openly come to Moscow and will meet all of your old friends again. They will be so glad to see you. And we'll have a wonderful party, and I'll show you all around the town. Oh, we'll have a great time. Gold thought Sam was sincere, but he was never sure. I am puzzled, he wrote in 1951, even now as to whether this was all part of a gigantic confidence scheme. I just don't know. He knew that evening in the Park Central bar that there were ulterior motives involved in what Sam did next, that it was carefully planned and staged, but he also thought it contained the element of a genuine reward for work well done. When they were comfortable together at their table, Sam announced that because of his outstanding work, Harry had been awarded the Order of the Red Star. The Soviet agent showed Harry the citation, an affair in a rather gaudy red color, Harry recalled later, and with a large seal. Sam apologized that he could not actually present Harry with the citation or the medal. Security considerations obviously made that impossible. He told Harry about the privileges that came with the award. The privilege that amused Harry and stuck in his mind was free trolley rides in the city of Moscow. But Gold was proud of the honor. He even told Tom Black and Abe Rothman about it. Footnote. To Gold's disgust, Rothman later bragged to his friends that it was he who had received a Red Star. End footnote. Gold soon learned why he had been singled out for special honor. At a meeting a month or two later, in December 1943 or January 1944, I was told by Sam that there was an extremely important mission coming up for me, and that before he could tell me about it, he wanted to know, would I undertake it? I unhesitatingly agreed. It was to be work of so critical a nature that I was to think twice and 3 times before I ever spoke a word concerning it to anyone, or before I made a move. Sam told Gold to drop completely his association with Abe Rothman and never to see him again. Following standard espionage practice, Semyonov was disconnecting Gold to avoid cross-linking contacts which could compromise them if either was exposed. Sam then told me that the mission was far more important than anything I had ever done before, and concerned matters of not only immediate necessity, but of world-shaking importance. The Soviet agent didn't elaborate on what the nature of the work actually was, but simply gave Gold the details of an arrangement to meet a man. Gold could not remember afterward if Sam told him the man's name. In any event, he testified, he and his new contact met for the first time in, I believe, late February or early March of 1944 at the Henry Street settlement on the east side of New York. I introduced myself to him as Raymond. He never used the name. He knew it was a phony. He introduced himself to me as Klaus Fuchs. Klaus Fuchs had come to America. 5. Super Lend-Lease. Great Falls, Montana is located about 200 miles due north of Yellowstone National Park at the confluence of the Sun and Missouri rivers. Gore Field, its airport during the Second World War, extended its 10,000-foot runway on a mesa of tableland 300 feet above the city at 3,674 feet elevation. Montana weather in the winter is extremely cold and dry, and as a result, Gore Field offered more than 300 clear flying days a year. In 1942, when German submarines made Allied efforts to ship aircraft to the Soviet Union through the North Sea hazardous, and wind-blown sand damaged aircraft flown to Soviet Georgia across Africa, the United States proposed, and the Soviet Union reluctantly agreed, to open a trans-Alaskan route across Siberia. The staging point within the U.S. for this air ferry route, the L-Sib pipeline it came to be called, would be Gore Field in Great Falls. The pipeline was one conduit of the program of Lend-Lease that Franklin Roosevelt proposed in January 1941 to help cash-strapped Britain and other allies defend themselves against Germany, while the U.S. maintained at least the appearance of neutrality. Roosevelt's proposal frightened isolationist senators such as Republican Arthur Vandenberg of Michigan, who correctly foresaw that it would carry the United States a long stride closer to war. When the Lend-Lease bill passed the Senate in March, Vandenberg wrote in his diary, "I believe we have promised not only Britain but every other nation, including Russia, that joins Britain in this battle that we will see them through. I fear this means that we must actively engage in the war ourselves. I am sure it means billions upon billions added to the American public debt. I do not believe we are rich enough to underwrite all the wars of the world." In the course of the war, under the Lend-Lease Act, the United States delivered some $46 billion worth of equipment, supplies, and services to Britain, China, and other allies, the preponderance of it by sea, but the most urgent of it by air. 25% of that total, $11 billion, went to the Soviet Union after the German invasion of the USSR, of which $1.5 billion paid for services. Of the remaining $9.5 billion, munitions accounted for about half the value of Soviet shipments, including thousands of B-25 bombers and other aircraft, more than 400,000 trucks. Just imagine, Nikita Khrushchev would say later, how we would have advanced from Stalingrad to Berlin without American trucks. $814 million worth of ordnance and ammunition, thousands of tanks, a merchant fleet, and 581 naval vessels. The other half, non-munitions, included 13 million pairs of winter boots, 5 million tons of food, 2,000 locomotives, 11,000 boxcars, 540,000 tons of rails, and $111 million worth of petroleum products. Non-munitions also pointedly included entire factories, complete alcohol, synthetic rubber, and petroleum cracking plants, in the words of a post-war congressional report, together with the requisite engineering drawings, operating and maintenance manuals, spare parts lists, and other pertinent documents. Harry Gold's collections from Abe Rothman gave the Soviet Union an early start, But by 1943, the United States was supplying directly the plans for synthetic rubber and other factories that Gold had shivered in the cold in 1942 to accumulate by espionage. None of this largesse was contraband. It was tangible support. Until the Anglo-American invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, the Soviet Union fought Germany essentially alone on the European continent, except for the Anglo-American strategic bombing campaign. Had the USSR lost that fight, hundreds of German divisions bulwarked with Soviet resources would have been freed to turn west and challenge Britain and the United States. Averell Harriman, back from a mission to Moscow for Franklin Roosevelt in October 1941, made the point in a radio speech to the American people. To put it bluntly, he said, "Whatever it costs to keep this war away from our shores, that will be a small price to pay." The United States agreed to furnish Lend-Lease, and the Soviets did not doubt that they had earned it. At Leningrad, at Stalingrad, in the monstrous enclosures in the western USSR, where the Germans, as they advanced, confined Soviet prisoners of war completely exposed without water or food. At least 4.5 million Soviet civilians and combatants had been killed by 1943. At least 3 million combatants died in enclosures and camps throughout the war. At least 25 million Soviet civilians and combatants died before the eventual Allied victory. From the Soviet point of view, Lend-Lease was the least America could do when the Russian people were dying. Anything the Soviets could grab, legally or illegally, must still have seemed less than a fair exchange. "We've lost millions of people," a Russian told Alexander Worth after the U.S. ambassador, Admiral William H. Stanley, complained at a Moscow press conference in March 1943 of the ungracious Soviet attitude toward Lend-Lease. "And they want us to crawl on our knees because they send us spam." The point was to win the war. "One can bear anything," novelist and journalist Ilya Ehrenberg incited the men and women of the Red Army in August 1942. "The plague and hunger and death. But one cannot bear the Germans. Today there are no books. Today there are no stars in the sky. Today there is only one thought: kill the Germans. Kill them all and dig them into the earth. Then we can go to sleep. Then we can think again of life and books and girls and happiness." But more than Lend-Lease aircraft loaded with urgent supplies staged from Gore Field. If the cold, windswept airport high and flat under the vast Montana sky was a pipeline for war materiel, it was also a tunnel under the border that directly connected the U.S. to the USSR. The American in charge of expediting deliveries through the Gore Field end of the LSIB pipeline was a tall, rugged U.S. AAF officer named George Racy Jordan, who had served with Eddie Rickenbacker's 1st Pursuit Group during the First World War. Jordan, an older officer who was a businessman in peacetime, had begun working with the pipeline when it was based at Newark Airport and had learned there firsthand that it was sacrosanct. A taxiing American Airlines DC-3 had bumped a medium bomber consigned to the Soviets, a minor mishap in Racy Jordan's book. The Soviet head of mission, Colonel Anatoly N. Kotikov, taking offense, had called someone in Washington, and shortly afterward, the Civil Aeronautics Board had suspended all civilian traffic through Newark, rerouting it to LaGuardia across the Hudson in Queens. Jordan understood that Kotikov had a direct line to Harry Hopkins, the first administrator of the Lend-Lease Act and Roosevelt's personal emissary to the Soviet government. Jordan got to know Kotikov better after the pipeline moved to Great Falls in November 1942. Kotikov was a Soviet hero, Jordan records, who made the first seaplane flight from Moscow to Seattle along the polar cap. Soviet newspapers of that time called him the Russian Lindbergh. Jordan liked him, and the two officers worked well together. Kotikov noticed that Jordan was outranked by many of the other American officers assigned at Great Falls and arranged to improve his standing. "Captain Jordan work any day here is always with the same people," Kotikov wrote Jordan's superior in his newly acquired English. "Major Boaz, Major Lawrence, Major Taylor, Major O'Neill. He is much hindered in his good work by underrank with these officers who he asks for things all time. I ask you to recommend him for equal rank to help Russian movement here." Jordan was promoted promptly from captain to major. At his promotion ceremony, Kodakov pinned on his new gold oak leaves. But soon, what Jordan called the black suitcases began to arrive. The unusual number of black patent leather suitcases bound with white window sash cord and sealed with red wax, which were coming through on the route to Moscow. They raised Jordan's suspicions. The first 6, in charge of a Russian officer, Jordan passed as personal luggage. But the units mounted to 10, 20, and 30, and at last to standard batches of 50, which weighed almost 2 tons and consumed the cargo allotment of an entire plane. The officers were replaced by armed couriers traveling in pairs, and the excuse for avoiding inspection was changed from personal luggage to diplomatic immunity. Jordan remonstrated with Kodakov that the black suitcases were not coming from the Soviet embassy, but from the Soviet Purchasing Commission in Washington. "Highest diplomatic character," Kodakov insisted. "I am sure he knew," Jordan writes, "that one of these days I would try to search the containers." One afternoon in March 1943, Kodakov flashed a brace of vodka bottles at Jordan and invited the American officer to dine with the Soviet contingent at a restaurant in Great Falls. Since the Soviets always dined separately and seldom picked up bar tabs, Jordan assumed that free vodka and a dinner invitation meant they wanted something from him. He took the precaution of arranging to travel to the dinner in his own staff car. Before he left, he asked his maintenance chief if the Soviets were planning any flights that night. The maintenance chief answered yes, they had a C-47 staged on the line preparing to go. American pilots flew all Lend-Lease aircraft as far as Fairbanks, Alaska, where Soviet pilots took over for the Trans-Siberian leg of the route. Jordan had authority to ground any plane at any time. He left word with the tower that no cargo plane should be cleared for the Soviet Union without his approval. At the Carolina Pines restaurant in Great Falls, the 5 Soviets on hand for the occasion plied Jordan with vodka. They first toasted Stalin, then Red Army Air Forces Commander-in-Chief Novikov, then a Soviet ace named Pokrishkin with 48 German aircraft to his credit. Jordan proposed Franklin Roosevelt and then U.S. AAF Commander Hap Arnold. Thus warmed, the group sat down to dine. Before Jordan had finished eating, a call came from the Gorefield Tower. Jordan took the call at a payphone downstairs from the second-floor restaurant. The C-47 reported the tower was demanding clearance. The American officer threw on his coat and never looked back. It was 20 below zero outside. Jordan's driver raced the 4 miles to the field. As we neared the Lend-Lease plane, there loomed up in its open door the figure of a burly, barrel-chested Russian. I clambered up, and he tried to stop me by pushing hard with his stomach. I pushed back, ducked under his arm, and stood inside the cabin. It was dimly lighted by a solitary electric bulb in the dome. Faintly visible was an expanse of black suitcases with white ropes and seals of crimson wax. It had been no more than a guess that a fresh installment of suitcases might be due. My first thought was, another bunch of those damn things. The second was that if I was ever going to open them up, now was as good a time as any. The Soviet courier resisted. Jordan called in an armed GI. One of the couriers jumped off the plane and ran for a telephone. Jordan carried a razor blade-loaded packing knife in his pocket. In the dim light of the C-47's cargo hold, he began cutting ropes and prying open suitcases, making notes on the backs of 2 envelopes of what he discovered. Always just 50 black suitcases each load with 2 or 3 couriers, usually 3 weeks apart, he noted to remind himself. In the suitcases, he found tables listing railroad mileages between American cities, a load of road maps marked with American industrial plants, a full load of documents from Amtorg, a collection of Panama Canal maps, folders of naval and shipping intelligence, hundreds of commercial catalogs and scientific journals. Folders from the State Department included one labeled From Hiss. I had never heard of Alger Hiss, Jordan wrote in 1952 after Whittaker Chambers had accused the former special assistant to the U.S. Secretary of State of spying for the Soviets, and Hiss had been convicted of perjury and was serving a prison term, and made the entry because the folder bearing his name happened to be second in the pile. It contained hundreds of photostats of what seemed to be military reports. Footnote: Robert Lamphere, the FBI agent who pursued Soviet espionage during and after the Second World War, is dubious that Hiss's name appeared on the files Jordan saw. It would have been a remarkable coincidence. End footnote. Jordan continued opening black suitcases while his hands went numb with cold. He found voluminous copies of secret reports sent back to the State Department from American attachés in Moscow. He found other State Department documents with their edges trimmed, either to conserve space or, he suspected, to cut away classification stamps. He found a large map which bore a legend he recorded as Oak Ridge, Manhattan Engineering Department, or District, I think it was, a place he had never heard of before. He wrote down words he did not recognize from other documents he skimmed. Uranium-92, neutron, proton, and deuteron, isotope, energy produced by fission or splitting. Look up cyclotron, heavy water hydrogen, or deuterons. It was 11 o'clock before Colonel Kotikov arrived. By then, Jordan was nearly finished. He opened a few more suitcases in Kotikov's presence to underscore his authority and cleared the C-47 for departure. He fully expected to be transferred even farther out into the boondocks for his temerity in bucking the Soviets. But the suitcases were on their way to Moscow, and apparently Kotikov chose not to lodge a complaint. In later shipments of black suitcases, Jordan claimed he found blueprints of American factories, including the General Electric plant in Lynn, Massachusetts, where aircraft turbochargers were manufactured, and the Electric Boat Company of Groton, Connecticut, which built submarines. Entire plane loads of copies of U.S. patents went through Great Falls. A congressional committee determined after the war that the number of patents the Soviets thus legally acquired runs into the hundreds of thousands. Another diplomatic cargo which arrived at Great Falls, Jordan discovered, was a plane load of films. A letter from the State Department authorized the Soviets to visit any restricted plant and to make motion pictures of intricate machinery and manufacturing processes. I looked over a half dozen of the hundreds of cans of films. That one plane carried a tremendous amount of America's technical know-how to Russia. During his 2 years with the Alsip pipeline, Jordan observed other Soviet lend-lease operations as well. I began to realize an important fact. While we were a pipeline to Russia, Russia was also a pipeline to us. The entry of Soviet personnel into the United States was completely uncontrolled. Planes were arriving regularly from Moscow with unidentified Russians aboard. I would see them jump off planes, hop over fences, and run for taxicabs. They seemed to know in advance exactly where they were headed and how to get there. From the beginning, Jordan kept a record of every Soviet with whom he came in contact during the war, including in particular those who passed through Gore Field. By the end of the war, he had a list of 418 names. Jordan acquired copies of the Soviets' own itemized lists of Lend-Lease shipments and confirmed what he had recorded at Gore Field, that the Roosevelt administration shipped quantities of what he called atomic materials to the USSR as part of Lend-Lease. From the Soviet lists, he extracted the relevant totals, including materials useful in constructing and controlling a nuclear reactor, and a small quantity of heavy water, about 1.2 quarts. Beryllium metals, 9,681 pounds. Cadmium alloys, 72,535 pounds. Cadmium metals, 834,989 pounds. Cobalt ore and concentrate, 33,600 pounds. Cobalt metal and scrap, 806,941 pounds. Uranium metal, 1 kilogram. Aluminum tubes, 13,766,472 pounds. Graphite, natural, 7,384,282 pounds. Graphite electrodes, 21,131,124 pounds. Deuterium oxide, heavy water, 1,100 grains. thorium salts and compounds, 25,352 pounds, uranium nitrate, 500 pounds, uranium nitrate UO2, 220 pounds, uranium oxide, 500 pounds, uranium oxide U3O8, 200 pounds. The Soviet Purchasing Commission placed orders for uranium oxide and uranium nitrate in March 1943, just as Igor Kurchatov and his team were preparing their plan for atomic bomb research and development. Brigadier General Leslie R. Groves, the head of the Manhattan Engineer District, authorized the shipments under pressure from the Lend-Lease administration, he testified later. Where that influence came from, Groves told the Congressional Committee after the war, "You can guess as well as I can." It was certainly prevalent in Washington, and it was prevalent throughout the country, and the only spot I know of that was distinctly anti-Russian at an early period was the Manhattan Project. There was never any doubt about our attitude from some time along about October 1942. The small amount of uranium metal on Racy Jordan's itemized list, 1 kilogram, 2.2 pounds, represented Groves's grudging response to a Soviet Purchasing Commission request on January 29, 1943, for 25 pounds, which he authorized to be prepared only after the Soviets called the Lend-Lease administration in March and threatened to arrange a black market transaction. The kilogram of metal was not delivered until February 16, 1945, and Groves made sure it was an impure sample. According to Jordan, Lawrence C. Berman, the Manhattan Project expert on rare metals, urged the uranium metal production firm to make sure that its product was of poor quality. He did not explain why, but the metal, of which 4.5 pounds was made, turned out to be 87.5% pure as against the stipulated 99%. Footnote: the Congressional Joint Committee on Atomic Energy slyly corroborated Jordan's story in a 1950 report, noting that the results of an assay of the metal were considerably at variance with assays of uranium metal used by the Manhattan Engineer District. End footnote. Racy Jordan's story of Soviet espionage shipments through Great Falls has never been corroborated in its entirety, but enough pieces of it have found independent confirmation to establish its general credibility. Air Force Major General Follett Bradley, who pioneered the LSIB pipeline, would tell the New York Times, "Of my own personal knowledge, I know that beginning early in 1942, Russian civilian and military agents were in our country in huge numbers. They were free to move about without restraint or check, and in order to visit our arsenals, depots, factories, and proving grounds, they had only to make known their desires. Their authorized visits to military establishments numbered in the thousands. I also personally know that scores of Russians were permitted to enter American territory in 1942 without visa. I believe that over the war years this number was augmented at least by hundreds." In 1950, Viktor Kravchenko, who had served as economic attaché of the Soviet Purchasing Commission from August 1943 to April 1944, described preparing a shipment of black suitcases during the war. On the 7th floor of the Soviet Purchasing Commission, behind an iron door at 3355 16th Street, Washington, D.C., there was a special department of the NKVD. One day in February 1944, I don't remember the date, Semyon Vasilenko, myself, and Vdovin got ready to fly to the Soviet Union 6 large bags, and Vasilenko took the 6 bags to the Soviet Union. I saw that material. Some of this material was about the production of planes and the new technological processes. Some was about artillery. Some was about new technological processes in metallurgy. Some was about the possibilities of industrial development. All departments of the Soviet Purchasing Commission, aviation, transportation, all of them, were working for this purpose of gathering material. We transferred to the Soviet Union not just this one package. We transferred to the Soviet Union dozens of tons of material, and not just by airplane. We also were using Soviet ships that came from Lend-Lease for the Soviet Union, and they called this material Super Lend-Lease. Jordan's wartime diary confirmed that Semyon Vasilenko passed through Great Falls on February 17, 1944, en route to Moscow with what a post-war investigator called diplomatic mail. Igor Guzenko, the Soviet cipher clerk who visited Moscow during the October 16th panic, characterized the Soviet espionage system from personal experience as mass production. There were thousands, yes, thousands of agents in the United States, he estimated. Thousands in Great Britain and many other thousands spread elsewhere throughout the world. America and England were particularly well covered, Guzenko reported. When I worked in the Special Communications branch in Moscow, the vast majority of the telegrams came from England and the United States. Telegrams from other countries were lost in the flood. The military attaché at the Soviet embassy in Washington had 5 cipher clerks working for him, added Guzenko, which gives some indication of the amount of information he alone sent. The persistence and patience of the Soviet intelligence experts seldom failed to get the wanted information. Often we would send out the same telegram to 20 or more addresses in various parts of the world. One urgent query of this nature asked for an item of information about some alleged scientific innovation in the United States. Neither of 2 agents in the United States could enlighten the experts, but complete and identical information on the American development was received from agents in Canada and England. In 1943, Guzenko was posted to Canada. His superior there told him that with a population of fewer than 13 million people, this one country has 9 separate intelligence networks operating in direct contact with Moscow. Elizabeth Bentley, the American communist courier who handled Abe Rothman before passing him along to Harry Gold, independently confirmed the wholesale character of Soviet espionage. What the Russians wanted to know from U.S. agents was practically limitless. They asked for information on communists they were considering taking on as agents, on anti-Soviet elements in Washington, on the attitudes of high-up government officials in a position to help or hinder the Soviet Union. They sought military data, production figures, performance tests on airplanes, troop strength and allocation, and new experimental developments such as RDX and the B-29. They were avid for so-called political information, secret deals between the Americans and the various governments in exile, secret negotiations between the United States and Great Britain, contemplated loans to foreign countries, and other similar material. Bentley reported personally moving some 40 rolls of microfilm, 35 exposures to the roll from Washington to New York every 2 weeks, as well as knitting bags full of documents. Racy Jordan's superior officer at Gore Field, Colonel Roy B. Gardner, summed up Soviet activity there simply and bluntly in a radio interview after the war. I know nothing firsthand about the shipment of atomic materials, Gardner said. I do know that while I was in command at Great Falls and in charge of this operation, the Russians could and did move anything they wanted to without divulging what was in the consignment. 6. Rendezvous. Klaus Fuchs arrived at Newport News, Virginia aboard the passenger ship Andes on December 3, 1943. He had accepted assignment among a group of 15 British scientists, including Rudolf Peierls, Franz Simon, and Otto Robert Frisch, to participate in gaseous diffusion development in the United States with engineers of the Kellex Corporation and a team of physicists and chemists at Columbia University led by Harold Urey. The Andes had zigzagged west across the Atlantic unconvoyed. Its sparse company of scientists rattled around in its spacious staterooms, gaining weight after British rationing on hearty American breakfasts of bacon and eggs. The train from Newport News up to Washington stopped in Richmond, Virginia, where the unaccustomed luxury of bright lights at night shining on fruit stalls piled with oranges sent Otto Frisch into hysterical laughter. In Washington, General Groves, having accepted British intelligence's warranty that the new arrivals were not security risks, lectured them on security. The British team traveled on from Washington then to Manhattan and lodged at the Taft Hotel. Fuchs disliked the Taft, or wanted cover. Within a few days he moved to less collegial lodging at the Barbizon Plaza off Central Park. On December 22nd, he and the other members of the British team attended an important meeting initiating a review of American progress on developing a suitable barrier material for filtering U-235 from U-238. Fuchs's younger sister, Crystal, and her family lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts. After the barrier meeting in New York, Fuchs caught a train to Boston to spend Christmas there, arriving in Cambridge on December 23rd. When Fuchs's father, Emil, had been arrested in Germany in the spring of 1933, Crystal, then 20 years old, had fled to Zurich and begun her university studies. She had returned to Berlin in 1934, by which time Emil was free from Gestapo custody, awaiting trial, and had set up a car rental agency in Berlin as a cover for the Fuchs family's dangerous work of smuggling Jews and anti-Nazi Christians out of Germany. In 1936, Emil had arranged, through American Quakers, to enroll Crystal at Swarthmore College in Swarthmore, Pennsylvania, safe harbor. There, Fuchs's sister had met Robert Heinemann, a student from Wisconsin, 4 years her junior, who was a member of the American Communist Party, active in the Swarthmore Young Communist League. A year later, Crystal had dropped out of college. She and Heinemann married in October 1938. Heinemann had graduated from Swarthmore the following June, and the couple had moved to Cambridge, where Robert had taken up graduate study at Harvard. A son had been born in 1940, a daughter in 1942. The marriage was troubled and intermittent. Robert had moved away to Philadelphia for a year beginning in 1942. By 1944, he was back in Cambridge, working at the General Electric plant in Lynn. Fuchs returned to New York after Christmas. The review of gaseous diffusion technology then underway culminated in a stormy meeting with General Groves early in January 1944, when Groves won British endorsement of manufacturing a new and superior barrier material at Kellex that would supersede existing barrier production. Retooling for the new barrier would significantly delay starting up the big Oak Ridge gaseous diffusion plant then under construction. Harold Urey, for one, understood the decision to mean that the United States was pursuing a post-war nuclear weapons capability, not simply trying to beat the Germans to the bomb. Thereafter, Fuchs concentrated on gaseous diffusion theory as a consultant to Kellex, working first from offices at 43 Exchange Place, later out of the British mission of supply at 37 Wall Street. By February 1st, 1944, he had settled into a furnished apartment in a brownstone at 128 West 77th Street, passed along by a member of the British mission who was returning to England. Fuchs would recall later that he first met with the man he knew as Raymond, Harry Gold, around Christmas 1943. But Fuchs had been in Cambridge at Christmas. Gold remembered more accurately meeting Fuchs for the first time in late January or very early February 1944. It was standard Soviet practice to prearrange recognition signals between agents unknown to each other. Gold would testify that Sam had instructed him to carry a pair of gloves in one hand plus a green-covered book, and Dr. Fuchs was to carry a handball. Sonia had briefed Fuchs before he left England on recognition signals and meeting place, which was to be outside the Henry Street Settlement House on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Footnote: Sonia had also, on instruction, passed Fuchs over from GRU military intelligence to Beria's NKVD, although Fuchs never knew the difference and perhaps never cared. Beria was maneuvering to control the most important source of information then available about the Anglo-American atomic bomb program. End footnote. Fuchs was apprehensive about his first American meeting. Rather than risk asking someone how to find Henry Street, he'd bought a map and worked out the subway route from the stop nearest the Barbizon Plaza. Fuchs remembered the initial contact differently from Gold, recalling that Gold was wearing gloves and carried an additional pair of gloves in his hand, and I had a tennis ball in my hand. Gold recalled stopping on his way to the meeting to buy a pair of gloves, presumably an extra pair since it was winter. Gold introduced himself as Raymond. Fuchs gave his real name. Raymond indicated he had been expecting me, Fuchs reported, and he stated definitely that he was pleased to have been selected for such an important assignment. We went for a brief walk, Gold recalled of that first rendezvous, and then took a cab uptown to Manny Wolf's restaurant around 3rd Avenue in the 50s, where we had dinner, but we did not speak much there. Afterwards, we went for a walk, during which we completed arrangements for further meetings. Fuchs reported the discussion in more detail in paraphrased testimony. Fuchs told Raymond in answer to questions where he was living and where he was working. They also arranged to hold another meeting in the immediately near future. He discussed with Raymond his plans. He also discussed with him orally some of the officials for whom he was working and told him where, in fact, he was working at the time. Raymond specifically suggested that at future meetings, Fuchs make sure that he was not being followed. The attitude of Raymond at all times was that of an inferior. At this first meeting, Fuchs believes that he made a statement to Raymond about atomic energy, and he knows that the words atomic energy and atomic bomb were both mentioned, and Raymond must have known about them as he did not ask any questions of interpretation or explanation. He also believes that the comparative strength of an atom bomb was also mentioned at this first meeting. But Fuchs remembered no dinner together that first time out. He thought the first meeting lasted only about 20 minutes, though he did remember having dinner with Gold at least once during their New York contacts, and agreed that it might have been then. Evidently, Gold was dazzled to be working with a man who he believed to be one of the world's most foremost mathematical physicists. If Fuchs characterized their relationship as that of superior to inferior, Gold recalled it more generously. I liked this tall, thin, somewhat austere man with the huge horn-rimmed glasses from the very first, and in his stuffy, repressed British manner he reciprocated. To Gold, Fuchs was no less than a genius, a word I always use with caution. After he and Fuchs parted, Gold rendezvoused that same evening with Sam and reported what Fuchs had told him. Thus, the connection between Fuchs and Kurchatov's team in Moscow was renewed. Intelligence information was channeled directly to Kurchatov. Anatoly Yatskov, who was about to become Gold's control, wrote late in life. Representatives of the intelligence service contacted him directly. He studied the materials, produced detailed reviews, and compiled lists of questions, which were immediately sent to residents. On January 4th, Eddie Sinelnikov wrote her sister in England from near Moscow, describing the conditions under which the Soviet scientists were living and working. Our present abode is in rather nice surroundings, and I begin to appreciate the beauty of the real Russian winter. Not in town, but communication with Moscow is not all that could be desired. But we get pleasure from visits to Marina Kurchatov and the Kapitsas. Gary, that is Igor Kurchatov, is now an academician and has grown a beard. We can't decide whether it was originally due to lack of razor blades or mufflers. Anyhow, he looks very amusing and friendly with it, and on New Year's Eve I measured it and discovered the said beard to have the drastic length of 12 centimeters. Jill, the Sinelnikovs' young daughter, and Gary are great friends. Gee, isn't the news from the front splendid? Every day fireworks, and such jolly ones. Bang, bang, and up into the air over Moscow sail hundreds of brightly colored balls, like so many bouquets of flowers thrown on high. A turning point came in the war, Igor Golovin explains the fireworks. Our armies drove back the foe relentlessly. In November 1943, Kiev was liberated. In January of the new year, 1944, the siege of Leningrad was lifted. Moscow hailed the victories with salvos. By the end of 1943, the Red Army, with increasing mastery, had liberated 2/3 of Soviet territory. The Soviets called 1943 the Perelom Year, the year of the great turning point. The fireworks Eddie Sinelnikov enjoyed included 120-gun victory salutes that had begun on August 5th with the liberation of Kursk and continued throughout the rest of the war as towns and regions were liberated, more than 300 salutes in all. Soldiers were still dying, an average of 5,000 a day throughout the war. None of the Russian offensives in 1944 were in the nature of a walkover, Worth reports, and the nearer the Russians got to Germany, the more desperate became German resistance. But the Katyushas were rolling west. Soviets called the multiple-banked rocket launchers Stalin organs. The Germans on the receiving end called them the Black Death. Kurchatov's colleagues had nicknamed him the Beard. Some of them were puzzled at his stock of ideas and information. The reason for selection of graphite as a moderator for the first small nuclear reactor the Soviets were planning by Kurchatov immediately in the spring of 1943 remains unclear, writes Golovin. One can only guess why he did so. Kurchatov evidently did so because he had learned that the United States had done so successfully. When Kurchatov presented a laboratory group with two versions of calculations to compare, experimental physicist Lev Altshuler recalled, the joke was that one version came from the ceiling, meaning Beria, and the other came from the beard. Altshuler understood that they were testing that this data derived from espionage was correct information rather than disinformation. Gold met once more with Sam before his second meeting with Fuchs. Sam had surprising news. He was passing Gold off to another control, a man Gold would know as John. Subsequently, Gold met John for the first time across the street from the Manhattan 34th Street bus terminal. He was younger than I and was taller by some inches. He had a shy, boyish grin and a lock of dark hair that kept falling over his right forehead, and this he would always brush back with a characteristic motion. John led Gold to a nearby bar. The Russian had a purposeful but duck-like walk, Gold noticed, where Sam joined them and they discussed the transfer of control. When Gold next met Klaus Fuchs, he would deliver his report to John. John was Anatoly Antonovich Yatskov, known during his years in the United States by an assumed name Yakovlev. Born in 1911, trained like Semyonov in engineering, Yakovlev had entered the United States in February 1941. Though Gold always assumed that John, like Sam, worked for Amtorg, his new control was officially a clerk at the Soviet consulate in New York. As New York NKVD resident, he also controlled the Cohens. I failed to master English in the 3-month term which I was allocated, Yatskov remembered in old age, but I took the risk and went to America. My luck was to talk to Americans, which made it easier to learn English, but I progressed slower than I would like. Now he could talk to Harry Gold as well. An FBI informant who bumped into Yakovlev at consulate receptions during this period remembered him complaining about being continuously overworked and homesick. He was married with twin children, Victoria and Pavel, born 4 months after his arrival in the U.S., and Gold would find him not complaining but optimistic. John and Sam, Gold remembered, spoke with great pride of their wives and their children and would elaborate on their great plans for the future of the young ones. When discussions among the Allies began in San Francisco, which led to the formation of the United Nations, I can recall the enthusiasm with which Yakovlev discussed the affair. We both thought it was such a great thing. Fuchs and Gold met again in February on the northwest corner of 59th Street and Lexington Avenue. They walked east towards the Queensboro Bridge. The intention in my mind, says Gold, being that we would walk across the bridge and into Queens. They found the bridge closed to foot traffic and walked uptown along 1st or 2nd Avenue instead, possibly as far as 75th Street. It was anything but an exclusive area, Fuchs remembered. Gold recalled several passages on the dark, deserted streets. At this second meeting, Fuchs told Gold about the Manhattan Project work on isotope separation. Gold was captivated. For years, he had studied developing a process for recovering valuable compounds from industrial waste gases using thermal diffusion, the type of isotope separation with which Otto Frisch had experimented at Birmingham in 1939 that had led him to conclude that U-235 could be separated from U-238 to make an atomic bomb. "That is my baby. That is my dream," Gold exclaimed in 1950 when FBI agents asked him about his interest in thermal diffusion. He told them he had written a dissertation on the subject a claim they later confirmed. So he was surprised when Fuchs seemed not to know about the process. Klaus knew of only two methods for the separation of the isotopes from uranium, that is, methods as were being pursued here in the United States, and these methods were 1. The gaseous diffusion process, 2. The electromagnetic separation process. It was Harry's chance to impress a man he considered to be a genius. He made bold to do so. I mentioned to Klaus the possibility of the use of thermal diffusion as a means of separating isotopes, but Klaus brushed this aside. Gold must have been crushed. Fuchs could be arrogant as well as insensitive. In fact, when problems with the gaseous diffusion plant that Fuchs was helping design delayed its full operation, Groves would jury-rig a thermal diffusion plant of physicist Philip Abelson's design, which would process a significant portion of the uranium enriched for the little boy uranium gun bomb exploded over Hiroshima. Without thermal diffusion, there would have been no uranium bomb ready to use in August 1945. Fuchs emphasized to Gold then and later that Manhattan Project scientists, as Gold recalled, worked in extremely tight compartments, and that one group did not know what the other group was doing. This I can verify by the fact that he told me that he thought that there was the possibility of a large-scale installation for isotope separation projected for future development somewhere, he thought, down in Georgia or Alabama. This, of course, later turned out to be Oak Ridge, and was, of course, the very plant that Fuchs was helping design. Gold made good mental notes of such data, he would testify, and after the meeting, at the first opportunity I put this material in writing and later handed it over to John. John sent the information back to Moscow Center in coded cables. Fuchs's code name in the cables was REST. The cables went out over commercial telegraph lines, which made it possible to intercept them. After the Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, and U.S. entry into the war, the U.S. State Department had promoted a drop copy program, whereby the cable companies held up message transmissions long enough to copy them, ostensibly for the U.S. Office of Wartime Censorship. The copies went through the censorship office to the Army Security Agency, where the FBI had access to them. Soviet espionage cables were coded on one-time pads, however, 5-unit ranks of random numbers on pads of paper used only once that matched pads kept in Moscow, so that without access to the code pads, they were effectively indecipherable. Thousands of such coded Soviet wartime cables piled up at Army security, Fuchs's ongoing disclosures among them. Fuchs met Gold for a third time in March 1944 on Madison Avenue in the 70s. It was still quite cold, and we both wore overcoats, Gold recalled. We immediately turned into one of the dark, deserted side streets toward Fifth. For the first time, Fuchs passed Gold documents. To reduce the risk that both might be apprehended together, it was standard practice between Soviet agents to separate immediately after a document transfer. The whole affair took possibly 30 seconds or 1 minute, Gold testified, and I immediately walked ahead of Klaus and down 5th toward 57th Street and 6th Avenue, where approximately 15 minutes later I turned over the information to John. Fuchs and his colleagues, particularly Rudolf Peierls, were working on a series of papers for Kellex designated the MSN series, laying out gaseous diffusion theory. During the period when Fuchs was based in New York, the British completed 19 papers in the MSN series. Of those, Fuchs personally wrote 13. 2 or more MSN papers, Fuchs testified somewhat inaccurately in FBI paraphrase, were passed to Raymond by him at each of the approximately 5 meetings held after the first meeting. To evade security, Fuchs simply took advantage of the trust the Manhattan Project accorded him. I, with other scientists, prepared certain highly confidential and classified documents referred to as the MSN series. I would first prepare a draft. This draft would be routed for duplication. In all instances, when I prepared the draft, a proof copy and the original draft would be returned to me. Each of the duplicated copies was numbered for control and security purposes, due to the highly confidential character of the contents. I would personally retain the original draft, which most of the time I had prepared in longhand, and I personally furnished all of the drafts of my own composition directly to the individual known to me as Raymond. These documents were at times folded and at other times in package form, and were delivered by me personally in groups of one or more at most of the prearranged meetings after the initial contact meeting which I had covertly with Raymond in New York City during 1944. From this point on, Fuchs's and Gould's accounts of their meetings diverge. Gould remembered dinners together and personal confidences that represented, he said, at least, a deviation from the rules. Fuchs remembered strict compliance and business-like formality. Confronted later with Gould's testimony of bonhomie, the émigré physicist rejected testimony and eager witness both with withering contempt. Fuchs advised that there would have been no occasion for any meeting except to deliver written information, since the knowledge and background of Raymond was insufficient to enable him to understand technical details, and his lack of scientific knowledge of the type necessary to understand the problems on which Fuchs was working would have made it very unlikely that Fuchs would have arranged any meeting with Raymond after the first, for any purpose other than to deliver information in writing to him. But the volume of related information that Fuchs testified he furnished Gould orally implies extended conversation, the manpower employed by Kellex and the nature of the work being performed by the British mission, and all that he knew concerning personnel and general activities in the Manhattan Engineer District, the identity of the officers and the high-ranking scientists. He also discussed some of the personnel orally. Gould also reported confidences about Fuchs's family, which the chemist could not easily have learned from any other source. Fuchs was a bachelor alone in a strange country, unable because of the double life he was leading to confide in colleagues, penny in the slot. Under similar circumstances in England, he had confided similarly in Sonia. He was both stuffy and repressed, as Gould accurately characterized him. In repudiating Gould, Fuchs sounds like someone angered to hear his confidences betrayed, and incensed that a mere industrial chemist, a bagman, would presume. The question is important. Later, when Gould was exposed as a courier and testified for the U.S. government against Americans accused of spying, there were attempts to discredit him as a fantasist, a lonely bachelor who invented tales and connections to thrust himself into the limelight. But in fact, allowing only a little for the vagaries of recollection across 15 crowded years of espionage work, Gould's remarkably detailed memories of events almost always prove accurate wherever they can be checked. So, at their fourth meeting in the Bronx in April, Gould recalled, "We went for a walk partly along the Grand Concourse, during which time we discussed the next meeting, at which a second transfer of information was to take place. After this, I took Klaus to dinner. It was a wet and somewhat chilled night for April, and as I recall, he had a bad cough, and I did not wish to expose him to the elements any more than was necessary. We had a dinner at which we discussed a number of matters, including music and chess. Among other matters, they may have discussed dissatisfaction within the British mission at the progress of its work in America, information that Fuchs is more likely to have passed orally than in writing. A cryptic note in J. Edgar Hoover's hand, underlined in the file that the FBI opened on Fuchs in 1949, reports such a discussion at about this time and hints that the Soviet New York resident may have raised the possibility with Moscow Center of having Fuchs arranged to be transferred back to England, which would have been a devastating mistake. May 8, 1944. Fuchs advised Russians that the work of the British Commission on Atomic Energy was meeting with no success in U.S. and that there was dissatisfaction. Russia proposed to send Fuchs back to Great Britain. Then, or later, according to Hoover's notes, Fuchs also advised the Soviets, presumably through Gould, the only contact Fuchs acknowledged in the U.S., that Britain and the U.S. were slowing down research work on diffusion. They may have been. They were moving on toward industrial development, that the Americans had informed the British that construction of a diffusion plant in England would directly contradict the spirit of the agreement on atomic energy signed together with the Atlantic Charter, and that someone from England was in Washington at that time looking into details of transferring the work to Great Britain. All this information probably came to Hoover after the war from decoded intercepts. There is no further reference to it in the files that the FBI has declassified. It hints, however, as does much else in Fuchs's testimony, at more extensive communications between Fuchs and Gold than Fuchs chose to acknowledge. At dinner that April evening, Gold recalled he and Fuchs also concocted a cover story together, should either of us ever be questioned, that they had met at one of the New York Philharmonic's concerts in Carnegie Hall. The idea was that we had had adjacent seats and had talked together in the lobby during the intermission. Gold agreed to look up the date and the program of such a concert so that they would both agree on when they attended and what they heard. After dinner, Gold and Fuchs shared a cab to a bar on Madison Avenue where they had further drinks. Then Gold put Fuchs in a cab to cross Central Park to his apartment on the West Side. At the meeting they had scheduled the next month in Queens, Fuchs passed Gold some 25 to 40 pages of information. Gold could not resist sneaking a look. After leaving the elevated, I was in the general area where I was to meet John. I still had about 5 minutes to wait, and I recall stopping near a drugstore and taking a glimpse of the information. This was in a very small but distinctive writing. It was in ink and consisted mainly of mathematical derivations. There was also, further along in the report, a good deal of descriptive detail. 2 minutes of delicious snooping, and Gold moved on to his rendezvous with Yatskov. In June, the two conspirators met in Brooklyn. Gold remembers Fuchs discussing a personal dilemma of the sort that Fuchs may later have resented Gold revealing. During this meeting, I recall that Klaus Fuchs told me that there was some possibility that his sister, who lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, he did not give me her name, however, might come to New York. He explained to me that his sister was married and had 2 children, and that she was having great difficulty with her husband, and that she was fully intending to leave her husband and come to New York. Should this occur, Klaus told me that he would like very much to be able to share an apartment with his sister. He brought the matter up because he first wanted me to inquire of my superior whether such an action would be all right. I said that I would make the inquiry. For this meeting, John had given Gold several typewritten pieces of paper about 3 by 9 inches of irregular size, which had contained a number of questions relating to atomic energy. The phraseology of these questions was extremely poor, and I had great difficulty in making any sense out of them. Gold thought the questions had probably suffered in decoding or in translation from Russian. Here may be the origin of Fuchs's conviction that Harry Gold was technically illiterate, when in fact he was a competent industrial chemist with a good working knowledge of at least one process of isotope separation. Gold. I did make what sense I could out of the message, and on this occasion began to tell Klaus about what further information was desired. I did not get very far along this course because Klaus seemed to take offense at being instructed, and said very briefly that he had already covered all of such matters very thoroughly and would continue to do so. During July, Fuchs and Gold met yet again near an art museum on the West Side, according to Gold. Fuchs had important news. We went for a long walk, almost entirely in Central Park, and in the many winding roads and small paths leading through the park itself. This meeting took at least an hour and a half and was a very leisurely one. Fuchs told Gold he might be transferred, later in 1944 or early in 1945, somewhere to the southwest. Gold was sure later that he had heard Fuchs say Mexico. Fuchs was adamant that he had said New Mexico. Fuchs revealed during the walk in Central Park, says Gold, that his brother Gerhardt was now in Switzerland and was convalescing as a result of having been only recently released from a German concentration camp. Gold gathered that Gerhardt, like Fuchs, was a dedicated communist. If Fuchs imagined Gold to be his inferior, Gold considered Fuchs fragile and otherworldly and undertook to shelter him. I also told Klaus that it would be perfectly all right, should his sister come to New York, for him to take an apartment together with her and the children. Actually, I had not mentioned the matter to John at all, but had taken it upon myself to tell Klaus that such a proceeding was okay. Then Klaus Fuchs disappeared. He was scheduled to meet with Gold in Brooklyn at the end of July in front of the Bell Cinema, close to the Brooklyn Museum of Art. He did not make the meeting. It was standard procedure to schedule backup meetings in anticipation of missed connections. Fuchs also failed to appear at the backup meeting he and Gold had arranged at around 96th Street in Central Park West. Gold's maternal instincts kicked in. On this second occasion, I became very worried, particularly since the area is very close to a section of New York where muggings often occur, and also the fact that Klaus was of slight build and might seem an inviting prey. Gold met with John. They discussed the problem of Fuchs's disappearance for 2 hours. Our principal trouble was to decide whether Klaus, for some reason, was unable to keep the meetings if he was still in New York, or whether he had actually left New York. Apparently, they reached no conclusion. They met again in late August 1944, early on a Sunday morning, near Washington Square. John sent Gold to Fuchs's apartment to ask the physicist's whereabouts. Gold bought a book along the way. Thomas Mann's Joseph the Provider, wrote Fuchs's name and address in it and invented returning it to its owner as a pretext for his inquiry. At Fuchs's building, the building superintendent and his wife informed Gold that the physicist had left town. Gold met John again later that morning. They walked along Riverside Drive and talked at great length. Stymied, John told Gold to sit tight. At a meeting in early September 1944, another long discussion, Gold finally thought to mention that Fuchs had a sister who lived in Boston. Now, it may be possible that John himself may have brought up the matter of Fuchs's sister. In any event, John told me that he thought that there lay our best line of inquiry. By mid-September, John had turned up the name of Mrs. Robert Heinemann. She lived, he told Harry, in Cambridge, Massachusetts. On a Sunday in late September, Gold took the train to Boston and the T-subway to Cambridge, found the Heinemanns in a phone directory, walked out to their house, and knocked on the door. A housekeeper answered. The family, she said, was still away on vacation and was not expected back until October. Gold returned to Philadelphia. When he next met John in New York, the Soviet agent was highly pleased that they had at least located Fuchs's sister. Sometime in October 1944, John dictated to Gold a message for Fuchs. Gold printed the message in engineering lettering on a card and sealed the card into an envelope. The message consisted of a name. 6 years later, Gold remembered uncertainly that the first name may have begun with a J, and that the last name might have been something like Kaploon, a Manhattan telephone number, and the information that Klaus was to call the phone number given any time on any morning between the hours of 8 and 8:30, and was to give the following message, merely to say, "I have arrived in Cambridge and will be here for blank days." Gold's revelation of a Manhattan phone contact adds another operative to the list of Soviet espionage agents active around the Manhattan Project. Based solely on Gold's partial recollection of the contact's name, a candidate for this contact might be Judith Copeland, a 1943 Barnard graduate whom Robert Lamphere later established to be involved in Soviet espionage. Copeland was living in New York at this time, working in the Justice Department Economic Warfare Section. She has not previously been identified in this context. Gold remembered carrying John's message to Cambridge to leave with Crystal Heinemann in early November 1944. Fuchs's sister remembered Gold visiting her for the first time in late January or early February 1945. Neither Crystal, Fuchs, nor Gold ever quite straightened out when their various Cambridge meetings occurred, but other records make it possible to establish some of them at least approximately. Whenever it was that Gold visited her that winter, Crystal remembered looking out the window of her house and noticing a man whom she did not know walking down the street. It was just before noon. The man came to her door and rang the bell. She answered the door. The man asked her if she was Mrs. Heinemann, the sister of Klaus Fuchs. She said she was, and the man gave his name. She was never able to remember his name, but 6 years later, when she was shown a photograph of Harry Gold, she immediately and positively identified him as the man who rang her bell that day and returned twice more to her house in Cambridge. Harry told Fuchs's sister that he was a chemist who had worked at one time with her brother. He was anxious to see Klaus, he said. The Heinemann children came home for lunch then, and Crystal invited Gold to join them. He mentioned that he was tired from a long train ride. Crystal Heinemann remembered telling Gold during lunch, in FBI paraphrase, the approximate dates between which Klaus Fuchs would visit the Heinemann home. Dates presumably in February 1945. Gold, to the contrary, remembers her mentioning Christmas. Mrs. Heinemann told me that Klaus had been transferred somewhere in the southwest United States, but that she expected him here about Christmas time. I believe that she indicated that she had received several letters from him. She said that she thought that he would certainly be home about Christmas, as he usually made a great event of bringing presents for the children. If Crystal did not yet know that Fuchs would not visit Cambridge for Christmas, then she had not yet received a letter Fuchs wrote her from Post Office Box 1663, Santa Fe, New Mexico, on December 15th. Dear Crystal, many thanks for your letter. I am afraid I have been very busy during the last few weeks, and I expect that will go on for a little time longer. But I do hope that I shall be able to take a holiday sometime at the end of January. I have not even been able to do any Christmas shopping. I expect Marcia and Steve will be cross if my Christmas parcel does not arrive on time. But I trust you will be able to pacify them. We have lots of snow around here, and I am itching to get on skis. But before I do so, I shall have to pacify my conscience as an uncle and get the parcel for your kids off. With best wishes, Klaus. Placing Gold's visit in November or early December would also explain Yatskov's urgency in dispatching him later, when word from Fuchs finally came, a month and a half after Christmas. But whenever Gold visited Cambridge, he accomplished his mission. He left the sealed envelope and went on his way. Fuchs was indeed very busy. The previous summer, on July 14, 1944, the German émigré physicist had met in Washington with James Chadwick, the Nobel laureate discoverer of the neutron and the head of the British mission in the United States. Chadwick had informed Fuchs that his services had been requested at Los Alamos, the secret laboratory in northern New Mexico where the first atomic bombs were being designed, provisionally until the end of December. Los Alamos was in turmoil and needed help. The laboratory had been planning to build weapons that assembled critical masses of U-235 or plutonium-239 using a gun configuration, firing one subcritical piece of nuclear material up the barrel of a cannon to join it with a subcritical ring fitted to the muzzle. The worry with such an assembly mechanism was pre-detonation. Both uranium and plutonium fissioned spontaneously, as Georgy Flyrov and K.A. Peterzak had first demonstrated in the case of uranium. Secondary neutrons released by such random spontaneous fission might start a chain reaction prematurely within the barrel of the cannon, as the bullet approached the target ring before the two pieces had time to fully assemble. If the mass of nuclear material thus pre-detonated, it would still explode, but it might do so inefficiently. Instead of exploding with a force equivalent to 10,000 tons or more of TNT, it might fizzle at the equivalent to no more than a few hundred pounds of TNT, no better than a conventional high-explosive bomb could do. The United States was spending some $2 billion to make 3 atomic bombs. A fizzle would be an unconscionable waste of money. Plutonium-239 was known to fission spontaneously at more than double the rate of U-235. Another isotope of plutonium, plutonium-240, which turned up as a contaminant in plutonium-239, was even more unstable. Assembling a critical mass of plutonium-239 within the barrel of a cannon had appeared from the beginning to be problematic. The plutonium bullet would have to travel up the barrel several thousand feet per second faster than would the bullet in the uranium gun. Until April 1944, a plutonium gun assembly had looked barely attainable. but the experiments so far conducted at Los Alamos had used microgram quantities of plutonium transmuted laboriously in a cyclotron, which produced primarily plutonium-239. The first gram quantities of reactor-produced plutonium arrived at Los Alamos early in the spring of 1944 from Oak Ridge. A nuclear reactor generates far more neutrons than a cyclotron. That higher neutron flux had transmuted more of the uranium in the reactor to plutonium-240. The spontaneous fission rate of reactor-generated plutonium-239 with its greater admixture of plutonium-240 turned out to be 5 times greater than that of cyclotron-produced plutonium, unacceptably high for gun assembly. Even at the highest attainable muzzle velocities, a plutonium bullet would melt before it had time to mate with a target assembly. By July 1944, when Fuchs talked to Chadwick, Los Alamos had decided that the plutonium gun would have to be scrapped. The uranium gun, Little Boy, a conservative and reliable but inefficient design, would require as much of the rare uranium isotope as could be separated through 1945. Unless Los Alamos worked out a way to assemble a critical mass of plutonium without pre-detonation, the Manhattan Project, which by then was approaching the U.S. automobile industry in number of employees and capital investment, would be able to deliver only one atomic bomb. An alternative to the gun system had been proposed soon after the lab had opened its doors in April 1943, though many had doubted that it could be made to work. It was called implosion. In its first incarnation, it depended on the fact that whether or not a mass of fissionable material is critical is determined not only by its volume, but also by its geometry. 6 kilograms of plutonium cast as 2 solid hemispheres would begin chain reacting as soon as they were brought into contact. But the same 6 kilograms of plutonium configured as a hollow shell, from which secondary neutrons would more easily escape, would be essentially inert. Pack high explosives, HE, around such a shell, figure out a way to detonate the HE from a number of different points simultaneously, thus collapse the shell inward into a solid ball, and critical assembly might be achieved so rapidly that spontaneous fission would not have time to spoil the chain reaction. Slammed with high explosives, the walls of the shell would have to move only a short distance inward, and the HE would accelerate them together far faster than a cannon could do. No one had ever used explosives to assemble something before. Their normal use was blowing things apart. The first experiments conducted at Los Alamos using 2-dimensional arrangements, pinching steel pipes with collar rings of HE, had been disastrous. Navy Captain William Deke Parsons, who was in charge of explosives research, scoffed that implosion was like trying to blow in a beer can without splattering the beer. From each point of detonation, a convex detonation wave moved through the explosive. When the various waves spread into contact, they interfered with each other in complex patterns like the interference waves that passing boats produce when their wakes collide. Instead of uniformly closing the steel pipes down to a solid pinch, the colliding shock waves liquefied jets of hot metal and blew the pipes cockeyed. Implosion phenomena were too complex for cut and dry. The experimenters needed theory to guide them. Someone needed to go to work calculating the hydrodynamics, the complex dynamic fluid motions of implosion. Someone needed to work out the number and best placement of detonators around the outside of the HE sphere. Someone needed to calculate the ideal geometry of the plutonium shell, whether larger or smaller, whether thicker walled or thin. The head of the theoretical division at Los Alamos, emigre physicist Hans Bethe, turned to Edward Teller, who was recognized then and later as one of the most imaginative, creative physicists alive. Teller took over direction of a small implosion group in January 1944 and made valuable contributions through the rest of the winter. But as winter turned to spring, he began to neglect implosion calculations. He believed he had more important work to do, including early theoretical study of the possibility of using an atomic bomb to ignite a mass of deuterium, a weapon he called the Super, that might explode with force equivalent not to thousands of tons of TNT, but to millions of tons. Beta wanted me to work on calculational details at which I am not particularly good, Teller wrote later, while I wanted to continue not only on the hydrogen bomb, but on other novel subjects. Beta knew that Rudolf Peierls was in New York working with Kellex. He requested that Peierls transfer to Los Alamos to help out on implosion. Peierls agreed, provided that he be allowed to bring along 2 assistants, a young Englishman named Tony Skirm and Klaus Fuchs. If the god of war had wanted to provide Igor Kurchatov with a clear channel directly into the heart of the most important and secret work then underway at Los Alamos, he could not have chosen a more providential channel than Klaus Fuchs. Robert Oppenheimer, who had become the wartime director of Los Alamos, said much the same thing later after Fuchs had been exposed. General Groves had complained that Los Alamos was not compartmentalized adequately for security. If Fuchs had been infinitely compartmentalized, Oppenheimer countered, what was inside his compartment would have done the damage. Fuchs arrived at Los Alamos on August 14, 1944. One of the most valuable men in my division, Hans Bethe would call him ruefully. Nicholas Metropolis, a mathematician in the theoretical division whose office was next to Fuchs's, noticed the German's diligence. Whenever I walked in, and I would walk in early, like 8 o'clock, he was always there. And when I left at night at 5 o'clock, 5:30, he was still in his office working away. He worked long, long hours. In October, Oppenheimer led a colloquium that Fuchs attended on a new approach to implosion using 3-dimensional lenses of high explosives. The radical new concept, proposed the previous summer by British physicist James Tuck, offered a possible way to overcome the interference between detonation waves that made such a mess of steel pipes. A detonator stuck in a piece of explosive started a wave that expanded outward through the HE equally in every direction, convexly, like a swelling dome. But it might be possible to design a complex arrangement of carefully fitted pieces of faster and slower burning explosives that would retard or accelerate the passage of the convex detonation wave so as to allow the sides of the dome time to catch up with and pass the peak, like turning a beanie or a yarmulke inside out. With the right combination of shapes and explosives, a detonation wave diverging outward from a point might be converted to a detonation wave converging inward on a point. An explosion might be converted to an implosion, eliminating detonation wave interference and smoothly squeezing a subcritical ball of plutonium to supercriticality. As he had when consulting with Kellex on gaseous diffusion, Fuchs at Los Alamos once again produced a series of significant papers, but these dealt with the crucial question of how to make plutonium efficiently explode. The titles of some of the papers Fuchs wrote in his 2 years at Los Alamos reveal the extent to which he had tunneled fortuitously to the very center of the plutonium problem. Formation of jets in plane slabs. Jet formation in cylindrical implosion. Efficiency for very slow assembly. Theory of implosion Part 1. Theory of implosion Part 2. Theory of implosion Part 3. Theory of implosion Part 4, Theory of implosion Part 5. Fuchs also worked on theoretical studies concerning a small but crucial component of an implosion bomb, a device Los Alamos called an initiator. In September 1944, the physicist Robert Christie had proposed reducing the jetting problem by using as a bomb core not a shell of plutonium, but a nearly solid subcritical ball in the form of 2 fitted hemispheres. With a solid instead of a shell, nothing would be collapsing. The imploding detonation wave would simply squeeze the solid mass to criticality. It was a conservative, brute force solution that would be much less efficient than a shell system, and more dangerous as well. In its final incarnation, it would be barely subcritical within a heavy natural uranium tamper and would have to be safed with a removable cadmium wire, but it was a far simpler design. Unfortunately, a solid core would necessitate adding in another complicated component. Implosion would reduce the core diameter by half, increasing the density of the solid metal by a factor of 8. In the few millionths of a second when the shock wave had squeezed the implosion assembly to maximum density, before the assembly began to rebound and disassemble, it needed a squirt of neutrons to start the chain reaction. The initiator was the first device used in atomic bombs to supply those neutrons, by knocking them out of a shell of beryllium foil with alpha particles from another shell of hot, highly alpha radioactive polonium. It was a small nugget of exotic metals to be set exactly at the center of the bomb, nested in a cavity within the two hemispheres of plutonium. It was difficult to design because it had to remain inert, releasing no neutrons, until precisely the right moment and then unfailingly do its work. If it produced neutrons prematurely, it might cause the bomb to pre-detonate. If it produced neutrons belatedly, they would fly out uselessly through the rebounding wreckage. The initiator was nearly as difficult to design as the larger bomb around it. Layers within layers, and its ingenuities were compressed within a gadget no bigger than a walnut. Fuchs would write 3 papers on initiator theory. Fuchs attended seminars that winter on various alternatives to implosion. By February 11, 1945, when he left the Mesa in northern New Mexico to visit his sister and her family in Massachusetts, he knew as much as anyone at Los Alamos about plutonium bomb design. Sometime after Fuchs arrived in Cambridge, Crystal told him about Gould's November approach. Her brother seemed surprised and somewhat annoyed, she remembered, but he did not comment beyond saying, "Oh, it's all right." She gave him the envelope Gould had left. He called the contact in Manhattan. Footnote: Fuchs denied making such a call without explaining how otherwise Gould would have known he was in Cambridge, but he was always careful during interrogations to deny contacts that had not yet been identified. He avoided identifying Gould until he surmised that Gould had confessed, and he only identified Sonia after he was in prison and she had left England for East Germany. End footnote. Before 7 one weekday morning, Yatskov telephoned Gould just as Gould was getting ready to leave for work. With some difficulty, he described to me the fact that he was in a gasoline station near what I finally determined to be the Oxford Circle section of Philadelphia. John wanted to know if I would come down there and meet him. I did so. It was a very snowy morning, I recall it well, and John was wet. We got on the streetcar again and went down to the terminal in Frankfurt, where John told me that he had just the previous day received notification that Fuchs was now at Cambridge. He then told me that I must, as soon as possible, go to Cambridge. I did so. I believe that I met John on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and that I arrived in Cambridge on most likely a Friday. In 1945, there was one Friday between Sunday, February 11th, and Thursday, February 22nd, the day Fuchs left Cambridge to return to New Mexico. He and Gould most likely met on February 16th. I went directly to the Heinemann home, Gould remembered. This was in the morning, and when I knocked, I was admitted by, I believe, a servant girl. Klaus was there and welcomed me. 7. Mass production. If Klaus Fuchs was the most productive spy delivering information on the Anglo-American atomic bomb program to the Soviet Union from North America, he was by no means the only agent at work. Not many were ever exposed. Only a few of those who became known were brought to trial and convicted. But the collective record, limited and fragmentary though it is, corroborates Igor Guzenko's characterization of Soviet espionage during and after the Second World War as mass production, demonstrates its methodology, and reveals patterns and practices that tend to support espionage revelations that many Americans understandably questioned in the poisoned atmosphere of the high Cold War years. Two shocking quantitative measures of the extent of Soviet wartime atomic espionage emerge in contemporary and retrospective accounts. In a letter to Lavrenti Beria dated September 29, 1944, Igor Kurchatov refers to new, very extensive espionage materials concerning the uranium problem he has been reviewing. That is, materials that had been acquired after the large collection he had already reviewed, and notes parenthetically that these materials constitute about 3,000 pages of text. And the Soviet physicist Yakov Petrovich Terletsky reports that when he joined the special department of the NKVD, set up after the end of the war to deal with atomic espionage, he found about 10,000 pages of reports in the safes, for the most part American classified reports. There were also British materials. They outlined the content of the basic experiments on determining the parameters of nuclear reactions, reactors, and the description of various types of uranium reactors, the description of gaseous diffusion installations, journal entries on the testing of the atomic bomb, and so on. One early focus of Soviet espionage was the radiation laboratory of the University of California at Berkeley. In 1941, under the direction of the Nobel laureate American physicist Ernest Lawrence, the inventor of the cyclotron, physicists at the radiation laboratory began developing electromagnetic isotope separation, a technology eventually enlarged to industrial scale at Oak Ridge that processed most of the U-235 used in the Little Boy bomb. Robert Oppenheimer guided early work on atomic and hydrogen bomb theory from offices at Berkeley before he moved to Los Alamos in 1943 to direct actual bomb design. Oppenheimer's wife, Kitty, had been a member of the Communist Party during the 1930s. His brother Frank and Frank's wife, Jackie, were members from 1937 to 1941. Oppenheimer himself was a fellow traveler, as he put it, until 1942, who contributed to communist causes. Kitty Oppenheimer's first husband, Joe Dallatt, had been a Communist Party official who had volunteered to fight in the Spanish Civil War. In 1937, Kitty had gone to Spain to meet Dallatt. One of her husband's comrades in arms, Steve Nelson, a naturalized American born in Croatia who was a lieutenant colonel in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, met her instead and broke the news that her husband had been killed during the siege of Madrid. Nelson had joined the American Communist Party in the late 1920s. He had trained at the Lenin Institute in Moscow in the early 1930s and was known there to be affiliated with the OGPU, the predecessor of the NKVD. He had worked for the Communist International in Shanghai during the same period when Sonia was active there for the GRU. Arthur Ewart, an agent high in the ranks of the Communist Party of Germany, was a significant connection between them. After the Spanish War, when he may have attended the Barcelona Intelligence School with Morris Cohen, Nelson turned up in Berkeley, a friend of Kitty Oppenheimer, assigned, according to a Congressional Committee investigation, as an organizer for the Communist Party in the Bay Area. He was also given the underground assignment to gather information regarding the development of the atomic bomb. Nelson made contact with several of the younger physicists working at Berkeley. Manhattan Project security officers observed him acquiring and passing information on electromagnetic isotope separation to the Soviets. Late one night in March 1943, a scientist at the University of California, who identified himself as Joe, went to the home of Steve Nelson. Nelson was not present but arrived at about 1:30 on the morning of the following day. Upon his arrival at his home, Nelson greeted Joe and the latter told him that he had some information that he thought Nelson could use. Joe then furnished highly confidential information regarding the experiments conducted at the radiation laboratory of the University of California at Berkeley. Several days after Nelson had been contacted by Joe, Nelson contacted the Soviet consulate in San Francisco and arranged to meet Peter Ivanov, the Soviet vice consul, at some place where they could not be observed. Ivanov suggested that he and Nelson meet at the usual place. The meeting took place in the middle of an open park on the St. Francis Hospital grounds in San Francisco. At this meeting, Nelson transferred an envelope or package to Ivanov. A few days after this meeting, the third secretary of the Russian embassy in Washington, a man by the name of Zubilin, met Nelson in Nelson's home and at this meeting paid Nelson 10 bills of unknown denomination. Nelson apparently explored the Oppenheimers' susceptibility to espionage. Nelson later reported to his Soviet contacts that neither the physicist nor his wife were sympathetic to communism, the Congressional Committee found. If Nelson approached the Oppenheimers, neither of them ever reported the contact. An approach to Oppenheimer through a different intermediary also failed, but Oppenheimer delayed reporting it, identified the intermediary only reluctantly and later changed his story, vacillations which eventually caused him great trouble. The intermediary was one of his Berkeley friends, a professor of French named Håkon Chevalier. Chevalier was acting on behalf of an Englishman named George Eltonton, who was, Oppenheimer would testify, a chemical engineer who had spent some time in the Soviet Union and worked for shell development. In his first version of the events, which he offered in August 1943 to Colonel Boris L. Pash, a Manhattan Project security officer, Oppenheimer connected the Eltonton-Chevalier approach to the Soviet consulate in San Francisco. A man whose name I never heard, who was attached to the Soviet consul, had indicated indirectly through intermediate people concerned with the project that he was in a position to transmit without any danger of a leak or a scandal or anything of that kind, information which they might supply. Oppenheimer identified Eltonton. If you wanted to watch him, he told Pash, it might be the appropriate thing to do. The physicist added that he did not know the name of the man attached to the consulate. I think I may have been told, and I may not have been told. He is, and he may not be here now. These incidents occurred in the order of about 5, 6, or 7 months ago. 5 to 7 months before August 1943 would place the incidents around the time Igor Kurchatov in Moscow was reviewing isotope separation technology and assigning research. Kurchatov asked the distinguished Soviet physicist Lev Artsimovich to explore electromagnetic isotope separation. It would have been logical to give Artsimovich any information available on the subject, and according to a Russian scientist, Artsimovich was introduced to American espionage materials on electromagnetic isotope separation. With the phrase, "these incidents," Oppenheimer made evident in 1943 what he would later characterize as a pure fabrication, a piece of idiocy, that a military attaché at the Soviet consulate, through intermediaries, had approached several people connected with the Manhattan Project who had subsequently moved to Los Alamos, and those people had in turn come to Oppenheimer for advice. I might say the approaches were always made through other people who were troubled by them, Oppenheimer explained, and who sometimes came and discussed them with me, and that the approaches were quite indirect. Oppenheimer added, I know of 2 or 3 cases, and I think 2 of the men are with me at Los Alamos. They are men who are closely associated with me. They told me they were contacted for that purpose, that is, for information. The rationale Oppenheimer's troubled colleagues reported to him, as the physicist described it to Pash, was the standard rationale that Soviet intelligence offered scientists. Let me give you the background. The background was, well, you know how difficult it is with relations between these 2 allies, and there are a lot of people that don't feel very friendly towards Russia. So the information, a lot of our secret information, our radar and so on, doesn't get to them, and they are battling for their lives, and they would like to have an idea of what is going on, and this is just to make up, in other words, for the defects of our official communication. That is the form in which it was presented. Of course, the actual fact is that since it is not a communication that ought to be taking place, it is treasonable. Oppenheimer himself believed that the world would be safer in the long run if the issues raised by the development of the atomic bomb could be discussed among the Allies, including the Soviet Union, before the end of the war, but he did not believe espionage was the proper channel for such a discussion. To put it quite frankly, I would feel friendly to the idea of the Commander-in-Chief informing the Russians who are working on this problem. At least I can see there might be some arguments for doing that, but I don't like the idea of having it moved out the back door. Oppenheimer told Pash that the agent who tempted his colleagues had been careful to present his proposal not as espionage, but as a facilitation of existing U.S. policy, an allusion probably to Lend-Lease. But it was not presented in that method. It is a method of carrying out a policy which was more or less a policy of the government. The form in which it came was that couldn't an interview be arranged with this man Eltonton, who had very good contact with a man from the embassy attached to the consulate, who was a very reliable guy and who had a lot of experience in microfilm or whatever. Here were the usual mechanisms of Soviet espionage. paralleling those that Elizabeth Bentley and Harry Gold made notorious in later public testimony. A man from the embassy, a non-Soviet cutout, an appeal to guilt and rationalization, microfilm. Igor Kuzenko notes independently the varied approaches made on Soviet instruction when atomic bomb information was demanded. Astonishingly enough, it was shown there that when it comes to something really big, the money appeal isn't used. The appeal to higher feelings, such as the good of the world, proved most effective for Soviet intelligence. After the war, Oppenheimer would claim that the story he told Pash, except for the name Eltonton, was wholly false. His revised 1954 version of what happened at Berkeley disconnected him from microfilm, from the Soviet consulate, and from the wider knowledge of espionage approaches that he described to Boris Pash in 1943. One day in the winter of 1942-43, Håkan Chevalier came to our home. It was, I believe, for dinner, but possibly for a drink. When I went out into the pantry, Chevalier followed me, or came with me to help me. He said, "I saw George Eltonton recently." Maybe he asked me if I remembered him. That Eltonton had told him that he had a method, he had means of getting technical information to Soviet scientists. He didn't describe the means. I thought I said, "But that is treason," but I am not sure. I said anyway something. "This is a terrible thing to do." Chevalier said or expressed complete agreement. That was the end of it. It was a very brief conversation. But the FBI interviewed Eltonton in 1946, and Eltonton confirmed his story closer to the original version that Oppenheimer had told Pash. Eltonton admitted being approached by Soviet military attaché Peter Ivanov for the purpose of obtaining information as to what was going on up on the hill, that is, at the Berkeley Radiation Laboratory. Eltonton admitted approaching Håkan Chevalier, who he knew was friendly with J. Robert Oppenheimer, and requested Chevalier to approach Oppenheimer concerning the project. He advised that Chevalier agreed to the approach and then subsequently advised that there was no chance whatsoever of obtaining the information. FBI agents interviewed Chevalier the same day in June 1946 that they questioned Eltonton. Chevalier offered a version of events different from Eltonton's and identical to Oppenheimer's exculpatory 1954 version. Oppenheimer gave Chevalier's version for the first time to the FBI in September 1946. Between June and September, the two friends had met and had opportunity to concert their stories. Eltonton may even have maneuvered to approach Oppenheimer directly before Chevalier came to call. So at least an investigator suspected, and seems to have had surveillance to corroborate. Had you met Eltonton on many other occasions? Oh, yes. Where? I don't remember. A social occasion? Yes. Can you recall any of them? No. Do you recall who introduced you to him? No. Did Eltonton come to your house on any other occasion? I am quite sure not. Did he come to your house in 1942 on one occasion to discuss certain awards which the Soviet government was going to make to certain scientists? If so, it is news to me. I assume you know that this is true, but I certainly have no recollection of it. Let me see if I can refresh your recollection, Doctor. Do you recall him coming to your house to discuss awards to be made to certain scientists by the Soviet government and you suggesting the names of Bush, Morgan, and perhaps one of the Comptons? There is nothing unreasonable in the suggestions. Lavrenti Beria evidently put uncommon faith in the persuasive power of awards. Igor Kuzenko was posted to Canada from the USSR in June 1943. Officially, he would be a civilian employee of the Soviet Embassy in Ottawa. In fact, he was a cipher clerk on the staff of the military attaché, Colonel Nikolai Zabotin, the head of Soviet Military Intelligence, GRU, in Ottawa. His organization called the NKVD the Neighbor. Zabotin, tall, handsome, personable, writes Kuzenko, someone whose magnetic personality attracted contacts, organized a phalanx of Canadian agents among politicians, bureaucrats, and scientists working on explosives, electronics, and atomic energy. Israel Halprin, a mathematician who was Canadian-born of Russian parents, was attached to the Canadian Directorate of Artillery and reported to the GRU on weapons and explosives under the codename Bacon. He carried Crystal Heinemann's Cambridge address and Klaus Fuchs's British address in his address book, and had supplied Fuchs with science journals when Fuchs had been interned in Canada in 1940. Edward Wilfrid Mazerol, a Canadian electrical engineer, worked on radar. "I did not like the idea of supplying information," he testified. Echoing Oppenheimer, he noted, "It was not put to me so much that I was supplying information to the Soviet government either. It was more that scientists were pooling information, and I actually asked if we could hope to find this reciprocal." There were dozens of such conspirators tunneled into the Canadian political and defense establishment whose information Guzenko coded for forwarding to Moscow, including a Russian-born member of the Canadian Parliament, Fred Rose. Elizabeth Bentley had serviced Rose's correspondence with Jacob Golos in New York a few years earlier through a mail drop. The most significant two among the 20 Canadian agents later identified were the physicists Ellen Nunn May and Bruno Pontecorvo. Nunn May, whom his friends described as a charming, shy little man with a dry sense of humor who wore old-fashioned glasses with round lenses, was another Cambridge product, a 1933 graduate who had been recruited by Donald Maclean. He had been a reader in physics at London University in May 1942 when he was asked to join the British Atomic Energy Program, which was codenamed Tube Alloys Research. He'd come to Canada from England in January 1943 as a member of a research team headed by John Cockcroft, a senior Cambridge physicist who would win a 1951 Nobel Prize. Joining an existing organization in Montreal, Cockcroft's team carried out research adjunct to the atomic bomb development work going on in the United States. The Canadians were building a large, heavy water-moderated natural uranium reactor at Chalk River, 3 hours north of Ottawa. Before coming to Canada, a post-war Canadian investigation revealed Nunn May was an ardent but secret communist and already known to the authorities at Moscow. Nunn May communicated with Zhabotin under the cover name Alec. He perceived his espionage idealistically, a la Russe. "The whole affair was extremely painful to me," he would confess, "and I only embarked on it because I felt this was a contribution I could make to the safety of mankind. I certainly did not do it for gain." He was a member of 2 committees in Montreal which gave him access to secret reports. In January 1944, Nunn May visited the Metallurgical Laboratory of the University of Chicago, the center of U.S. nuclear reactor research. He met General Groves, who had authorized his visit. He returned in April. At that time, Groves reported after the war, he worked on a minor experiment at the Argonne Laboratory, where the original graphite pile was and is located, and where a small-scale heavy water pile had also been constructed. Nunn May visited Chicago again in late August, Groves wrote, conferring with officials of the Chicago Laboratory on the construction and operation of the Argonne pile and the proposed Montreal pile. On a third and last visit, Groves writes, for the entire month of October 1944, he carried on extensive work in collaboration with our scientists in a highly secret and important new field. By then, Groves concluded, May had spent more time and acquired more knowledge at the Argonne than any other British physicist. Groves barred further visits because he felt Nunn May, as a member of the British mission, knew as much as he ought to know about later developments. The highly secret work in which Nunn May participated concerned making an atomic bomb using an isotope of uranium, U-233, which is even rarer than U-235, but which can be transmuted from thorium, element 90, a soft, silvery radioactive metal discovered in Sweden in 1829 and available for refining from monazite sand, of which there were major deposits in Brazil and North and South Carolina. If U-233 proved to be bomb material, it could be bred from thorium in a nuclear reactor much as plutonium was being bred from U-238, and, like plutonium, it could then be chemically separated from its parent matrix much more easily than U-235 could be physically separated from U-238. Footnote: As it turned out, U-233 was not good bomb material. Reactor transmutation of thorium breeds another rare uranium isotope, U-232, along with the U-233. U-232 emits copious alpha particles, which knock unwanted stray neutrons from impurities in the material that encourage pre-detonation. The United States eventually tested a number of U-233 bombs, however. End footnote. Nunn May worked with the American experimental physicist Herbert Anderson in October 1944, trying to determine U-233's cross-sections for fission. The two physicists used foils of U-233 for their cross-section measurements, foils that were extremely rare at the time because the U-233 had to be transmuted laboriously in a cyclotron. Groves thought Nunn May at Argonne had probably learned about the important phenomenon of reactor poisoning, discovered during the startup of the first big production reactor at Hanford late in September 1944. There is Soviet evidence from the post-war period that the British physicist either did not know of reactor poisoning or did not communicate the information to Soviet intelligence. Other significant Nunn May contributions, however, were yet to come. Bruno Pontecorvo, handsome as a movie star, was an Italian protege of Enrico Fermi, one of Fermi's young, vigorous Rome group, which had systematically worked its way through the periodic table in the mid-1930s, bombarding the elements with neutrons to identify artificial radioactivities, and had barely missed discovering nuclear fission. Pontecorvo, who was Jewish, had escaped France at the time of the German invasion and had found passage through Lisbon to New York. He joined the Anglo-Canadian Research Group in Montreal in 1943. He was an exceptional physicist and made himself an expert on heavy water reactors. Donald McLean arrived in New York on May 6, 1944. He was married now to an American woman named Melinda. His wife was pregnant with their second child and traveled with him. He is 6 foot tall, she had described him in a letter to her mother in 1940 when he was courting her in France. Blonde with beautiful blue eyes, altogether a beautiful man. But even then, McLean was drinking too much, partly in response to the stress of his double life. If he had to have a drinking orgy, Melinda wrote him at that time in concern, "Why don't you have it at home, so at least you will be able to get safely to bed?" Harry Gold and Klaus Fuchs also found release in periodic bouts of heavy drinking. McLean had served as third secretary at the British Embassy in Paris from September 1938 until the fall of France, in the midst of which he and Melinda had married. They had escaped to England on a tramp steamer. Back in London in wartime, McLean was stuck in the Foreign Office General Department, bored with matters of shipping, supply, and economic warfare, until he left for the United States. Throughout the war, he continued his work of espionage. His control, Anatoly Gorsky, attaché and then second secretary at the Soviet Embassy in London, also controlled Anthony Blunt. Blunt had found his way into MI5, the British FBI. In 1940, McLean met twice with Kim Philby, who had lost contact with his Soviet control. McLean arranged a renewed connection. Philby, who had worked as a freelance correspondent in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, was beginning his remarkable career in British counterintelligence as a propaganda expert for the Special Operations Executive, SOE, the British counterpart to the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the predecessor to the Central Intelligence Agency. By the time McLean left for the U.S., Blunt had become responsible for the security of the various governments in exile in London. Philby directed the Iberian section of the counter-espionage branch of MI6, the British CIA. McLean shipped for America to work at the British Embassy in Washington as a member of the Joint Anglo-American Secretariat of the Combined Policy Committee, CPC. The CPC had been established at the 1943 Quebec Conference between Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt to facilitate British, U.S., and Canadian collaboration on the atomic bomb. One of its first results was the transfer to the United States of the group of British scientists that included Klaus Fuchs. Another result, which James Chadwick had recommended, would be the development of the Chalk River heavy water reactor. Under the CDC, a subordinate body known as the Combined Development Trust, CDT, had taken over work that General Groves had begun late in 1942, buying up rights to corner the world market in high-grade uranium and thorium ores. For Groves, ore was fundamental. Control the supply of high-grade ore, he believed, and other countries, the Soviet Union in particular, could not build atomic bombs. Groves's organization, codenamed the Murray Hill Area, had reviewed some 67,000 volumes, more than half in foreign languages, reporting occurrences of uranium ores, had developed the first lightweight, portable Geiger counters for field investigation, had sent out geologists to explore ore fields in the U.S. and abroad, and had completed 56 geological reports covering more than 50 countries. Groves reported to Secretary of War Henry Stimson on behalf of the CDT in late November 1944 that the U.S. and Britain would control more than 90% of the world's supply of high-grade uranium ore if Belgium gave them exclusive rights to the output of its Shinkolobwe mine in the Belgian Congo. Before the end of the war, the Belgians agreed. The Soviet Union, the Murray Hill Area investigators had concluded, had only medium-grade ore. A few hundred tons production. Potential possibilities could be great. Donald Maclean was in position to communicate such high-level policy information to the Soviet Union. By the time he transferred to Washington, the NKVD had assigned atomic bomb espionage first priority. Maclean made contact with Anatoly Yatskov and would frequently travel to New York to deliver information. If Stalin needed evidence that the nations that called themselves his allies were colluding against him to deny him nuclear weapons while they built up an arsenal, Donald Maclean could supply it. Someone did. A discussion of the question of the existence and reserves of uranium deposits and who controlled them turned up in a general NKVD review of Anglo-American bomb development that went to Beria on February 28, 1945. Nor was the Soviet Union the only country interested in knowing more about American work on the atomic bomb. The work had started in Britain. The British were U.S. allies and had shared their secrets freely, but it was U.S. policy to restrict and compartmentalize British access to American research and development. Thus, for example, General Groves refused to authorize revealing to scientists in Canada the process that Glenn Seaborg and his co-workers at the University of Chicago had developed for separating and purifying plutonium. As a gesture in their direction, the official Manhattan Project history reports straight-faced, Groves agreed to permit a limited amount of irradiated uranium in the form of slugs from Oak Ridge to go to Montreal so that the group there could work out independently the methods of plutonium separation and purification. Similarly, Fuchs had not been told that a full-scale gaseous diffusion plant was under construction in Tennessee. But the British had decided, probably before their scientific team left England, that they would have to develop their own atomic bomb after the war. John Anderson, who directed British Tube Alloys research, said as much to the scientists on his staff in January 1944. "We simply could not acquiesce in an American monopoly on this development," post-war British Foreign Minister Ernest Bevin would write. Churchill told Roosevelt of the British decision in February 1945, which raises the interesting question of the extent to which U.S. political leaders tacitly endorsed the British project. When Rudolph Peierls moved to Los Alamos to direct the British group there, James Chadwick asked Peierls to keep him informed. I therefore wrote letters at regular intervals in which I summarized, to the best of my knowledge, what was going on. I was a little doubtful about the appropriateness of this because no secret information was supposed to be sent out from the laboratory without special permission. Then one day Richard Tolman, a distinguished elder statesman of physics who assisted Groves, asked to see me as he had a message from Groves. When he started, I understand you have been writing letters to Chadwick about the work of the laboratory. I felt that here my chickens were coming home to roost. But he continued, General Groves finds that Chadwick is often better informed than he is, and wondered if he could have copies of your letters. He added that if these letters referred also to purely domestic problems of the British group, I could of course omit the relevant passages from the copies for Groves. This made it clear that the intention was not to censor my letters. I was relieved and highly amused. Ironically, Peierls was shocked to learn after the war of Fuchs's Soviet espionage. Peierls's charming story conceals a serious point, that Groves, who was not only rigorous about security, but also a notorious Anglophobe, made an exception to his rules in the case of the British mission at Los Alamos. He may have felt that limiting British and Canadian access to knowledge of how to separate U-235 and plutonium made knowledge of bomb design academic. But not only Soviet agents spirited secret information out of Los Alamos during the Second World War. What, if anything, the NKVD learned about the Manhattan Project from Morris Cohn's friend Perseus is more difficult to assess. According to Yakovlev, Perseus was posted to Los Alamos when it opened in April 1943, and Lana Cohen traveled to Albuquerque twice during the war to meet him. In the last months of her life, Lana Cohen confirmed to an American historian that she collected intelligence information from a physicist in Albuquerque at least once. Harry Gold independently confirmed Yakovlev's link with Lana Cohen many years before Yakovlev went public. On at least 2 occasions, the FBI paraphrases Gold's 1950 testimony. Yakovlev told him he would introduce Gold to a young woman whose husband was in the United States Army, who would perform the function of doing legwork between Yakovlev and Gold. He recalled that she lived in Upper Manhattan, and she may have been Russian-born or of Russian descent, although he never met her. But nothing in the documents released from Russian archives after the demise of the Soviet Union is identifiable as a Perseus contribution, except possibly the compilation of 286 papers delivered in 1942, which Igor Kurchatov reviewed on July 3, 1943. All the revealed Los Alamos materials match known contacts between Klaus Fuchs and Harry Gold. If Perseus passed Lana Cohen the secrets of the atomic bomb, as Yatskov claims, the information was redundant. On the other hand, Soviet foreign intelligence thrived on redundancy. Igor Kuzenko sent out the same questions to 20 or more addresses around the world when he worked as a cipher clerk in Moscow. Elizabeth Bentley sometimes suggested to Jacob Golos that one of her less fruitful and more fearful Washington contacts, Bill, who passed her fragments of information about the activities of the War Production Board, jotted down furtively on small scraps of paper, should be dropped from espionage work. No, Golos would say firmly, while the material he is producing is not outstanding, it does help to corroborate or supplement what we are getting through other sources. And besides, there is still the possibility that we can push him into a really good position. For an institution as cautious and thorough as the NKVD, serving masters as paranoid as Beria and Stalin, redundancy provided independent evidence of the authenticity of the information its spies gathered. Fuchs and Nunmay passed many pages of documents, but not all 10,000. Jacob Golos was a harried man. He was not only responsible for the dozens of contacts Elizabeth Bentley serviced in Washington, and for operating the travel agency that served as a front for his espionage activities. She understood that he also controlled other cells of spies. He was usually careful not to reveal his other contacts to her, since doing so would cross-link different lines of his espionage network if she were ever exposed. But early in the war, Golos had used Bentley as a courier for another operation he directed. And significantly, she first reported the contact in 1945, volunteering the information to the FBI long before any of her or Golos's sources had been made public. Another group of whose existence I became aware sometime in the early summer of 1942 was composed of several engineers who, when I first learned of them, were located in New York City. I recall that on one occasion while I was driving through the Lower East Side of the city of New York with Golos to keep a dinner engagement, he stopped the car and told me he had to meet someone. I remained in the car and saw Golos meet an individual on the street corner. I managed to get only a fleeting glimpse of this individual, and I recall that he was tall, thin, and wore horn-rimmed eyeglasses. Golos told me that this person was one of a group of engineers and that he had given this person my resident's telephone number so that he would be able to reach Golos whenever he desired. He did not elaborate on the activities of this person and his associates, nor did he ever identify any of them except that this one man to whom he gave my telephone number was referred to as Julius. However, I do not believe this was his true name. I received 2 or 3 telephone calls from Julius telling me he wanted to see Golos and relayed the messages to Golos. Approximately 6 months prior to the death of Golos, in November 1943, he told me that he was turning over Julius and that group to some other Russian whom he did not identify. From our conversations with Julius and with Golos, Bentley learned that the tall, studious engineer lived in a housing development in Lower Manhattan, Knickerbocker Village. She remembered his calls, spread across the next year, because they always came after midnight in the wee small hours. I got waked out of bed. This particular party always started his conversation by saying, "This is Julius." Julius would turn out to be the man's real name, Julius Rosenberg. In 1948, when Bentley went public with her story, Rosenberg told one of his espionage contacts, Morton Sobel, that he knew Elizabeth Bentley, had spoken to her by phone, but that everything was all right because she did not know who he was. He confirmed to his brother-in-law David Greenglass in 1950, in Greenglass's words, that he knew Jacob Golos, this man Golos, and probably Bentley knew him. Julius Rosenberg was born May 12, 1918, in New York City, one of 5 children of parents who had emigrated to the United States from Poland. Harry and Sophie Rosenberg hoped their son might become a rabbi, and Julius showed promise, but he discovered politics in high school and chose to major in electrical engineering when he went to college in 1935. At City College of New York, he joined the Steinmetz Club, a campus branch of the Young Communist League, participating with a group of young engineering students that included several who would later be active in Soviet espionage. At a New Year's Eve benefit for the International Seamen's Union during Julius's undergraduate days, he met a dedicated, determined young woman, Ethel Greenglass. The two soon fell in love. Ethel, born in 1915, had grown up in poverty in an unheated tenement apartment on the Lower East Side. She had skipped several grades to graduate from high school at 15. At 19, she had organized a strike of some 150 women at the shipping company where she worked. The women finally blocked the company's trucks by lying down in the street. When the shipping company subsequently fired her, Ethel sought and won redress from the National Labor Relations Board and found a better job. Her brother Samuel would testify that she and Rosenberg became violent communists in those Depression years who maintained that nothing is more important than the communist cause. They worked to convert Ethel's younger brother David, then a teenager, whom Ethel had already begun proselytizing. At first, David disliked his sister's boyfriend and resisted the couple's politics. According to Samuel Greenglass, the gift of a chemistry set won David over. Samuel Greenglass said that he became so concerned about the communist influence of Julius and Ethel over David Greenglass, the FBI reports, that he offered to pay the transportation to Russia if they would agree to stay there. He said that they declined this offer, saying that they desired to remain in the United States. Rosenberg graduated from CCNY in 1939, a watershed year for him. He and Ethel married on June 18th, and he joined the Communist Party on December 12th. Not even the Rosenbergs' sons, who have long protested their parents' innocence of espionage, still dispute the fact of Ethel Rosenberg's CP membership, but the date she officially joined the party has never been established. The party cell of which the Rosenbergs became members, Branch 16B of the Industrial Division, included other engineers from Julius's CCNY group, among them Joel Barr and Alfred Serant, who later defected to the Soviet Union. After college, Rosenberg went to work for Williams Aeronautical Research in New York. He took a tool design course at Brooklyn Polytechnic and studied aeronautical dynamics and aviation engine design at the Guggenheim Aeronautical School at New York University. In the summer of 1940, moving into position for espionage, he became a civilian junior inspection engineer for the U.S. Army Signal Corps. To do so, he had to deny his Communist Party membership. Elizabeth Bentley's 1945 FBI testimony independently corroborates that Rosenberg was working as a Soviet espionage agent by 1942. Julius and Ethel were still active in Branch 16B at that time. In fact, Julius was chairman of the cell. One of Rosenberg's classmates, Max Ellicher, remembered asking him in 1948 how he had started spying. He told me that he had, a long time ago, decided that this was what he wanted to do, and he made it a point to get close to people in the Communist Party, and he kept getting close from one person to another until he was able to approach someone, Russian, who would listen to his proposition. Rosenberg's proposition was evidently to supply information himself and to recruit engineers from his circle of classmates and acquaintances for espionage as well. He moonlighted his espionage at first, hence the late-night calls to Elizabeth Bentley, but in the longer run he hoped to operate full-time through a front. "I've got powerful friends," he told David Greenglass in 1943, "and we'll go into business after the war. They'll use us as a screen." Greenglass understood that his brother-in-law's friends were Russians. He dated the beginning of Julius's efforts to condition him for possible espionage from that 1943 conversation, which took place, he recalled, in 1979 in Manhattan at the Capitol Theater on Broadway. In 1943, Greenglass had thought Julius meant that they would work together after the war, and he had been not so sure what the work would be. "I suspected espionage," he said in 1979. "I suspected going into business as the background for espionage." When Harry Gold had told Sam Semyonov that Abe Rothman wanted the Soviets to set him up in business legitimately, Sam had called the notion damned fool nonsense. But if legitimate financing was ludicrous to an agency which was organized, after all, to steal, front operations were not. Jacob Golos's travel agency was one such front. Igor Kuzenko reports a front drugstore in Montreal where the GRU processed espionage film. The expectation that Julius Rosenberg shared with David Greenglass in 1943 was reasonable. It also baited Greenglass with the tantalizing possibility that if he cooperated, he might become the business partner of an older brother-in-law whom he respected and admired. By the time of his discussion with Rosenberg at the Capitol Theater, Greenglass had been drafted into the Army. He was inducted in April. He had just turned 21, a loud, garrulous young man with a hearty appetite, born on a Lower East Side kitchen table, a machinist like his elderly Russian-born father, brighter than average, brash, loyal, and improvident. The previous November, when he realized that he would be drafted, Greenglass had married his childhood sweetheart, Ruth Prince, a small, pretty 19-year-old. Both David and Ruth were members of the Young Communist League, though neither of them ever joined the Communist Party. Ruth was a new convert. From basic training in Aberdeen, Maryland, at the end of April, Private David Greenglass rallied his bride to the cause. "Although I'd love to have you in my arms," he wrote her, "I am content without, so long as there is a vital battle to be fought with a cruel, ruthless foe. Victory shall be ours, and the future is socialism's." Ruth responded on May 2nd, after her first May Day, with similar zeal. "Well, darling, here it is Sunday, and I went to the rally. Well, sweetheart, all I can say is that I am sorry I missed so many other May Days when I had the opportunity to march side by side with you. The spirit of the people was magnificent. Perhaps the voice of 75,000 working men and women that were brought together today, perhaps their voices demanding an early invasion of Europe, that is, the second front that the Soviet Union was urging on its allies, will be heard, and then, my dear, we will be together to build, under socialism, our future." When David shipped out to Fort Ord, California to work in a machine shop repairing tanks, the Greenglasses continued their ardent political correspondence. By then, late 1943, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg had quietly dropped out of the party. But neither David nor Ruth understood them to have withdrawn in disaffection. In a January 1944 letter, Ruth regretted missing Ethel at a rally at Madison Square Garden, where Earl Browder, the chairman of the American Communist Party, announced the party's possible dissolution when the war was over because, wrote Ruth, The people won't be ready to accept socialism and all its reforms. The news made David feel terribly let down. He asked Ruth to send him a copy of Browder's speech and to find out from Ethel what she and Julie think about it. Ask her to get the literature for me. Darling, I love you, and no matter what happens in America politically, in the end it will be Europe and a large part of Asia that will turn socialist, and the American end of the world will of necessity follow in the same course. So, dear, we still look forward to a socialist America, and we shall have that world in our time. Around June 1944, Julius Rosenberg traveled to Washington, D.C., and called his old CCNY classmate, Max Ellicher, who was working for the Navy Bureau of Ordnance on gun fire control systems. Ellicher invited Rosenberg over. In the course of the evening, Ellicher later testified, Rosenberg asked Ellicher's wife, Helena, to leave the room and pressed the standard scientific recruiting line on the tall, stoop-shouldered engineer. Rosenberg told Ellicher what the Soviet Union was doing in the war effort and stated that some war information was being denied the Soviet Union. Rosenberg pointed out, however, that some people were providing military information to assist the Soviet Union and that Ellicher's friend Morton Sobel was helping in this way. Rosenberg asked Ellicher if he would turn over information of that type to him in order to aid the Soviet Union. The information would be passed along for evaluation, Rosenberg explained, taken to New York in containers that would protect it and would be processed and returned before it was missed. According to Ellicher, Rosenberg's June 1944 contact was the first of some 9 attempts to recruit him for espionage. After Rosenberg returned to New York, a coded cable reporting the contact went out from the New York NKVD residency to the Soviet Union. A copy passed to the Army Security Agency, which filed it along with thousands of other such undeciphered and, at the time, indecipherable messages. David Greenglass was transferred to Jackson, Mississippi in the spring of 1944 to work as a machinist at the Mississippi Ordnance Plant. The work gave him time to read. He wrote Ruth on June 29th, Darling, I've been reading a lot of books on the Soviet Union. Dear, I can see how far-sighted and intelligent those leaders are. They are really geniuses, every one of them. Having found out all the truth about the Soviets, both good and bad, I have come to a stronger and more resolute faith and belief in the principles of socialism and communism. I believe that every time the Soviet government used force, they did so with pain in their hearts and the belief that what they were doing was to produce good for the greatest number. More power to the Soviet Union and a fruitful and abundant life for their peoples. In early July, the Army cut orders to transfer 6 men from the Mississippi Ordnance Plant to Oak Ridge for assignment to the Manhattan Engineer District. Greenglass's name was not on the list. One of the 6 men was absent without leave, however, and on July 14th, the Ordnance Plant requested permission to substitute Greenglass for the soldier gone AWOL. Special orders for Greenglass came through on July 24th. I had been conditioned to consider passing information to the Soviet Union a long time before, Greenglass recalled in 1979. Then when I got to Oak Ridge, I said, gee. Oak Ridge was a secret installation, not even marked on public maps. In an isolated region of parallel valleys in the hills of eastern Tennessee, the MED was building a vast gaseous diffusion plant and a series of electromagnetic isotope separation units to enrich uranium for atomic bombs. Yet Julius Rosenberg had heard of the installation and thought he knew its purpose. Julie was in the house, Ruth wrote David on July 31st, and he told me what you must be working on. Sweets, I can't discuss it with you, and certainly no one else either, but when I see you, I'll tell you what I think it is, and you needn't commit yourself. But Greenglass spent less than 2 weeks at Oak Ridge. The isotope separation facilities did not need machinists. Los Alamos did. By August 4th, Greenglass was on his way to Santa Fe. In Kansas City, he paused to mail Ruth a cautionary letter. Dear, I have been very reticent in my writing about what I am doing or going to do because it is a classified, top-secret project, and as such, I can't say anything. Darling, in this type of work at my place of residence, there is censorship of mail going out and censorship of all off-the-post calls. So, dear, you know why I didn't want you to say anything on the telephone. That is why I write C now instead of comrade." The green glasses had signed their letters, "Your sweetheart, wife, and comrade," and "Your husband, lover, and comrade," and David had proselytized his buddies. Now that he was traveling to secret work, he understood that he needed to keep his political commitments to himself. David Greenglass arrived at Los Alamos on August 5th, 1944, 9 days before Klaus Fuchs. "I don't think I ever saw him," Greenglass would testify, but the two men shared a common activity. Both had been transferred to the Hill, as its occupants called Los Alamos, to help develop implosion. Greenglass joined the 2nd Provisional Special Engineering Detachment, the SEDs, the technically skilled enlisted men were called, and was assigned to Group E5 under explosives expert George Kistiakovsky. At first, he worked on high-speed cameras and did not realize that the ultimate goal of the project was developing the atomic bomb. "About a month or two after I was assigned there," he recalled after the war, "I heard it among the employees." By October, he was machining high-explosive lenses in Group X1 under Walter Koski, which did flash photographic studies of imploding cylindrical shells. The group also weighed the advantages and disadvantages of various explosives and explosive arrangements, notes a technical history of Los Alamos. The theoretician who analyzed Koski's photographs was Klaus Fuchs. Once Greenglass knew what he was working on, he tried to alert Julius Rosenberg, apparently by telegram. He followed up his telegram with a letter to Ruth on November 4th. "I am worried about whether you understand what my telegram is about. I really shouldn't, because I know that you are intelligent and will understand. I was happy to hear that you spent a pleasant day with the Rosenbergs. My darling, I most certainly will be glad to be part of the community project that Julius and his friends have in mind. Count me in, dear, or should I say, it has my vote. If it has yours, count us in." Community project was that business with the Capitol Theater, Greenglass clarified in 1979, that time a suspected espionage. Friends, as before, were the Russians. The Greenglasses missed each other. Their first wedding anniversary was November 29th. They decided to rendezvous in Albuquerque to celebrate it. Before Ruth left, she had dinner with the Rosenbergs. "I got invited to Eth's house for supper," she wrote David on November 15th, 1944, confirming the occasion. "So I went home with them. I had a very lovely evening at Eth's, as you can imagine. We spoke about several hundred things. Among those several hundred things," Ruth testified later, she and the Rosenbergs discussed espionage and the atomic bomb. "Julius Rosenberg told me that I might have noticed that he and his wife in recent months had not been attending any Communist Party meetings or any functions that had what he described to be a red tinge to them, and that Ethel had not been buying the Daily Worker at her usual newsstand. He said he always wanted to do more than to be just a member of the Communist Party, and that therefore he had searched for 2 years to place himself in contact with a group which I believe he described as a Russian underground. In this way, he felt that he could do the work that he was slated for. He wanted to do something directly to help Russia. Julius then told me that my husband, David, was at that time working at the place where the atom bomb was being made. Ruth knew her husband's work was secret, but she had not known its purpose. I asked Julius Rosenberg how he knew, and he said he just knew. His friends told him. He knew about it, and he wouldn't go into it any further. It excited him. Then he said that it was the biggest thing yet, that it was top secret. It was more dangerous than any weapon ever used, he added. He also told me that there were radiation effects from the bomb. Having identified the quarry, Rosenberg next offered Ruth his standard rationalization for why 2 American citizens, 20 and 22 years old, should volunteer for criminal espionage. He felt it was information that should be shared, that all countries should have it, to their mutual benefit, and that Russia was not being given this information, and that just on a basis of exchanging mutual scientific information, he felt that he was going to do his part to obtain it for them, and he asked if I would relay that to David and ask if he would participate. Ruth Greenglass testified that she objected. I didn't like the idea. At that point, in Ruth's recollection, Ethel Rosenberg spoke up in support of the project. When I stated my reluctance, Ethel felt that this would be something that David would want to do, that I should mention it to him. At least I could deliver the message. She said she felt it would be something he would want to know. She urged me to tell David about it because she felt that he would be willing to do it. Whatever Ruth's reluctance, she agreed to carry the Rosenbergs' message. Julius Rosenberg sweetened the deal with cash. Before Ruth left for Albuquerque, he gave her about $150 to help pay the expenses of my trip. Travel was difficult in wartime, and Ruth had trouble getting tickets. She took a chance on a seat opening up out of Chicago, left New York early, hung around the Santa Fe ticket window until a ticket agent took pity on her, and made it to Albuquerque on Sunday, November 26th, 2 days early. David joined her at the Franciscan Hotel on Tuesday evening on a 3-day pass. They stayed together through the weekend. Besides renewing their marriage and celebrating their anniversary, they did some shopping. Ruth noticed after David left that she had accumulated plenty of junk to take back. Ruth waited until late in the vacation to deliver the Rosenbergs' message. We went for a walk out on Route 66, David would testify, past the Albuquerque city limits and not yet to the Rio Grande River, and my wife started the conversation. Ruth began by telling her husband that he was working on the atomic bomb. I was very surprised, he recalled. David asked me how I knew about that, Ruth said, because he had never divulged any information, and I told him that Julius told me. She described her dinner with the Rosenbergs and their proposal. She said that my brother-in-law explained that we are at war with Germany and Japan, and they are the enemy, and that Soviet Russia is fighting the enemy and is therefore entitled to the information. Ruth also told her husband, in his words, that she didn't think it was a good idea, and that she didn't want to tell me about it. I felt that we had taken something into our hands that we were not equipped to handle. Ruth explained her misgivings, that we were tampering with things that were beyond our knowledge and understanding. She asked her husband what he thought about it. Reality was different from vague promises of going into business after the war, David remembered feeling. You're jumping into cold water. At first I was frightened and worried about it, and I told my wife that I wouldn't do it. But he thought about it overnight, consulting memories and voices in my mind, and loyalty won out over caution. I felt it was the right thing to do according to my philosophy at the time, he would testify. I started to have doubts almost as soon as I said that I was going to give the information, but I had a kind of hero worship there, and I did not want my hero to fail, and by refusing to cooperate, I was doing the wrong thing by him. That is exactly why I did not stop the thing after I had the doubts. His hero, he said, was Julius Rosenberg. The next morning, he told Ruth he was in. She asked me for specific things that Julius had asked her to find out from me, David remembered. She asked me to tell her about the general layout of the Los Alamos atomic project, the buildings, number of people, and stuff like that. Also scientists that worked there, and that was the first information I gave her. Among other names, David remembered mentioning his superior, George Kistiakovsky, as well as Robert Oppenheimer and Niels Bohr. Rosenberg had asked Ruth to determine the bomb laboratory's situation. Surprisingly, David took her to see it, to see, in her words, how it was located, whether it was camouflaged, whether you could see it easily. And I remember it now, as I saw it while I was there. It was very high on a hill. The place had been a school for horseback riding, a girls' school. Los Alamos had been a private boys' school before the Army requisitioned it. It couldn't be seen or easily detected until you were almost upon it. And of course it was guarded. There was a guard checking everyone going in and out. More train trouble delayed Ruth's travel home. On Monday night, she got a coach seat to Chicago. The train broke down in Newton, Kansas, and was late into Kansas City. She was stuck in Chicago until Wednesday. She finally returned to New York on Thursday. A few days later, Julius Rosenberg stopped by her apartment. Alone, she said. He was almost always alone. By then, she had written down what David had told her and what she had seen of Los Alamos. She gave her brother-in-law her notes. He told her he would discuss the information further with David when the young machinist came home on furlough. David Greenglass returned to Los Alamos from his second honeymoon, alert to learn more about the novel technology he was helping develop, but he quickly realized that he lacked a frame of reference. "I didn't exactly know what I was looking for," he testified. "I didn't have a conception of how the bomb was made." He began paying attention, listening, questioning the men with whom he worked. The scientists would come into the shop, and the man who was in charge would assign a man to work with him. 3 of us would stand around and talk, and after something was decided upon, the machinist who was given the job would do the job. That way, of course, I did get to learn a lot about what was going on. He knew something by then about high-explosive lenses, having machined lens molds, forms in which to cast HE, for imploding cylinder experiments in Walter Koski's group. It was a beginning, something to sustain his hero, something to carry back to New York. T5 David Greenglass, Army serial number 32882-473, left Los Alamos on furlough on December 30th, 1944, and arrived in New York on New Year's Day. The Greenglasses had no telephone. Julius Rosenberg turned up at their apartment soon after David got home. "We were trying to enjoy our furlough," Ruth recalled impatiently, "and he came to our house for the purpose of discussing the atomic bomb with David. We were a little peeved with him because we felt that he was interrupting." David remembered a more productive morning. Footnote: in a series of testimonies at various times in 1950 and after, which I compile here into one coherent statement. End footnote. Rosenberg described to me generally how the atom bomb functions. He said, "Now I will explain, and you will understand what you are looking for. You tell us what has gone on in the making of the bomb, give us materials, methods of use, experiments necessary." He didn't tell me who gave him the information. I asked him. He ignored my question. He said there was fissionable material at one end of a tube, and at the other end of the tube there was a sliding member that was also of fissionable material, and when they brought these two together under great pressure, a nuclear reaction would take place. That is the type of bomb that he described. Rosenberg had described Georgy Flyrov's cannon design, a uranium gun like the gun that Los Alamos was developing that would be nicknamed Little Boy. Greenglass had not worked on uranium gun development and knew nothing of gun design. He had been working on HE lens development for the implosion bomb. As of early January 1945, NKVD residents had apparently not yet been made aware of the problem of plutonium predetonation or of implosion. Rosenberg asked Greenglass what he was doing at Los Alamos. Greenglass told him he was working on high-explosive lenses. "He told me to write up anything that I knew about the atomic bomb," David testified. "Write it up at night, and he would be back the following morning to pick it up." Rosenberg also asked for a list of Los Alamos scientists and of possible espionage recruits. That night, Greenglass wrote out his lists and drew a number of sketches showing various types of lens molds. The only sketch he reproduced that was subsequently made public was what he called the flat-type lens mold, which was used at Los Alamos to mold two-dimensional HE assemblies for experiments imploding cylinders. The mold was shaped something like a 4-leaf clover. "It has 4 curves on it," Greenglass would testify. "It is hollow at the center, and it was used to pour HE into it. The HE took on the shape of the mold, and the mold was removed, and you had a high-explosive lens." The two-dimensional HE lens, which had other components besides the molded explosive Greenglass sketched, fit around a length of pipe like an Elizabethan collar with detonators at the apex of each of the 4 clover leaves. When the detonators were fired, the HE shaped an inward-moving detonation wave that pinched the pipe shut. It was a long way from imploding cylinders to 3-dimensional lensed implosion systems, but in fact, the 2-dimensional experiments proved crucial to the design of the small device at the center of the implosion system, the initiator that produced a burst of neutrons at the right time to start the chain reaction. The next morning, Rosenberg came to pick up the lists and sketches that Greenglass had prepared and invited David and Ruth to dinner. The Rosenbergs rented a modest one-bedroom, 11th floor apartment, G11, at 10 Monroe Street in Knickerbocker Village. When the Greenglasses arrived for dinner, they found another guest on hand, a woman named Ann Sidorovich. The Sidoroviches were friends of the Rosenbergs. Mike, Ann's husband, was an engineer who lived in the New York suburb of Chappaqua. Ruth had seen Ann at the Rosenbergs' apartment several times before, but David had never met her. That evening before dinner, Ruth recalled, "She was there for a while, and then she left, and we remained. After she had gone, Julius said she was going to come to New Mexico to get the information from David. He said it would be either Ann or someone else, and I asked how David would know anyone else if she didn't show up. At that point, we were in the kitchen, and Julius cut this Jell-O box top, and he said one half would be an identification for whoever came, and he gave me the other half. Ethel was standing behind him in the kitchen. She saw it and heard it. I slipped the box top half into my wallet. Ruth kept the box top half because she was moving to New Mexico. At about the time of her November visit, Los Alamos had authorized enlisted men to quarter their families nearby. After dinner, David testified, "The Rosenbergs told my wife that she wouldn't have to worry about money because it would be taken care of. She would be able to get out there and live out there if she wasn't able to work, and money would be forthcoming." David and Julius discussed high-explosive lenses. Julius was keen to know more about how they worked, and so was his Soviet control. Julius said that he would like me to meet somebody who would talk to me more about lenses. David was willing. Rosenberg briefed David on protocols, Ruth remembered. I recall him telling David that he wanted him not to be obvious or take anything such as sketches or blueprints or material, but that he should relay whatever he knew from information he had been working on and saw around him. That evening, or at some other time during David's January furlough, Julius filled in the Greenglasses on some of his own activities. Rosenberg told me that the Russians had a very small and a very poor electronics industry. That is, of course, another name for the radar industry, and that it was of the utmost importance that information of an electronics nature be obtained and gotten to him. Things like electronic valves, vacuum tubes, capacitors, transformers, and various other electronic and radio components were some of the things he was interested in. Rosenberg also told me that he gave all of the tube manuals he could get his hands on to Russia, some of which were classified top secret. Elizabeth Bentley notes the curious Soviet penchant for gifts and awards. For some strange reason, she writes, it was a tradition in the NKVD that at Christmas everyone who worked for them, no matter in what capacity, received a gift. She was another of those who received an Order of the Red Star. Her new control after Jacob Golos's death, Anatoly Gromov, as Gorsky now called himself, who had followed Donald McLean to America, told her the order entitles you to many special privileges. You could even ride on the streetcars free. The Rosenbergs also received gifts, David Greenglass testified, and Julius had received a citation. Julius stated that he had gotten a watch as a reward. He showed me the watch. His wife received also a watch, a woman's watch, and I don't believe it was at the same time. It was later, at a later date. I believe they also told me they received a console table from the Russians. Julius said he received a citation. He said it had certain privileges with it in case he ever went to Russia. So Julius Rosenberg, like Harry Gold and Elizabeth Bentley, was assured of free trolley rides in Moscow. A few days later, Greenglass remembered Julius asked to see me one night. I had a previous appointment of a social nature to see some personal friends and cut the appointment short in order to meet my brother-in-law. Greenglass borrowed his father-in-law's car, a 1935 Oldsmobile, and around 11:30 at night, drove to the vicinity of about First Avenue, somewhere above East 42nd Street but below East 59th Street, up the block from a brightly lit saloon. I parked the car at the curb. Julius Rosenberg walked over to the car and told me to wait. Then he walked away and came back with a man and introduced him to me by a first name which I do not recall. Then the man got into the car and I drove around. He drove all over that area, Greenglass testified. The man, a Russian, just told me to keep driving, and he asked questions about lenses. He wanted to know the formula of the curve on the lens. He wanted to know the HE used and means of detonation. And I drove around, and being very busy with my driving, I didn't pay too much attention to what he was saying, but the things he wanted to know I had no direct knowledge of, and I couldn't give a positive answer. Greenglass nevertheless concluded that the man was technically trained, and that, in FBI paraphrase, the high-explosive lens approach to the problem of constructing an atomic bomb was an entirely new one to him. Greenglass's information on implosion, however limited, was the first news the Soviets had of the radical new approach. Greenglass returned the Russian to their starting point. Rosenberg was waiting. "Go home now," Greenglass testified. Rosenberg told him. "I will stay with him." He was going to have something to eat with him. The Russian got out, and the two conspirators went off together. Greenglass drove home and told his wife about his unusual encounter. The identity of this mysterious Russian has never been established. He was almost certainly not Yatskov Yakovlev, since Greenglass noticed that he spoke almost accentless English, while Yatskov had begun learning English only 3 months before he came to the United States. Sam Semyonov spoke excellent English, having attended MIT, but he had left for Vladivostok through Kalama, Washington on September 30th, 1944. Yatskov is nevertheless the likeliest person to have sought the information, whomever he sent to collect it, since he was evidently managing atomic bomb espionage out of New York City at the time. David Greenglass returned to Los Alamos on January 20th, 1945, prepared to observe and to memorize. With Julius Rosenberg's explanation of how an atomic bomb worked, he testified, "I knew what to look for." Now Los Alamos sheltered at least 2 active Soviet spies, both of them positioned fortuitously at the very heart of the project. 8. Explosions. Walking from the Moscow subway station to Laboratory No. 2 for the first time, one morning in 1944, the Soviet physicist Anatoly Alexandrov lost his way and stopped to ask a gang of neighborhood children for directions. "It's over the fence where they're making the atomic bomb," one of the children told him. Work proceeded slowly at the secret laboratory, paced by the exigencies of the war and the limited support that the Soviet bomb program had managed to win from Molotov. These talented scientists and engineers, comments Chemical Industry Commissar Mikhail Pervyukin, started theoretical work aimed at determining the critical masses of U-235 and plutonium, despite having on hand not a single milligram of either substance. Igor Kurchatov had begun designing a first small graphite natural uranium reactor in July 1943. But the Soviet Union lacked industrial sources of metallic uranium and high-purity graphite and would not produce sufficient supplies of either material until after the defeat of Germany. When physicist Boris G. Dubovsky joined the lab in 1944, the staff was still, he recalled, very small, only several dozen people. There was enough nuclear virgin land for all of us to plow. Work on the main problem, the nuclear reactor, had already begun. We were supposed to confirm the theoretical concept of the possibility of a chain reaction. The same reactor was meant to produce the first weighable quantities of the new nuclear fuel, which is now known as plutonium. Other research toward a bomb was ongoing at Laboratory No. 2 and elsewhere in the USSR. Espionage may have been a source of ideas and information, but ultimately every experiment would have to be replicated and every number checked. "It looks as though we're going to live in Kharkov again," Eddie Sinelnikov wrote her sister in England on February 15, 1944. "As I wired you today, Kira has been appointed director of the old institute. I'm not very enthusiastic about Kira being director. With his health in such a state, I'm not sure that it won't be too much of a strain. Things are difficult and everybody is nervous, to put it politely. On the other hand, I'm tired of traveling, and it seems a terrible shame that an institute like ours should just dissolve into thin air. Kira will have to do a lot of traveling between Moscow, Kharkov, and Kyiv, but when the war is over, I hope things will be easier. Kira is at present in Kharkov for 10 days, and we are staying in Moscow with Sinelnikov's sister, Marina Kurchatov. Jilikin's aunts utterly ruin her. She has had so many presents since we arrived here that her head is quite turned. I hope that we shall be able to get to our old home in April so that it won't be too late to begin gardening. Continuing a tradition he had begun at Cambridge, Peter Kapitsa instituted seminars. Kapitsa Wednesdays, they were called, something like an American journal club, to keep Soviet physicists up to date on unclassified aspects of the work. The experimental physicist Fenyamin Aronovich Zuckerman describes his debut on a Kapitsa Wednesday in March 1944 on the same program with Yuli Hariton. Both men's reports related to bomb research. The first report was given by Yuli B. Hariton. It was on mechanisms of explosive reactions. The second report, on flash, X-ray, radiography of explosions, was mine. Kapitsa chaired. That was my first meeting with Peter Leonidovich Kapitsa. I was struck by his engineer's grasp of subject matter and by his high voice. I remember he pronounced the Russian word condensator like its English equivalent, condenser. The seminar room was crowded with well-known physicists. A.F. Ioffe, L.D. Landau, I.E. Tam, N.N. Semyonov, Y.B. Zeldovich. My report generated a lot of interest. Many present knew that this particular work had been nominated for a Stalin Prize. That year, Zuckerman's group took up intensely studying extremely sensitive explosive primers, such as lead azide and fulminate of mercury, dangerous objects which Zuckerman often carried illegally in his pocket, in a special container with shock mounts, by streetcar from the institute that manufactured them to his laboratory. Zuckerman's eyesight was deteriorating from retinitis pigmentosa, and one evening when he was transporting lead azide primers and his streetcar was late, his fellow passengers had to help him find his way. When his colleague Lev Altshuler heard about Zuckerman's adventures, he commented, "For a few hours there you were just a roaming torpedo, weren't you?" During the last year of the war, Zuckerman explains, the seas and oceans were full of torpedoes that had missed their targets. They were christened roaming torpedoes. There were many incidents where military and merchant vessels were blown up by such torpedoes. The big Leningrad cyclotron was rebuilt and operating by the time Boris Dubovsky arrived at Laboratory No. 2 in August 1944, and using it in October, Boris Kurchatov produced the first micrograms of plutonium transmuted outside the United States. "Just look at this date, please," Dubovsky appeals. "The end of 1944. The war has just moved from our territory. Half the country lay in ruins. The fascist beast is still alive, and thousands of people are dying on battlefields and in concentration camps. Soviet scientists did better than overburdened wartime industry. At that time," says State Defense Committee Science Deputy Sergei Kaftanov, "we practically possessed no raw materials. The country's existing uranium mines had been flooded and abandoned. We had to restore them, and we had to look for new uranium deposits." As late as May 1944, V.I. Vernadsky complained in a letter to the Government Committee on Geological Affairs that he had not received from you, in spite of your promise, news of the results of the pumping out of Tuya-Muin. Money was allocated in sufficient quantity. There is ore. Why the delay? This ought to have been done long ago. The Soviet reactor would need roughly 50 tons of purified uranium, Kurchatov told Mikhail Pravyukin. The first bags of uranium ore came out of the Central Asian mines on the backs of donkeys. The State Institute of Rare Metals purified a first small piece of metallic uranium only in November 1944, and graphite production had not yet begun at Moscow Electrode. With the Anglo-American invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, Stalin finally had his second front. The Allies, Soviet and Western, now pushed from opposite directions toward Berlin. The roads are all cluttered up with the traces of a German retreat, Konstantin Semyonov wrote back from the advancing Soviet front. I am amazed day after day by the quantity of machines abandoned by the Germans. Here are the notorious Tigers and Panthers, burnt and whole, and tanks of older types, and self-propelled guns, and huge armored carriers, and small carriers with one driving wheel looking like motorcycles, and huge snub-nosed Renault trucks stolen from France, and numberless Mercedes and Opel staff cars, wireless units, field kitchens, anti-aircraft installations, disinfection chamber vans. Briefly, everything that the Germans had thought up and utilized in their past impetuous advances. And all that is now smashed, burned, or simply abandoned, stuck in the mud of these roads. After the early disasters, the Soviet advance seemed almost miraculous. The Leningrad blockade broken in January 1944, the breakthrough to Romania in February and March, Odessa liberated in April, the Crimea completely cleared in May, Finland finished in June, the western Ukraine liberated in July all the way to Warsaw, Romania surrendered in August, Estonia and Latvia cleared in September, Hungary, eastern Czechoslovakia and northern Norway entered in October. American Lend-Lease was feeding several million Soviet civilians and half the Red Army. Stalin would acknowledge that about two-thirds of his major industries were being rebuilt with U.S. equipment or technical assistance. But the blood that was spilled on the way west to Berlin was Russian blood. In 1943, Franklin Roosevelt's advisor and aide, Harry Hopkins, had noted that the Soviet Union is the decisive factor in the war and, without question, will dominate Europe on the defeat of the Nazis. Certainly, Stalin meant to do so. He also understood, he told Mio Vangelis one evening in March 1944, that the West would resist him. Stalin then invited us to supper, but in the hallway we stopped before a map of the world on which the Soviet Union was colored in red, which made it conspicuous and bigger than it would otherwise seem. Stalin waved his hand over the Soviet Union and, referring to the British and the Americans, he exclaimed, "They will never accept the idea that so great a space should be red. Never, never." The prospect of an eventual end to the terrible war stirred old enmities. Avril Harriman, for one, since October 1943, the U.S. ambassador in Moscow, took the Soviet determination to collect its spoils and secure its dominance as a threat. What frightens me about Soviet policy toward Poland and Eastern Europe, he wrote Secretary of State Cordell Hull on September 20th, 1944, is that when a country begins to extend its influence by strong-arm methods beyond its borders, under the guise of security, it is difficult to see how a line can be drawn. If the policy is accepted that the Soviet Union has a right to penetrate her immediate neighbors, penetration of the next immediate neighbors becomes, at a certain time, equally logical. Harriman's analysis was an early version of the domino theory that would shape American thinking about the Soviet Union for most of the rest of the 20th century. It was hardly logical from a military point of view, since control and supply both attenuate with distance, nor could it take into account what Harriman was not yet aware of, the coming U.S. monopoly on the atomic bomb. But Harriman had seen ravaged Europe and knew Britain was nearly bankrupt. He had smelled the excitement in Moscow at the prospect of territorial gains and bounteous reparations, and he understood that the supply lines would be even longer from the United States. Winston Churchill was more pragmatic or more cynical. Meeting with Stalin in Moscow in October 1944, he proposed that the two leaders settle about our affairs in the Balkans. Don't let us get at cross purposes in small ways. So far as Britain and Russia are concerned, how would it do for you to have 90% dominance in Romania, for us to have 90% of the say in Greece, and go 50-50 about Yugoslavia? Churchill wrote out the percentages, adding Hungary 50 to 50% and offering Stalin 75% dominance in Bulgaria, and pushed the paper across the table. There was a slight pause. Then Stalin took his blue pencil and made a large tick upon it and passed it back to us. It was all settled in no more time than it takes to set down. It was hardly settled at all, if only because Stalin expected to dominate the nations on Churchill's list, with the possible exception of Greece, not 50 or 75 or 90, but a full 100%. In February 1945, Soviet agents in North America delivered a rich harvest of atomic espionage to Moscow's center. Ellen Nunn May weighed in first. Colonel Nikolai Zhabotin, the GRU officer in Ottawa, had assigned a young lieutenant on his staff to control Nunn May after orders came from Moscow sometime late in 1944 to reactivate the British scientist who had not been approached since he left England. The young officer, whose name was Angelov, had simply gone to Nunn May's apartment on Swale Avenue in Montreal, knocked on the door, and identified himself. Renewed contact disturbed Nunn May, who seems to have imagined he could withdraw his services unilaterally. He told Angelov that his old connection had been severed and that he was under observation by Canadian security. Angelov thought Nunn May a man who seemed to be trapped, but he was not impressed. He had a job to do. I told him quite bluntly that I didn't believe him and that Moscow had an assignment for him, the officer bragged afterward to Igor Guzenko. If he refused the assignment, it would be his worry, not mine. He seemed to shrink up before my eyes. Finally, he asked me what I wanted. I told him Moscow wanted a report on atomic bomb research in Canada and the United States. Nunn May asked for a week to prepare the report. They met a second time a week later at Nunn May's house. Igor Guzenko saw the document that Nunn May prepared when Zhabotin passed it to him for ciphering. He described it in 1948. The report obtained from Dr. May was extensive and comprehensive. It came in 2 sections. One part, covering the technical processes being followed in the bomb's construction, was 10 single-spaced typed pages. The second part was a general description of the atomic project's organization in Canada and the United States. It explained the structure of the whole Manhattan Project and the War Department officials and scientists in charge. Zhabotin was particularly delighted over Dr. May's naming of the highly hush-hush plants and the nature of the work being done at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, at the University of Chicago, at Los Alamos, New Mexico, and at Hanford, Washington. Guzenko advised Zhabotin that the technical part of the document, with its new and unfamiliar terminology, would be difficult to cipher and decipher without costly errors. Zhabotin decided to send it by diplomatic pouch. Guzenko proceeded to cipher the general description, which was transmitted to Moscow by cable. The GRU shared it with the NKGB, the NKVD Foreign Intelligence Division, and Vesvolod Nikolaevich Merkulov, the NKGB head, incorporated it into a summary of the Anglo-American program that went to NKVD Commissar Lavrenti Beria on February 28, 1945. Besides the details of organization and personnel that delighted Zhabotin, Merkulov's summary mentioned 2 methods under development for activating the bomb. 1, the ballistic method, and 2, the method of implosion. Another reference, independent of David Greenglass, to the radical new technology Los Alamos was inventing for assembling a critical mass with high explosives. The NKGB summary also included a discussion of sources of uranium ores and of American efforts to gain unlimited control over mining of uranium ores in the Belgian Congo. The likeliest source of this information was Donald MacLean. Igor Kurchatov reviewed espionage material on March 16, 1945, that appears to have included the first part of Nunn May's report. The material is of great interest, Kurchatov wrote with excitement. Along with methods and schemes which we have developed independently, it discusses possibilities which we have not yet considered. One possibility concerned making a bomb with a nuclear core diluted with hydrogen, with uranium or plutonium hydride, that is, because the hydrogen would slow secondary neutrons, increasing the number of fissions and therefore reducing the amount of uranium or plutonium needed by a factor of 20, the espionage document estimated. Edward Teller had championed such a scheme at Los Alamos. Further examination had made clear to the Americans what Kurchatov immediately deduced, that a hydride core with its slower reaction rates would blow itself apart before the reaction could chain through enough generations for an efficient explosion. Work on a hydride gun essentially ended at Los Alamos in August 1944, but someone like Nunn May, collecting information far from the source, might not have known that. Kurchatov was eager to know if this odd bomb design had been studied only through calculations or experimentally. If experimentally, then that would mean that the atomic bomb has already been realized by the Anglo-Americans and that U-235 has already been extracted in large quantities. He suggested obtaining several grams of highly enriched uranium from the American laboratories mentioned in the espionage material he was reviewing. By obtaining, of course, he meant stealing. The more significant possibility discussed in the materials Kurchatov reviewed on March 16, 1945, concerned implosion. Kurchatov gave no indication that he had heard of implosion before reviewing the documents in hand, even though implosion is mentioned briefly in Merkulov's February 28th summary. The Soviet physicist was impressed. The implosion method uses tremendous pressures and velocities created by explosion. It is said in the espionage material that this method makes it possible to increase the relative velocities of particles up to 10,000 meters per second, providing that symmetry is achieved, and hence this method is preferable to the gun method. Now, it is difficult to assess whether this conclusion is correct or not, but without doubt, implosion is of great interest, is correct in principle, and should be subjected to serious theoretical and experimental study. If the information that plutonium bred in a natural uranium reactor could be a shortcut to the bomb was the first Anglo-American breakthrough that the Soviet espionage network delivered to Soviet scientists, the information that implosion was superior to gun assembly was the second. But whether this information came from Alan Nunn May or from some other source, as yet unknown, the declassified Soviet record does not reveal. It almost certainly did not come from Klaus Fuchs, who arrived at Los Alamos after the hydride gun was abandoned, and who knew, by the time he visited his sister in Cambridge in February 1945, what the documents Kurchatov reviewed on March 16th apparently failed to report, that implosion was not only desirable for plutonium assembly, but also necessary, because all plutonium-239 bred in a reactor, whether American or Soviet, would be contaminated with plutonium-240, and a gun bomb loaded with such material would detonate prematurely. I went up to Cambridge and saw Klaus there. Harry Gould remembered of his February 16, 1945 meeting with Klaus Fuchs. It was winter in Massachusetts and there was heavy snow on the ground. Gould stopped along the way to buy a book for Crystal Heinemann, a piece of froth titled Mrs. Palmer's Honey, and candy for the Heinemann children. Gould had bragged of his own children on one of his earlier visits, imaginary children made up as a cover, but elaborated into a fantasy of the family life that the lonely bachelor chemist never knew. Essie and David, Gould would confide to Abe Rothman's secretary. Those were the children's names. Twins, a boy and a girl, and his wife was a former Gimbel's model. Long afterward, defenders of the Rosenbergs would cite Gould's family fantasies as evidence that he had concocted his tales of espionage, but not even Harry Gould could have invented Harry Gould. Mrs. Heinemann stated that she brought the chemist into her living room, the FBI paraphrases, where Fuchs was then sitting. Crystal excused herself, Gould testified, saying, "I have to pick up the children from school." Klaus asked me to go upstairs with him to his room, which, as I recall, was the front one looking out on the street, and we sat there for possibly 15 or 20 minutes. Footnote. Fuchs later claimed that he only passed documents to Gould in Boston, but he was obviously lying to protect his sister, who independently confirmed Gould's version of events. End footnote. Fuchs briefed Gould on his move to Los Alamos and described the place. They had made tremendous progress, Fuchs said. Gould remembered that he made mention of a lens which was being worked on as a part of the atom bomb. Fuchs told Harry that he was getting along very well at Los Alamos, but that he was strictly limited in regard to being able to leave. He said that it had only been with the greatest difficulty and due to the fact that he had gotten a bit ahead of schedule on his work as regards the rest of the group, that he had been able to wangle time off to come to Cambridge. Gould proposed meeting again in Boston along the Charles River, a prearrangement with Fuchs that Yatskov had mentioned to Gould when they had met a few days previously in Philadelphia. Klaus told me that such would be impossible, that he was certain that it would be a very long time, possibly even a year, before he could again leave Los Alamos, and that the next meeting would have to take place in Santa Fe. Fuchs mentioned April. Gould told him that I could not possibly get to Santa Fe in April. They settled on early June. To identify a location for the June meeting, Fuchs gave Gould a map, a yellow folder, the FBI describes it. Outside of this folded circular are printed the words, Santa Fe, the capital city, different in the land of enchantment. Both sides of this circular contain maps. One side contains a Chamber of Commerce map of the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico, which was compiled April 1940. This side of the folder shows a complete layout of the Santa Fe streets, public buildings, churches, hotels, restaurants, and auto courts. On the reverse side of this pamphlet is a map of the area surrounding Santa Fe. Fuchs pointed out the Castillo Street Bridge over the Santa Fe River and proposed to meet there at 4 p.m. on the first Saturday in June. At that point, Fuchs passed Gould, in Gould's words, a quite considerable packet of information. The contents of the packet, Fuchs would confess, covered everything he knew up to that time about bomb design. Fuchs wrote a report summarizing the whole problem of making an atomic bomb as he then saw it. This report included a statement on the special difficulties that would have to be overcome in making a plutonium bomb. He reported the high spontaneous fission rate of plutonium-240 and the deduction that a plutonium bomb would have to be detonated by using the implosion method rather than the relatively simple gun method. He also reported that the critical mass for plutonium was less than that for U-235, and that about 5 to 15 kilograms would be necessary for a bomb. At this time, the issue was not clear as to whether uniform compression of the core could be better obtained with a high explosive lens system or with multi-point detonation over the surface of a uniform sphere of high explosives. He reported the current ideas as to the need for an initiator, though these, at the time, were very vague, and it was thought that a constant neutron source might be sufficient. Finally, he referred only to the hollow plutonium core for the atomic bomb, as he did not then know anything about the possibility of a solid core. Fuchs also reported the outer dimensions of the high explosive lens system, which were effectively the outer dimensions of the bomb, the timing sequence for implosion, and the plans for building and producing bombs at Los Alamos to the extent he knew them. From memory, he incorporated into his report portions of his two most recent Los Alamos technical studies, jet formation and cylindrical implosion with 16 detonation points, and formation of jets in plain slabs. These studies were based on Walter Koski's work, in which David Greenglass was participating. The drawing Greenglass gave Julius Rosenberg in January depicted a mold for a cylindrical implosion lens with 4-point detonation. Fuchs's and Greenglass's common references would have served Yatskov as independent confirmation of the authenticity of the information his Los Alamos spies were passing. Mrs. Heinemann had returned, by then, Gould says, and one of the children peered curiously into the room. Mrs. Heinemann called the child back. With the information in hand that he had come for, Gould was ready to leave, but he had one more duty to perform. It was standard NKVD practice to try to buy even the organization's most high-minded spies. Yatskov, probably nervous about the long hiatus between contacts with Fuchs, had given Gould the munificent sum of $1,545, about $30,000 in 1995, more than poor Harry ever got at one time, to pass to Fuchs with the caution that I must proceed very delicately so as not to offend him, and that under no circumstances must I insist upon or make an issue of this matter. Harry also had an NKVD Christmas present for Fuchs, in the tradition that bemused Elizabeth Bentley, a wallet of the very thin dress or opera type. Fuchs accepted the wallet, but looked somewhat bewildered and when I made some very tentative inquiries concerning whether he needed any money, either for himself or possibly for his sister, the reply was so cold and final that I went no further with the matter. It was quite obvious that by even mentioning this, I had offended the man. Fuchs held the envelope containing the $1,500 as if it were an unclean thing, Gould remembered at another time, and flatly refused to accept it. 5 years later, Fuchs was still insulted. He turned down this offer, he told the FBI, and stated he would not do such a thing. Gould backed off. I left shortly thereafter and returned to New York. Gould passed Fuchs's report to Yatskov Yakovlev and told him about the high-explosive lens that Fuchs had mentioned. At their next regular meeting in March, the Soviet resident was hungry for more. He told me to try to remember anything else that Fuchs had mentioned during our Cambridge meeting about the lens. Yakovlev was very agitated and asked me to scour my memory clean so as to elicit any possible scrap of information about this lens. Yatskov Yakovlev was following the right trail. The day when Fuchs had returned to work at Los Alamos, February 28, 1945, the leaders of the Manhattan Project, including Groves, Office of Scientific Research and Development Section Head and Harvard President James Bryant Conant, Hans Bethe, George Kistikovsky, and Richard Tolman, had met in Robert Oppenheimer's office and decided tentatively to develop the lensed, solid-core Christie implosion design as a combat weapon. Exploding wire electric detonators, physicist Luis Alvarez's new invention, far more reliable than lead azide or fulminate of mercury, would fire the complex arrangement of HE lenses. The Christie gadget would need a modulated initiator, a device still being engendered that drew on Walter Koski's studies of jet formation as interpreted by Klaus Fuchs for its design. The group agreed to review its decision May 1st, by which time it hoped a reliable initiator would be in hand. Now we have our bomb, Oppenheimer had concluded. The uranium gun design had been completed and tested that month as well. At about the time that Harry Gould and Anatoly Yatskov were meeting in New York, a plan General Groves had set in motion in Germany made life harder for Igor Kurchatov. Groves had sent a scientific intelligence mission to Europe to follow immediately behind the advancing Western Front and determine once and for all if the Germans had been working on the bomb. In Strasbourg, Groves's Alsace mission had found documents identifying a metal refining plant in Oranienburg, about 15 miles north of Berlin in what would be the Soviet zone of post-war Germany, as the source of cubes and plates of uranium metal intended for a German nuclear reactor. The Red Army was then advancing from the east, dismantling factories en passant and shipping them back to the USSR. Since there was not even the remotest possibility that Alsace could seize the Oranienburg works, Groves writes in his memoirs, I recommended to Army Chief of Staff General Marshall that the plant be destroyed by air attack. The ostensible purpose of the attack was to prevent Nazi Germany from completing an atomic bomb, but Groves knew with some certainty by then that the Germans had not even begun work on nuclear weapons. Evidently his purpose was to deny the facility to the Soviets. Groves sent an officer to London to confer with Karl Tui Spaatz, the U.S. AAF general who commanded the strategic air forces in Europe at that time. We did not have any target maps, one of Spaatz's intelligence officers, Lewis F. Powell, Jr., later an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, recalls, I did obtain a city map of Oranienburg by a hectic flight to London at night and going to the British War Office there. The mission was laid on for the afternoon of March 15, 1945. In a period of about 30 minutes, Groves concludes, 612 flying fortresses of the 8th Air Force dropped 1,506 tons of high explosives and 178 tons of incendiary bombs on the target. Post-strike analysis indicated that all parts of the plant that were above ground had been completely destroyed. Groves was nothing if not thorough. If the Soviets desired uranium, he wanted them to start from scratch. Ironically, Stalin at that time still anticipated that the USSR and its allies might come to accommodation post-war. In February 1945, while he was meeting with Winston Churchill and a mortally ill Franklin Roosevelt at Yalta in the Crimea, to further that purpose, his generals had offered him the opportunity of crashing through to Berlin in a matter of days, shortening the war by months. To their fury, Stalin had overruled them, telling them that such an uncoordinated advance would be rash and dangerous. He knew that the Western leaders, Churchill in particular, feared the Red Army might overrun Europe and held his armies back so as not to alarm them. It was a hard decision for Stalin to take, writes Alexander Worth. In the end, it cost the Russians hundreds of thousands of lives. Between February and April, the Germans had time to build powerful fortifications between Oder and Berlin, and the final Russian victory was incomparably more costly to them than it would have been 3 months earlier. The mood in the Soviet Union in those final months of the European war was a giddy mixture of triumph and tragedy. Russia was a devastated, almost a ruined country, Worth observes, with a formidable task of economic reconstruction ahead of her. But on the other hand, she was sitting on top of the world, having won the greatest war in her history. Among many of those who now dreamed of a happy Russia, there also existed the idea that the survival of the Big Three alliance after the war would somehow tend to liberalize the Soviet regime. Ilya Ehrenberg, writing for the regime, to the contrary expressed hardline menace. When the Red Army inflicted a heavy defeat on the Germans in Belorussia last summer, some American observers explained the Russian victory by the weakness of the Germans. I hope that the Americans, with the inquisitiveness peculiar to them, will study our country. It is time to drop the kind of talk that says the Russians are winning only because the Russian soldier has always been brave, or that the Russians can fight only on their own soil. The sooner Americans learn that we are a strong and completely modern country, that our victories are not accidental gains but the fruit of striving and of toil, the better will it be for us and for America and for the world. So there were hints at Yalta that the Soviet Union would look kindly on a loan for post-war reconstruction. The figure Molotov had proposed in January in an aide-memoire to Harriman was $6 billion, but no offer of a quid pro quo in Poland, which the Soviets were moving to dominate. Roosevelt understood how limited were his Eastern European options. The Russians had the power in Eastern Europe, Assistant Secretary of State Dean Acheson quoted the president as telling a group of senators in January, and there was little he could do to change this. Economic aid, he argued, did not constitute a bargaining weapon of any strength, because the only instrument available was Lend-Lease, and to cut it back would hurt the United States as much as it hurt the Russians. He also feared that an attempt to use economic pressure for political ends might jeopardize military cooperation at a time when it was obviously impossible to break with the Russians. The U.S. believed it needed the USSR to achieve victory against the Japanese, who still fielded an army of 700,000 men in Manchuria. Roosevelt's forbearance at Yalta, which would be criticized later as a sellout, followed in part from American efforts to hold the military alliance together long enough to finish the Pacific War. Julius Rosenberg lost his job as a civilian inspector for the Signal Corps in February 1945. He feared at first that the government had discovered his espionage work. When he learned he had been fired because of his Communist Party affiliation, he fought back, arguing that, "I am not now and never have been a communist member. I know nothing about communist branches, divisions, clubs, or transfer. Either the case is based on a case of mistaken identity or a complete falsehood." The Signal Corps did not reinstate him. Army intelligence had collected photostats of his Communist Party membership card and other identifying documents, but the Emerson Radio Corporation almost immediately hired him to work as an engineer on some of the same military projects that he had inspected previously for the Signal Corps. Before Ruth Greenglass left for Albuquerque in mid-February, Rosenberg dropped by her apartment with arrangements for an espionage contact. At dinner with the Rosenbergs during David's January furlough, the conspirators had discussed Ruth traveling to Denver to rendezvous with Ann Sidorovich. As an alternative, David would recall, they planned to meet in front of a Safeway store on Central Avenue in Albuquerque. Rosenberg instructed Ruth to show up for the Safeway rendezvous during the last week of April and the first week in May. Housing was hard to find in Albuquerque in wartime, and for a while Ruth lived in hotels. "I think I stayed at the El Fidel for 5 days," she said after the war. "Then I stayed in every hotel in Albuquerque until I found a place to live." David Greenglass worked with a fellow Special Engineering Detachment enlisted man, another New Yorker, William Spindell, whose wife had moved to Albuquerque. Sarah Spindell took Ruth in. Eventually, on March 19th, Ruth rented a place of her own at 209 North High Street, a second-floor front apartment, and David began driving down on Saturday nights for the 1 day of rest that the accelerating pace of work at Los Alamos allowed. David was promoted from Tech 5 to Tech 4, from private to corporal, on April 1st. A week later, the Albuquerque branch of the Federal Office of Price Administration hired Ruth as a clerk stenographer. Ruth befriended an older neighbor, Rosalia Terrell, who found the young New Yorker a very nice, considerate person and liked her very much. Boisterous David was another matter. He had not been very well liked at the apartment house, Terrell would report, because he was rather loud or noisy, slammed doors going in and out of the house and his apartment, and made a lot of noise going up or down the stairs, no matter what time of day or night it was. Terrell was curious to learn from Ruth that the Greenglasses had packages of kosher food shipped to them from New York. West of the Hudson River was new territory for Ruth. She told Terrell that she had lived in big apartment houses all of her life, had never seen vegetables or farm produce being grown, and several times mentioned that she would like to quit office work and get some sort of a job on a farm while living in that area. A week after she began work at the OPA, Ruth had a miscarriage. "On the couch in my wife's apartment," William Spindell recalls, Ruth wrote Ethel Rosenberg that she would not be able to keep her appointment outside the Safeway store. According to Ruth, Ethel replied that she was sympathetic about my illness and that a member of the family would come out to visit me the last weeks in May, the 3rd and 4th Saturdays. Ruth kept both appointments, the second time with David, but no one showed up. In Moscow, Igor Kurchatov was reviewing the information that Klaus Fuchs had passed to Harry Gold on February 16th. On April 7, 1945, the leader of the Soviet bomb program reported his preliminary conclusions. "Very valuable material," Kurchatov began. "The data on spontaneous fission of heavy nuclei are of exceptional importance." He was surprised at the high probability for spontaneous fission in plutonium-240. It was very important to receive additional information on these matters. The espionage material included a table of U-235 and Pu-239 fission cross-sections for fast neutrons at various energies. This table, Kurchatov noted, makes it possible to define reliable figures for the critical mass of the atomic bomb, and confirmed that the formula given for the critical radius may be correct within 2%, as the text indicates. Kurchatov was puzzled by the accuracy of the cross-section measurements, since it implied that the U.S. had access to large amounts of U-235 and plutonium, which suggests that he was not yet aware that the Manhattan Project was now producing uranium and plutonium in kilogram quantities. The larger part of the document concerned implosion, about which Kurchatov wrote, "We have learned only recently, and work on which we have only begun." Yatskov's eagerness to learn more from David Greenglass and then from Harry Gold about HE lenses presumably emanated from Moscow Center. But already, Kurchatov added, the advantages of this method over the gun method are clear. Kurchatov briefly summarized the basics of implosion that the espionage document discussed. "All this is very valuable," he went on, "but most essential are the indications of the conditions necessary to achieve a symmetric explosion. The material describes the interesting phenomena of irregularities in the detonation wave. These were the troublesome jets which Fuchs had studied that formed where detonation waves collided and intersected, and describes how these irregularities may be avoided by the proper distribution of detonators and by using interlayers of explosives with different actions. Interlayers meaning explosive lenses. This part of the material also deals with important questions of techniques of experimenting with explosives and the optics of explosive phenomena. Since research on implosion has not advanced much here, Kurchatov concluded, it is not possible yet to formulate questions to guide espionage. This can be done after serious analysis of the material. Kurchatov suggested that a portion of the top-secret text, from page 6 to the end except for page 22, should be shown to Professor Hariton. To a limited extent, then, Yuli Hariton was aware from at least spring 1945 that espionage was supplying significant input into the Soviet program. Kurchatov's desire in mid-March for several grams of highly enriched uranium was partly satisfied a month later when Alan Nunn-May passed Lieutenant Angelov, in Nunn-May's words, a slightly enriched sample of U-235 in a small glass tube consisting of about 1 milligram of oxide. Unlike Fuchs, Nunn-May was willing to accept compensation. Angelov gave him 2 bottles of whiskey, a scarce luxury in wartime, and $200. The Red Army offensive against Berlin began in mid-April. Marshal Georgy Konstantinovich Zhukov directed the battle as he had directed the battles of Moscow and Stalingrad and described it at a press conference immediately afterward. I attacked along the whole front and at night. The Germans had expected night attacks, but not a general attack at night. After the artillery barrage, our tanks went into action. We had used 22,000 guns and mortars along the Oder, and 4,000 tanks were now thrown in. We also used 4,000 to 5,000 planes. During the first day alone, there were 15,000 sorties. The Great Offensive was launched at 4 a.m. on April 16th, and we devised some novel features. To help the tanks find their way, we used searchlights, 200 of them. These powerful searchlights not only helped the tanks, but also blinded the enemy, who could not aim properly at our tanks. Very soon, we broke through. American and Soviet troops joined hands at Torgau, 100 kilometers due south of Potsdam, a few days before Adolf Hitler's suicide on April 30th. The Nazi dictator's personal staff burned his body in the garden of the Führer bunker and buried the remains in a shallow grave. Berlin fell on May 2nd. The Soviets had suffered 300,000 casualties in the final battle of the war. 300,000 German soldiers surrendered in the course of the battle. Another 150,000 were killed. The day Berlin fell, a team of Soviet industrial managers and physicists flew into Tempelhof airfield to explore German atomic bomb research. Lieutenant General Avrami Pavlovich Zhevinyagin, deputy director of the NKVD and developer of the vast Magnitogorsk steel combine, led a group that included Lev Artsemovich, Isak Kikoin, and Yuli Hariton. The team established its headquarters in Berlin-Grunau. A remnant of German scientists remained in Berlin and willingly talked to us, Hariton recalls. From these discussions, it was clear to us that German progress along these lines had been slight. Kikoin and I told Zhevinyagin what we'd gathered and told him it would be prudent to find out whether the Germans had accumulated any stockpiles of uranium. It was entirely likely that uranium supplies in Belgium had been seized and taken out by the Germans. Zhevinyagin approved of our idea and put an automobile at our disposal. In fact, a mixed British-American strike force led by Lieutenant Colonel John Lansdale, Jr., who was Groves's liaison officer with the British, had moved into what would soon be Soviet-occupied eastern Germany on April 17th to strip a Stassfurt factory of what Lansdale believed to be all the remaining Belgian Congo ore in Germany, 1,100 tons stored above ground in broken barrels. The plant was a mess, Lansdale reported to Groves, both from our bombings and from looting by the French workmen. By the evening of 19th April, we had a large crew busily engaged in repacking the material, and that night the movement of the material to the railhead started. Groves sent U.S. Army Chief of Staff George Marshall a memorandum confirming the recovery on April 23rd. The Manhattan Project commander noted that in 1940, the German Army had confiscated about 1,200 tons of uranium ore in Belgium, described Lansdale's operation, and concluded that The capture of this material, which was the bulk of uranium supplies available in Europe, would seem to remove definitely any possibility of the Germans making use of an atomic bomb in this war. Now, 2 weeks later, the Soviet team was scouring the same ground. Through our discussions with the German scientists, says Hariton, we discovered that there was a certain building in Berlin where a card catalog was kept with records of everything the Germans had plundered in the countries they'd occupied. Such was Nazi greed that the card catalog filled the 6-story building. The catalog staff refused to cooperate with the Soviet expedition. After prolonged and excruciating attempts to get our bearings, Hariton continues, we managed to determine that there was in fact uranium oxide, but we couldn't come up with its location. Then other, more cooperative Germans directed them to affiliated card catalogs in other cities. They went from city to city. Eventually they found the uranium oxide reference in a warehouse card catalog. But it turned out that some military personnel must have shipped it as a pigment. Uranium oxide is, after all, bright yellow in color. Finally, they learned that a quantity of oxide had been sent to a tannery west of Berlin. The Soviet commander of that district told the physicists that the tannery was on American-occupied territory, but Hariton claims the tannery turned out to be on our territory, right on the border with the American occupation zone. The tannery was in the control of an anti-fascist group. It was made up of workshops and warehouses, some of which were crammed with sheepskins, raw material awaiting production. In one of these last warehouses, we came across a fair number of small wooden barrels. There was a scrap of cardboard on one of them with an inscription U308. We sighed with relief. We informed Javanyagan of our excursion, and arrangements were made for shipping the uranium oxide to the Soviet Union. The net quantity was in the vicinity of 130 tons. Between the American team rushing to remove uranium ore from Soviet-occupied territory and the Soviet team rushing to remove the remaining ore from right on the border of American-occupied territory, the two operations accounted for all the Belgian Congo stock in Germany and about half the existing world supply. The American requisition became U-235 for Little Boy. The Russian requisition, Kurchatov later told Hariton, hastened the startup of the first Soviet industrial reactor for obtaining plutonium by about a year. Such parallels seem enigmatic, but in fact the two bomb programs ran in parallel because the raw materials, the processing, and the technology depended upon universal physical fundamentals that both sides could determine independently. At that basic level, there was never any secret of how to make an atomic bomb. Knowledge derived from espionage could only speed up the process, not determine it, and in fact, every nation that has attempted to build an atomic weapon in the half-century since the discovery of nuclear fission has succeeded on the first try. Back in Berlin, Soviet troops dismantled the laboratories of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics, next door to the Institute for Chemistry where nuclear fission was discovered, and shipped the equipment to Moscow. In Vienna, on May 5th, a Soviet colonel wrote out a receipt for 400 kilograms of uranium metal and a quantity of heavy water confiscated from the Institut für Radiumforschung. All the first-rank German scientists involved in atomic research, Nobel laureate theoretician Werner Heisenberg and Nobel laureate radiochemist Otto Hahn, among others, had fled into southwestern Germany in the closing days of the war to avoid being captured by the Soviets. Javanyagan's team drafted a number of lesser German scientists to work in the Soviet Union, however, and others volunteered. They joined what Alexander Solzhenitsyn would call the first circle of the Soviet Gulag, scientific research centers staffed with political prisoners. In this case, laboratories for developing uranium processing and isotope separation technologies at Sinop, near Sukhumi on the Black Sea, and at nearby Agudzeri, both laboratories in Beria country, where security staff personally loyal to the Georgian-born NKVD chief could keep an eye on them. One of the Germans, Nicholas Riehl, who called his Soviet experience 10 years in a gilded cage, was seized along with his complete Auergesellschaft laboratory. With his capture, the Soviets acquired crucial knowledge of how to purify uranium metal. The war in Europe ended in a schoolroom in Reims early on the morning of May 7, 1945, when Colonel General Alfred Jodl signed the Act of Military Surrender. The world now sees the shining face of victory, Ilya Ehrenberg had written proudly a few days before. But let the world remember how this victory was born. In Russian blood, on Russian soil. May 9th, Alexander Worth records, was an unforgettable day in Moscow. The spontaneous joy of the 2 or 3 million people who thronged the Red Square that evening, and the Moscow River embankments and Gorky Street, all the way up to the Belarusian station, was of a quality and a depth I had never yet seen in Moscow before. They danced and sang in the streets. Every soldier and officer was hugged and kissed. Outside the U.S. Embassy, the crowds shouted, "Hooray for Roosevelt," even though he had died a month before. They were so happy they did not even have to get drunk. And under the tolerant gaze of the militia, young men even urinated against the walls of the Moskva Hotel, flooding the wide pavement. Nothing like this had ever happened in Moscow before. For once, Moscow had thrown all reserve and restraint to the winds. The fireworks display that evening was the most spectacular I have ever seen. But Americans, at least, hardly knew the Russian tragedy, and would not long remember it, though there was still an afterglow of popular goodwill for brave Ivan and steadfast Uncle Joe. In Washington, the mood was already darkening. The new administration of Harry Truman was concerned immediately with Soviet determination to impose a puppet government on Poland, and there was mounting opposition in the U.S. Congress to contributing further to Soviet support, even though the U.S. military believed it needed the Red Army's help in Manchuria to finish the war with Japan. It had always been intended to end Lend-Lease once the war was over, but on May 11th, through a combination of miscommunication and zealous overreaction, Lend-Lease officials abruptly cut off ship loadings to the USSR and even called back ships at sea. Though the order was modified within days, the Soviets were outraged. Stalin told Harry Hopkins later that month that he thought the high-handed cutoff had been unfortunate and even brutal. With the end of the war in Europe, the men who directed the Soviet bomb program sought to improve the program's priority and accelerate the pace of the work. In the autumn of 1944, after he reviewed the 3,000 pages of new espionage material the NKVD had collected, Kurchatov had written Lavrenti Beria complaining of the completely unsatisfactory Soviet program. The situation with raw materials and questions of isotope separation is particularly bad, he told Beria. He was critical of Molotov's management. The research at Laboratory No. 2 lacks an adequate material technical base. Research at many organizations that are cooperating with us is not developing as it should because of the lack of unified leadership. He asked Beria to give instructions for the work to be organized in a way that corresponds to its possibilities and significance. In May 1945, Prevyukin and Kurchatov carried their complaint directly to Stalin, writing that Molotov had not given the program the support it deserved. Neither Beria nor Stalin chose to respond. As the historian David Holloway points out, Beria distrusted the atomic bomb information his residents were collecting and distrusted the Soviet scientists as well. From the very beginning, Yatskov would recall, he suspected disinformation in these materials and thought that our adversaries were trying to drag us into tremendous expenditures of resources and effort on work which led nowhere. Beria was suspicious about the espionage information even when the work in the Soviet Union had achieved large scale. An NKVD official recalls that once, when he was reporting to Beria on the latest atomic intelligence, Beria threatened him, "If this is disinformation, I'll throw you all in the cellar." Though the collection of atomic espionage documents filed at the Lubyanka approached 10,000 pages, Stalin, Beria, and Molotov evidently did not yet believe in the atomic bomb. Untested, it was still an abstraction to them. Where espionage was concerned, they valued only the tried and true. 9. Provide the bomb. Harry Gold met John, the name by which he knew Anatoly Yatskov, Yakovlev, in Volk's Bar at 3rd Avenue and 42nd Street in Manhattan late on the Saturday afternoon of May 26, 1945, so that he might verify that I was going to see Fuchs in Santa Fe. Yakovlev was concerned to confirm the trip because Gould had been having trouble getting time off from work. The chemist had finally arranged to take part of his vacation early. They also needed to schedule their contacts after the Santa Fe trip, Gould testified. One meeting at which I would transfer information which I was supposed to receive from Fuchs. Then there would be a second meeting sometime later at which I would give Yakovlev a detailed report as well as a verbal account of exactly what would have transpired at this meeting with Fuchs. The two men had a drink standing at the bar. Gould suggested they take a walk, but walking exposed them to surveillance, and Yakovlev had a lot of business to transact. He steered them instead to the back of the bar, to a circular place with some tables in it, fairly secluded. We sat down there, and the waiter brought us a drink. The two conspirators talked for most of an hour. Yakovlev told Gould he wanted him to go to Albuquerque after he saw Fuchs and make a second rendezvous. Gould immediately protested such a flagrant violation of espionage protocol. I told Yakovlev that it was highly inadvisable to endanger the very important trip to see Dr. Fuchs with this additional task. It rankled the Soviet professional to be lectured by an amateur. He told Gould that the matter was very vital and that I had to do it. He said that a woman was supposed to go in place of me, a reference presumably to Ann Sidorovich. That very day, Ruth and David Greenglass were waiting for her in vain outside an Albuquerque Safeway store, but that she was unable to make the trip. Then Yakovlev erupted. "I have been guiding you idiots through every step," he berated Gould. "You don't realize how important this mission to Albuquerque is." He bluntly ordered Gould to go to Albuquerque. And that was all, Gould testified. I agreed to go. The mission was sufficiently important that Yatskov Yakovlev gave Gould his instructions typed on a sheet of paper, only the second time in 14 years of espionage work that Gould remembered being briefed other than orally. The first time having been the summer of 1944, when Yatskov had given him the typewritten pages of garbled questions about the U.S. atomic bomb program at which Fuchs had taken offense. Gould would variously recall the information on the paper. The name Greenglass was typed on it, he testified. Then a number on High Street, and then underneath that was Albuquerque, New Mexico. The last thing that was on the paper was recognition signal. I come from Julius. In other testimony, Gould had recalled the recognition name as Frank Kessler or Frank Martin, aliases he had used previously, and as Ben from Brooklyn. Rosenberg supporters would make much of Gould's inconsistency, but his testimony followed the events by 5 years, long enough to have forgotten what would have been a minor detail at the time. Nor was it normal Soviet practice to compromise security by using a spy's real name. Witness Elizabeth Bentley's assumption that Julius was not the real name of the engineer who lived in Knickerbocker Place, who woke her with his post-midnight calls. Gould received verbal instructions from Yatskov as well. John told me that there existed in Albuquerque a man who was employed in the atomic energy project. I assumed that he meant a civilian. He told me that after I had seen Dr. Fuchs that I should return to Albuquerque and that on that Saturday night I should visit this man and pick up certain information which he had prepared. I further was instructed that should this man not be in Albuquerque, that his wife would be there and would have information for me. In addition, I was given the sum of $500 and was told that should either the man or his wife evince any need for the money, that I should give it to them. Gould also recalled Yatskov giving him a recognition device corresponding to the tennis ball and gloves that he and Fuchs had carried to their first meeting. I was to tender a piece of cardboard cut in an irregular manner. This piece of cardboard was to be matched by a second piece which the person whom I met would have. The piece of cardboard was half of Julius Rosenberg's Jell-O box top. Ruth Greenglass had carried the matching half to Albuquerque in her wallet. Gould departed Philadelphia at the end of May for Chicago. In Chicago, he managed to arrange an upper berth to Albuquerque. Yatskov had instructed him to follow a more circuitous route through Arizona and Texas, but Gold recalled being extremely short of money and having to watch what I had very carefully. He had about $400 left from expense money Yatskov had given him in February or March, and being short on time as well. Fuchs had recommended that Gold get off at Lamy, New Mexico, the usual stop for Santa Fe-bound passengers, since the New Mexican capital lacks a railroad terminus, saving the backtrack bus ride from Albuquerque 60 miles further south. But Gold had surmised that the only people going to Santa Fe from Lamy would be those connected with the atomic energy project, and they might wonder who this stranger was in their midst. As these and other decisions make clear, Gold was not easily swayed by other people's opinions, a characteristic he demonstrated most radically by his commitment to espionage. The bus pulled into Santa Fe at about 2:30 Saturday afternoon, June 2nd, 1945. Fuchs and Gold had arranged to meet on the Castillo Bridge at 4. I had considerable time to spare, Gold remembered, and to avoid drawing attention to myself, I went as any ordinary tourist would to the rather large historical museum located in Santa Fe. At the museum, he asked for a map and got one identical to the yellow brochure Fuchs had given him in Cambridge. With the map, at the appointed time, the 34-year-old industrial chemist found his way to the bridge. Fuchs drove up late in the battered old two-door gray Buick he had bought second-hand. You had to hold the gear shift to keep the transmission from jumping out of gear going downhill, its next owner, physicist Anthony French, remembers. Klaus arrived possibly 2 or 3 minutes late, Gold says, during which 2 or 3 minutes I became extremely uneasy, as the area around the Castillo Street Bridge was extremely sparsely settled. Both men independently remembered what followed. In Fuchs's words, I picked up Raymond and we drove across the river bridge, turned into a lane which ended at a gate in an isolated place, and there we continued our meeting. They talked for about half an hour, 30 minutes of fateful significance for the Soviet atomic bomb program. Klaus told me that he was getting along very well with his work in Los Alamos, Gold remembered, and told me that he did not, however, believe, and that was a reiteration of his statement which he had made several times before, once in Cambridge and at least once or twice in New York, that the atomic energy project would be completed in sufficient time for use in the war against the Japanese. Everyone was working hard, the physicist reported, almost day and night. He himself put in an average of from 18 to 20 hours a day. Getting down to business, Fuchs says he told Gold the names of the types of explosives to be used in the bomb, information important to the design of high-explosive lenses, the fact that the Trinity test explosion was to be made, with the approximate site indicated, soon in July 1945, and that the test was expected to establish that the atom bomb would produce an explosion vastly greater than TNT, and the comparative estimated force of this explosion was indicated in detail with relation to TNT. Fuchs put the expected Trinity yield at about 10 kilotons. The explosives, Fuchs said, were baritol and composition B. He knew little about them and did not understand, he said later, what their use meant in terms of high explosive technology. He was aware at the time that a uranium gun bomb was under development, but it was outside his area of expertise, and he apparently did not mention it to Gold. The two men discussed meeting again. Fuchs wanted to meet in August, due to some important development, Gold recalled without remembering the July test that would determine the effectiveness of implosion. But Gold demurred, and we finally set the meeting for the 19th of September, 1945. Following his usual cautious practice, Gold accepted from Fuchs, last of all, what he called a considerable packet of information. Fuchs emphasized the importance of the packet, and probably added measurably to Gold's anxiety by telling the chemist that among the data he had given me was a sketch of the atomic bomb itself. Fuchs later described the contents of that considerable packet in detail. I delivered confidential and classified written information in a paper or document which I had personally written in longhand. Included in this written paper were the following items: a description of the plutonium bomb which had been designed and was soon planned to be tested at Alamogordo, a sketch of the bomb and its components with important dimensions indicated, the type of core, a description of the initiator, details as to the tamper, the principle of the IBM calculations, and the method of calculating efficiency. He reported that the bomb would have a solid plutonium core, a physicist who interrogated Fuchs in 1950 specifies, and described the initiator, which he said would contain about 50 curies of polonium. Full details were given of the tamper, the aluminum shell, and of the high-explosive lens system. Fuchs's sketch, which he later reproduced for the FBI, depicted a cross-section of the Fat Man implosion design, a matryoshka of nested concentric shells. It revealed the relationship among the device's various parts. Significantly, it gave the thickness of each of the shells and reported the crucial information that an aluminum shell had been interposed between the explosive layers and the uranium tamper to dampen the hydrodynamic instability that would otherwise have developed when the light explosive mixed with the heavy metal, a phenomenon known for its English delineator, Geoffrey Taylor, as Taylor instability. Thus burdened with historic knowledge, a career as cosmically mischievous as Mercury, Gould said his goodbyes and immediately got out of the physicist's car and walked away. Gould walked to the Santa Fe bus station and took the next bus to Albuquerque, arriving there around 8 or 8:30 Saturday night. I went to the place whose address had been given to me by Yakovlev, he recalled. The house at 209 High Street had a large screened porch. On the porch, Gould testified, I was met by a tall, elderly, white-haired, and somewhat stooped man, probably P.M. Scherer, the father of the Green Glasses landlady. The old gentleman told me the Green Glasses had gone out for the evening, and on my further inquiry said that he thought they would be in the following morning. So, Gould continues, Saturday night in a town in wartime. Just try to get a room in a hotel without a reservation. At one dignified old place, I think the Franciscan, they actually laughed at me. I had not, of course, expected to stay over and was, it may be believed, most anxious to get away as soon as possible from the area of Santa Fe and Albuquerque. In the course of his hunt for a place to stay that night, Gould gave his name at the Albuquerque Hilton. Finally, about midnight, the Hilton advised me that there was such a long waiting list ahead of me that they were certain no room would be available that night. I thereupon wandered through Albuquerque and finally, upon asking a policeman, he directed me to a private home near the main street, which had been temporarily converted into a rooming house. The only space that these people had, and I with difficulty talked these people into letting me stay there, was in the hallway on the second floor, where a makeshift screen was put up around a very rickety cot. I spent the night there. The chemist slept badly, if at all. He had secrets to protect. Now, with the servicemen on the loose, he remembered long afterward, police sirens kept screaming all night. And every time one did, I was jarred, instinctively reacting with the thought that they might be coming for me, because of that fat package from Fuchs in my possession. It was a traumatic experience. Sunday morning, June 3rd, 1945, Gould moved uneasily to his rendezvous. I clearly remember that on leaving the rooming house that morning, I was anxious to get to High Street before the Green Glasses might go out again. So likely I checked my bags at the Santa Fe Railroad station, as it was right in the direction I was going. He knocked at the Greenglass apartment. David Greenglass opened the door. We had just completed eating breakfast, the young soldier would testify, and there was a man standing in the hallway who asked if I were Mr. Greenglass, and I said yes. He stepped through the door and he said, Julius sent me. And I said, oh. And I walked to my wife's purse, took out the wallet, and took out the matched part of the Jell-O box. Gould offered the part Yakovlev had given him. The two parts matched. David introduced Ruth. The whole setup smelled wrong to me, Gould would recall. Not only was he jeopardizing an already accomplished mission with Fuchs by meeting with David Greenglass, but the man was a GI. Yakovlev had made no mention of this. As Greenglass opened the door, I saw that he had on a pajama top and army trousers, and on the wall to the right there was hanging a non-com's coat with stripes. Gold never explained why Greenglass's military status troubled him. He may have worried that military personnel were watched more closely than civilians. David testified that he offered Gold something to eat. Ruth, to the contrary, asked later by the FBI if she offered Gold a cup of coffee, snapped, "I didn't like the situation well enough to be friendly." David liked the situation, but he was unprepared. He just wanted to know if I had any information, and I said, "I have some, but I will have to write it up. If you come back in the afternoon, I will give it to you." The garrulous New Yorker tried to start a conversation. I started to tell him a story about one of the people I was going to put into the report, a buddy at Los Alamos who he imagined might be good material for recruiting into espionage work. Appalled, Gold cut him very short indeed. I told him that such procedure was extremely hazardous, foolhardy, that under no circumstances should he ever try to proposition anyone on his own into trying to get information for the Soviet Union. Years later, Gold still shuddered to remember his dismay at the young soldier's brashness. Greenglass was not only young, but at once impressed me as being frighteningly naive, particularly in his eager volunteering of the idea of approaching other people at Los Alamos as potential sources of data. I was horrified at his total inexperience in espionage, especially considering what we were after. David was chagrined. He agreed with me, Gold says. He did not seem angry or taken aback by the rebuke. He said, yes, I was right, that just previously a man whom he knew at Los Alamos had been broken to the ranks and had been sent elsewhere. For the rest of Gold's brief 20-minute visit, the conspirators confined themselves to small talk, some of it significant. Mrs. Greenglass told me that she had seen and spoken with a Julius in New York, just prior to her coming to Albuquerque in April 1945. Greenglass told me that he expected to be furloughed and would take the opportunity to go home to New York. He told me I could get in touch with him about Christmas time by calling Julius. Evidently, both the Greenglasses assumed Gold knew David's brother-in-law. Associating themselves with Julius Rosenberg further cross-linked and compromised the two separate lines of Yatskov's operation. He had only himself to blame for breaking with protocol and sending Gold to Albuquerque in the first place. After Gold left the Greenglasses, he stopped at the railroad station to ask about reservations eastward. He thought later that he may also have stopped for breakfast, though Greenglass remembered Gold responding to his invitation to eat by saying he had already eaten. The chemist was probably offering an excuse to cover his discomfort with a situation that smelled wrong. Then Gold went on to the Hilton to take a room for the day, standard operating procedure to stay out of sight that Gold appreciated. With all that material from Fuchs on me, wandering an entire day around a relatively small town such as Albuquerque was a risk to be avoided, he explains. He was tired and under a strain from the whole mission. There was as well an airline's office nearby. Gold was most anxious to get away from New Mexico, and I had to have some sort of address at which I could be called should space be available. He camped out in the hotel lobby, waiting for people to check out. There was crowding around the registration desk, confusion and jostling. At 12:36, he registered and went to his room. In the meantime, in his small apartment back at High Street, David Greenglass prepared to write down what he knew. I got out some 8x10 ruled white line paper, and I drew some sketches of a high-explosive lens and how they are set up in an experiment, and I gave a description of this experiment. I gave sketches relating to the experimental setup, one showing the face of the flat-type lens. I showed the way a high-explosive lens would look with this high-explosive in it, with the detonators on, and I showed the steel tube in the middle which would be exploded by this lens. I showed a schematic view of the lens set up in an experiment. To clarify his sketches, which depicted configurations and experiments concerning cylindrical, two-dimensional implosion, David keyed them to a detailed description that he wrote out by hand. These, a discussion of the growth of the project and A pretty substantial list of names of both possible recruits and of scientists who worked there went into a large, letter-size envelope. He was not well informed. He thought that Hans Bethe, a staunch patriot, was a possible espionage recruit, and he thought that Harold Urey, the Columbia chemist who had guided gaseous diffusion research and development, was head of the Manhattan Project. Harry Gold returned to High Street mid-afternoon. David gave him the envelope and briefed him verbally as well. David and this man discussed how the atom bomb was detonated, Ruth Greenglass remembered, and this man told David that he was a chemical engineer. I also recalled that David and Gold discussed lenses and high-speed cameras. Gold said later that Greenglass asked to be paid. Both the Greenglasses remember Gold, to the contrary, offering them money unasked, that they accepted with shame. Given Gold's lonely solicitude for family life, his own family, the family he invented as a cover, Crystal Heinemann and her children, it seems likely that he offered the money directly in return for Greenglass's information. Gold told me that I was living in a rather poor place, Greenglass described the exchange, and said I could probably use some money. I answered that I could use some money. Gold then gave me an envelope containing $500 in currency. Gold remembered that Greenglass looked disappointed. The young soldier put the envelope into the pocket of his army blouse. Gold said, "Okay?" "Yes," I said. "It will be enough." He said something to the effect that he would be back. I said, "Okay." I remember saying that my wife had just had a miscarriage and cost me a lot of money for doctor bills and medicines, etc. He was very sympathetic about that and about the place we lived in. I said something about, "I guess I need it." Now that he was holding espionage documents, Gold wanted to leave immediately, following his standard protocol. David discouraged him. I said, "Wait, and we will go down with you," and he waited a little while. There was small talk as the Greenglasses got ready. Gold remembered them telling him that they had regularly had food packages containing delicatessen items sent to them from New York. I particularly recall the mention of salami and pumpernickel bread. We went down, David Greenglass testified, and we went around by a back road and we dropped him in front of the USO. We went into the USO and he went on his way. As soon as he had gone down the street, my wife and myself looked around and we came out again and back to the apartment and counted the money. The taking of the money made David and me feel worse, Ruth Greenglass confessed. I was under the impression at first that Julius said it was for scientific purposes we were sharing the information, but when my husband got the $500, I realized it was just COD. He gave the information and he got paid. 5 years later, David was still rationalizing the transaction. I furnished Gold with information concerning the Los Alamos project, he insisted, although I did not do it for the promise of money. I felt it was gross negligence on the part of the United States not to give Russia the information about the atom bomb because she was an ally. Gold headed for the railroad station to see if Pullman space had been verified, or maybe it was getting near train time. A long Roman Catholic religious parade blocked his way, so I leaned on a low stone wall watching it till I finally could get across the street. En route to Chicago, somewhere in Kansas, Gold surveyed his treasures, with what solitary rapture he never divulged. On the train, I examined the material which Greenglass had given me. I just examined it very quickly. I put it into an envelope, into a manila envelope, one of the kind with a brass clasp, and in another manila envelope I put the papers which Dr. Fuchs had given me. I labeled the two envelopes. On the one from Fuchs I wrote Doctor. On the one from Greenglass I wrote Other. For 36 hours at least, Harry Gold was another roaming torpedo, the only person on Earth in private possession of the plans for the world's first atomic bomb. Monday, June 4th, 1945, Ruth Greenglass opened a savings account in her own and her husband's name at the Albuquerque National Trust and Savings Bank with an initial deposit of $400 in cash. In Chicago that Monday morning, Gold caught a flight to Washington, as near as he could get to New York. to save time, since the wait for a train would involve a stay in Chicago until late evening. From Washington in the afternoon, he continued by train to New York. He was rushing to rendezvous with Yatskov Yakovlev to pass on the incriminating documents. I met Yakovlev along Metropolitan Avenue in Brooklyn, where Metropolitan Avenue runs into Queens. It was a very lonely place, particularly at that time of night. It was about 10 o'clock. This meeting had been arranged at Volk's Cafe in May. It lasted about a minute, that was all. We met, and Yakovlev wanted to know if I had seen the both of them, the doctor and the man. I said that I had. Yakovlev wanted to know had I got information from both of them, and I said that I had. Then I gave Yakovlev the 2 manila envelopes. 2 weeks later, Gold met with Yatskov Yakovlev again, at the end of the Flushing elevated line in Flushing, to report on his trip to New Mexico. The time was in the middle of the evening. Yakovlev told me that the information which I had given him some 2 weeks previously had been sent immediately to the Soviet Union. He said that the information which I had received from Greenglass was extremely excellent and very valuable. Then Yakovlev listened while I recounted the details of my 2 meetings, the one with Fuchs in Santa Fe, the one with Greenglass in Albuquerque. They talked for 2.5 hours. In Moscow, on July 2nd, an NKVD officer briefed Igor Kurchatov on the progress of the Manhattan Project. The undated notes on that briefing contain details of implosion bomb design that correspond to those Fuchs confessed passing to Harry Gold on June 2nd. They also contain information on current supplies of fissionable materials that Fuchs was in a position to know. Yatskov asserted late in life that the source of this summer 1945 briefing information was Perseus, and that the information was drawn from material that Lana Cohen had successfully spirited out of Albuquerque, but nothing in the document itself was outside Klaus Fuchs's provenance at Los Alamos. The document justifies reproduction in its entirety. It marks the first transmission to the Soviet Union of details of atomic bomb design. Top secret. Bomb type HE, high explosive. The first test explosion of an atomic bomb is anticipated in July of this year. Design of the bomb. The active material of the bomb is element 94 without the use of uranium-235. The so-called initiator, a beryllium-polonium source of alpha particles, is situated in the center of a 5-kilogram plutonium ball, which is surrounded by 500 pounds of tube alloy, which serves as a tamper. Document footnote. Tube alloy, code name for uranium, commercial radium tube alloy. Handwritten. Not clear if tube alloy means 235 or natural uranium. Handwritten. This material compiled for the oral orientation of academician Kurchatov. End document footnote. All this is put into a shell made of aluminum 11 centimeters thick. This aluminum shell, in its turn, is surrounded with a layer of explosive, pentholite, or composition C, according to other information, composition B, 46 centimeters thick. The case of the bomb housing the explosive has an internal diameter of 140 centimeters. The total weight of the bomb, including the pentholite, the case, etc., is around 3 tons. The anticipated yield of the bomb is equal to 5,000 tons of TNT. Efficiency factor 5 to 6%. Number of fissions 75 times 10 to the 24th. Stocks of active materials. A. Uranium-235. By April of this year, the amount of uranium-235 was 25 kilograms. Its production now constitutes 7.5 kilograms per month. B. Plutonium, element 94. There are 6.5 kilograms of plutonium on hand at Compound Y, that is, Los Alamos. Its production is organized. The plans for production are overfulfilled. The explosion is anticipated on approximately July 10th this year. The briefing officer's information was accurate so far as it went, but it was less than complete, as Kurchatov would have realized. The officer gave only a general idea of the initiator, and made no reference to explosive lenses or to detonators and their placement. But Kurchatov learned vital information, most crucially that there was enough plutonium on hand at Los Alamos to make at least one bomb, that the United States believed it knew how to do so, and that enough plutonium was in the pipeline to use up 5 precious kilograms on a test. The Trinity test device actually used a little more than 6. The Anglo-American Combined Policy Committee met formally and secretly in Washington on Independence Day to carry out a significant provision of the 1943 Quebec Agreement. The British officially gave their approval that day for the use of atomic bombs against Japan, as the agreement provided they must before the United States could act. Donald Maclean was positioned to pass along the information to the Soviets. Sometime that summer, Yatskov learned that Abe Rothman was under suspicion of having engaged in espionage. At his regular monthly meeting with Harry Gold in early July, perhaps anticipating problems in maintaining contact if Rothman was questioned and confessed, Yatskov had Gold prepare a recognition signal whereby, says Gold, some Soviet agent other than himself could get in touch with me. Like the Rosenberg green glass Jello box top, the recognition signal was a piece of ephemera, in this case a memorandum sheet from a laboratory supply house that Gold happened to have in his pocket, on which Gold wrote a street address and which he then divided with his Soviet control. Yatskov outlined a procedure to follow to make contact using the torn memorandum sheet. Gold would be alerted by 2 tickets to a New York theatrical or sporting event mailed to him in an otherwise empty envelope. A test model of the plutonium implosion device on which Klaus Fuchs, David Greenglass, and many others at Los Alamos had been working, and on which Igor Kurchatov had been briefed 2 weeks previously, exploded in its corrugated iron cab on a 100-foot steel tower at Trinity site in the desert north of Alamogordo, New Mexico, at 5:29 and 45 seconds a.m., July 16, 1945, just before dawn. I. Rabi, the tough-minded Columbia Nobel laureate physicist who visited Los Alamos from time to time as a consultant, was one of many on hand to observe the explosion. Suddenly, there was an enormous flash of light, the brightest light I have ever seen, or that I think anyone has ever seen. It blasted, it pounced, it bored its way right through you. It was a vision that was seen with more than the eye. It was seen to last forever. You would wish it would stop. Altogether, it lasted about 2 seconds. Finally, it was over, diminishing, and we looked toward the place where the bomb had been. There was an enormous ball of fire which grew and grew and rolled as it grew. It went up into the air in yellow flashes and into scarlet and green. It looked menacing. It seemed to come toward one. A new thing had just been born. A new control, a new understanding of man, which man had acquired over nature. Fuchs was there to see the new thing he had caused to proliferate, the new control, but no one put a penny in his slot, so he left no record of how the unique experience affected him. Forewarned with information from his spies, Stalin played dumb at the Potsdam Conference convened outside Berlin, when Harry Truman came around the green baize table to inform him of the bomb on the afternoon of July 24th. According to Jimmy Burns, Truman's new Secretary of State, the president was afraid that if Stalin understood the full power of the new weapon, understood that it might bring a swift end to the Pacific War, the Soviet dictator might expedite his declaration of war against the Japanese and gain a share of the spoils he had hardly earned. Truman had confided his expectations to his private diary as soon as he heard of the successful test at Trinity. Believe Japs will fold up before Russia comes in. I am sure they will when Manhattan appears over their homeland. So Truman intended to reveal no more of the bomb at Potsdam than was necessary to protect himself from a Soviet charge of perfidy. I casually mentioned to Stalin that we had a new weapon of unusual destructive force, the president recalled in his memoirs. The Russian premier showed no special interest. All he said was that he was glad to hear it and hoped we would make good use of it against the Japanese. Stalin pretended he saw nothing special in what Truman had imparted to him, Marshal Zhukov reports. Both Churchill and many other Anglo-American authors subsequently assumed that Stalin had really failed to fathom the significance of what he had heard. In actual fact, on returning to his quarters after this meeting, Stalin, in my presence, told Molotov about his conversation with Truman. "They're raising the price," said Molotov. Stalin gave a laugh. "Let them. We'll have to have a talk with Kurchatov and get him to speed things up." Since Kurchatov and Prevyukin had written to Stalin 2 months previously to complain of Molotov's unenthusiastic management, the American news must have made the old Bolshevik uneasy. Molotov himself claimed to remember no such conflict, although his recollection sounds exculpatory. Truman didn't say an atomic bomb, he contended, but we got the point at once. We realized they couldn't yet unleash a war, that they had only 1 or 2 atomic bombs, but even if they had had some bombs left, so few bombs could not have played a significant role. The more important point in this recollection is that in late July 1945, the Soviet leadership knew approximately how many atomic bombs the U.S. had in its arsenal. Soviet intelligence continued its work. A telegram from Moscow on July 28 asked Colonel Zhabotin in Ottawa to try to get from Alan Nunn-May before his departure to return to England detailed information on the progress of the work on uranium. The atomic bombing of Hiroshima on August 6th, 70,000 dead from 1 bomb delivered from 1 bomber, less than a kilogram of fissioning matter destroying a large city by blast and fire, made that progress brutally clear. Nunn-May obliged immediately, reporting that the Trinity test had been conducted in New Mexico, that the bomb dropped on Japan was made of U-235, reporting the daily output of U-235 and plutonium from Oak Ridge and Hanford. Zhabotin noted that the British scientist handed over to us a platinum foil with 162 micrograms of uranium-233 in the form of oxide in a thin lamina. The foil had been sent to Nunn-May at Montreal for research, legally, following up the British physicist's work with Herbert Anderson at Argonne in October 1944. Herb said he noticed later that about half the U-233 was missing, recalls Anderson's colleague, physicist Alvin M. Weinberg. He always wondered where it went. Igor Guzenko was on hand to record the excitement in the Soviet embassy when what he calls Nunn-May's uranium samples came in. I was working late in the cipher room the night Angelov brought them from Montreal. Zhabotin placed the samples on his desk and excitedly called Lieutenant Colonel Motinov to see the latest prize catch. There was some discussion on how the samples should be sent safely to Moscow. The diplomatic pouch wasn't regarded as safe enough. Then it was decided to send the samples with Motinov, who was due to return to Moscow shortly for reassignment to Washington. Motinov, of course, was delighted because bringing back uranium samples would more or less assure him a good reception. Zhabotin was in high fettle. I heard him say excitedly, "Now that the Americans have invented it, we must steal it." Klaus Fuchs already had. If Stalin knew as much about the bomb as Harry Truman, the Soviet dictator seemed nevertheless not to have grasped its full import until word arrived of the destruction of Hiroshima. I didn't see my father until August, Svetlana Alliluyeva reports, when he got back from the Potsdam conference. The day I was out at his dacha, he had the usual visitors. They told him that the Americans had dropped the first atom bomb over Japan. Everybody was busy with that, and my father paid hardly any attention to me. She had borne him a grandson whom he had not yet seen and had given her son his name, Yosef, but he was too preoccupied or too indifferent to her to respond. According to NKVD staff physicist Yakov Terletsky, who probably heard the story in the corridors of the Lubyanka, after the explosion of the atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Stalin had a tremendous blow-up for the first time since the war began, losing his temper, banging his fists on the table and stamping his feet. Terletsky thought Stalin had something to be angry about. After all, the dream of extending the socialist revolution throughout Europe had collapsed, the dream that had seemed so close to being realized after Germany's capitulation. Hiroshima seemed to highlight the negligence of our atomic scientists headed by Kurchatov. It would have been entirely consistent with Stalin's character to blame the difficulties Kurchatov's underfunded and low-priority bomb project had encountered on Kurchatov himself. According to Anatoly Alexandrov, who worked with Kurchatov and probably heard the story from him, at some time during this immediate post-war period, Stalin summoned Kurchatov and accused him of not demanding enough for maximum acceleration of the work. Kurchatov answered, "So much is destroyed, so many people perished. The country is on starvation rations and everything is in shortage." Stalin said irritably, "If the baby doesn't cry, the mother doesn't know what it needs. Ask for anything you need. There will be no refusals." August 7th, Stalin met promptly with Lavrenti Beria and appointed Beria head of the bomb program. Once again, lacking faith in the patriotism of his scientists, Stalin would rely on his whip. The Soviet press delayed announcing the Hiroshima bombing until the morning of August 8th and underplayed the story, Pravda publishing only an excerpt from Truman's statement at the bottom of the foreign page. But the event did not go unnoticed. On my way to the bakery, Andrei Sakharov remembered, I stopped to glance at a newspaper and discovered President Truman's announcement. I was so stunned that my legs practically gave way. There could be no doubt that my fate and the fate of many others, perhaps the entire world, had changed overnight. Something new and awesome had entered our lives, a product of the greatest of the sciences, of the discipline I revered. Just as Truman had feared, Stalin moved up his intervention in the Far East from the mid-August launch he had promised at Potsdam to August 8th. "I declared war on Japan," Molotov bragged. I called the Japanese ambassador to the Kremlin and handed him the note. Molotov received the press that night to pass along the text of the Soviet declaration of war without a word about the atomic bomb. A member of the Polish provisional government in Moscow at the time, Stanislav Mikolajczyk, asked Molotov at supper if the bomb would affect the international situation. "This is American propaganda," Molotov snapped. "From a military point of view, it has no important meaning whatsoever." The Soviet people knew better, Alexander Wirth reports. Yet the bomb was the one thing everybody in Russia had talked about that whole day. Although the Russian press played down the Hiroshima bomb and did not even mention the Nagasaki bomb until much later, the significance of Hiroshima was not lost on the Russian people. The news had an acutely depressing effect on everybody. It was clearly realized that this was a new fact in the world's power politics, that the bomb constituted a threat to Russia, and some Russian pessimists I talked to that day dismally remarked that Russia's desperately hard victory over Germany was now as good as wasted. There had been a great victory parade in Red Square on June 24th, hundreds of Nazi flags captured in the march westward to Berlin, flung down on the steps of Lenin's tomb at Stalin's feet in a driving rainstorm, and a celebration that night at the Kremlin when Stalin entertained several thousand officers and soldiers of his victorious army. But Ilya Ehrenberg described a harsher reality that month, a nation in ruins. France recently commemorated by a day of mourning the anniversary of the destruction of Oradour-sur-Glane. In Czechoslovakia, President Beneš drove out to the ashen ruins of Lidice. I think about our own Oradours and Lidices. How many are there? If you proceed west from Moscow to Minsk, or south to Poltava, or north to Leningrad, you will see everywhere ruins, ashes, graves, and after removing your cap, you will not put it back on again. And everywhere the surviving inhabitants will tell how men swung from gallows, how mothers attempted to save babes in arms from the executioners, how houses with live people in them were burned to the ground. 1/10 of the Soviet population, some 20 million human beings, had died in the war. Millions more were invalids. The NKVD under Lavrenti Beria had murdered at least another 10 million Soviet citizens, a slaughter more extensive than that of the Holocaust. In the age groups that had borne arms, writes Wirth, there were at the end of the war only 31 million men left, as against 52 million women. The Germans had destroyed 1,700 towns, 70,000 villages, 84,000 schools, 40,000 hospitals, 42,000 public libraries. 25 million people were left homeless. Coal production compared to 1941 was down 33%, oil down 46%, electricity down 33%, pig iron down 54%, steel down 48%, coke down 46%, machine tool production down 35%. 31,000 industrial enterprises had been destroyed. Overall, Soviet industry had been raised to one-half its pre-war level. 98,000 collective farms and 1,800 state farms were destroyed or looted, Molotov reported in 1947. 7 million horses, 17 million head of cattle, 20 million pigs, 27 million sheep and goats had vanished. Meat production was down 40%. Dairy production down 55%. The Red Army was the strongest force in Europe, but the Soviet people were exhausted and nearly starving. And now the battered nation would have to gear up to build the atomic bomb. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, Molotov had whispered that the Soviet Union would look with favor upon a U.S. loan of $6 billion for post-war reconstruction. Building the industry necessary to manufacture atomic bombs had cost the United States more than $2 billion. That much would have to be subtracted from the crippled Soviet economy to win a similar capability for the USSR in the years after the war. 10 days after Hiroshima, the Supreme Soviet ordered the State Planning Commission and the Council of People's Commissars to begin work on a new 5-year plan. In mid-August, Stalin called together People's Commissar of Munitions Boris Vannikov and his deputies. Kurchatov walked in, and they knew why they were summoned. "A single demand of you, comrades," Stalin told them. "Provide us with atomic weapons in the shortest possible time. You know that Hiroshima has shaken the whole world. The equilibrium has been destroyed. Provide the bomb. It will remove a great danger from us." 10. A pretty good description. In August 1945, the most destructive war in history ground to an end, having claimed 55 million human lives. The Japanese armies in Manchuria quickly collapsed before the Soviet advance that began at midnight on August 8th. Footnote: in the brief Soviet-Japanese conflict, 80,000 Japanese combatants died and 594,000 were taken prisoner. Official Soviet casualties totaled 8,000 dead and 20,000 wounded. The real figures were probably higher. Soviet forces found the Japanese only lightly armed, primarily with rifles. More than the U.S. atomic bombings, the Soviet declaration of war influenced the Japanese decision to accept unconditional surrender. The Japanese leadership understood that without a neutral Soviet Union, it no longer had an influential intermediary through which to negotiate surrender conditions. End footnote. A United States B-29 atomic bombed Nagasaki on August 9th. For the next several days, Japanese military factions maneuvered unsuccessfully to prevent a humiliating surrender. Emperor Hirohito, in an unprecedented broadcast to his people on August 15th, announced that surrender, which Japanese officials signed in Tokyo Bay aboard the United States battleship Missouri on September 2nd, with Curtis LeMay among the officials on hand to watch. Two great powers emerged from the ruins. The United States and the Soviet Union were both young nations forged in revolution, both ethnically diverse, organized on abstract principles rather than historically evolved, both vast in extent and rich in resources. They contested no territory, which led Enrico Fermi to ask dryly once when someone insisted that the two countries would go to war one day, "Where will they fight?" But their physical similarities did not obscure an intractable difference between them. They were opposite experiments in the large organization of people and natural wealth, the one through liberty and competition, the other through terror and centralized control, an open society and a closed. A crystal of quartz and a crystal of onyx, Robert Oppenheimer once contrasted them, and each was convinced that the other side's intentions were malevolent. Astride the ruins of Europe and Asia, they were positioned peacefully to organize the world, but they could not agree on how the world should be organized. Their mutual victories thus became mutual warnings. The Red Army, thousands of tanks, artillery pieces, and mobile rocket launchers, and 10 million foot soldiers had smashed west across Eastern Europe and Germany. It might as inexorably roll on to the Atlantic in a matter of days and confine all of Europe behind what Winston Churchill had already, before the end of the war, called an Iron Curtain. The much less numerous U.S. forces in Europe would certainly be overwhelmed by such an advance, but America knew how to build atomic bombs, and the Soviet Union understood that its recent ally had developed that capability clandestinely and had not hesitated to use the cruel new weapons of mass destruction against an enemy which had no such weapons of its own. Yet neither side seems to have wanted or expected war, at least not in the short run. Each demobilized rapidly, the Soviet Union reducing the strength of its armies by the end of 1946 from 11.5 million to fewer than 3 million, the U.S. by mid-1947 from more than 12 million to fewer than 1.6 million. The long run was more problematic. Since the Russian Revolution, the wealthy elite of the United States had feared that the red tide of communism would flood across the world if it was not resolutely stanched. The Soviet victory over Germany, Stalin's evident determination to dominate Eastern Europe, his reluctance to quit northern Iran, all reinforced Western fears. Give the Germans 12 or 15 years, the Soviet dictator had predicted to a delegation of Yugoslavs over dinner in Milo von Gilis's presence in the final winter of the war, and they'll be on their feet again. Stalin got up, Gilis writes, hitched up his pants as though he was about to wrestle or to box, and cried out almost in a transport, "The war shall soon be over. We shall recover in 15 or 20 years, and then we'll have another go at it." But Stalin was nothing if not cautious. He regarded as sure only whatever he held in his fist, Gilis adds, and everyone beyond the control of his police was a potential enemy. And the Americans had the bomb. A lot of urgent, long sittings were held, Igor Golovin reports of those first months after the war. At one of the first sittings, Stalin asked how much time would be necessary to create the bomb. Isaac Kikoin answered, 5 years. The first priority in the state was given to the solution of the atomic problem. Until 1945, Yuli Hariton and Yuri Smirnov note, this program was carried out by only a few researchers who had scarce resources. The project gained real momentum only after the first American atomic explosions. It was precisely at that time that the Soviet atomic industry and technology could be developed on a broad footing, with large installations and combines. The State Defense Committee formally enacted Stalin's decision on August 20th, 1945, naming a special committee on the atomic bomb, headed by Lavrenti Beria, charged with coordinating all work on nuclear energy. The committee's membership included rising Politburo star Georgy Malyenkov, Boris Vanikov, Avrami Zhavnyagin, the Red Army general and senior NKVD officer who had led the roundup of uranium ore and scientists in defeated Germany, Mikhail Pervyukin, the chemical industry commissar, Peter Kapitsa, and Igor Kurchatov. Stalin's word decided the fate of the project in general, says Anatoly Alexandrov. One gesture of Beria was sufficient to make any of us to disappear, but Kurchatov was on the very top of the pyramid. It was our great luck then that he combined competence, accountability, and power. Beria led the atomic bomb project more actively than Alexandrov's comment implies, Hariton has insisted. Once the project passed into Beria's hands, the situation changed completely. Beria understood the necessary scope and dynamics of the research. This man, who was the personification of evil in modern Russian history, also possessed great energy and capacity for work. The scientists who met him could not fail to recognize his intelligence, his willpower, and his purposefulness. They found him a first-class administrator who could carry a job through to completion. It may be paradoxical, but Beria, who often displayed great brutishness, could also be courteous, tactful, and simple when circumstances demanded it. The U.S. War Department, with Truman's approval, released a report on the Manhattan Project on August 12th that supplied the Soviet Union with information on atomic bomb development nearly equivalent to all the information it had acquired laboriously during the war through espionage. The General Account of the Development of Methods of Using Atomic Energy for Military Purposes, written by Princeton physicist Henry D. Smith and quickly nicknamed the Smith Report, confirmed the validity of that espionage. It discussed the problems the Manhattan Project had encountered in separating uranium isotopes, building reactors, breeding plutonium, and designing the bomb, and identified the most effective solutions. General Groves had ordered the report written to draw a line of declassified information beyond which Manhattan Project scientists, whom he thought irresponsible, could not trespass, but the result belied his intention. When Alan Nunn May eventually confessed to espionage, he sought to minimize the damage he had done by comparing his indiscretions to the Smith Report. I also gave a written report on atomic research as known to me. This information was mostly of a character which has since been published. Smith's dry, semi-technical study did not mention implosion, but the Soviets already knew about that technology in detail. On September 5th, in Canada, disaster struck Soviet foreign intelligence. Igor Guzenko, the code clerk who had transferred to Ottawa in June 1943, had barely avoided being sent back to the Soviet Union in September 1944. Since then, he had been preparing to defect. In the late summer of 1945, he was 26 and married, with a pregnant wife, Svetlana, Anna, and a young son, and Canadians who knew him then and later noticed that he was wide-eyed at the freedom and prosperity of the West. When he had first come to Canada at a stop on the way to Ottawa, he and a fellow clerk had impulsively bought a crate of oranges. Guzenko had only once before in his life tasted an orange. On the train, he gorged on them. Oranges spilling in the aisle, an orgy of oranges. "You take your wife to the movie at night," he told an acquaintance after his defection. "I don't do that. Anna and I go to the IGA grocery and just look at the things in the store, just to see all these things and to know we could take this can and this bag and buy these things." Once he had decided to defect, Guzenko, a small man whom one of his neighbors thought a very quiet and well-behaved gentleman, began surreptitiously tagging cables in his cipher files that revealed the activities of GRU espionage agents in Canada, including physicist Alan Nunn May, Member of Parliament Fred Rhodes, National Research Council scientists Durnford Smith, Edward Wilfrid Mazerol, and Israel Halpern, and a dozen others. Guzenko had tagged an accumulation of some 109 documents by the time it appeared that he was about to be transferred back to Moscow, including the cables that reported Nunn May's transfer of samples of U-235 and U-233 to Guzenko's superiors. The young cipher clerk returned to the embassy after an evening out with the boys on the warm Wednesday night of September 5th, gained access on a pretext, stuffed his loose shirt full of the cables he had tagged, and nervously walked out the front door. Guzenko was naive enough to imagine that the Soviet Union's recent allies were eager to know of its espionage activities against them and would welcome him with open arms. From the Soviet embassy, he took a streetcar downtown to the Ottawa Journal, intending to see the editor. When a woman on the elevator recognized him, she asked him if there was news breaking at the embassy. He panicked, rode the elevator back to the ground floor, and bolted. Eventually, he caught a streetcar home. His wife, who had agreed to defect with him, calmed him down and advised him to try again. Time was of the essence. "You still have several hours before the embassy learns what has happened," she told him. Back to the Ottawa Journal offices Guzenko went, his shirt still stuffed with incriminating cables. The city room was crowded. An office boy told Guzenko that the editor was gone for the night and led him to an older man wearing a green eye shade. Guzenko walked up to the man, the night city editor, Chester Froude, and signaled that he wanted to speak to him in private. Froud led Guzenko, short with a tubby build and white as a sheet, into the newspaper morgue, where Guzenko's first words were, "It's war, it's war, it's Russia." But he chose not to tell Froud his story. He just stood there, apparently paralyzed with fright, Froud recalled. Guzenko, for his part, could see from the man's expression that he thought I was crazy. Froud walked him to the elevator. Guzenko claims Froud brushed him off. Froud says Guzenko refused even to give his name. Where next? Guzenko asked himself out in the street. The Justice Building, he decided, to see the Minister of Justice. A young Royal Canadian Mounted Police officer guarding the door told him to come back in the morning and turned him away. Frightened, he went home. His wife tucked the documents into her purse and hid it under her pillow, and then the two of them lay awake the rest of the night, worrying. In the morning, Guzenko took his visibly pregnant wife and his young son with him back to the Justice Building. The receptionist sent the Guzenkos to see a clerk, to whom Igor explained that he could only speak to the Minister of Justice himself. The clerk called ahead and then led the little family to the Parliament Building, where Guzenko explained his mission to another clerk. The second clerk sent the message along. The Guzenkos waited for 2 hours. They were all panicking, Svetlana Guzenko concludes. They were all just in a panic, didn't know what to do. Finally, the Minister of Justice sent out word that they should go back to the Soviet embassy and return the documents. The Guzenkos assumed that Soviet agents within the government must have made so stupid and deadly a decision. In fact, it came directly from the Prime Minister of Canada, Mackenzie King, who seems to have been terrified that he might stir up trouble with the Soviet Union. Svetlana proposed they try the Ottawa Journal once more. This time a reporter at least interviewed them, a woman named Elizabeth Fraser. Guzenko was utterly agitated, Fraser recalled, almost incoherent. He blurted out on our first encounter, "It's death, if you can't help us," and then proceeded to try to convince me that his situation was indeed as dangerous as he felt it to be. He said he had evidence with him of terrible Soviet spying activities against the Western countries, and that he wanted to save Canada from their perfidy, all of which, given the political climate of the time, sounded to me utterly fantastic. Fraser went to a senior editor for advice. "I am terribly sorry," Guzenko reports she told him when she came back. "Your story just doesn't seem to register here. Nobody wants to say anything but nice things about Stalin these days." Svetlana asked Fraser what they should do. Fraser suggested they talk to the Crown Attorney about filing for naturalization. That should prevent the Reds from taking you back, she theorized. Desperately, they trudged once again to the Justice Building. The day was getting hot, says Guzenko. Anna was obviously growing weary. They were told the applications clerk had gone to lunch. They went to lunch themselves and then took their son home and left him in the care of a neighbor. Back we went to the Crown Attorney's office. Only after they had wasted more time filling out naturalization papers did they learn that the process would take months. So it went for the rest of the day. A woman in the Crown Attorney's office, Fernanda Colson, tried to help them, even to the extent of calling a reporter she knew and having Guzenko translate extracts from the documents that referred to the atomic bomb. The reporter demurred. "It's too big for us to handle," he told the Guzenkos. "It's a matter for the police or the government." But neither the police nor the government expressed interest in the first important atomic espionage breakthrough since the beginning of Anglo-American atomic bomb development. By the end of the day, Fernanda Colson had managed to convince an RCMP inspector to see the Guzenkos the next morning. Exhausted, knowing that by now Igor must have been missed at the embassy, the Guzenkos went home. Colson watched them out the window as they stumbled down the street and boarded a streetcar. I said to myself, that man may not be alive tomorrow. Guzenko sent his wife and child to the next building to hide while he reconnoitered his apartment. There were two men sitting on a bench in the park across the street watching his windows. He thought they were probably NKVD, and he took his wife and son around the back way. No sooner were they settled when someone began pounding on the door of the apartment and calling Guzenko's name. Guzenko recognized the man's voice. It was Zabotin's chauffeur. The Guzenkos froze. Eventually, the chauffeur went away. The men in the park were still watching. Guzenko remembered that his neighbor next along the rear balcony, Harold Maine, was a corporal in the Royal Canadian Air Force. He found the Maines on their balcony escaping the heat and asked if they would take care of his son if something happened to him. When the good sergeant learned what was wrong, Guzenko told him the NKVD was making an attempt on their lives. He offered to take in Svetlana and the boy and summon the police. He was a military man, Svetlana Guzenko comments, and to tell him that one man can kill another was not new to him. Fetched by Harold Maine, the constables promised to keep the building under surveillance. In the meantime, Mrs. Maine having objected to sheltering the Guzenkos, another neighbor across the hall took them in. At about 10 o'clock that night, an NKVD officer and 3 embassy men, 3 or 4 of them with a Russian movie sleaze look to them, remembered a neighbor who saw them out his window, pounded on Guzenko's apartment door and then shouldered it open. After the Soviet raiding party had started searching the apartment, the constables stepped in with their guns drawn and demanded to know what was going on. The NKVD officer, invoking diplomatic immunity and insisting that the apartment was Soviet property, ordered the constables to leave the apartment. Instead, they called in an inspector, and the Soviets slunk away. The next morning, the Mounties took the Guzenkos into protective custody and questioned Guzenko for 5 hours. The men watching from the park turned out to have been Mounties. "You weren't quite as neglected as you thought," one of them told the Soviet cipher clerk. Guzenko had heard another, later knock on his apartment door the previous night, but had not revealed himself hiding in his neighbor's apartment across the hall. The later visitor was Sir William Stevenson, the director of British intelligence in the Western Hemisphere, whose code name was Intrepid, who wanted to hear Guzenko's story. Luckily for Guzenko, Stevenson happened to be visiting Ottawa from his offices in New York. He had urged Mackenzie King's deputy, Norman Robertson, to take Guzenko when King had decided to send the Soviet defector back to the Soviet embassy with his documents. After visiting Guzenko's building, Stevenson had gone to Robertson's home in the middle of the night and had convinced him to place the Guzenkos in protective custody. The Canadian government spirited the Guzenkos away to a safe house and began Igor Guzenko's lengthy debriefing. "It was much worse than what we would have believed," King confided to his diary. Guzenko's documents disclosed an espionage system on a large scale. Robertson told King he felt that what we had discovered might affect the Council of Foreign Ministers, then meeting in London, that if publicity were given to this, it might necessarily lead to a break in diplomatic relations between Canada and Russia, and in regard to other nations as well, the US and the UK. All this might occasion a complete breakup of the relations that we have been counting on to make the peace. There was no saying to what terrible lengths this whole thing might go. The Canadians told the British about Guzenko and called in the FBI. Late in September, Mackenzie King flew to Washington to brief President Truman, whom he met in the White House Oval Office with Dean Acheson. Narrated the incidents regarding Guzenko, told them of the extent of espionage in Canada, what we had learned about espionage in the United States, mentioned particularly information regarding the atomic bomb, spoke of the vice consul at New York who apparently had charge of the espionage business in the United States, what was thought to have gone from Chicago, that is, the samples of uranium. Also the statement that an assistant secretary of the Secretary of State's Department was supposed to be implicated. Footnote: Guzenko had reported the assistant secretary without knowing who he was, but the cipher clerk's account started the investigation that later pointed to Alger Hiss, special assistant to U.S. Secretary of State Edward Stettinius at Yalta. End footnote. Confronted with these shocking revelations, writes King, Truman asked that, above all, nothing should be done which might result in premature action in any direction. For the time being, the several security agencies involved would keep their secrets and set out their snares. Kuzenko's information, in any case, hardly shone glory on their guardianship of state secrets. With the end of the war, David Greenglass received an early furlough. He and Ruth visited New York together in September and stayed in the Coldwater flat in his parents' building where David had lived before he was married. The morning after the couple arrived, David would testify, Julius Rosenberg dropped by. He came up to the apartment and he got me out of bed and we went into another room so my wife could dress. He said to me that he wanted to know what I had for him. I told him, I think I have a pretty good description of the atom bomb. He said he would like to have it immediately. As soon as I possibly could get it written up, he would like to get it. During this conversation, he gave me $200 and he told me to come over to his house. He then left and I was there alone with my wife. My wife didn't want to give the rest of the information to Julius, but I overruled her on that. I said that I have gone this far and I will do the rest of it too. We went down. It was late in the morning. We had a combination breakfast and lunch, and I came back up again and I wrote out all the information and drew up some sketches and descriptive material. I would say about 12 pages or so. I did not want David to give the information to Julius, Ruth Greenglass confirmed. The bomb had already been dropped on Hiroshima, and I realized exactly what it was, and I didn't feel that the information should be passed on. However, David said that he was going to give it to him again. The description of the implosion bomb which David Greenglass passed to Rosenberg that afternoon was garbled, but it contained useful information. He collected it in the course of his work and by being observant. He described the lens molds, the high-explosive lenses, as pentagonal in shape, incorrectly reported that there were 36 lenses, there were 32, and indicated that the detonators were fired by capacitors. Most valuably, he described a key feature of the small initiator at the center of the assembly that supplied a burst of neutrons to start the chain reaction. Cone-shaped holes, the apex of each cone being toward the periphery of the beryllium. In the initiator, at the appropriate moment, implosion mixed polonium-210 with beryllium. Polonium-210 is a powerful source of alpha particles, which easily dislodge neutrons from beryllium atoms. The cone-shaped holes in the initiator served to break the barrier of nickel plating between the polonium and the beryllium and improve their timely mixing. Their design took advantage of the Monroe effect, the principle on which the shaped charge is based, that is used in such devices as armor-piercing rockets like the famous bazooka of the Second World War. A cone focuses a shock wave moving through such a configuration to an intensely penetrating high-speed jet. Applying the Monroe effect to initiator design was a direct outgrowth of the experiments with two-dimensional implosion and the studies of jets in which both Greenglass and Klaus Fuchs had participated. Initiator design, significantly, it was one of the most difficult aspects of implosion development and effectively paced the plutonium implosion project. Greenglass had learned about the Monroe effect and shaped charges in conventional explosives during his training at Aberdeen. The cone configuration was an advanced design, different from the initiator used in the Trinity and Nagasaki Fat Man units. Its Los Alamos inventors patented it. The patent went jointly to experimental physicist Ruby Schur and Klaus Fuchs. But Greenglass recalled including even more valuable information in the handwritten pages he passed to his brother-in-law in September 1945. He described and supplied a rough sketch of an experiment, he said later, which was concerned with the reduction of the amount of plutonium to be used in the atomic bomb. It was also concerned with increasing the efficiency of the explosion. This experiment consisted of one sphere of uranium inside of a larger sphere of uranium, with a large air gap between the two spheres and stilts to hold the inner sphere apart from the outer sphere. I informed Rosenberg that the air gap was used to increase the speed with which the outer sphere is imploded. I told him this would result in a greater explosion with the use of less plutonium. I made up portions of this experiment as one of my duties at Los Alamos. The experiment Greenglass described to Rosenberg concerned two important improvements in implosion design: levitation and the composite core. Hans Bethe explains, "The solid core clearly was very hard to compress. Originally, we had wanted a hollow shell, but we didn't trust the symmetry of the implosion with that arrangement. Then we decided, yes, we could have, after all, a hollow shell, and if we had a hollow shell, it was useful to have the very center solid, so that the hollow shell was pasted on the tamper, so to speak, and the core at the center had to be levitated. The question was, could you make thin enough wires, levitating the core within the shell, which were strong enough so that they could survive transportation by plane and being dropped as a bomb? They had to be strong enough, and yet small enough, thin enough, so that they wouldn't disturb the spherical symmetry. Because the spherical symmetry is all important. Only if the symmetry of the implosion is maintained do you get the increase in density, which you bank on. In addition to that, with the hollow construction, you can put a little more material in. You can put in more than a critical mass, which again increases the yield. And then, already in the last month of the war, we invented the composite core, plutonium in the center and uranium outside, which results in a great increase in the yield. Plutonium was much more expensive than separated uranium, 3 times maybe. Therefore, we would get a much better arsenal by having the mixtures. Levitation gave the imploding shell time to acquire momentum before it hit the core. Nuclear weapons designer Theodore B. Taylor explained the principle to the writer John McPhee once, without naming it. The way to get more energy into the middle was to hit the core harder. When you hammer a nail, what do? Do you put the hammer on the nail and push? The solid Fat Man core had been pushed, levitation hammered. And because it increased efficiency, levitation also made it possible to design bombs of smaller diameters than Fat Man, lighter weapons more easily transportable by plane. The composite core, as Beta points out, used less plutonium and resulted in increased yield as well, both important advantages. The core Greenglass described, with a uranium shell and a uranium center, was a substitute, probably of plentiful and non-chain reacting natural uranium used in implosion experiments. Greenglass asked Rosenberg why Harry Gold had contacted him in Albuquerque instead of Ann Sidorovich. She couldn't make it, Rosenberg told him unhelpfully. Max Ellicher remembered Julius Rosenberg phoning him from Washington's Union Station that September as well, and coming over for a talk. Rosenberg told Ellicher he was still in business, even though the war was over. The Soviet Union still needed information on military technology, he said. Harry Gold had met with Anatoly Yatskov in Brooklyn in mid-August to prepare for the planned trip out to New Mexico in late September to rendezvous again with Fuchs. Since Yatskov had told them that the information David Greenglass passed in June was valuable, Gold suggested meeting again with the young Army machinist as well. This time it was Yatskov's turn to invoke protocol. Gold says the Soviet agent told me that it would be inadvisable to endanger the trip to see Fuchs by complicating it with a visit to the Greenglasses in Albuquerque. Gold went out to New Mexico in mid-September. The trip had been difficult to organize. He had trouble getting time off from work, and he was short of money. From the Palmer House in Chicago, where he spent the night of September 16th, he called his old friend Tom Black in Newark and asked Black to wire $50 to him, care of the Albuquerque Hilton. Black was able to raise only $20, but loyally sent it on. With Curtis LeMay in the air and his B-29 somewhere eastward of Hokkaido, Gold arrived in Albuquerque on Wednesday, September 19, 1945, and signed in at the Hilton. He was scheduled to meet Fuchs that day on the outskirts of Santa Fe at a time Gold remembered as very late in the afternoon, about 6 o'clock. Once again, he caught a bus up from Albuquerque. Fuchs arrived at the rendezvous in his dilapidated Buick uncharacteristically late. Fully 20 or 25 minutes tardy, says Gold, who always felt exposed when he was waiting for a contact, and they drove off into the Santa Fe hills. Fuchs told the portly chemist apologetically that he'd had difficulty getting away. As Gold remembered it, the physicist and his friends with whom he worked at Los Alamos were having a party that very evening to celebrate the successful use of atomic energy in the form of a weapon. Fuchs was hauling a supply of liquor. The occasion must have been the formal British mission party held at Los Alamos not that evening but 3 days later on Saturday, September 22nd, in celebration of the birth of the atomic era, as the formal invitations proclaimed. The party featured a footman announcing guests, steak and kidney pie served on paper plates, several hundred paper cartons of trifle, a full-scale pantomime, dancing, and many toasts, enough work to keep the British staff on the Hill busy throughout the week making preparations. Fuchs evidently contrived to get away to his rendezvous with Gould by volunteering to pick up the liquor. Gould could not have learned about the British mission party from a source outside Los Alamos. That he approximately recalled Fuchs's late September circumstances 5 years later is significant confirmation of his veracity. Fuchs had only just finished writing the report he was delivering to Gould. En route for this planned meeting, he would confess, I stopped somewhere on the way in the desert, drove off the highway to a solitary place, and wrote part of the paper which I planned to deliver. Driving, Fuchs had much to say. He had attended the Trinity test, he told Gould, and learned later that the flash of the explosion had been visible all the way up at Los Alamos, 200 miles northwest, despite overcast skies and rain. He himself was rather awe-stricken by what had occurred, Gould paraphrases Fuchs. Frankly, he had not been too certain that the project might not have been abandoned before it was completed, and certainly he had grievously underestimated the industrial potential of the United States. He was also greatly concerned by the terrible destruction which the weapon had wrought. Fuchs was not the only one at Los Alamos disturbed by the death tolls at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. His great concern was evidently not sufficient to lead him to reconsider proliferating the destructive new technology to the Soviet Union. At some point, Fuchs pulled off the road and parked, a fair distance away from town, says Gould, because below us I could barely see the lights of Santa Fe in the distance. The physicist continued his recitation of marvels. He told me that whereas before the townspeople of Santa Fe had regarded them, the people of Los Alamos, as a sort of boondoggling outfit engaged in work which they could not comprehend, that now they were hailed on all sides as conquering heroes. A Los Alamos security officer, Fuchs said, told him casually one day that Army intelligence realized there were hundreds of Soviet agents in the U.S. and England, but the British and Americans together had only one agent in the Soviet Union. Fuchs laughed at the discrepancy, Gould remembered. From derisive, Fuchs turned somber. He had been barred from some sections of the project, he reported. The relationship between the British mission and the United States, which once had been extremely cordial and free, had now become somewhat strained, and there was no longer the free exchange of information between the two groups. He expected to be returning to England before the end of the year, or early in 1946, where he would again resume work on atomic energy exclusively for the British. British intelligence had notified him that they were trying to contact his father and might bring Emil Fuchs to England. Fuchs was very much concerned about his father's welfare and health, but he was also worried that his father would talk too much. Klaus told me that as far as he knew, the British had no inkling about his past as it related to his communist activities, and he was anxious that this continue so. Gould told him to proceed as he thought best. Possibly, Gould consoled him, he was greatly overestimating the extent to which the old man would talk, and also the extent to which the British might be interested in Klaus's past. As it turned out, Gould was right on both counts. Yatskov, with his high-level informants in Washington, had heard that Fuchs would soon be returning to England and had prepared Gould with a London contact protocol, which Gould now passed along to Fuchs. Fuchs mentioned that he might stop off to visit his sister in Cambridge again around Christmas time, and that the best way of ascertaining his whereabouts was to make an inquiry shortly before that time. Fuchs drove Gould back to Santa Fe. The last event that transpired before Klaus dropped me off was that he gave me the packet of information relating to atomic energy. Fuchs drove away, Gould headed for the bus station. After a period of anxious waiting, about an hour and a half, I finally obtained a bus going back to Albuquerque. American Airlines woke Gould at the Albuquerque Hilton at 2:30 Thursday morning to confirm a seat as far as Kansas City. From Missouri, Gould took the day coach to Chicago, caught a train late that night to New York, and from New York, still carrying Fuchs's packet, commuted home to Philadelphia. He returned to New York the next day, September 22nd, to meet Yatskov and transfer Fuchs's packet, but Yatskov, alerted by now to the Canadian espionage debacle, failed to appear. At a backup meeting in Queens early in October, Yatskov finally took the incriminating documents off Gold's hands. He met regularly with Gold throughout the rest of the year, but by December Gold noticed that he was very touchy and very apprehensive. Yatskov told him they had to be extremely careful. Gold got the impression Yatskov had the wind up. Fuchs's report added additional details to the full description of the Trinity plutonium implosion design that he had passed Gold in June. He noted that the production rate of U-235 was up to 100 kilograms per month, and of plutonium to 20 kilograms per month, and gave the critical mass of each material so that the Soviets could calculate roughly how many bombs the U.S. was capable of stockpiling. He communicated important information about plutonium phases, different crystalline states, each with unique properties. Plutonium is a bizarre metal. Determining its metallurgical properties had given Los Alamos metallurgists much trouble. Plutonium is so unusual, its discoverer, Glenn Seaborg, once told a reporter, as to approach the unbelievable. Under some conditions, plutonium can be nearly as hard and brittle as glass. Under others, as soft and plastic as lead. It will burn and crumble quickly to powder when heated in air, or slowly disintegrate when kept at room temperature. It undergoes no less than 5 phase transitions between room temperature and its melting point. Strangely enough, in 2 of its phases, plutonium actually contracts as it is being heated. It is unique among all of the chemical elements. Phase differences made large differences in density, and thus in the volume a given weight of plutonium occupied, and in critical mass. During our first trials of shaping methods, writes Los Alamos chief metallurgist Cyril Stanley Smith, a beautifully flat sheet of plutonium would curl up like a saucer as it transformed, and cylinders would develop strongly concave ends. Fuchs's revelations made it possible for Soviet scientists to approach the difficult business of plutonium fabrication well informed. In particular, he reported importantly that the delta phase, the densest phase that is still malleable, could be stabilized at room temperature by alloying plutonium with the rare metallic element gallium. Fuchs reported the results of the Trinity test, described his work on initiators, and explained how the Fat Man design had been pre-assembled with one HE lens left out and a removable plug drilled through the tamper to form a passageway to the center of the assembly through which the core could be inserted. He reported that the uranium separation filters, barriers, developed for the Oak Ridge gaseous diffusion plant were made of sintered nickel, a material that had only been identified after a long and difficult search. On this occasion and later, he passed along information about composite core design, emphasizing the economic advantage to the United States of drawing on both isotope separation and plutonium production for bomb materials. He knew about levitation as well and probably reported it. Once again, David Greenglass's ad hoc information would usefully corroborate Fuchs's scientifically accurate account. In this instance, Greenglass had even reported the new developments first. The head of Soviet foreign intelligence, Vsevolod Merkulov, sent Lavrenti Beria a detailed plan of the Fat Man plutonium implosion bomb on October 18, 1945. The top-secret 7-page document began with a summary. General description of the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb is a pear-shaped projectile with maximal diameter of 127 centimeters and 325 centimeters long, fins included. The total weight is around 45,000 kilograms. The bomb consists of the following parts: A. Initiator, B. Active material, C. Tamper, D. Aluminum layer, E. Explosive, F. 32 explosive lenses, G. Detonating device, H. Duralumin shell, I. Armor steel shell, J. Fins. All the above listed parts of the bomb, except for the fins, detonation device, and external steel shell, are hollow balls inserted into each other. For instance, the ball of active material itself is inserted into the tamper, moderator, which is also a hollow ball. The ball of the tamper is in turn inserted into another hollow ball made of aluminum, which in its turn is surrounded by a spherical layer of explosives. The layer of explosives, which also contains the lenses, is surrounded by the duralumin shell, to which the detonation device is attached, and which is covered by the outer shell of the bomb, made of armored steel. There followed a systematic discussion of each of the important parts of the bomb, beginning with the initiator. David Greenglass had described an initiator with shaped charge cones machined into its beryllium shell to facilitate shockwave mixing of its beryllium and polonium. The document Beria received in October 1945 described another initiator design, a hollow beryllium ball with wedge-like grooves on the internal surface of the ball, with the axes of all grooves parallel to each other. This design, the document noted, was called Urchin. Physicist Ruby Schur at Los Alamos had nicknamed the grooved initiator the Urchin. Because of its grooves, its other nickname was the Screwball. The Trinity implosion device used an Urchin initiator. So did the Fat Man exploded over Nagasaki. So would all U.S. atomic bombs for half a decade to come. The October 18th document gave the Urchin's precise measurements and described its operation in detail. Its two parts, its gold and nickel plating, the way its various layers and parts interacted to generate neutrons to start the chain reaction. The collapsing grooves produced a Monroe jet, the document noted, referring to the Monroe effect that David Greenglass was later to cite as the principal mechanism by which initiators mix beryllium with polonium. Of the active material, the document noted, 2. Active material. The active material of the atomic bomb consists of the element plutonium of delta phase with specific weight of 15.8. The modern value is 15.7. It is manufactured in the form of a hollow ball consisting of two halves, which, like the outer ball of the initiator, are pressed in an atmosphere of nickel carbonyl. The external diameter of the ball is 80 to 90 millimeters. The weight of the active material, initiator included, is 7.3 to 10.0 kilograms. The Fat Man core without initiator weighed 6.2 kilograms. A gasket of corrugated gold, 0.1 millimeters thick, is located between the halves of the sphere, which prevents penetration to the initiator of high-speed jets moving along the junction planes. These jets might otherwise prematurely activate the initiator. There is an opening 25 millimeters in diameter for the purposes of inserting the initiator into the center of the active material, where it is fixed on a special bracket. The initiator was levitated. After the initiator is inserted, the opening is closed with a plug, also made of plutonium. The gold foil was a significant detail. Metallurgist Cyril Stanley Smith had developed it to resolve a jetting problem. The foil served to true the surfaces of the two plutonium hemispheres after plating and improve the fit. In retirement, Smith would sometimes exhibit a spare foil to visitors, a small circular sheet of pure gold with a large hole in the middle, which he kept at home in a plain white cardboard jewelry box. After his death in 1992, the National Museum of American History acquired Smith's spare and placed it on permanent exhibit. The Merkulov document next discussed the tamper, the heavy shell of natural uranium that surrounded the core and served as both a neutron reflector and an inertial restraint on explosive disassembly. Besides the tamper's composition and dimensions, and the fact that it also was plugged for core insertion, the espionage report included a significant detail that is invariably omitted in U.S. official descriptions of the Fat Man design. The external surface of the tamper is covered with a layer of boron, which absorbs thermal neutrons emitted by the radioactive materials of the system that are capable of causing pre-detonation. The muddled description of the implosion bomb that David Greenglass had passed to Julius Rosenberg in September had included this neutron absorption system, although Greenglass had misidentified it as barium, not boron. At his trial in 1950, he called the boron layer a barium plastic sphere. In one of his confessions the previous July, he had correctly positioned the boron layer, which he called a plastic shield, between the plutonium, uranium tamper, and the high explosives. The Merkulov document described the Fat Man high explosive configuration in detail, but omitted crucial information about the precise curve of the HE lens assemblies. 5. The layer of explosives and lenses. The layer of explosives consists of 32 blocks of special form. It follows the layer of aluminum. The internal surface of the blocks, facing the center, is spherical and has a diameter equal to the external diameter of the aluminum layer. There are special slots in the external surface of the blocks which provide for the insertion of 20 lenses of hexagonal and 12 lenses of pentagonal shape. A felt lining 1/16 of an inch thick is located between the surfaces, perpendicular to the axis of the sphere. Voids between radial surfaces are filled with blotting paper. The air gap between layers of explosives and lenses shouldn't be greater than 1/32 inch, since a larger gap could lead to an increase or alternatively a decrease of detonation, depending on the orientation of these gaps. Each lens consists of 2 types of explosives, one fast-burning, another slow-burning. The lenses are cast in special casings made of cellulose acetate. The lenses are installed so that the fast-detonating part contacts the layer of explosive. Total weight of explosives is around 2 tons. One detonator is attached to each lens, which, for higher reliability, is provided with 2 electric fuses. There are 64 wires in total, divided into 4 quadrants, 16 wires in each. 2 wires lead to each lens, but from separate quadrants. The document concluded with a brief description of the bomb's duralumin shell and a careful discussion of its assembly, noting in particular that, since plutonium and the radioactive substances of the initiator generate heat and warm themselves to temperatures higher by 90 degrees centigrade than the temperature of the environment, they are transported to the bomb assembly site in special containers fitted with cooling systems. This historic document was evidently specially prepared for Lavrenti Beria, who had broad experience in industrial management but no scientific training. It was not a verbatim transmission of the more detailed information Klaus Fuchs had passed in June and late September 1945. Beria was vulnerable. He had been assigned a vital project which had been given the highest priority of the state, but he lacked the knowledge necessary to judge its progress. He was at the mercy of scientists, intellectuals, people he viscerally distrusted. With all of Beria's apparent power, writes a Russian historian, he understood nothing about physics, and he remained silent when the subject came around to uranium, plutonium, the separation of isotopes, items, and the success of the work also meant the destiny of the leader's advisor himself, who bore personal responsibility for the creation of nuclear weapons under Stalin. At first, all the problems were solved through Kurchatov, says Yuli Hariton. Eventually, Beria was forced to pay attention to us. So Beria sought ways to decrease his vulnerability. He sent security officers to Japan to film the destruction at Nagasaki. He began developing a stable of backup scientists, with fewer Jews among them, whom he might call upon to replace the Kurchatov team if it proved to be treacherous. Already on October 3rd, Peter Kapitsa had written Stalin boldly complaining of Beria's leadership of the atomic bomb project. Is the position of a citizen in the country to be determined only by his political weight? Kapitsa had asked rhetorically, adding, "It is time for comrades of Comrade Beria's type to begin to learn respect for scientists." Beria first tried to smooth over the disagreement. After Stalin called him about Kapitsa's letter, he telephoned Kapitsa and invited the physicist over for a talk. When Kapitsa refused to visit Beria at the Lubyanka, Beria sent Kapitsa an elegant gift, a Tula shotgun. Kapitsa was not assuaged, however, and the argument developed through the rest of the year. It concerned an issue on which Harry Gold could have advised Kapitsa from his experience supplying industrial espionage. Whether, as Beria was proposing, the first Soviet atomic bomb would be a copy of the Fat Man design, or whether, as Kapitsa had proposed, the Soviets should proceed to develop a more sophisticated design of their own. Peter Leonidovich's point of view, comments Anatoly Alexandrov, was that if we followed the same road the Americans followed, then we would never be ahead of them. It was necessary to find our own way. Alexandrov explains, people like Beria could see only the bomb itself. He had no idea of the fundamental and multifaceted character of the research. For example, Beria forbade development of a nuclear reactor for ships. He wanted the bomb first, everything else later. Kapitsa was not risking his life opposing Beria merely for a matter of prestige. He had confronted the same issue before in 1935, when he had been detained in Moscow and denied permission to work abroad. Then he had written to his wife, who was still in England, "All the efforts of the state are now directed to the accumulation of the material basis on which the socialist society will be built. This accumulation is going on at a terrific pace, at such a pace that nobody could predict, but it is going so smoothly because its base is imitation. The country spends almost nothing on the creation of new technical forms. Research is all directed to the solution of different secrets and the mastering of different processes of general character which are very well known and mastered in Western Europe. For this work one does not require any special depth of thought or qualification, but the results are very spectacular. How long this phase will continue I cannot say, but it is clear that the position of pure science, if not completely nil, is not far from it. I am certain that when we shall enter in our socialist development into the period of original thought, then all will completely change. Then the inventive mind and creation will have freedom in front of it. Originality of mind will then be valued more highly than organizing gifts, as is the present position." For Kapitsa, that is, the shift that he believed must come from what he called coarse imitation to original science would be a movement from dogmatism to intellectual freedom. The bomb must have seemed to him a vital opportunity to demonstrate to the Soviet leadership what a significant contribution science could make. But between the physicist and his dream stood Lavrenti Beria. Comrade Beria, it is true, has the conductor's baton in his hands, Kapitsa wrote Stalin, again dangerously in November, pursuing his argument. That's fine, but all the same a scientist should play first violin. For the violin sets the tone for the whole orchestra. Comrade Beria's basic weakness is that the conductor ought not only to wave the baton, but also to understand the score. In this respect, Beria is weak. I told him straight out, Kapitsa added, "You don't understand physics. Let us scientists judge these matters." And to that he retorted that I knew nothing about people. After Kapitsa's assault, Beria asked Stalin if he could arrest him, which would certainly have been the physicist's death warrant. Stalin had begun to be wary of Beria's power. "I will remove him for you," the Soviet dictator responded, "but don't you touch him." In December, Stalin allowed Kapitsa to resign from the special committee. Through an intrigue arranged by Beria to which Stalin presumably acquiesced, Kapitsa, in August 1946, was stripped of his scientific positions, including his directorship of the Institute for Physical Problems, and placed under house arrest, where he languished for the next 8 years. Beria wanted a bomb that would be guaranteed to work, even if less efficiently than his scientists would prefer. He knew the American implosion design would work. It had already been tested twice. Once it had exploded on a tower in the New Mexican desert and turned night into day. The second time it had destroyed Nagasaki. The Council of Foreign Ministers met in London in September 1945 to continue the work of post-war settlement that the Allies had begun at Yalta and Potsdam. Secretary of State Jimmy Burns represented the United States, British Foreign Minister Ernest Bevin, Great Britain, Molotov, the Soviet Union. Burns meant to rely on the U.S. atomic bomb monopoly to lever concessions from the Soviets. To his surprise, Molotov was unmoved. Did Burns have an atomic bomb in his side pocket? Molotov asked the South Carolinian when Burns tried to push him. "You don't know Southerners," Burns attempted to joke. "We carry our artillery in our pocket. If you don't cut out all this stalling and let us get down to work, I'm going to pull an atomic bomb out of my hip pocket and let you have it." That night at a cocktail party, Molotov let the West have it. At one point of the occasion, a U.S. security officer reported afterward, Mr. Molotov was taking great delight in teasing Mr. Bevan, first on one thing and then on another. During the course of this badinage, Mr. Molotov stepped out of the room for a minute and then suddenly reappeared with the statement, "You know, we have the atomic bomb," whereupon the Soviet ambassador to Great Britain led Molotov from the room. Burns took Molotov's remark for evidence at best of interest in acquiring atomic weapons. Beria, Fuchs, Harry Gold, David Greenglass, or Julius Rosenberg would have recognized that Molotov was not bluffing. The Soviets did not literally have an atomic bomb, but they had the plans. They knew how to make one. Part 2. New weapons added to the arsenals. If atomic bombs are to be added as new weapons to the arsenals of a warring world, or to the arsenals of nations preparing for war, then the time will come when mankind will curse the names of Los Alamos and of Hiroshima. J. Robert Oppenheimer. 11. Transitions. Just when the Soviet Union began a crash program to build an atomic bomb, the American program essentially came to a grinding halt, Los Alamos experimental physicist Ramer Schreiber remembers. Schreiber, a handsome, confident man with warm blue eyes who grew up on an Oregon farm, had been one of the crew of scientists assigned to Tinian to assemble the first atomic bombs. Los Alamos was stopped by the time I got back, he says, which was early in September 1945. People were tidying up jobs. A few of the research projects were being finished up. We were about 50% staffed by the Special Engineering Detachment, enlisted men, and Navy officers and other military people. And of course, all they wanted was out. A lot of the civilian staff were just as eager to go out and take their newfound knowledge and go back and start the programs at their universities. So there really wasn't much useful work going on. It was a very severe transition period. If the atomic bomb had shocked the Japanese, it had also shocked America. Materializing from secrecy to such conquering effect, it seemed a mysterious and almost supernatural force. It was a new fact dropped into the world, a new understanding of man which man had acquired over nature, as I. Rabi called the first explosion at Trinity, and no one at first knew quite what to do with it. The discovery of how to release nuclear energy was a technological revolution, most of all a revolution in war. Like all revolutions, its meaning would not necessarily accord with hopes or theories or prophecies, but would reveal itself over time as individuals and governments maneuvered to exploit its energies and adapt it to their goals. The scientists who worked on the bomb also materialized from secrecy and found it necessary to explain themselves. It kind of felt like you were caught out in the street without any clothes on, Schreiber recalls. I mean, we were so accustomed to having this all so hush-hush, to have it all out in public took a little getting used to. That was also the time one realized that it would be impossible to simply say, those are fine gadgets, they ended the war, and now let's just lock everything up and forget about it. Really, one had to live with this situation from here on. But even that seemingly obvious conclusion was debatable. We all felt that, like the soldiers, we had done our duty, Hans Bethe writes, and deserved to return to the type of work that we had chosen as our life's career, the pursuit of pure science and teaching. Moreover, it was not obvious that there was any need for a large effort on atomic weapons in peacetime. Ernest Lawrence, James Chadwick, Niels Bohr, Enrico Fermi, University of Chicago Metallurgical Laboratory Director Arthur Compton, and Robert Oppenheimer had attended a dinner with General Groves at Los Alamos before the end of the war, where post-war developments had been discussed. Groves had worried about maintaining U.S. military strength in peacetime. People had talked about developing nuclear power. And Fermi, Oppenheimer writes, said thoughtfully, "I think it would be nice if we could find a cure for the common cold." Beta went back to Cornell University. Fermi accepted a professorship at the University of Chicago, where he had worked during the war. Both men continued to serve Los Alamos as consultants. Richard Feynman, who had driven his roommate Klaus Fuchs's old Buick down to Albuquerque the previous June, in the midst of the final effort to finish the bombs, to keep vigil with his young wife Arlene while she died of tuberculosis, found himself lost between worlds. Before he left Los Alamos, he had thought about what the bomb meant and had made some notes. He had calculated that little boys in mass production would cost about as much as B-29s. No monopoly, he had written, no defense, and no security until we have control on a world level. Other peoples are not being hindered in the development of the bomb by any secrets we are keeping. Soon they will be able to do to Columbus, Ohio, and hundreds of cities like it, what we did to Hiroshima. And we scientists are clever, too clever. Are you not satisfied? Is 4 square miles in one bomb not enough? Men are still thinking, just tell us how big you want it. The 26-year-old widower may have seen too much of death. He sat in a bar in Manhattan one afternoon in the months after the war, looking out the window at all the people going by and shaking his head, thinking how sad it was that they didn't realize they had only a few years to live. On Beta's recommendation, Cornell snapped him up, but creative work eluded him in that time of grieving until he took to heart the advice that the Hungarian mathematician John von Neumann had tendered him at Los Alamos during the war. "We used to go for walks on Sunday," Feynman recalls. "We'd walk in the canyons. It was a great pleasure. And von Neumann gave me an interesting idea, that you don't have to be responsible for the world that you're in. He had not been able to fix Arlene. Why should he presume he could fix the world?" Robert Oppenheimer had directed the work at Los Alamos to spectacular success, but after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he seems to have fallen into a period of doubt and even of guilt. Tall, rail-thin, chain-smoking, an extraordinary man, as a colleague would describe him in 1947, who worked very hard and always seemed to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Oppenheimer faltered for a time between personal burden and visionary advocacy. "You will believe that this undertaking has not been without its misgivings," he wrote an old friend 2 weeks after the end of the war. "They are heavy on us today, when the future, which has so many elements of high promise, is yet only a stone's throw from despair." He had supported and even promoted using the bombs. "We were concerned," he told an audience a year later. "We were rightly and somewhat desperately concerned that these weapons should be manifest to all men to see and understand, that they might know what future war would be. It would not have been a better world if the unrealized possibility of these terrible weapons had been a secret shadow on our future." Edward Teller had carried a petition into Oppenheimer's Los Alamos office in July 1945 opposing use, and had come away bearing just that message, advising the petitioner, his fellow Hungarian Leo Szilard, that "Our only hope is in getting the facts of our results before the people. This might help to convince everybody that the next World War would be fatal. For this purpose, actual combat use might even be the best thing." The advice was pure Oppenheimer, and for the rest of his life Teller would resent having parroted it, even claiming in old age that doing so had been a ruse. "Not very nice, but we had censorship in Los Alamos, and I felt sure that Oppenheimer would see the letter, and I did not care to contradict Oppenheimer too strongly." In fact, Teller sent the letter to Oppenheimer for approval with an obsequious cover note. The weekend after the Nagasaki bombing, Oppenheimer met at Los Alamos with the 3 other members of the scientific panel, Lawrence, Arthur Compton, and Fermi, that advised the interim committee that Harry Stimson, the Secretary of War, had assembled to consider the post-war disposition of the atomic enterprise. Lawrence found Oppenheimer weary, guilty, and depressed, wondering if the dead at Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not luckier than the survivors, whose exposure to the bombs would have lifetime effects. The 4 men worked to prepare a letter that went to Stimson on August 17th. It warned that the new weapon that seemed so absolute in monopoly would eventually, when it got around, pose a threat not only to an enemy but also to the United States. We are convinced, the scientists wrote, that weapons quantitatively and qualitatively far more effective than now available will result from further work on these problems. Nevertheless, we have grave doubts that this further development can contribute essentially or permanently to the prevention of war. We believe that the safety of this nation cannot lie wholly or even primarily in its scientific or technical prowess. It can be based only on making future wars impossible. If the letter was not clear enough on the urgency of a political solution, Oppenheimer personally carried it to Washington at the end of the month and elaborated on its message to whoever would listen, as he reported to Lawrence. I had an opportunity to explain in more detail than was appropriate in a letter what our common feelings were in this all-important thing. I emphasized, of course, that all of us would earnestly do whatever was really in the national interest, no matter how desperate and disagreeable, but that we felt reluctant to promise that much real good could come of continuing the atomic bomb work, just like poison gases after the last war. In the end, this will have to be based on a national policy which is intelligible in its broad outlines to the men who are doing the work. I do not come away from, that is, I still feel, a profound grief and a profound perplexity about the course we should be following. Before he left Washington, Oppenheimer heard from Jimmy Burns that, in the present critical international situation, there was no alternative to pushing the program full steam ahead. Oppenheimer disagreed. During September and October, he communicated his disagreement forcefully to officials at the highest levels of the U.S. government. He was certainly secure in his conviction, but he was also inevitably gauging the political influence of his authority as the magus who had guided the invention of the miraculous bombs. From obscurity before the war and invisibility during the war years, he would soon appear in Time magazine, celebrated as the smartest of the lot. On September 24th, the 41-year-old physicist met with Acting Secretary of State Dean Acheson and Stimson aide George L. Harrison. Dr. Oppenheimer philosophized at great length about the work of the scientists. Harrison dictated afterward for the record, their objectives, their prejudices, and their hopes. There is distinct opposition on their part to doing any more work on any bomb. He says that much of the restiveness in his laboratory is not so much due to the delay in atomic energy legislation as to a feeling of uncertainty as to whether they are going to be asked to continue perfecting the bomb against the dictates of their hearts and spirits. This is true particularly in terms of a better one, but the feeling persists even as to continuing the manufacture of the present one. Mr. Acheson seemed much interested in this. A tough-minded patriot, Acheson took the threat of a revolt of the scientists in stride. Harrison caught on and started filling behind him the hole Oppenheimer was opening. After he shepherded the physicist to a meeting with Robert Patterson, the Undersecretary of War, he advised Patterson to talk to Groves and obtain his views, which are quite different from those of the scientists. A month later, Oppenheimer got a chance to present his case to the president himself. Intricate urbanite and blustery farmer, Harvard elitist and Midwestern autodidact, they repelled each other snappishly. In the winter of 1945 to 46, Oppenheimer told an interviewer 2 decades later, hysteria centered on our hypercryptic power and the hope of retaining it. I saw President Truman and he told me he wanted help in getting domestic legislation through. The first thing is to define the national problem, he said, then the international. I said, perhaps it would be best first to define the international problem. I feel we have blood on our hands, Oppenheimer remembered adding, and Truman replying, never mind, it'll all come out in the wash. Closer to their meeting, Truman still felt indignant at Oppenheimer's presumption, writing Acheson in 1946 that Oppenheimer was a crybaby scientist who came to my office and spent most of his time wringing his hands and telling me they had blood on them because of the discovery of atomic energy. It was Truman, after all, who had decided to drop the bomb and had blood on his hands. Truman's indignation disguised his own great uneasiness about bombs that destroyed entire cities. In the last days of the war, Los Alamos had cast a 3rd plutonium core for shipment out to Tinian, where a Fat Man high-explosive assembly was ready to receive it. Truman decided not to authorize its use and told his cabinet why. Secretary of Commerce Henry Wallace noted the president's reason in his diary. Truman said he had given orders to stop the atomic bombing. He said the thought of wiping out another 100,000 people was too horrible. He didn't like the idea of killing, as he said, all those kids. In October, not long before his confrontation with Oppenheimer, already impatient with Soviet intransigence in Eastern Europe, Truman had complained to his budget director, Harold D. Smith, "There are some people in the world who do not seem to understand anything except the number of divisions you have." Smith had rejoined in the Jimmy Burns mode, "Mr. President, you have an atomic bomb up your sleeve." And Truman had concluded somberly, "Yes, but I am not sure it can ever be used." Oppenheimer decided to leave Los Alamos and return to teaching and research. He had offers from at least Columbia, the Institute for Advanced Study, Berkeley, Caltech, and Harvard. He chose Caltech, but he soon found himself traveling to Washington almost weekly as the government discovered his talent for advice. On his last day as director, October 16th, at an outdoor ceremony that nearly everyone on the Mesa attended, he received a certificate of appreciation for the laboratory from Groves on behalf of the Secretary of War, expressed pride in the work the laboratory had done, and then shadowed the bright day with strong words about the potential consequences. Today, that pride must be tempered with a profound concern, he told the men and women who had teased the prepotent mechanisms into existence. If atomic bombs are to be added as new weapons to the arsenals of a warring world, or to the arsenals of nations preparing for war, then the time will come when mankind will curse the names of Los Alamos and of Hiroshima. The peoples of this world must unite, or they will perish. By their works, he said, they were committed to a world united before this common peril in law and in humanity. That the peril of atomic war was common to all the nations of the world was an idea Niels Bohr had brought to Los Alamos. The charismatic Oppenheimer was fast becoming Bohr's spokesman. Was there, in fact, opposition at Los Alamos to working on the bomb, as Oppenheimer had warned Acheson and Patterson? Most of the civilian staff at the laboratory signed a public statement early in September warning of the danger of an atomic arms race and urging efforts at international control, but that is not the same thing as opposition. Norris Bradbury, the vigorous, Berkeley-trained Navy physicist whom Oppenheimer nominated in September to take over the laboratory's direction, offered the only report of opposition the record contains, and it sounds like Oppenheimer's. There was one school of thought, Bradbury said, which held that Los Alamos should become a monument, a ghost laboratory, and that all work on the military use of atomic energy should cease. Anyone who might have been opposed was free to go, of course, and presumably, like Oppenheimer, did so. Those who stayed remember primarily confusion and insecurity. There was continual uncertainty about the future, says John Manley, who had helped Oppenheimer organize and run the place. It was a miserable time. Manley recalls that Oppenheimer thought I should leave at the end of the war. I didn't take his advice. Whatever he was advising privately, in formal council, Oppenheimer stressed the need for continuity. As two British observers reported, Oppenheimer made it clear that any large exodus would be a limitation on the future freedom of action of the project and should be avoided. Edward Teller remembers Oppenheimer encouraging him to leave. The first team was going, Oppenheimer needled his fractious colleague. Teller did not want to see Los Alamos close up shop. Beta proposed he consider taking over the theoretical division, and Teller poured out his frustrations. In this conversation, Beta remembers, for the first time in my recollection, he expressed himself as terribly pessimistic about relations with Russia. He was terribly anti-communist, terribly anti-Russian. Teller said we had to continue research on nuclear weapons. It was really wrong of us all to want to leave. The war was not over, and Russia was just as dangerous an enemy as Germany had been. Without question, Edward Teller was consistently and vocally anti-communist throughout his long life. Reading Arthur Koestler's Darkness at Noon at Los Alamos soon after the laboratory opened its doors in the spring of 1943 finished the process of determining him in that conviction. But he also had a personal stake in seeing Los Alamos continue its work post-war. He had passionately championed the development of a thermonuclear explosive, a superbomb based on hydrogen fusion that might be 100 or 1,000 times more destructive than the atomic bombs had been, since Enrico Fermi first suggested the idea to him at Columbia University one afternoon in September 1941. And about the superbomb in particular, the scientific leaders of the Manhattan Project were clear. Although the scientific panel in its report to Stimson on August 17th found quite favorable technical prospects of the realization of the superbomb, Oppenheimer told George Harrison the next day that, in Harrison's paraphrase, the scientists prefer not to do that unless ordered or directed to do so by the government on the grounds of national policy. In a long report finished on September 28th proposing research and development in the field of atomic energy, the scientific panel recommended that no such effort comparable to the Manhattan Project should be invested in the thermonuclear problem at the present time, but that the existence of the possibility should not be forgotten, and that interest in the fundamental questions involved should be maintained, which translated meant research into the basic physics of thermonuclear fusion, but no development. Arthur Compton put the matter even more plainly in a letter to Henry Wallace summarizing the panel's findings. "We feel that this development should not be undertaken," Compton wrote, "primarily because we should prefer defeat in war to a victory obtained at the expense of the enormous human disaster that would be caused by its determined use." The Nobel laureate physicist suggested reassessing the question in 10 years, that is, in 1955. Perhaps there may be then an international government adequate to make its development under world auspices safe or perhaps unnecessary for further consideration. Even Groves, according to Oppenheimer, thought his mandate did not reach so far. General Groves told me very briefly that he had been told by Burns that with things as they were, the work at Los Alamos ought to continue, but this did not apply to the super. Fermi knew that Teller, who had led thermonuclear research at Los Alamos during the war, disagreed with the scientific panel's findings, and encouraged the Hungarian physicist to write him a letter of record summarizing his position. Teller did so on October 31st. In 1944, Teller had briefed James Bryant Conant on the superbomb. Conant, who was supervising atomic bomb development, reported following that briefing that a hydrogen bomb was probably at least as distant now as was the fission bomb when I first heard of the enterprise. That estimate, between 4 and 5 years, was already optimistic compared to the estimate generally accepted at Los Alamos, partly because the thermonuclear looked like a hard case, partly because fission bombs would have to be better understood and considerably improved before they could be made efficient enough, hot enough, to serve as thermonuclear detonators. Now, in late 1945, framing his dissent, Teller altered his estimate, formulating for the first time in a report many of the arguments for pursuing technological security that he would elaborate through the decades to come. When could the first superbomb be tried out? The Hungarian physicist asked rhetorically. He answered with 2 numbers, the second an early example of what has come to be called threat inflation. It is my belief that 5 years is a conservative estimate of this time. This assumes that the development will be pursued with some vigor. The job, however, may be much easier than expected and may take no more than 2 years. In considering future dangers, it is important not to disregard this eventuality. How soon could another country produce such a bomb? Faster than the United States, apparently, despite his adopted country's lead. The time needed may not be much longer than the time needed by them to produce an atomic bomb. What about moral objections? They were meaningless before the onrush of technology. There is, among my scientific colleagues, some hesitancy as to the advisability of this development on the grounds that it might make the international problems even more difficult than they are now. My opinion is that this is a fallacy. If the development is possible, it is out of our powers to prevent it. Teller thought defensive measures such as the dispersal of cities might prove effective against atomic bombs, but very much less so against superbombs. He could not yet offer detailed plans for the peaceful use of thermonuclear explosives, but I consider it a certainty that the superbomb will allow us to extend our power over natural phenomena far beyond anything we can at present imagine. By the time he wrote his letter to Fermi, Teller had already talked to Norris Bradbury about the future of the lab. I said we either should make a great effort to build a hydrogen bomb in the shortest possible time, or develop new models of fission explosives and speed progress by at least a dozen weapons tests a year. Bradbury knew he would have his hands full simply keeping Los Alamos alive. At the moment it was foundering in legal limbo. The authority of the U.S. Army had officially terminated with the war, and Congress was then in the midst of debating what legal entity might assume it. The new director told Teller neither of his programs was realistic. Teller decided to leave. I was not willing to work without backing, he writes. He had an offer to go with Fermi to the University of Chicago. Oppenheimer encouraged him, telling him, "You are doing the right thing." At a farewell party, Oppenheimer added, "We have done a wonderful job here, and it will be many years before anyone can improve on our work in any way." The insensitivity of Oppenheimer's remark rankled Teller, as its ambiguity confused him. He quoted it repeatedly in the years to come, always to demonstrate its lack of foresight. It might have meant the Russians will not soon build a bomb, or it might have meant the Oppenheimer team had accomplished in fission weapons what a Teller team could not soon improve in fusion. Teller would read it both ways. It was obvious and clear to me, he concluded, that Oppenheimer did not want to support further weapons work in any way. Teller left for Chicago in February 1946. How many years it would be before anyone matched the work of the Manhattan Project was crucial to the question of what role Los Alamos should play now that the war was over. Though good intelligence was lacking on where the Soviet project stood, no one in authority felt much urgency. The public statement that the Los Alamos civilian staff had signed in September had argued, "The development of the atomic bomb has involved no new fundamental principles or concepts. It consisted entirely in the application and extension of information which was known throughout the world before intensive work started. Furthermore, deposits of basic materials for atomic bombs have been found, even before the war, in many parts of the world, and new deposits will undoubtedly be discovered. It is therefore highly probable that with sufficient effort, other countries, who may in fact be well underway at this moment, could develop an atomic bomb within a few years." Henry Stimson had commented similarly in an August 29th memorandum to Truman on atomic arms control that U.S. possession of the atomic bomb would almost certainly stimulate feverish activity on the part of the Soviets toward the development of this bomb, and there is evidence to indicate that such activity may have already commenced. Citing scientific authority, Stimson told Truman that it is as certain as any future pronouncement can be that the method of manufacture of these bombs, as now known by the United States, cannot be preserved as a secret from other nations beyond a relatively short time. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, Joint Intelligence Staff, in a report on Soviet capabilities, quantified that short time in November 1945. The intelligence staff found that Soviet control of Eastern Europe would probably remain high during the next several years, that the Soviet economy will probably remain incapable of alone supporting a major war during the next 5 years, and that the Soviet Union was therefore likely to avoid the risk of such a war during that period. But, concluded the intelligence staff, the Soviets are believed to be capable of developing atomic weapons within 5 to 10 years, and will make every effort to do so as soon as possible. This conclusion, so much more conservative than that of the young Los Alamos scientists, followed from a pessimistic assessment of Soviet industrial capability. The evidence in Soviet industrial history, the military intelligence staff believed, does not warrant the assumptions that the USSR can accomplish the research, planning, and designing stages with modern technical efficiency, that they can execute a huge construction program without appreciable delays, or that they will be able to promptly eliminate the bugs in initial production which impede full-scale manufacture. Of even these conservative conclusions, Groves was not convinced. The Manhattan Project commander asked his assistant, Brigadier General T.F. Farrell, to review the question of Soviet capability with some of the industrialists and engineers who had developed the uranium isotope separation installations for the Manhattan Project at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Farrell reported back on October 12, 1945, that, starting now in an all-out effort, the Soviet Union could successfully make an atomic bomb in a relatively few years. The likeliest Soviet approach, Dobie Keith of the Kellex Corporation thought, was plutonium production via an operation like Hanford. Another Kellex man thought the Soviets would develop uranium isotope separation by gaseous diffusion, which a third Kellex man thought they could achieve within 3.5 years. But Groves held out for a much longer interval of U.S. atomic monopoly. Whenever asked, year by year after the war, he always said, 20 years. Groves based his argument partly on an extremely conservative assessment of world resources of high-grade uranium ore and the Combined Development Trust's success at cornering the existing world reserves of that ore. In April 1944, Alvin Weinberg remembers, Los Alamos physicist Philip Morrison had reported that not more than 20,000 tons of uranium was in sight in the whole world. It was generally assumed within the Manhattan Project, says Weinberg, that separated plutonium-239 and uranium-235 was always going to be rare and expensive. One reason why nuclear power generation, even for military applications such as driving submarines, appeared to be a distant prospect in 1945. Groves forwarded a slightly more generous estimate of world resources to Ernest Lawrence in Berkeley a few days after the end of the war. 20,000 tons of ore of 10% or better uranium content in sight, 50,000 tons presumptive, 30,000 tons of 0.1 to 10% ore in sight, 100,000 presumptive, and 400,000 tons of 0.05 to 0.07% ore presumptive, with lower percentage ore essentially unlimited, but noted sourly, I have no confidence in these figures. Footnote: uranium at low percentages is ubiquitous in the Earth's crust, which is why so many houses have radon in their basements. Radon, a gaseous product of the radioactive decay of uranium, seeps from stone foundations. End footnote. Groves understood that ore supplies were plentiful at lower percentages for any country which chose to invest in refining them. Far more significant from his point of view was what he believed to be the primitive state of Soviet industrial technology. The Soviet Union, he wrote dismissively in the Saturday Evening Post in 1948, simply does not have enough precision industry, technical skill, or scientific numerical strength to come even close to duplicating the magnificent achievement of the American industrialists, skilled labor, engineers, and scientists who made the Manhattan Project a success. Industrially, Russia is primarily a heavy industry nation. She uses axle grease where we use fine lubricating oils. It is an ox cart versus automobile situation. Soviet mistrustfulness would get in the way as well, Groves thought. If the U.S. had shipped the complete blueprints of the Manhattan Project to Russia on VJ Day, they would waste a couple of years searching suspiciously for a gimmick in the plans, which they would be confident some American had fiendishly inserted to assure Russia the privilege of blowing herself off the map. He was more right than he knew, but his timetable was off. A fair portion of the complete blueprints had been shipped well before victory in Japan, and the couple of years that Stalin's and Berия's suspicions had cost the Soviets had already expired. Nor was Soviet technological and industrial ability taken seriously elsewhere within the U.S. government in the late 1940s. Herbert York, who worked on electromagnetic isotope separation at Oak Ridge as a graduate physics student during the war, remembers a joke popular in Washington in those days. The Russians couldn't deliver an atomic bomb in a suitcase, the joke went, because they didn't know how to make a suitcase. Norris Bradbury's vigorous advocacy saved Los Alamos. He was a very complex man, Raymer Schreiber describes him. In outward appearance, he was not particularly impressive. Medium build, rather on the skinny side if he kept his tendency toward a potbelly under control. Rather craggy features, hair short, grayish blonde and sparse, clothes casual and tending toward bagginess. Even in casual conversation, he was not very exciting. He was not good at small talk, but when he was on laboratory business, the words came out pell-mell, and his brain generated them faster than he could articulate. He could also sit back patiently and let people argue at great length. He was no orator, but spoke with quiet self-confidence. Bradbury encouraged people to stay. He told them they were needed. The use of nuclear energy may be so catastrophic for the world that we should know every extent of its pathology, he said. How bad can this bomb be? One studies cancer. One does not expect or want to contract it, but the whole impact of cancer on the race is such that we must know its unhappy extent. So it is with nuclear energy released in this form. It can be a terrible thing. We cannot hide our head in the sand. We must know how terrible it is. He told them the nation needed the bomb. The project cannot neglect the stockpiling or the development of atomic weapons in this interim period. Strongly as we suspect that these weapons will never be used, much as we dislike the implications contained in this procedure, we have an obligation to the nation never to permit it to be in the position of saying it has something which it has not got. The world now knows we have a weapon. How many or how good it does not know. To weaken the nation's bargaining power in the next few months during the administration's attempt to bring about international cooperation would be suicidal. As a technician, Bradbury was offended by the crudeness of the weapons they had designed. We had only scratched the surface of atomic bombs, he would recall. We had, to put it bluntly, lousy bombs. We had a set of bombs which were totally wrongly matched to the production empire. They would go to work engineering a new weapon whose aims should be increased reliability, ease of assembly, safety, and performance. In short, a better weapon. Possibly in 6 months, possibly in a year, maybe in a few years, weaponeering will stop. But our present lead is our chief weapon in procuring a peace. We must not lose it until that peace and that cooperation is established. In the meantime, they would stockpile the current Fat Man up to a number of 15, but they would develop internal modifications, possibly in the method of fusing, almost certainly in the method of detonating. They would also develop a levitated model, consistent with the recommendations of the Interim Committee Scientific Panel, but not with the moral qualms Compton had expressed. Bradbury proposed that the fundamental experiments leading to the answer to the question, is or is not a superfeasible, be undertaken. These experiments are of interest in themselves in many cases, but even more, we cannot avoid the responsibility of knowing the facts, no matter how terrifying. The word feasible is a weasel word. It covers everything from laboratory experiments up to the possibility of actual building, for only by building something do you actually finally determine feasibility. This does not mean we will build a super. It couldn't happen in our time in any event. But someday, someone must know the answer. Is it feasible? So Los Alamos had a new leader and a program, and a staff of several thousand younger men and women, about half its wartime complement. They would get busy again working on improvements. Bradbury set everyone to work writing down what he or she had learned during the war. The resulting multi-volume series of technical reports became a significant historical record of the development of the first atomic bombs. By October 1945, Los Alamos had procured hardware, but not uranium, plutonium, or initiators, sufficient for 60 bombs, and had begun developing an improved implosion design with a levitated composite core. Maybe the lab would survive. The urgent long sittings in Moscow of September and October gave way to action. It was necessary to employ more and more people and to choose the staff for work on the nuclear enterprises, Mikhail Pervyukin recalled. There was no nuclear industry as such, and there were no trained personnel for it. But we had chemists, metallurgists, and other specialists. We needed engineers and workers for the nuclear enterprise. We explained to people that we needed them for a new field that was very important to the state. Not everyone understood immediately. It was difficult to negotiate with ministers. "You are taking our people from us," they would say, "while we have our own tasks to do, our own state plans. We will not give away our people." In such cases, the Central Committee apparatus was very helpful. It was their job to explain everything in the right way and to attract the necessary people. On the scientific front as well, Igor Golovin writes, "Every institute capable of helping solve the atomic problem was called upon to mobilize its scientific resources and contribute under an integrated scientific plan. New institutes were brought into being to develop research that had not existed before the war, for example, uranium and plutonium metallurgy. The task they faced was daunting. Yesterday I met the physicists and the radiochemists from the Radium Institute. Boris Vanikov, who was responsible under Beria for the industrial part of the enterprise, told one of his deputies in September, "For the present, we are still speaking different languages. Or, more precisely, they are speaking while I blink. We engineers are used to touching everything with our hands and seeing everything with our eyes, and in extreme cases a microscope will help. But here it is powerless. It makes no difference. You won't see an atom, and even less will you see what is hidden inside it. And on the basis of this invisible and intangible thing, we have to build factories and organize industrial production." They pushed ahead. Avril Harriman in Moscow later that autumn reported a Soviet contact with a Westinghouse engineer that offered possible indications that the USSR is studying equipment for the manufacture of the A-bomb. In September, Soviet troops had occupied Japanese mining sites in North Korea and had begun a preliminary survey of the ores found there, which included useful sources of uranium and thorium. On November 19th, a reliable source in Czechoslovakia cabled the U.S. State Department that the Czechoslovakian government has been officially requested to furnish uranium ore to the Soviet government. The Soviet Union concluded a secret agreement with Czechoslovakia on November 23rd, granting it exclusive rights to all uranium mined within the country, and began expanding mining around Yakimov, the old site in the Ore Mountains where the ores were dug from which uranium was first isolated in 1789. Marie and Pierre Curie had extracted the first polonium and radium from Yakimov ores. U-238 decays to radium and polonium along the way to becoming lead. Czechoslovakia would get part of the radium recovered from the ore in return. Under Soviet supervision, 64 German, presumably Nazi, political prisoners first worked the Czech mines in 1946, increasing to nearly 12,000 in 1953, by that time all Czech. The Czech government organized some 17 forced labor camps at its mines over the years. Czech ore deposits met about 15% of Soviet uranium requirements through 1950. Soviet geologists also began extensive exploration throughout the USSR and found additional deposits in southwestern Siberia. By Groves's standards, the Siberian ore was of low quality, but the Soviets sorted out the best pieces by hand during mining and concentrated the material to 1% or better locally before shipping it to the refinery. Domestic sources met about one-third of Soviet uranium needs through 1950. Although the first F-1 reactor at Kurchatov's Laboratory No. 2 was still in the planning stage, a government commission in October inspected and approved a location east of the Urals for the Soviet Hanford, where the first big plutonium production reactor and extraction facility would be built. The Chelyabinsk tractor plant in Chelyabinsk province, Kurchatov's ancestral home, had merged during the war with the evacuated Kharkov diesel works and parts of the Leningrad Kirov plant to become a major tank production complex known popularly as Tankograd. To supply the complex and dozens of other armament works in the area, a huge new power station had gone up in 1942, from which electricity could be drawn. Chelyabinsk province, particularly around the small town of Kishtim, was also a major gulag station, with some 12 labor camps in the area. In November 1945, site studies began for the plutonium production complex, to be known as Chelyabinsk 40, some 15 miles east of Kishtim, in the area around Lake Kiziltash in the upper drainage basin of the Teka River. The first buildings for what would become a city, Beria, it was gloomily named, also went up that month. There were 4 gulags in the immediate area of the site, 3 for men, 1 for women. Prisoners started cutting down forests by hand. Army tanks fitted with bulldozer blades graded out roads. In September 1945, Lavrenti Beria appointed Pavel Sudoplatov, an NKVD officer who had previously specialized in organizing assassinations, including Trotsky's, and guerrilla warfare, to head a new Department S. S for Sudoplatov, Sudoplatov claims. Beria charged the new department with reviewing, translating, and communicating to Soviet scientists the vast information collected on the Anglo-American atomic bomb program that only Kurchatov and a few select assistants, including Hariton, had been allowed to see before. According to the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, the successor agency to Soviet intelligence, Sudoplatov's department had no direct contact with the agent's network, and Sudoplatov himself had access to atomic problems during a relatively brief period of time, a mere 12 months, that is, from September 1945 to September 1946. Sudoplatov evidently initiated almost immediately an ad hoc, bungled NKVD attempt to extract technical information from Niels Bohr, who had returned from the United States to his institute in Copenhagen immediately after the end of the war in Europe. The NKVD officer's recollection of the incident, recorded late in life, is garbled, and his co-author's attempts to clarify it in the 1994 book Special Tasks garbled it further and, not incidentally, libeled Bohr. Bohr did inadvertently communicate information of use to the Soviet program, but the information he communicated came from the Smith Report, a public source, and its value was a consequence of General Groves's attempts to suppress sensitive technical information from one edition of that report to the next. The Smith Report, the detailed report on the science behind the Manhattan Project, was released to the press in a lithoprint edition reproduced from a typed manuscript. The xenographic copier had not yet been invented, on August 11, 1945. 6 copies of that first edition went to TASS, the Soviet news agency, in mid-August. TASS immediately passed this compendium of valuable information about the U.S. bomb program to Soviet intelligence. Princeton University Press then published a typeset, hardbound edition of the Smith Report titled Atomic Energy for Military Purposes on September 1st. Copies of the Princeton edition also went to Soviet intelligence, which was preparing a translation. Between the lithoprint and typeset editions, however, a significant change occurred. General Groves, remembers physicist and security advisor Arnold Kramish, was horrified to discover that the lithoprint version contained some items that he considered sensitive. They were deleted from the Princeton edition. The most important of these items was a single sentence. In spite of a great deal of preliminary study of fission products, an unforeseen poisoning effect of this kind very nearly prevents operation of the Hanford piles, as we shall see later. The sentence refers to the near disaster the plutonium production complex at Hanford, Washington faced on September 27, 1944, when its first big production reactor, the B pile, started up successfully, ran for about 12 hours, mysteriously died, started up again spontaneously after a delay, and 12 hours later began another decline. Princeton theoretician John Archibald Wheeler, on hand for the startup, worked out the problem in an all-night marathon review of fission physics. Uranium, 92, does not always break up into barium, 56, and krypton, 36. 56 plus 36 equals 92 when it fissions. It frequently breaks up into other fragment sizes instead. Iodine, 53, and yttrium, 39, for example. Wheeler realized that the high neutron flux of the B pile, the first large reactor built anywhere in the world, was creating a fission product that was poisoning the chain reaction by soaking up needed neutrons. After working through the possibilities, he decided on iodine-135, a radioactive isotope of iodine, and calculated that it would decay with a half-life of about 6 hours into a previously unknown daughter product, xenon-135, which had a 9-hour half-life. Wheeler estimated that xenon-135 had an appetite for pile neutrons that was a whopping 150 times as great as the most absorptive element previously known, cadmium, the metal of which the pile's control rods were made. The big production pile, it seemed, would start up normally and chain react. Fission would produce increasing quantities of iodine-135. The iodine would decay to xenon-135. As the xenon-135 built up, its atoms would absorb neutrons one for one, and slowly the pile would be poisoned until there were not enough free neutrons left circulating to sustain the chain reaction. The xenon-135 would then decay into a non-absorptive daughter product. The flux of free neutrons would build until finally the pile had enough neutrons circulating to begin chain reacting again, at which time the cycle would repeat. Xenon, Wheeler writes, had thrust itself in as an unexpected and unwanted extra control rod. The solution to the problem at Hanford was to increase the pile's reactivity by adding more uranium slugs until the sheer number of free neutrons available from fission overrode the poisoning effect. But that solution was only possible because the pile had been designed deliberately with a third again as many uranium channels drilled through its massive graphite block as calculations had indicated it needed. And such a generous margin of error had been possible in turn only because the United States had acquired ample supplies of uranium ore by 1944 and had mastered the production in quantity of highly purified graphite and of uranium metal. Had the B pile been designed with minimal tolerances, as someone might design a production reactor whose supplies of graphite and uranium were limited, it would have had to be completely rebuilt, delaying plutonium production by months or even years. All this science, engineering, and industry lay hidden behind that one fugitive sentence of Henry Smith's report, and Groves's deletion of the sentence from the typeset Princeton edition highlighted its importance as surely as if the general had waved a red flag. Yuli Hariton and Yakov Zeldovich had warned presciently in their March 7, 1940 paper on chain reaction kinetics that just such a problem might occur. As examples of such factors affecting criticality which need investigation, we may note the appearance of new nuclei capable of capturing neutrons in decay. Obviously, fission product poisoning of the Hanford reactor was a phenomenon Kurchatov needed to know more about as he began to design the first Soviet production reactor destined for Chelyabinsk-40. Which product caused the poisoning effect? At what stage of operation did it occur? How did the U.S. overcome it? On all these vital questions, the Smith report was silent. At some point during autumn 1945, someone within the Soviet atomic bomb establishment noticed the discrepancy. Evidently, he or she did so prior to Sutoplatov's Bohr caper. Department S was responsible for translating the Smith report. Its technical editor, comparing the two American editions sentence by sentence, was probably the first to notice the discrepancy. In his 1994 memoir, Sutoplatov remembered the issue of reactor poisoning in garbled form. A pivotal moment in the Soviet nuclear program occurred in November 1945, he writes. The first Soviet nuclear reactor had been built, sick, but all attempts to put it into operation ended in failure, sick, and there had been an accident with plutonium, sick. How to solve the problem? Shortly after the end of the war, Bohr had publicly expressed his hope that the scientific knowledge developed in the United States during the Manhattan Project years would be shared internationally as part of an agreement to forestall an atomic arms race. Superficially, Bohr's position on secrecy sounded like the argument that NKVD agents had used to prospect successfully for espionage in Britain and America during the war. To people of Beria's and Sutoplatov's mentality, Bohr's vision of an open world pioneered by scientific sharing seemed an appeal for collaboration. We decided to turn to Bohr, Sutoplatov recalls. We took a young worker from my Department S, a young theoretical physicist, and we sent him to Bohr. Denmark at the time had recently been liberated from the Germans by the Red Army. Sick, Denmark was still under German occupation on VE Day, and attitudes in general to Soviet Russians were especially warm. The young Soviet physicist, Yakov Petrovich Terletsky, had been drafted into service with the NKVD from outside the Soviet atomic bomb program. As Terletsky tells the story, Sutoplatov drafted him with Beria's approval to review translations of the voluminous intelligence materials the NKVD had collected and to brief Kurchatov's scientists. It was Terletsky who learned, on his first day on the job, October 11, 1945, that some 10,000 pages of espionage materials lay on hand at the Lubyanka. These were photocopies of scientific reports typed on a typewriter, he writes. At the top of every report was a standard stamp from the American state security agencies warning that the report was secret. After only 4 days of reviewing this unfamiliar material, Terletsky's specialty was statistical physics, not nuclear physics. The young scientist was ordered to report to the Bomb Project Technical Council on what he had learned. He was warned not to reveal the source of his information. He was to say it came from a fictitious Bureau No. 2, implying a parallel bomb program. Most of the scientists and managers who were members of the Technical Council knew at least informally of the extensive NKVD collections, however. Few would have been fooled. The Bohr caper followed a week after Terletsky's Technical Council report, when a messenger rousted him from sleep on a Saturday night and drove him to the Lubyanka for a meeting with Beria that never materialized. Sutoplatov turned up instead and asked Terletsky if he knew Niels Bohr. What physicist didn't know Bohr? Terletsky writes with literal-minded incredulity. From further hints, it became clear that a meeting was to take place with Niels Bohr. I was sent home and warned that I should maintain readiness and not leave town, even on Sunday. But where would I have gone at that time anyway? The following week, Sutoplatov briefed Terletsky in detail. He would meet with Bohr in Copenhagen and ask him questions about the American project. Sutoplatov imagined that Bohr was inclined against the Americans, and it could be expected that he would help us. Kapitsa would supply a letter of introduction. Terletsky met with Kapitsa, who pointedly advised him not to ask Bohr many questions, but to listen to what Bohr had to say. Before he left for Copenhagen, Terletsky had his worn-out wartime clothes replaced with NKVD tailoring, starting with underwear at some top-secret tailor's shop, and met with Lavrenti Beria. To get to Beria's office, Terletsky remembers, he had to pass through a room filled with armed officers who carefully looked us over, and then wait in an outer office, which reminded me of nothing so much as the dressing room adjoining a public bath, with Sudoplatov and other Department S representatives already at hand, and a 400-pound torture specialist and Beria confidant named Bogdan Kabul. Egg-shaped, Terletsky calls him. The gang filled the time joking about the hot Scandinavian girls Terletsky was likely to meet. Finally, Beria received them. When we entered, Beria got up from behind his desk, which was deep within an enormous room, and went up to a large conference table. Then I was introduced to the People's Commissar. He was of average height, aging, with a skull that narrowed slightly toward the top, with severe features and no shadow of warmth or a smile. Beria did not give the impression I had expected from seeing his portraits before, of a young, energetic member of the intelligentsia wearing a pince-nez. Everyone sat down at the big conference table. In the middle of the table was a large, white marble ashtray in the shape of a polar bear with little ruby eyes. That was the only object on the long table, and it was obvious that no one used it. Beria questioned Terletsky about his background. He asked the young physicist and Sudoplatov how they envisioned their assignment. Terletsky says he was completely unclear as to what I was supposed to ask Bohr. Sudoplatov professed to have no idea. Then it emerged that Terletsky's English was too poor for conversation with Bohr, and that the NKVD officer who would be accompanying him, Lev Vasilyevsky, Sudoplatov's deputy, only knew French. Beria assigned a translator. Terletsky got the impression that no one had thought his mission through. To cobble together a list of questions, he writes, Beria summoned Vanikov, Vanikov's deputy, Avrami Savinyagan, and the scientists. Less than an hour later, Kurchatov, Hariton, Kikoin, and Artsimovich arrived at the Lubyanka. When Hariton heard that a novice like Terletsky was being sent to question Bohr, he told Beria bluntly that it would be better to send Zeldovich. He would worm all the fine points of the atomic problem out of Bohr, Terletsky remembers Hariton explaining. Beria cut him off, Terletsky continues, saying in his harsh Georgian accent, "We don't know who would worm more out of whom." Beria had no intention of sending someone out of the country who had knowledge of the Soviet program and who might be kidnapped or might defect. He ordered the scientists to prepare a list of questions. They went off to do so. In the hallway, Hariton tried to talk Terletsky out of the mission. Terletsky understood all too well that he had no choice but to go. Sudoplatov required Terletsky to memorize the questions the scientists had prepared and Beria had approved, and charged the naive young operative not to deviate from the list. Since writing down Bohr's answers might make the Danes suspicious, Terletsky was expected to memorize the answers as well. Off Terletsky, Vasilyevsky, and the translator went to Copenhagen, Terletsky marveling along the way not at the girls, but that the people on the streets were well dressed, the stores filled with goods, and all sorts of food, including sweets and fruits in abundance. A communist member of the Danish parliament approached Bohr and asked him to meet with Terletsky, telling him the Soviet physicist carried a letter from Kapitsa, Bohr's old colleague at Cambridge University, and wished to deliver it to Bohr in confidence. Bohr's response was blunt. He could not agree to secret arrangements of any kind. If a Soviet scientist wished to speak with him, the meeting would have to be open. Bohr immediately communicated the contact to British intelligence, which notified Groves. Terletsky in Copenhagen followed up with a letter on November 13th asking for an open meeting. Bohr agreed to meet the next morning. As a precaution, he asked his 24-year-old son Olga, also a physicist, to sit in with him, and stationed another son in an adjoining room with a pistol in case the Soviets had kidnapping in mind. Olga Bohr remembers the encounter. Terlecki brought with him a letter of introduction dated October 22, 1945, from Kapitsa. Kapitsa sent along recent scientific publications from his institute. The conversation with Terlecki first dealt with Kapitsa and other personal acquaintances among Russian physicists. Terlecki then raised some technical questions concerning atomic energy, to which my father answered that he was not acquainted with details, and referred Terlecki to the report recently published by the U.S., Smith Report. According to Terlecki, Niels Bohr talked at length about Lev Landau, with whose political safety he apparently continued to be concerned, and about preventing nuclear war, and gave the Soviet delegation a tour of his institute. Terlecki remembered vividly, 25 years later, Bohr saying that in his opinion all countries should have the atomic bomb, and Russia first of all. Only by extending this powerful weapon to other countries could we guarantee that it would not be used in the future. Bohr never once expressed such a reckless idea anywhere in the West, nor, it seems, did he promote nuclear proliferation to Terlecki. In Terlecki's contemporary notes of his questions and Bohr's answers, he quotes the Danish physicist on just this issue. In response to the question if there were any defenses against the atomic bomb, Bohr told him that only international cooperation, exchange of scientific discoveries, internationalization of the achievements of science can lead to the elimination of wars, and thus to the elimination of the very necessity to use the atomic bomb. This is the only rightful method of defense. All scientists believe that this greatest discovery must belong to all the nations and serve the unprecedented progress of humankind. Atomic energy, once discovered, cannot remain the asset of one nation, since a country which does not possess this secret can soon discover it independently. Independently, of course, does not mean giving the bomb away. Terlecki heard what he wanted to hear. He seems not to have understood the terms Bohr had set for the meeting. Only after the group finished the tour did he realize that he would not be allowed to talk to Bohr privately, without Olga present, and hastened to start on his list of questions. His allotted hour ended before he was finished. He was frantic. "I already knew what happened when you didn't obey Beria's orders," he writes, and Beria's orders were to ask Bohr all the questions on the list. Bohr must have understood the reason for Terlecki's discomfiture. He agreed to meet again on November 16th. Terlecki completed his questioning that Friday. The Niels Bohr interrogation, Sudoplatov christened the black comedy sarcastically. Then, says Terlecki, at his father's orders, Olga brought us a unique present, the report by Henry Smith. Terlecki thought in mid-November that the Smith report had only just been declassified and we were probably the first Soviet people to see it. Had Terlecki seen it in Moscow, he would have realized that the document answered most of the questions he had been assigned to ask Bohr. Ironically, Bohr had written Robert Oppenheimer on November 9th praising the decision to publish the account of the pioneer work, but wishing that further steps as regards release of information about purely scientific matters could soon be taken. Buried deep in Terlecki's list was the crucial question about reactor poisoning, placed there, Terlecki's account implies, by one of the scientists who made up the list. Question 15. Is there a process of slowing down the reactor due to the accumulation of waste from the fission of the light isotope of uranium? On the way back to the Soviet embassy from Bohr's institute, Terlecki conferred with the translator to reconstruct Bohr's answer. Answer. Pollution of the reactor with waste as the result of the fission of the light isotope of uranium takes place, but so far as I know, the Americans do not make special stops to clean the reactor. The reactor is cleaned when the uranium rods are removed for the extraction of plutonium. Bohr was no reactor expert. The reactor was never cleaned to remove xenon. It was enlarged to override the poisoning effect. Kurchatov got less information than he needed. But at least Bohr, having seen the lithoprint version of the Smith report where the information appeared, had confirmed that poisoning took place and that the problem had a solution. Further espionage might reveal the poisonous isotope. Bohr, for his part, promptly reported the episode to Danish, British, and U.S. security. Terletsky went back to digging through the vast Lubyanka accumulation, concluding correctly that Bohr told us nothing new beyond the Smith report. When he reported these disappointing results to Beria, the People's Commissar was disgusted. Terletsky says Beria interjected crude curses addressed to Bohr and Americans. Andrei Sakharov remembered that the British ally began serial publication of the Smith report early that winter. I would snatch up each new issue of the ally and scrutinize it minutely. Sakharov was a graduate student by then at FIAN, the Physics Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, studying under Igor Tamm. He was not yet a member of Kurchatov's team, but he did not go unnoticed. The Institute's staff got younger by the autumn of 1945, his engineering colleague L.V. Perovskaya remembers. The youths came back from the front. The women became livelier. We cleaned up as much as possible. The junk and old crates were thrown away. The age-old dirt was scrubbed off the parquet floor. The damned blackout curtains were pulled off. The windows were washed. The laboratories became light and spacious. Perovskaya and Sakharov together washed the enormous window at the end of the Institute's main corridor, and Sakharov was proud of his work. Now I've learned to wash windows, he told Perovskaya. This may come in handy. Here's a man who will always be himself, Perovskaya decided. The Russian translation of Atomic Energy for Military Purposes, edited by G.N. Ivanov, whose real name was G.N. Kolchenko, a member of the Department S staff, was published in Moscow ostensibly by the State Railway Transportation Publishing House in an edition of 30,000 copies on January 30th, 1946. The text followed the Princeton edition but included the deleted sentence on reactor poisoning. Arnold Kramish, by then on the staff of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, discovered the discrepancy in 1948, correctly concluding that at least one Soviet technical man has screened the Smith report in great detail, and it is very unlikely that some of the references which we have hoped maybe they won't notice have not been noticed. With particular regard to fission product poisoning, we must realize that that information most certainly has been compromised. With the discovery of fission, comments C.P. Snow, physicists became almost overnight the most important military resource a nation-state could call upon. Stalin still had his suspicions about his physicists, but he now arranged for their comforts. Kurchatov met with Stalin, Beria, and Molotov at the Kremlin late on the night of January 25, 1946, to discuss the bomb program. Kapitsa was on someone's mind that night, probably Beria's. Kurchatov notes chillingly that a question was asked about Ioffe, Alikhanov, Kapitsa, and FIAN director Sergei Vavilov, and about the utility of Kapitsa's work. Misgivings were expressed. Who were they working for, and to what were their activities directed? The good of the motherland or not? Stalin decisively rejected Kapitsa's proposal of an independent Soviet program, which the physicists had argued would be cheaper than the U.S. approach. In the course of the conversation, write Hariton and Smirnov, Stalin advised avoiding side issues or wasting time looking for inexpensive solutions to problems. He stressed that the work should be done on a broad front, on a Russian scale, and that he would give it full support. Stalin mentioned that our scientists are modest people and sometimes don't realize that they don't live well enough. Kurchatov noted at the meeting that, in respect to scientists, Stalin was concerned to improve their everyday conditions and to reward them for major achievements, for example, for the solution to our problem. He proposed that we report on the measures necessary to speed our work, to list everything that we need. Exiled geneticist Zores Medvedev comments, financial resources for science were increased sharply. The average salary for scientists was doubled or tripled, and in a country where food and consumer goods were still rationed, scientists found themselves in the highest privileged group. Almost half of the western part of the Soviet Union was in ruins, and the farmers of many destroyed villages lived in dugouts on the sites of their war-burnt homes, but scientists suddenly became the privileged elite of the country, their living standards having been raised much higher than the pre-war level. The new institutes multiplied like cells in a culture, and almost all demobilized soldiers who had a secondary education were absorbed by the enlarged network of higher technical schools and universities. The number of students, which was 817,000 just before the war, reached more than 1.5 million in 1948 to 1949. Our state has suffered very much, Kurchatov paraphrased Stalin in his notes on their January 25th meeting. Yet it is surely possible to ensure that several thousand people can live very well, and several thousand people better than very well, with their own dachas so that they can relax, and with their own cars. Stalin had a special gift for Igor Kurchatov. The Soviet dictator authorized building the project director a house on the grounds of Laboratory No. 2. An academician architect designed an elegant 8-room, 2-story Italianate structure with a classical pediment, large windows, parquet floors, marble fireplaces, fine wooden paneling, and a sweeping central stairway. Building began early in 1946 with Italian craftsmen imported to finish the interior. The Kurchatovs occupied the house the following November. In contrast to the usual shoddy socialist construction, the opulent structure that Kurchatov's staff nicknamed ironically the Forester's Cabin was comparable in the quality of its workmanship to the Kremlin, which was built, of course, for the Tsars. From his cabin, Kurchatov could stroll through a forest aromatic with birch and pine to the site he had chosen nearby for the F1 reactor, which would be shielded below ground in a 10-meter pit dug under tenting, but later fitted with a brick laboratory building of its own, codenamed Assembly Workshops. Highly purified uranium metal and graphite were still in short supply in 1945. Excavation for the F1 reactor had not yet begun at the end of the year.